Chapter 001, Being Green in the opening. Collecting Daughters Positive Emotions Superpower System Attacks. Source, Stolen Image, Mother of 9 Daughters. IL Red Heart Brain Depository Red Heart LI. Brother Bufan. B3813 Senior VIP Room Calling Room Service? Let's send a set of happy sharp up. Work hard and run for it. Cloud City. The most prosperous downtown section. The most luxurious 5-star hotel, Heavenly Palace Hotel. At the front desk in the lobby. Anne, the receptionist lady at the front desk, shouted towards Ye Bufan, who was wearing waiter's overalls at the side. Ye Bufan, 38 years old, belonged to the kind of sunny handsome and gangly middle-aged uncle. Occasionally, he would also make a little bit of non-vegetarian jokes with front desk ladies like Annie. Therefore, at the age of 22, Annie still calls him Brother Bufan. It was probably because Annie thought that Ye Bufan was really extraordinary. Ye Bufan gave a sound, walked up and grinned a big bad smile. Annie, with you said how many times? You a little girl family. The next time there are guests need happy cool this thing. You keep your voice down and shout me to send. And was very spontaneous, raised an eyebrow and giggled. Then he is shouting for room service. Send it up to him. Do we still give him face? Save people from knowing that it's a little dolphin in the happy sharp set? Is it sticky? Is it Sixth Sense? Durax? Ye Bufan. Ahem. That, Annie, what I'm about to say. It's not that, is it? After all, you are a girl. Annie made a face and smiled cheekily. Slightly. Uncle Bufan, your thoughts are too conservative. Oh, ahem. If it wasn't for the hotel set of happy sharp topping 3 months of my salary, I'd have to get a set to go back and play with it. Hey, Brother Bufan, have you ever played with a little dolphin? Awesome? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes towards Annie, picked up a set of happy sharp, and threw out a sentence. I'm a big man. What's the point of playing that thing? When Ye Bufan walked towards the elevator, Annie muttered and said to herself, also, a big old man playing silicone entity hand doll, what is commonly referred to as family with a gel wife. Well, right, when Ye Bufan walked from the lobby towards the elevator room, many of the hotel's attendants, including a few security guards, got together and whispered and discussed. Misty Grass, Happy Sharp, another B3813 high-level VIP room, that pussy brat is quite good at playing. Are you kidding me? One of the 4 young men of Cloud City, Shin Su, the youngest master of the Shin family, the kidney-deficient prince, can't play? Hey, I'll give you a wave of gossip. Very fierce. Oh, what gossip? Speak up. Do you know who was the person who used Happy Sharp to swing the dragon's tail today? Who? Hey, old Ye's wife. Didn't expect it, did you? Surprised? Is she going to die? Uncle Bufan? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. So, Uncle Bufan is green? Why? What's green? 3 years ago, Olji thought he had struck lucky and met true love, marrying a pretty young wife. How many people were so envious that they drooled? But people who understand. Lao Yi married this wife. Yo. Typical bullying honest people, blindfolded in the drums of the big wrong seed. Receiver. Can't. I see the old Ye's wife to Wanru. Quite like a good life people. What kind of life is that? A person who lives a good life will have a hotel room with a weak-kneed man, and even use the Happy Sharp? Not right. Out of the big thing. This, let the old leaf descend happy cool, is not let him crash. His wife to Wanru green him? Go. Keep up, go watch the show. Ye Bufan carried that set of high-grade Happy Sharp, shook it in his hand. The corner of his mouth spread a touch of disdainful smile. The old man, city people, really good at playing. If his wife to Wanru, when willing to play with their own Happy Sharp will be good. Ye Bufan's bleak eyes, but also showed a few envy. Thinking of his wife, Ye Bufan heart quite a few points depressed. Married for 3 years, not to mention with her to play happy cool. Even round room are not, even touch are not allowed to touch. Nominal couple. In fact, sleep in separate rooms, and occasionally heard his wife alone lock the door. In the room came a strange sound, similar to the sound of an electric motor. Of course, Ye Bufan also heard some gossip about Xian Wanru, but Ye Bufan always made himself pretend to be deaf, pretend to be a cutie, pretending to be blind. After all, at the age of 38, having a young, beautiful and enviable little dainty wife is still quite self-anesthetizing and self-hypnotizing. Knock. Arriving at the B3813 premium VIP room, he stood at the door and pressed the doorbell. Crunch! As the door to the room opened, Ye Bufan said politely to the guest with a professional smile. Good day, sir. Room service, you need. Fast, low, cool. However, what came into the eyes was the room, the woman in the extremely enchanting, sexy lace erotic lingerie. That a blush of scarlet face. Clear-eyed people immediately understand what just happened. Ye Bufan's hand happy slipped and fell to the ground. Clang! the shattered box, the little dolphin, the lollipop, as well as Durex, Sixth Sense, and so on, scattered on the ground. It even shattered Ye Bufan's heart. Hey, stuff, what are you doing? What are you looking at? Where are you looking? Kidney deficiency son Shunsu burst into a rage. A shove away Ye Bufan, angrily roared and scolded. Ye Bufan only felt the sky spinning, tightly clenched fists. Finally from the throat choked out two words, old woman. Xiang Wanru also looked startled, and in a panic, she pulled the hotel's special robe in her hand, wrapped it around her body, and walked quickly to the door. She defended, husband, listen to me, it's not what you think, I can explain, I, and Su Xiao and I are talking about a project contract in the company. Xiang Wanru, you are too disappointing to me, too sad to me. Ye Bufan clenched his teeth and hissed, for 3 years, I've been like a dog, serving you, hurting you, pampering you, and being obedient to you, and in return you treat me like this? You talk about company contracts? Do you need to talk about using happy cool? 3 years, you cheated me, cheated so miserable. Others always say that I head atop of the Hulunbuir prairie. I do not believe. Others always say, I am a receiver, is a big injustice seed. You are looking for an honest man. I do not believe it. But you really green me. Also came to the hotel where I work to green me. You can bully people too much. Shunsu glanced at Ye Bufan for a few eyes, and then he was looking at Xiang Wanru. He had a despicable expression on his face, and asked Xiang Wanru, baby, this who is he? Putting aside there to perform a bitter love play, to whom to see it? Su Xiao, I told you earlier, don't come to the Heavenly Palace Hotel. You don't listen. He is my husband. Xiang Wanru lightly bit her Jew lips and said awkwardly. Immediately, she was persuading a few words. Bufan, whether you believe it or not, I and Su Xiao are innocent. We have nothing happened. Shut up. Xiang Wanru, is just that. How much longer are you going to lie to me? Divorce. Ye Bufan desperately rebuked bitterly. Who would have thought that? Xiang Wanru snorted and laughed icily twice. Ye Bufan, since you bumped into me, let's get the words out of the way. For a loser like you, a thing that's not even as good as a mangy dog on the street, it's a blessing of several lifetimes for you to be able to marry me. If you want to bring up divorce, then it's me who won't bring it up. Who are you to bring it up? Are you worthy? You also don't take a piss and take a good look in the mirror. You are not even 1/10,000,000th of Su Xiao. Why should I submit myself and live with you? Ye Bufan is like a thunderbolt from the sky. Dizziness, a darkness in front of his eyes, his head buzzing, as if he was severely swung a stick. However, at this exact moment, a weird mechanical electronic sound rang in his ears. Ding! Collect baby girl positive emotions superpower system binding in. Chapter 002 Opening King Bum. One night's flavor. 9 twin daughters? Collect baby girl positive emotions superpower system binds the host successfully. As the name suggests, as long as the host collects the positive emotions of his baby daughter, he will be able to obtain a generous reward. The so-called positive emotions include happy, blissful, optimistic, courageous, strong, loyal, hopeful, grateful, relaxed, self-confident, joyful, grateful, calm, pleasant, and passionate. Rewards include money, wealth, reputation, force, and many other physical and imaginary things. Department. System? Ye Bufan was about to collapse. His heart was about to explode. But any man, who was green by his wife, was murderous. System. As a professional 20-years-old bookworm of the ashes of network novels, the system is bound to be completely unfamiliar. System plus body. Against the sky to change fate. Could it be that the turning point of one's own reversal of fortune to marry a rich white woman and go to the peak of life? Is that he was green by his wife? Wait a minute. This system is very wrong. Also, collect baby girl positive emotions superpower system? Banana your Earth Tibetan Mastiff. Why don't you just change your name to fraud system? Looks like, for nothing, the old man mother fetal solo single 38 years. Married to the Xiang Wanru this Thai wave stinky. Living dog is worse than, that even do not allow to touch a bit, and now is topped with a top Hulunbuir prairie, where the old man's daughter? Also, collect the baby girl positive emotions. You can get a generous reward. Collect your damn big baby. Ding! Detected that the host once had a one-night fling with the Miss National Goddess, the world's beauty pageant champion, and conceived septuplet daughters. Ye Bufan. Dog system, nerves, right. Ye Bufan was even more convinced that this was a spoofing bad taste scamming system without a doubt. Go the damn Miss World Beauty Pageant Champion National Goddess. Dog fart one night flavor. Go to your grandma's. Pregnancy and breeding septuplet daughters. Do you think I'm the king of Italian cannons? No. Canon God. Is your Miss National Goddess of the World Beauty Pageant? A sow? The sows in my village's second great-aunt's house aren't even this fertile. Bullying honest people, not with such even pit. I've already been pitched by Xiang Wanru, and I've done a big injustice, so I won't be pitched again. Host, you have to believe in small probability events. Multiples do exist. According to IOL on June 8, 2021, a 37-year-old woman from Gauteng, South Africa, gave birth to 10 twins, breaking the Guinness World Record held by Harry Massis, a native of the African nation of Mali, who gave birth to 9 twins in Morocco in May. Swell, you and that Miss National Goddess, the world's beauty pageant winner, both only had 9 twins and neither of them broke the Guinness record. Besides, don't you feel stifled now? Don't you feel embarrassed? Don't want to fight back against Green your wife Xiang Wanru? As the saying goes, rich people rely on technology, poor people rely on mutation, beggars rely on the system. System is the only artifact for you to turn around and fight back. Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan. What? My old lady is just greening you. I just prefer to let other men sleep with me. Even if you are my husband, you don't even have the qualification to touch me. You don't even deserve it. What's wrong with you? Just as Ye Bufan was digesting the information bound by the system, Xiang Wanru was even more like a mad dog, her hands wrapped around her chest, spitting and cursing. Even, she cheated on her husband, greening Ye Bufan, and also greening him in a refreshing way, and also greening him in a justifiable way. As if the world's Green Environmental Protection Organization should give her a Green Tea or Peacekeeper medal. Shin Su, the kidney-deficient prince, glanced contemptuously at Ye Bufan, spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and gave a cold snort with a mocking and sneering tone. Cough cough, uncle, if I were you, I would have directly gripped a piece of tofu and smashed myself to death. Oh, yeah, use the Northeast frozen tofu kind. He. I'm curious, you've been married to Wanru baby for 3 years, and you haven't even had a chance to touch her? As a man, I can really feel sad for you. After I tried the car condition for you many times, Wanru baby is so energetic. Unlocked a lot of. From Sakura Country Sakura Love literary movie with me. Highly difficult. Fist pumping action. Quite ness. Oh, intersection. Oh haha. At this time, the other staff in the lobby, as soon as they heard that Ye Bufan had sent a set of Happy Sharp to VIP room B3813, and knew that the woman who was having a rendezvous with Prince Kidney was Ye Bufan's wife, Xiang Wanru, they all followed. When they came to the corridor, they watched and listened to the mocking and suppression of Ye Bufan by Prince Kidney Shinsu, as well as the shameless words of Ye Bufan's wife, Xiang Wanru. Everyone else froze, completely subverting the 3 views and refreshing the moral bottom line. I drop a mother grin. I see for the first time, someone cheating on her husband to wear a green hat, wearing such a powerful coaxing. It looks like this Xiang Wanru is really not a good thing. Really, bull bat cha. The old leaf this time is really green to jellyfish green. More green than the green turtle are also green. Why? Who called old G no good? 38 years old middle-aged old man. Mixed in the hotel as a waiter. Which woman will look up to him? What's wrong with being a waiter? That is also with the hands of hard work to earn money. Always better than the kind of lying on the bed to sell a lot of selling flesh. Selling souls to make money. Uncle Bufan marrying this young and beautiful wife Xiang Wanru was a wrong and deformed marriage. You guys think about it. Like Xiang Wanru, this kind of green tea whore. What can she see in Uncle Bufan? Aha! Bird food. The old leaf this time is really in the ditch. Planted to the grandmother's home. Was his own wife came to their own work in the hotel, and other men to open the room will be green. That's not good. The key is still. Also let him send happy cool. Too damn ironic. Hey, you all be smart. Must look after the old leaf. Although he was green, but the old leaf is usually good. Don't let him be bullied. A moment of anger to do something stupid. Right. Uncle Bufan is quite nice. Everyone keep an eye on him. Ye Bufan was silent. Not to be green in silence, but to be furious in silence. Silence. Summer insects are also silent for me. Silence is tonight's conchiao. Hey, host, are you still listening? How's the consideration going? Is it ready to accept the gift of the system? You have to know that you were chosen by the system. You are the chosen son. You are the green. Ahem, the most beautiful boy in the heavenly way. Ye Bufan. After a pause, he secretly a burst of sighing, sullenly asked the system. Shouldn't the system give every host a wave of newbie benefits? Oh, yes. Congratulations to the host for making a wise son choice. From now on, you are also a person with a system. A hangman. Ye Bufan. You sister. You're the brainwashed one. Your whole family is brainwashed. Sorry, this system does not recognize the host as a brother or sister. Host, please respect yourself. Host, do not be grumpy, but where there is a system of pretty boy, usually to do. Taishan collapsed in front and color unchanged. Understand? Ye Bufan. System Dad. System Dad. Are you a leather shrimp? Or a rogue rabbit? I seriously doubt that you are a rogue system that is a crossbreed of a peep shrimp and a rogue rabbit. Sorry. After Tendo's professional hospital DNA paternity report, this system does not have any blood relationship with the host. Host, please respect yourself. Ye Bufan. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard that the system was in his hands, the world was mine, Ye Bufan really couldn't wait to hammer this dog's head hard. A good big smoke potpourri cannot be extinguished. Less ing bull. Newbie benefits? Ding. Collecting baby girl's positive emotions superpower system deluxe newbie benefits gift pack is loading. Chapter 003 Newbie Gift Pack. Koenigsegg 1-1. Imperial Palace Quadrangle. Chinese Martial Arts Grandmaster. Ding. Unlocking the host's Newbie Welfare Deluxe Gift Pack. Rewarding a limited edition global top supercar limousine Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. Worth $100 million. As well as a super deluxe 2,000 square meters sea view detached Imperial Palace Quadrangle in Cloud City. As well as the first grade of self-defense art Ming Jin's Realm of National Arts Masters. Fusion of Taijikwan. Wing Chun boxing style, Bagua Palm, Xingyiquan and so on. Ye Bufan. His heart panicked a batch. This system, so bold? Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 worth $100 million. The 2,000 square meters seascape Imperial Palace courtyard in Cloud City is called the Imperial Palace. The first grade of self-defense art Ming Jin Realm State Art Master. So, you are a master of the art? Because he knew that in the national art, it is usually divided into the realm of Ming Jin, the realm of Dark Jin, and the realm of Huan Jin. Moreover, if you can call yourself a grandmaster of the national art, your boxing attainments must be not bad. Barely. The corners of Ye Bufan's mouth were almost dripping with uncontested saliva. This system is to top it. Simply than the top the heart, liver, spleen, stomach and lungs are more top. Then drank a sharp crooks are also to raise Loto, but also the courage to break through the sky floating. If this is all true words, at the time of hesitation, he only felt something more. Surprisingly, in his hand, there is more a car key and a red book. I blanch. The system is so efficient? It was simply too much more efficient than 996,007's commuters, or even 715 social animals. Somehow, with the top supercar limousine car key as well as the Imperial Palace Quadrangle real estate certificate in hand, suddenly, Ye Bufan a kind of manly masculine undercurrent rushed from the chrysanthemum to the top of his head. He raised his eyes slowly, with a look of disdain, but it was a kind of kingly hegemony, glancing contemptuously at Xiang Wanru for a few moments. Ha! An extremely mocking teasing playful laugh. Xiang Wanru, you are truly an unapologetic. It's me who's blind. I'd rather have married a rotten 3 years ago. I really shouldn't have married a like you. You, the contrasting green tea whore who pretended to be pure and noble in front of me, turned out to be nothing but a rotten who was slept with by 1,000 people, crawled by 10,000 people, and is a man's man. Look, we're done. End of story. Divorce. From now on, every second you breathe regret, and for the rest of your life, every minute you're alive, you're repenting for the fact that you greened me. When these words came out, the words shocked everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unaware of why Ye Bufan was suddenly able to say such such manly words. Shocked, dumbfounded. However, Xiang Wanru and Shinsu looked like they had heard a joke, looked at each other and laughed out loud. Ye Bufan, what the hell? You're so green by your old lady that you've become neurotic, ah? You'd better hurry up and go to a mental hospital to have a good look. Shinsu completely looked like he was provoked as he glared scornfully at Ye Bufan. Hey, uncle, put that pretending to whom to see it, who won't give a harsh word ah. Are you reading too many web novels? People pretending to hit the face, that's really powerful. And you? Oh, in my opinion, more like a. Otherwise, this is the trick. You come into the house, in front of your face, let this young man show and perform for you, how this young man makes your wife a happy and joyful woman. Yeah, and also show you why there are little dolphin awesome toys called Happy Sharp. Ye Bufan looked out of the corner of his eye at Shinsu and smiled lightly. You think you're great? It's just a 205 treasure batch dragon with torn shoes. Convex, ******* dish. Shinsu was furious and raised his palm, slapping it fiercely towards Ye Bufan's cheek. Slap. A crisp slap sound, completely had a kind of echo in the corridor, as if it had an echo. Grip grass. Throw you nuts. Shabaman. However, when everyone saw it clearly, it was Shinsu who covered his cheek that was imprinted with a red and swollen slap mark, screaming and cursing non-stop, and Ye Bufan's eyebrows sank slightly as he raised a foot and kicked Shinsu in the crotch. Humph, dog scum, this slap and this kick, it's considered a reward from me, who dared to believe that Ye Bufan was like a different person, different from his usual gentle and elegant demeanor. Hegemony was permeated with masculinity, a sacrosanct and inviolable existence. A kick caused Shinsu to cover his crotch, his entire body bending and arching into the shape of a prawn. Ah, your ancestors 18, pa pa pa. Ye Bufan raised his hand and viciously slapped Shinsu several more loud slaps. Ye Bufan, you stop. Are you out of your ing mind? Do you know who the young Suyu hit is? Even more so, Ye Bufan was on fire. Xiang Wanru even pounced up and shoved at Ye Bufan. But, this time, Ye Bufan wouldn't tolerate it, wouldn't hold his tongue anymore. He stood there, standing lofty and immovable, like a majestic, intimidating and crushingly majestic mountain peak. Oh, slap! Ye Bufan slapped Xiang Wanru's cheek. It had been 3 years, all the stifled grievances were in this slap, wrapped up in how much indulgence towards Xiang Wanru. With this slap, from now on, the favor is broken. After saying this, Ye Bufan dashingly took a vigorous step and resolutely raised his head and left. At once, shocked, all the onlookers of the hotel staff completely refreshed their perception of Ye Bufan. Wow, wipe. What's the situation? When did old Ye become such a manly man? Hey, rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Don't think that honest people are easy to bully. Uncle Bufan, this is suffocating for too long. Finally exploded. Cam. This wave of old Ye's storming 6666 I'm all enamored by him. Like Xiang Wanru and Shinsu, this kind of indog should be taught a lesson like this. Right. This indog can't be spoiled. This wave I support old Ye. The words are right, but the key problem is, you guys don't forget, this kidney deficiency male that is our Cloud City. One of the 4 big families of the Shin family's young master. Uncle Bufan can't afford to be offended yo. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, alas. It's also true, but hopefully old Ye can turn out to be lucky. Stop. Not waiting for Ye Bufan to walk downstairs, Xiang Wanru touched her hot cheeks, assisted Shinsu who was kicked to the point that he couldn't stand straight, and shouted angrily towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan, mother asterisk 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 her, today you hit me with your hands. You must give me a clear explanation. Asterisk 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 you must give me compensation. 3 years of financial compensation. Mental damage. Youth wear and tear. Ye Bufan humph. The corner of his mouth spread a touch of caricatured smile. Did not pay attention to Xiang Wanru. Shinsu pressed the elevator, determined to go downstairs. Damn it, Wanru baby, quickly hold me. I want to call home. Absolutely can't let this dog money thing bully. Between words, Shinsu, while supported by Xiang Wanru, walked towards the elevator, while pulling out his cell phone, dialed the phone, jabbered and hissed towards the connected phone, all the way down the stairs with him. At this time, outside the Heavenly Palace Hotel, it is even more lively. A lot of passers-by ABCD have crowded around a cool pull-bomb diamond-encrusted gold supercar luxury car. Opinions. Mama a kiss. This car is which Tycoons can be friends with him? When in our Cloud City has such a heavyweight top Tycoon? This car is really blinded my 24K titanium dog eyes. That is the global limited edition worth 100 million all-top supercar luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. The rich man's world. A luxury car is a fortune I can't earn in a lifetime. A luxury car of this level. Most of them aren't our Cloud City's gold masters, right? It's probably driven by big money from the imperial capital, or a first-tier super metropolis like the Magic City or Shangjiang River, right? Cough cough cough. Gentlemen, quickly make way. Give me in this luxury car selfie a photo. I want to send a circle of friends to pretend to be a first. Don't wave, take a picture a little farther away. But if you cut the paint a little, you such a wage earner. To lose your family's money, can't afford to pay. Chapter 004 National Style and Ancient Charm Department School Flower. Art Little Diva 9 Daughter Yi Xia. Cam. It's really Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. So, the collecting positive emotions superpower system for baby daughters is also real? When Ye Bufan ran out from the Heavenly Palace Hotel, he was suddenly greeted by the cool and rambunctious Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 that blinded his 24K titanium dog's eyes. He clutched the car keys tightly and thought to himself, but where's the baby girl? According to the system, it almost broke the World Guinness record for sextuplet daughters. That would be shocking, but the problem is that, had a one-night fling with the Miss World Beauty Pageant Champion National Goddess and conceived septuplet daughters. Which Miss World Beauty Pageant Champion National Goddess? Why don't I have any memory of her? Could it be that some dumb scam system kidnapped herself and bullied the honest people? And I'm going to be the one to take the blame again? What's wrong with being a father? The moment I think of myself being greened by my wife Xiang Wanru, who has been married for 3 years, or in such a disgusting way, old Ji only felt a wave of stomach churning. Ye Bufan pondered, just ready to pull out his car keys to try and finally confirm if that Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 was his own. The green tea horse Xiang Wanru and the kidney deficiency son Shensu chased out from the hotel. Ye Bufan, stop right there. Xiang Wanru was still as bossy as usual, yelling at Ye Bufan at every turn, shouting the lion's roar of Hadong, lashing out. Shensu was also relying on the family background of one of the 4 major families in Yun City, and was incomparably arrogant and domineering, shouting, "Surname Yi, who the hell are you? This young man greening you, that's the smoke coming out of your old ancestor's grave. Your ancestors have repaired several lifetimes of good fortune. You dare to hit this young man, you're finished, you're in big trouble. Either you now give this young kneel down, learn to bark, from this young crotch under the drill through, or wait for my people to arrive. You even regret the opportunity to, not, asterisk 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 what did you say?" However, without even waiting for Shensu to finish speaking, Ye Bufan was as fast as lightning, and a figure stood in front of Shensu. In the next instant, as he raised his hand, he grabbed Shensu's throat. Try saying that again. However, there was no way Shensu would have the chance to say it a second time. This was because he only felt his feet dangling off the ground. His body was lifted up by Ye Bufan's hard grip on his throat. A powerful force came pressing down from the throat, a kind of intimidation that made one feel suffocated. Woohoo! I sprout, Chitsao Huemong. What the hell, underscore. The kidney-deficient Prince Su Shao, one of the 4 young men of Yun Chang, is actually being held and choked by a waiter from the Heavenly Paradise Hotel? Did I see it right? This time, the kidney deficiency male play a big deal. Just heard the hotel people say, is Green Waiter Ye Bufan's wife? He is still so arrogant. The dog is anxious to jump over the wall. Belongs to is. This time there is a good show to see. In the Cloud City which has who? To mess with the Shin family, this waiter Ye Bufan, afraid is not the old man eat arsenic live impatiently. For a moment, everyone again focused their eyes on Ye Bufan and Shensu. Many people immediately took out melons and set up small stools, ready to eat a good wave of melons, including those passers-by who surrounded the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 luxury car. Shensu was scared of 3 souls. He struggled and kicked hard, coughing a cough, babbling and screaming. Surname Yes. Spread hands. You, what are you going to do? Ye Bufan lightly and playfully smiled. You guess. Fog grass. A sentence, you guess, directly almost did not send Shensu away. On Shensu's desperate face, his arrogance was long gone. Facing Ye Bufan storming out again, scared Xiang Wanru silly. She was completely like a crazy pouncing up, slapping Ye Bufan, exclaiming and shouting, Ye Bufan, you're crazy. You hurry up and spread your hands. If you strangle young Su, you wait for the rest of your life to sit through the bottom of the jail. Pa! Ye Bufan's other hand, flung a crisp slap sound, again slapped hard on Xiang Wanru's cheek. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A rotten green tea whore like you. Are you also worthy of threatening me? Seeing that the situation was unenviable, it looked like Ye Bufan was about to kill someone. Seeing this, several staff members of the Heavenly Palace Hotel, including the receptionist Miss Annie, immediately came forward to admonish Ye Bufan. Brother Bufan, don't be a fool. This kind of lousy person is not worth your foolishness. Yes, old Ye, put him down first. Let's have a talk. You must not be impulsive. You can't commit murder nah. Uncle Bufan, we all sympathize with you, but you still have a chance. You don't have to bury your future for this kind of scum. Old Ye, listen to our advice. Ye Bufan secretly let out a as he was dumbfounded. What, underscore, did I say to kill him? This kind of scum, kill him? Humph, dirtying my old man's hands. Dad. However, at that exact moment, accompanied by a sweet shout, a white-skinned and beautiful school goddess walked over. She wore a pink pomegranate dress with pink ribbons on her pale yellow cotton dress. Her beautiful hair was coiled up with a small purple hairpin with a pink ribbon. The ribbon still had the scent of plum blossoms on it. The same carried a jade bracelet and a white jade pendant. The body also exudes a faint rouge fragrance. Breeze lightly. Actually have a feeling of going with the wind. The slender figure and the slender waist that was in a handful of hands made it all the more charming. She blinks a pair of crystal clear big eyes, gazing at Ye Bufan. Celestial melodious sweet voice, once again blushingly shouted, Dad! Ye Bufan froze, ape baffled expression, staring at the little fairy who walked out as if from a poetic painting. Dad! This, could it be that she's one of the 90 twin school girl level baby girls, as the system said? Host, bingo, clever, truly worthy of great cleverness. Coldly, the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded, causing Ye Bufan's heart to have a cold jolt. Dog system, you're the one who's big smart. Your whole family is big smart. Host, don't care about those details. Ye Shia, the little 9 of your 90 twin schoolgirl baby daughter. the top student of the college entrance exams for art specialties, admitted to Tsinghua's art department, specializing in Chinese painting and oil painting, the schoolgirl of the National Style and Ancient Charm department, known as the Little Diva of Art. Source, stolen image, youngest daughter Xia, Ye Bufan. Little 9? The youngest? It's not oldest 6 this time? Aha, why did he suddenly think of old 6? It's probably a distant and sad story. Another story, only, Ye Bufan couldn't remember it, nor do they want to remember. The youngest on the youngest, the key to her is really their own flesh and blood? Can't be a pretty little girl on the street, open to call their father, they have to recognize it? Ahem, the system. Dad, I believe in your evil. Dad, you promised me that you would wait for you to get off work and accompany me to the graduation party. Ye Xia flashed those big doll-like beautiful eyes with an expectant and longing look. She was raising her finger again, and Ye Bufan pinched Shinsu's frame. Are you guys cosplaying, or are you making a microfilm? Chapter 005, Collecting Daughter's Happiness Emotions. Rewarding 200 million Family Happiness Fund. Ding! Collecting the daughter's happiness emotion. Rewarding 200 million Family Happiness Fund. Aha! Ye Bufan heard the system's mechanical electronic voice. He was confused with a capital confused. This is also wide? The following is the host's attribute panel. Host, Ye Bufan. Gender, male. Age, 38. Marriage, flower is not flower. Mist is not mist. Wealth value, CNYU in 200. 000. 000. Note, only the balance of the account is counted. i.e., collecting the positive emotions of the daughter's happiness and obtaining 200 million Family Happiness Fund. Reputation value, 300 points. Note, simplified, in terms of the host's acquisition of real estate, vehicles, skills, identity, etc. Any one of these dimensions plus 100 points of prestige value. For example, the host obtains the top supercar luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. Prestige value plus 100, Cloud City ultra luxurious 2000 square meters Seaview detached Imperial Palace quadrangle. Prestige value plus 100, self-defense art first grade Ming Jin's realm of national arts master. Prestige value plus 100. Ye Bufan straight away called out good guy. A wave of 666 The key to his 9 daughters Ye Xia. This happiness positive emotions. Where does it come from? Host. Superficial, right? Your youngest daughter Xia recognized you for the first time. This is the first time she has enjoyed her father's love in 18 years. Can she not be happy? Ye Bufan a sound. Cattle batch class. Broken voice. Dad, are you off work? Can you go to my graduation party? Ye Xia saw that Ye Bufan didn't have any reaction. She was again a few steps closer and stood a step away from Ye Bufan. She stretched out her slender jade hand carved out of white jade and waved it in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan came back to his senses from the system's reward. In the next instant, he raised his hand and threw it. Shinsu was directly thrown out 2 meters away, tumbling a few times and lying limply on the ground. Young Su! Xiang Wanru exclaimed in shock and went forward to assist Shinsu. And then, with a wave of resentment in her eyes, she glared fiercely at Ye Bufan. She was rolling her eyes again, staring at Ye Xia, frowning and questioning in a low voice. Ye Bufan, who is this little Thai vixen? Why is she calling you daddy? What the? Did you green your old lady? Recognized your goddaughter? You and her. Originally, Ye Bufan digested the information delivered by the system and gradually began to accept that this schoolgirl-level fairy Ye Xia in front of him was one of his own 19 daughters. He warmly looked at Ye Xia. Xia, Dad, just got off work and went to the graduation party, right? No problem. Though too many questions made Ye Bufan have a black line on his face. Which daughter called up her father to go to the graduation party? Even though he did not have the slightest impression of when he promised Ye Xia to accompany her to the graduation party. But Ye Bufan thought on second thought, with his youngest daughter Xia being such a beautiful little fairy, what if she was bullied at the graduation party? Ye Xia smiled sweetly with a cheeky smile. Yes, Dad, you're so nice, Ye Bufan. And Xiang Wanru's resentful words completely made Ye Bufan burst into a rage. What are you chewing on? Ye Xia, my daughter. Ye Bufan arrowed forward, responding harshly to Xiang Wanru in a completely provocative tone. If you dare to spew again, I'll tear your dog's mouth apart. Xiang Wanru was dumbfounded and stunned. That shocked expression was even more unbelievable than being slapped hard by Ye Bufan for a few slaps on her face. You, your daughter? You, have a daughter? You, didn't you say that you maternal solo single for 35 years and married my only wife? Obviously, a woman of this species, once her position in a man's mind is threatened, she immediately jumps. In itself, all along, Xiang Wanru, even if her marriage with Ye Bufan was like child's play, purely for fun, however, she always felt, married to Ye Bufan such an old virgin, or urn. Originally, she also thought, looking for an opportunity. Can try Ye Bufan's car condition, broke his virginity, but now I heard, Ye Bufan even have a daughter, but also grow so beautiful. Pavilion Jade standing, less said also adult, is the flower season young girl, no matter from which angle, with Ye Xia's face value and temperament, that definitely throws Xiang Wanru dozens of streets. This is not the most important. The most important thing is, the mother of the one who was able to give birth to such a nationally colored little fairy daughter like Ye Xia, Ye Bufan's original wife. Hiss, it can be imagined, that is absolutely complete abuse to green tea like Xiang Wanru. Thinking like this, Xiang Wanru completely suffered a 10,000 point blow. However, she ultimately chose not to believe it with a skeptical face, for the system to suddenly add up, and for Ye Xia to be such an overwhelmingly beautiful little fairy daughter to appear. That was definitely a reversal for him, making him completely reverse awe. Thus, Ye Bufan, with a look of disdain, he teasingly smiled playfully. Xiang Wanru, you green tea whore, I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. Do you really think, in this world, besides you, I can't find a wife? Is there no woman willing to marry me? Sorry, I do have daughters, and there's more than one. It's still 9. Well, surprised? Surprise? Spilling Roué to death? Ye Bufan pondered in his heart. Misty grass, when was it that he could be shameless to such an extent? Surprisingly, he was able to tell a lie in a way that was even more justified and refreshing than Xiang Wanru greening him. Sincerely, Ye Bufan still had doubts deep down, but he preferred to believe in the system. Believe that this was the turning point of his life. Perhaps, that night's memory with a certain Miss World Beauty Pageant champion national goddess, was eaten by a dog? Or, was kicked by a donkey and lost? Who knows? But just think about it. A night of fun, a canon, of 9 twins. None of this is done by a human being. Even a donkey is not that fierce, right? Is that night? More than one person, group P? Banana you a cartwheel. This is like a cartwheel splattered face. Can't even figure it out. Although small probability events exist, but to say that he is a donkey, Ye Bufan felt a little too unbelievable. However, to be able to use his youngest daughter Xia to identify with himself, just to hit the green tea Xiang Wanru face, his heart is so cool. That kind of feeling is simply more OLI than chewing Hyunmai. 1 word, cool. 3 words, great. Especially when looking at Xiang Wanru's face, it was even more ugly than being dunked in a pile of dog. Ye Bufan walked out from the psychological shadow of being green by Xiang Wanru, or, in itself, he and Xiang Wanru nominally married for 3 years, not to mention the round room. Touch did not let touch a bit, as the saying goes, one day husband and wife, 100 days of kindness. This kind of reproductive isolation of the husband and wife relationship, there is no any feelings to speak of. You taste, Ye Bufan, you cheated me? You have a wife, you have a daughter, why do you still want to marry me? Xiang Wanru looked like she was completely unable to accept such a fact. She seems to have forgotten that just now she was still with the weak kidney son Chensu, ready to happy and cool, deep green Ye Bufan. Now on the contrary, it became her aggrieved. She was cheated feelings, ridiculous or not. The most important thing to remember is that it's not a good idea to have a good time. Dad, who is she? Why did I hear someone talking just now, saying something about her greening you? Ye Xia blinked her beautiful eyes and gazed at Ye Bufan with a curious expression, asking in a low tone. Chapter 006 Dad Gets Green? The schoolgirl's daughter, Gao Wei, crushed the green tea whore. Aha, Dad, you've been green? Ye Xia flashed a pair of crystal clear eyes. Should I say that she is cute and naive? Or should I say that her strength is a daddy's brand leaky little cotton jacket? Ye Bufan. It is said that the daughter is the previous life of the little lover. This life of the little cotton jacket. But, Ye Bufan measured a few eyes Ye Xia. That it can be called the fish and geese, closed moon shy flower appearance. Written full of pure innocence. There was no sign of any mockery or contemptuous disdain for Ye Bufan. In the next instant, Ye Xia sized up Xiang Wanru for a few moments and sked. After that, she said in a completely shocking manner, somewhat childish. Wow, Dad, are you degrading yourself after being separated from Mom for so many years? Just, on this old granny's face, you can go down on it? Look at her heavy makeup. The fat powder is like a wall painter. Brush putty powder. Brush a catty on the face, right? Don't you think that when you kiss her, it's no different from licking a putty powdered wall? This kind of goods. My mom is naturally beautiful. Her face can be 100,000 800,000 miles away from her in minutes. She is also qualified to green you? Does she deserve it? Right. I guess she is also relying on the fact that she really has some beauty, to hold you to death. Or, in her eyes, you are not even qualified to lick the putty powder. Dad, we can all sympathize with your difficulties, but you can't give up on yourself and degrade yourself. if you really want a woman, take the initiative, contact my mom more, pursue my mom, and be with my mom. Doesn't it smell good? A remark that thundered everyone to the outside. She didn't even call Seong Wonru auntie, but directly granny. This is definitely killing and heartbreaking. Even Olji couldn't help himself and almost burst out laughing. He looked at Ye Shia in amazement, wanting to rush forward and give his beautiful, well-behaved, and understanding schoolgirl a big hug. Praise, rach praise it's a relief. Olji did not think, living 38 years, usually in addition to work with colleagues some perfunctory warmth. No one ever asked him, eat well, sleep well, how are the days going? That is a kind of even the dog are disliked by the world. Cold and warm know for themselves. Unexpectedly, suddenly the sky fell down, so a schoolflower baby girl, he was green, nonetheless did not dislike him. On the contrary, it is also a hit, with face value, temperament high-dimensional crushing to Wonru, and also specifically moved out her mother, which is cautioning Seong Wonru, don't be self-absorbed. It's not that you're a crooked guy, you can green my dad, rather, my father because of self-indulgence, and found you such face brush putty powder, not in a class of rotten women. What a strong counterattack, what a slap in the face. This type of reversal was much louder and much more relieving than Ye Bufan throwing his hands to give Seong Wonru a few loud slaps. At once, Seong Wonru's face turned green, greener than even the green zombies in Zombies. She almost didn't have a mouthful of old blood gushing wildly, and died violently on the spot. Too much of a bully, not, but, even if to Wonru how sharp-tongued, how more tough than a shrew, she completely has a kind of broad daylight, was beaten by the ghost, but also mute to eat Huanglian, cannot say bitter. The onlookers, the passers-by, as well as the staff of the Heavenly Palace Hotel, were also dumbfounded and shocked to the point of clamming up. Wow, wipe, who can tell me? This pretty little fairy, who is she? She can't really be that hotel waiter Ye Bufan's daughter, right? It's too powerful. I blanch. Today is a kind of posture. Good guy. The father was green tea green. School flower level goddess shining appearance shouting father. Reversal snap face green tea. Goddess. It's definitely a fairy. Yes, it's a fairy in the sky, specializing in punishing green tea whores. Wah aha. If I had such a beautiful fairy school flower baby girl, even if I had cataracts and chicken eyes, I wouldn't be blind enough to marry Seong Wonru's kind of rotten like green tea whore. I give 999, 666 flipped, for this wave of flirty operation by Brother Bufan. I don't know. His daughter looks so good. I have to say, she still looks like Brother Bufan. Annie that is must look like old G wow. Otherwise who can like? The guy next door. Wang? If that's the case, then we'll really be in trouble. Ha, oddly enough, never heard of Uncle Bufan married wife. There is such a big daughter. Isn't he a maternal solo single at 35 and married to Seong Wonru? Oh duh. Do you think, with Seong Wonru kind of tie and green tea whore goods, can give birth to someone else's school goddess like a little fairy daughter? I really didn't expect old G this hand hidden very deep nah. Even we are hidden. Ha ha ha. Originally thought he was just a fish seller strong, who guarded a tiny fish stall in the old factory street market. Unbeknownst to me, he had already meet up and realized a class leap. Rampage for the top bigwig in Jinghai City dry chewing coffee don't want sugar. I'm strong Shang Gao Chi Chang. Seong Wonru wooden flowers lost color, that a face twisted deformed to the face of putty powder, are about to fall off the skin. She pointed at Ye Shia, open mouth stammered and cursed. You, where you came out of the little Thai vixen. You and Ye Bufan too. In the end, what relationship? Ye Bufan's pair of sharp as a sword's eyes were completely enough to ruthlessly abuse Seong Wonru for 1,000 times 10,000 times. A look for Seong Wonru to experience on her own, admonishing her to keep her mouth clean. However, Ye Shia was playful and full of self-confidence look, came forward and directly took Ye Bufan's arm, and obediently snuggled in Ye Bufan's shoulder. It was clearly the affectionate meaning of a baby girl and her father. She looked innocent and harmless, not very insulting. Her cheeky sweet smile, he was like a brilliant peach blossom blooming in the spring. He is my father we are a father-daughter relationship where blood is thicker than water. What's wrong with that? I can warn you, you kind of ungovernable green tea whore, you just don't deserve my dad. You have nothing to be proud of. You still have the face to green my dad? You really should take a piss yourself and take a good look in the mirror to see how much you weigh yourself. Also right, you should also dare not look in the mirror. Fade all that layer of demonic putty powder skin. You are the ghost inside the painted skin. Look in the mirror, you can scare your own soul. Fogweed. Top. Where can I find such a sweetie made of pure gold? Come on. I'll take as many of these lovers as I can find in my past life. The onlookers at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace Hotel are all enamored by the seemingly ordinary waiter Ye Bufan. the daughter of the school goddess who has suddenly descended upon them. Dad was green, high value, high temperament school goddess daughter Gao Wei crushed the green tea. Cam. Such a shocking famous scene, you can't even find it in a TV drama, right? A few words directly dislike Xiang Wanru's skepticism. Word for word, tit for tat, sentence Sandy Peg heart. Even Ye Bufan's heart is bursting with joy. Pro-daughter. Absolutely crunchy pro-daughter. That's right. My Olji thought that if I met a green tea whore like Xiang Wanru, my life would be over in a flash, and I would be heading towards the dark abyss. Even if you marry to Wanru, is equivalent to the 5 girls with a long night, the note alone life, cannot imagine reversed wow, belongs to is, as if between, from the youngest daughter Ye Xia appeared that instant. Ye Bufan is to see the light, the dawn of infinite possibilities for the future. She, not only is the school flower baby daughter, but also gave Ye Bufan opened a whole new world. Old Ye, what did you do 18 years ago? What did you do with the world's beauty queen, Miss National Goddess? It's like a king's bomb with 4 twos. It's awesome. It's too topsy-turvy. Mr. Su, we're here. However, abruptly, a Maybach SUV, followed by a 7-seater Wuling Hongguang, sped over and stopped at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace Hotel. The car door opened. Wiang jumped down a line of wearing black suits. He was like a great movie, the kind of big brother around the bodyguards with black suits like the frame. Just out of the car came Wen, immediately shouting, with a dogfighting arrogance, overbearing howl, Who the hell ate bear heart and leopard gall and dared to make a move to injure the youngest master of the Shin family? One of the 4 great families of Yun City? Immediately roll out. Chapter 007, Collecting Daughters' Happy Emotions. Rewarding Scratchers Jojo Shangjian. What the hell are you guys doing? Finally here. Kidney deficiency Prince Shunsu was all of a sudden full of energy again, and his arrogance flame was burning up again. He jumped around, pointing at Ye Bufan, tearing his heart out and roaring. It's him! It's that dead bastard surnamed Yi. He hit me with his hands. You guys slash him for me, to the death. Obviously. This one Maybach SUV with a 7-seater Wuling Hongguang, yards of people, was inevitably the eagle and dog traders of the Shin family, one of the 4 great families of Cloud City. It was also the accomplice thugs that Shinsu had called in to aid and abet. The group of thugs immediately said aloud when they heard Shinsu's shout, Yes, young Su. Ye Bufan did not expect that Shinsu would be so rampant and arrogant. He openly roomed and rendezvoused with Xiang Wanru to the hotel where Ye Bufan worked, greeting Ye Bufan in a grand manner. After being broken into, Ye Bufan taught him a lesson, and he even dared to call someone to block Ye Bufan. Ye Xia's complexion was slightly condensed, blinking her beautiful eyes, gazing at Ye Bufan, worryingly murmuring and asking, Dad, what should we do now? Why don't we call the police? Who knows? Ye Bufan calmly let a person feel incomparable sense of security. He was as calm as a mirror, warm as a spring breeze warm smile. That kind of loving father's great fatherly love, gave Ye Xia an unnamed peace of mind. It's okay, baby, with Dad here. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't do anything. A sentence, warmed Ye Xia all year round. Her young girl heart, is also sprouted to this long-lost father a kind of heartfelt admiration and submission. Yes, 18 years, lack of father's love for 18 years. Ye Xia how longing, can be like other people's children. There is a father to love. There is a father to love. To be able to be pampered in daddy's arms. To be able to fly kites and ride big horses with daddy. Although all of this is a childhood fantasy. But, the missing 18 years of father's love, finally still encountered, or as expected, is not it? The seemingly ordinary waiter born Ye Bufan. A sentence is again letting Ye Xia's mind incomparably settled, but also ripples endlessly. It's Dad, the fatherly love of a pro-daddy. There is no mistaking it. For a moment, Ye Xia actually enjoyed this feeling of having a father's favor. She was a bit intoxicated. The love of flesh and blood is thicker than water. Between each other is a kind of heart sensation, even if it is 18 years, late father's love, but it is also pleaded Ye Xia's heart, moisturized her father's love longing for the heart field. This, is the father's love? Yes, a father's love is like a mountain, giving people warmth and a sense of security. With Dad here, no matter what kind of demons, ghosts, spirits and monsters, they can't bully the baby girl. The corners of Ye Xia's mouth rose and a happy smile spread out. Ding! Collected daughter's happiness emotion. Rewarding 100 million family happiness fund. Ding! Collecting the emotion of daughter's happy. Obtaining the system's exclusive selection of lucky option 2 scratchers reward once. Option A, Sharp Again SPA Club Boutique Spring Tea Tasting. With Imperial Health Dream Back to the Palace Uniform Temptation and other tea combinations package. Supreme Enjoyment, One-Stop Service. Option B, Happy Scratch Off Blind Box Gift Package. Please make a careful choice within tens. Choose A or B. Coldly, A system mechanical electronic sounds sounded. Ye Bufan secretly sighed for a while. He perceived the system's rich reward. Collecting his daughter's happiness emotions, it was easy to realize a small goal again. AI. The original hanging pussy is like this. It's no wonder that those who are hung up can be so grandiose as to say something like, I'm not interested in money. I've never touched money. Set a small goal first. Like make it 100 million first. Bananas you dirtbag. This kind of talking better than singing turned out to be based on having a system buff. So these two are also the chosen one. With the system's hangups. Understood. Bear with me. No, that's not right. Daddy's system. What's this lucky 2 for 1 scratcher's reward? What does option A mean? Tempting me to fall? Host, you're being shallow. The other Come Again SPA club is a regular men's health club. Ye Bufan. Oh, did you take money from them? You're so obviously implanting advertisements. Okay? Dog system. It doesn't matter if you dog a little bit. You can't be more bleeping good than a certain Chi. It costs money to buy a TV set. And it costs money to watch a TV show. The money let the traders earn. Dare to be the wrongdoer is the consumer. Not only spend money to pay IQ tax, but also spend money to buy a lonely chant? Host. Extreme awe. This system sets the essence of the sun and moon of heaven and earth. Through the beginning of chaos, the flood of 3,000 roads, the Big Bang, the legend of the black hole, quantum entanglement. Ye Bufan. Dog system. You're just a dog. Damn. You also chaotic beginning. Flood. 3,000 your grandfather What? You also skydog Reward countdown begins. 3s, 2s, 1. But the system is the system. Not a bit of human feelings. Directly that mechanical electronic sound. Almost did not directly to Ye Bufan to choke to death. Also strike. Why be angry with a system? Not to B. Choose B. Must choose B. Ding. Host chooses B. Happy Scratcher's blind box gift pack opened successfully. Loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme token that can be called the business world's ETN too long, the business guide of the 9 states. Ye Bufan. What the hell, _. The supreme token of the business world's ETN too long? Sword of ETN? Dragon sword? Golden Lion King Siesun? Brother Wuji? Mrs. Extermination? Sister Jirua? The supreme martial arts master. The dragon sword. Orders the world. No one dares to disobey. And who will compete if ETN does not come out? The dog system. I read less. You cannot open others. What's this thing you call the Kyushu commercial manual? The Kyushu business guide is not a thing, but it allows the host to take charge of the business world. And with a single command, the resources of the business world will be at the host's disposal. For example, if the host to see which the powerful family what is not happy, you can through the 9 states business manual order. It's business blockade checks and balances. Ye Bufan. So gripping. It sounds like, as long as the 9 states business almanac is in my hands and I have powerful business resources, I'm the ally of the business world, right? Oh, bingo, the host is getting bigger and bigger. Cough cough. Smart. Ye Bufan. Brother house and roll. Just as Ye Bufan was immersed in the system's rewards, Xiang Wanru saw a gap and looked at Shinsu called so many people, and was bound to crush Ye Bufan. She immediately put on an air of superiority and condescendingly said, Ye Bufan, now you should know what happens when you mess with young Su. Right? At the same time, with resentful eyes, she glared fiercely at Ye Xia. And you little Thai vixen. Yuck, you're Ye Bufan's daughter? Oh duh. Old lady doesn't believe it with a single toe. On Ye Bufan this kind of can't help the wall of rotten mud. Stinking beggar he can marry a wife? 3 years ago, if I didn't happen to experience a period of emotional frustration, in a low period, not to mention the next life, 8 lifetimes can't be the turn of you Ye Bufan married me. Little Thai vixen. You are the extras he paid to hire, right? Also, still acting quite like a father and daughter. Yuck. With the old lady so much mother to break into the society, a glance to see out. UING. Is which clubhouse chicken woman? Little Thai fox. Essence. Just as Xian Wanru cursed is up. Suddenly, Ye Bufan is like a ghost. The shadow instantly drifting like, stood in front of Xiang Wanru's heel. That kind of overbearing intimidation, as if the king was in the world, completely subverted Xiang Wanru's cognition. Ye Bufan's word for word was like a sharp knife stabbing into Xiang Wanru's heart. Is not giving you face? Give you a chance to apologize to my daughter. Chapter 008 Shocking everyone. So dad is a supreme master. Ye Bufan, what the are you going to do? Originally, Xiang Wanru was on the strength of Shinsu code people came. It was like having a protective umbrella. She also had a big brain, and would not believe at all that Ye Bufan really had a school goddess level baby daughter like Ye Xia. So, she had a flash of light. Maybe Ye Xia is Ye Bufan paid to hire to Similar to the kind of rented girlfriend. As long as the money in place. What girlfriend? What wife? What daughter? That is not a small case? In today's society, it's no secret that kryptonite makes you stronger. Some people resentfully scold those who are rich. Is it a big deal to have a few dollars? Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Can you do whatever you want with money? Can you do whatever you want with money? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Often, in many cases, having a few bucks is great. Having money means you can do whatever you want. And having money also means you can be lawless. It's just that many rules are made for people who don't have money. Even when Buddhists talk about the equality of all beings, it's not about equal wealth or equal circumstances. In this Saha world, there is wealth, life expectancy, beauty, health and disease. And what is the true equality of all beings? It is the rule of heaven, the law of cause and effect. All beings live equally under the same laws. The law of cause and effect is the basic law that governs the functioning of the universe, that there is cause and effect. Then naturally, there is a hierarchy of good and evil, and there are 3, 6, 9, and so on. Of course, this kind of social affiliation is not something that Wanru can think through at this level of realm. She would only rely on the so-called woman's sixth sense, not Direx's intuition, to judge that Ye Bufan would not have a wife, much less a daughter. Therefore, she simply and roughly thought that Ye Xia was the extras that Ye Bufan paid for, playing the role that she and Ye Bufan were father and daughter, playing father and daughter. He. The corners of Ye Bufan's mouth rose up in an evil smile, a ravaging smile that was even more contemptuous than that of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King War God. Apologize. Almost from the gap between Ye Bufan's teeth, 2 cold and biting words crumbled out, causing Xiang Wanru to shiver with an icy chill that pierced her bones. At the same time, Shinsu was completely blown up, as he jumped around, yelling and roaring at those thugs. You idiots! Are you deaf? Or are you blind? Give me a beating. Hit him hard. Beat him to death. With a command. Those beaters were a complete brain, clustering forward and pouncing on Ye Bufan. Kaboom! Boom! When the fighter at the front pounced in front of Ye Bufan, his clenched fists were like burning fire sticks. A wild punch was thrown towards Ye Bufan's face. Ah! Bang! Accompanied by a wail that was more tragic than killing a pig, as well as a figure leaving the ground and flying 2 meters away in the air. Everyone had secretly pinched a cold sweat for Ye Bufan, because from the fact that Ye Bufan was wearing that work attire from the Heavenly Palace Hotel, where would one dare to believe that he would be able to fight against one of the 4 great families of Yun City, the Shin family fighters? As everyone was feeling sorry for Ye Bufan, they gradually came back to their senses and fixed their eyes on him. However, they saw that the person who had been sent flying and lying on the ground was the fighter who had attacked Ye Bufan. Moreover, his arm at the shoulder had directly penetrated through the flesh, revealing a section of white bone, blood splattering and soaking his clothes. Who could imagine that the fighter had riveted his strength, and had originally punched Ye Bufan to dry him out? Unexpectedly, when his fist blasted at Ye Bufan's distance of 1 inch, Ye Bufan swung his fist violently. The burning fist power was hard against the fighter's fist. The force of 1 punch, the fighter only felt his entire arm go numb, completely scrapped. The bone of his hand even penetrated through his shoulder, revealing a horrifying white bone. At the same time, Ye Bufan's face sank slightly as he raised his foot and kicked the fighter in the abdomen. The fighter directly flew out a few meters away, paralyzed on the ground, and burst into a wailing howl of pain. At once, it made Shinsu as well as the rest of the beaters look startled. However, Shinsu relied on the fact that he had called in a large number of thugs, and he growled and hissed, "Go on, don't stand there stupidly, go on together, dish him out." Him, those thugs had to clench their back teeth, and in a ferocious swarm, pounced on Ye Bufan. Bang bang bang, there was a dazzling flurry of punches and kicks. The agility of Ye Bufan's body movements far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even Ye Bufan's own body was secretly sighing. Strong system, no need to explain. It was unthinkable that the system granted the first grade of the defense art, Ming Jin's realm of the state artmaster. He easily and effortlessly blended Taijikun, Wing Chun fist technique, Bagua palm, Xingyi fist, and other national art punches. Every punch blasted out was a little more Wing Chun than Ip Man, and a little more Zhang Sanfeng than Yang Lu Chan. I'm a Dai Jing. What's going on? The hotel waiter is green? A national martial arts master? Cam, Uncle Bufan is so fierce? He's so manly. He's a god. Oh my god. So Brother Bufan is a deep hider. He's actually an expert. He's hiding too deep. Wow. If not see with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Old G even have such a hand. Absolute. Simply old 6 of the absolute son. I drop Mother Lu. He, really hotel waiter? He is sure not Ma Bagua body? See, he punched Taiji. Wing Chun Ip Man, Zingi Iquan, Bagua Palm, Cam, what kind of master is he? For a moment, the passers-by who were watching and eating melons, as well as the little friends of the Heavenly Palace Hotel, were stunned. No one dared to believe that Ye Bufan was actually a practitioner and a top expert. Even Ye Xia, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, went from worrying with tightly knitted brows at the beginning to gradually stretching her brows. In the end, she was metamorphosed and transformed into something like a little fangirl who was enamored with Ye Bufan. Her pair of big crystal clear eyes stared tightly at Ye Bufan's superb stance, the sharpness of his punches. She constantly marveled. Wow, so dad is a supreme expert. Huh, Jack? That's not right. Why does mom always say that dad is a no-good social jerk? From today's recognition with dad, it seems that dad's milk daddy value is overwhelming. Very dad-like. Strange. Sincerely, the fighters that Shinsu called in were no match for Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan crushed them in 3 strokes with the fastest horizontal push. In an instant, those fighters were all over the place, either holding their heads or knees, lying on the ground, grunting in pain. When Ye Bufan knocked down all of the Shin family's fighters, he looked at Ye Xia, who was stunned, with a pose expression that was out of this world. That gesture was like saying, "Daughter, what's up? I'm awesome, right?" Ye Xia, with a completely adoring mesmerized look in her eyes, walked up quickly and excitedly. "Wow, Dad, you're too wow yeah. Are you the reincarnation of Bruce Lee, Ip Man reincarnated? Or Zhang Sanfeng Urban Line Wow? 6666 ah." Ye Bufan laughed loudly and cheerfully, patted the work clothes of the hotel waiter which was not dusty, and said lightly in a Versailles tone, "It's not bad, average, 3rd in the world, dealing with a few fatter-looking cockroaches in the district, sprinkled with water." In the next instant, Ye Bufan's pair of sharp sword-like eyes shot sharply toward Shinsu and Xiang Wanrui. "You pair of dogs, truly worthy of being with a dog. Can apologize now? P.S. Today's share of 281 words is updated. During the new book period, temporarily, 3 times a day, 12 o'clock noon, while updating, new book period. The data is very important. I implore all the pretty boys and girls, add a bookshelf, point a 5-star book review, welcome point to urge more. Chapter 009, Collecting Daughter's Adoration Emotions, Rewarding Royal One's Absolute Controlling Rights. Dad, let's go. However, at this moment, Ye Xia came forward and obediently held Ye Bufan's arm. She contemptuously glanced at Shinsu and Xiang Wanru, and continued to add, "Because you said it all. One of the two of them is a and the other is a dog. Even if they kneel down and apologize, it's still an insult to us. Rather, why don't you have a bigger pattern and fulfill them as a with a dog for a long time? How about it?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but give Ye Xia a thumbs up. He nodded his head gladly, like a spring breeze with a loving fatherly smile. "Truly worthy of being my old Ye's precious daughter. High opinion, Ness." After speaking, he simply didn't even bother to glance at Shinsu and Xiang Wanru squarely. Turning around, Ye Xia docilely snuggled in his shoulder. He was like a sloth, to him as a kind of thick daughter's affectionate meaning. Dashing away, leaving in vain, Shinsu, Xiang Wanru wind in a mess. "Dad, the cab over there is coming." After walking not more than a few steps, Ye Xia pointed at the cab that sped not far away. Sweet smile, said to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan a sound, "Taxi." Immediately, he smiled mysteriously. "Baby, Daddy will do a magic trick for you. How about it?" Ye Xia's complexion was slightly condensed. Blinking her clear eyes, she asked curiously, "Magic?" Ye Bufan walked straight towards the cool and sensational diamond-encrusted and gold-plated top-class luxury car, the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. At the same time, he was among those onlookers A, B, C, D, and D, his face overflowing with arrogance. "Please make way. You're blocking my car." Those uninformed and melon-eating passers-by A, B, C, D, were shown a face by Ye Bufan's uninformed words. Some people even pointed to the top luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1, and again looked Ye Bufan up and down a few times, and then laughed out a pig's squeal. "Ahahaha, Uncle, are you making an international joke? Or are you telling us a cold joke? Are you saying that this car is yours? Hey, Uncle although just now, you ruthlessly punched the face of one of the 4 young men of Cloud City, the kidney-deficient prince, as well as that green tea whore. It was indeed wonderful. But then, do you know what kind of car this is? How much does it sell for? Let me tell you, this car is called the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. It's limited to a production run of 6 units worldwide, and sells for $100 million itself. Plus, with such a rare collector's edition luxury car, it's bound to be hyped up, selling for more than $200 million in minutes. Ahem, Uncle, see you also heavenly hotel waiter? Now, his wife out of the rail. Was your wife green, but also with daughter? Also quite not easy. Listen to my advice. You or avoid this car, hide a little farther away, in case the cuts were rubbed to throw paint. You lose a fortune. Bottom pants are lost, but also not enough for you to pay. Ye Bufan oh? Ye Bufan gave a oh? Slowly raised his eyes and surveyed the good, chow, heart, thing, passerby. He smiled lightly. Is that so? It's just a car. A transportation tool. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Even Yeshia was shocked by Ye Bufan's extraordinary quotes and shattered his three views. Versailles? Or, pretend? The face is swollen to fill up the fat? Dad, people are right. This kind of luxury car, a look are expensive to outrageous. Let's go. Yeshia could only pull Ye Bufan, ready to leave. However, once that passerby heard Ye Bufan's arrogant and cocky tone, he became even more energized. This time, instead of admonishing, he directly scoffed, as if he had heard a big joke. Ha ha ha, uncle, you're quite humorous. Are you going to laugh me to death? I think, you can totally prepare a program to go to the Spring Festival Gala. You'll be designated to win an award. Ha 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 ha, laugh off the gas. All. No, uncle, you're too damn funny. I'm going to laugh some more. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, did you all hear that? This waiter from the Heavenly Palace Hotel. He said that this Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 is his. And, he said, it's just a car, a transportation tool. It's not that exaggerated. What the hell? The monkey is going to the sky? Do you really think you're Bill Gates? No, I think it's still possible for you to call yourself Steve Jobs. After all, with Steve Jobs underground, it's still entirely possible for you to become a senior VVVIP of the Heaven and Earth Bank by telling your daughter to burn a little more for you on New Year's holidays. The rest of the melon-eating passers-by, once they saw that there were melons to eat, naturally responded by echoing the passers-by. My plants are grassy. So explosive? Uncle, I didn't expect Are you Steve Benjamin? Just now I also quite pity Uncle. A turn, Uncle this wave, and what is a tart operation Hey, no wonder. His wife is in love with one of the 4 young men of Cloud City, the kidney-deficient prince, so it's a bragging king. Looks like poor people will be hateful just based on his wear that a waiter's clothes. He really should take a piss to look in the mirror. He is worthy of this car? Hey, Uncle you still don't mess up among. If accidentally bumped into this car, karma you too waste. Also not enough to compensate. Just when these onlookers A, B, C, D, when there is a variety of opinions. Cold, but the system mechanical electronic sound. Ding, collected multiple emotions such as the daughters being cool, having a sense of security, and being pampered, rewarding 500 million family happiness fund. Ding, collecting the daughter's adoration emotion, rewarding 70% absolute controlling interest in Cloud City's Star Diamond level high-end KTV Royal One Clubhouse. The following is the host's attribute panel. Host, Ye Bufan, gender, male, age, 38 years old, marriage, flower is not flower, mist is not mist, wealth value, CNYU 1800, 000, wealth value, CNYU 1800, 000, reputation value, 500 points. Ye Bufan. He slightly browsed through the attribute panel. It seems that with the system buff, making money has become the easiest thing in this world. This was not a simple collection of positive emotions such as what happiness coolness having a sense of security, being pampered and so on from his youngest daughter, Shia. In one fell swoop, 6 more small goals were achieved. Outer regold. Very good. Awesome. Wait, there's another reward. Fizz. 70% absolute controlling interest in Cloud City's Star Diamond class high-end KTV Royal One Club? What's this for? It's strange. Still 70% absolute controlling rights. But the key problem is, Ye Bufan to this what Royal One KTV Club? Also not familiar there does not seem to be any intersection. Why did the system suddenly give him a wave of rewards? I don't know. The dog system will not be the trigeminal nerve splinter, right? Or is there a bug? Host, as the saying goes, the way of heaven is slim. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. The Buddha said, cannot be said. Cannot be said. When the book is in use, you hate it less. More skills do not pressure the body. More shares, more erode. In case of critical moments to use, can save a life SHHHHHHHH. The system has been lying flat and pretending to be dead in downtime. Ye Bufan. How is it? Uncle, there is nothing to say, right? You'd better hurry up and go. Don't disgrace yourself here. Passerby even said to Ye Bufan with a provocative tone. Ye Bufan came back to his senses from the system's rewards, and a light mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ye Shia frowned tightly, with a suspicious face, gazing at Ye Bufan. Dad, who knows? Ye Bufan was saying to Ye Shia in a warm voice, daughter, are you ready? Dad will give you a magic trick this time. As he spoke, He probed his hand and pulled out the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 car key, pressing the unlock button against the car. Beep beep beep. The Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 flashed a beeping light. Immediately afterward, the car's door, which looked like a rockbird spreading its wings, opened slowly. Ye Xia was stunned and dumbfounded. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and looked at Ye Bufan with a wooden look of disbelief. Ah, even by karma, Dad, this car is. Note, there are 3 kinds of controlling rights, respectively. 1. 67%, absolute control, equivalent to 100% of the power, can modify the company's articles of association/separation, merger, change the main project, major decisions. 2. 51%, relative control, belongs to the line of control, can control the company. 3. 34%, security control, with veto power. Chapter 010, Old Tease, you're so funny, old dough, you're so nice. That's right, this car is Dad's magic trick for you. What's the hesitation? Let's go, get in the car. Ye Bufan shrugged his shoulders with a dashing gesture, snapped his fingers at Ye Xia, and walked straight towards the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. Under the dazed eyes of those passers-by who were so shocked that their worldviews collapsed and shattered, Ye Xia also quickly followed Ye Bufan. She didn't close her mouth for half a day, and ate baffled and asked, Dad, this car really, yours? Ye Bufan answered dryly, without the slightest stutter, because in the moment Ye Bufan pressed the car key unlock button, this Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 car door opened that instant. Ye Bufan was convinced of the descent of the system father. He is even more certain mind. This time it's time for me to be the protagonist. If you have a system of hangers-on, you should be a bit more flirtatious, walking with the wind kind of thing. In the future, you can walk horizontally like a crab, and walk out of the pace of the 6 relatives who do not recognize. Misty grass, I didn't see the eyes, right? This Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 really heavenly hotel waiter uncles? Ha, this is not scientific. Uncle, this is a model of successful comeback. My mom, it can't be. Uncle is so low-key? He can afford such $100 million luxury car and he's still working as a hotel waiter? Is he experiencing life at the bottom? Holy, oh, bump. Where is he the bottom layer anymore? He's simply the emperor layer, alright. Hiss, this makes me suddenly care about Uncle, that green tea wife to Wanru. She really blind dog eyes. Even green uncle now should seek her psychological shadow area, right? Throw him nuts. Thank you, Bamano. Where am I? Is this Mars? I seem to be short of breath and my heart is aching. Ahem, Cauldron. Is your heart aching or your balls aching? Should I send you to cardiology or gynecology? Ye Bufan, quite the gentleman, bowed slightly and smiled warmly and cheerfully at Ye Xia. We have an invitation for Ms. Ye to get on the car. Put. Ye Xia was amused by Ye Bufan's amusing appearance. Ha ha ha, Dad, you're so amusing. He. Why don't I just call you Old Amusing from now on? Ye Bufan smoothly closed the door, and then quickly walked to the direction of the driver's seat, and shortened his body to sit in the driver's seat. Anything, as long as baby is happy. You can shout whatever you like to call Dad. He, old tease, old bean, you're so nice. Ye Xia smiled sweetly and compared a red heart to him. Ye Bufan took a deep breath and said meaningfully, that's a must. It's a shame to say, 18 years, Dad has never done a day's duty as a father to you. You 9 sisters, are you all okay? Ye Xia's complexion was slightly condensed, and then, he laughed joyfully. Dad, don't blame yourself. This matter then, can't blame you. The other 8 sisters are quite good. Don't worry about it. If the time is ripe, I think, you should also recognize them. Ye Bufan from the system of elaboration, the 90s daughters, he gradually into the theater, believe that all this is true, even if so far, in his mind, a trace of an impression about that what is the world beauty pageant champion Miss National Goddess, there is no. However, the top luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 was real, and he had just briefly glanced at his cell phone banking app, and the balance was clearly showing, 800,005, 213, $14. What surprised Ye Bufan was that his entire savings over the years happened to be $5,213, $14. Could this be some kind of hint? A sign that, starting from this savings, the trajectory of his life has shifted? For the rest of his life, will he have someone to love and be qualified to love people? At least the school goddess level baby girl was real. Well, good, as long as you guys don't dislike Dad. In the future, Dad will definitely pour out all he has, even if it means giving his life. He will definitely make up for the fatherly love that you guys have been missing for so many years. For so many years, Ye Bufan also said with emotion. Ye Xia raised her hand and patted Ye Bufan's shoulder. She smiled with a cheeky, nerdy and adorable smile. Old bean, what about being a human being? The most important thing is to be happy. Don't think about those have no. As long as we are together as a family in the future, including mom, we will definitely live a happy good life. Ye Bufan slightly Emil, but was careful to try to ask. Daughter, can you tell dad? Your mom, who is she? Ye Xia with a puzzled expression. Old tease, you'll show off. You even asked me, who is mom? Oh my god, could it be that after that night with mom, you really lifted your pants and don't remember anything? Ahem, dad, don't let me down. Hee hashtag carrot hashtag. Ye Bufan. He was embarrassed as hell and panicked inside, because he really didn't know who that Miss World Beauty pageant champion national goddess was. Could it be that his head had been kicked by a donkey? Was the door pinched? Been dog chased, or was taken to smash walnuts? Open durian. Amnesia? However, on second thought, it seemed that such a question, asking Ye Xia directly, was also extremely inappropriate. He could only barely squeeze out a smile and said with a snort and a laugh, how is it, daughter? My acting skills are good. Aren't they very much the potential of a movie star? If I were to enter the entertainment industry, wouldn't I have a chance to go for the Oscar for Best Actor? Ye Bufan secretly gave himself a full wow. Shake grass. Lousy, this is too witty. Right. Acting. Simply let Ye Bufan cannot help but burst nationalism to express the mood at this moment. This kind of explanation is too damn reasonable. Sure enough, Ye Xia gave a thumbs up. TSK, Dad. 6666. Your acting skills, strength, or tough guy type, IGO have to say. You can go and compete with Jason Statham, Van Diesel, Sylvester Stallone and so on. You're a sure winner. Ye Bufan laughed. Really? In that case, are you implying that Dad is getting old? Ye Xia made a face. Slightly, she said flirtatiously again. Dad's old beans, they have to be older. He, an uncle like you, charming will charm thousands of young girls. No, if I let you play Gao Qiqiang in Rampage, you'll have a chance to surpass Yang Sungwen, a veteran actor. Awesome. Ye Bufan's face was filled with a warm and happy smile that had not been seen for a long time. Okay, I'll take it as a compliment from my baby that my dad is good, to be praised by daddy's own daughter. Happy, so happy. Ye Xia's sweet smile was like a budding peach blossom in spring, charming to the extreme. That goes without saying. My dad must be excellent. Ye Bufan started the top luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. Boom boom boom. Hey, by the way, baby, where did you say the graduation party is tonight? We're off. Ye Xia nodded. 2 times. Yeah, the address of our graduation party is Chapter 011 Fragrant Car, with the schoolgirl baby girl wild ride, is our Cloud City. That what star diamond level high-end KTV Royal One Clubhouse. When Ye Xia said the address where they had their graduation party, Ye Bufan asked back in dumbfounded dismay. What, Royal One? Ye Xia slightly glanced out of the car window at Shinsu, one of the 4 young men of Cloud City, the kidney-deficient prince, and then a touch of gloom crossed her face as she muttered. Yeah, hey, speaking of which, I heard that this Royal One is the property of the Shin family, right, Dad? Do you think the Shin family will retaliate? At this moment, Ye Bufan's heart was like a vast ocean rolling with waves, quite unsettled. He secretly wondered that the system Bull Batch Crass, Broken Sound, the original collection of daughter worship emotions, rewarded the Royal One KTV Club 70% absolute control. Use here. Ye Bufan heart a realization. Immediately, he said to Ye Xia with that uncle's unique handsome and yuppie pose expression. Charmingly, baby, don't worry, there's daddy here. The Shin family, the 4 great families of the district Cloud City, are just that. We practice not to cause trouble, but never to be afraid of it. If people don't offend me, I don't offend. If people offend me, we will fight to the end. Ye Bufan's words, his heart thought, this time it seems to be the Shin family, one of the 4 great families of Cloud City. That should have blood luck. The green tea whore's wife, Xiang Wanru, was seduced by Shinsu, and Ye Bufan was green. Even if this matter in Xiang Wanru and cannot get out of it, but, for this so-called derailment, cuckold and whatnot, is always a slap in the face. Applause for love. Necessarily you love me. And here is even more to show that Shinsu or Tawanru is the same kind of person. Ye Bufan was green this matter, seemingly due to the advent of the system. The appearance of the youngest daughter Ye Xia is the end. However, being green is touching a man's principal bottom line that cannot be ignored. Although Tawanru such a rotten goods, in front of Ye Bufan pretend to be noble, set up chastity, married for 3 years, not even allowed to touch a touch. Instead, she would rather have someone like Shinsu her. even more shameless, green Ye Bufan. Then, in Ye Bufan's heart, it can never be so easy. Moreover, if the Shin family in Cloud City still presumes to retaliate against Ye Bufan, it would be even more of an acceleration of the Shin family's destruction and death. After all, at present, Ye Bufan is not only the 70% absolute controlling right of Cloud City's Star Diamond level high-end KTV Royal One Club. Moreover, the system also gave him can be called the business sector Tian Tulong's Supreme Token 9 States Business Guide. If this piece of the 9 States business identification is true, then, to crush the Shin family, but it is a piece of cake, regardless of whether it was a large family or a small workshop, the key was to have an industry. And once there are commercial activities, with the 9 States Business Guide blocking sanctions, what Cloud City Shin family can still turn the sky? Ye Bufan pondered for a moment, turned to ask Ye Xia, daughter, you see, I'm in a work uniform, do I need to go to the mall to buy a decent suit or something? Ye Xia waved her hand, why, Dad, it's fine, I think you're fine like this. Ye Bufan knew in his heart that Ye Xia had come so far to find himself and recognize himself. On one hand, it was because of the system, on the other hand, it was bound to be because of the blood relationship. There was an innate sense of affection, even if Ye Bufan's heart is still all kinds of doubts. But in the face of Ye Xia, such a sweet and dorky and cute and adorable school babe, who can not love and sweetly spoil it? Old Ye, just be content. Even if you're allowed to be a big bastard, a receiver, and a father, it's still God's favor and gift to you. At least Ye Xia, such a schoolflower baby daughter, is Xiang Wanru kind of green tea goods, cannot be comparable. Originally, he was concerned that wearing a work uniform like this would affect Ye Xia's image, but listening to Ye Xia say so, he also had to give up. Okay, baby, sit well, fasten your seatbelt, let's go. Ye Bufan let go of the brake and stepped on the gas. Boom boom boom. The top luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 issued a beastly low roar. Even though Ye Bufan had never driven such a top luxury car before, perhaps it was because of the system, it was like an innate muscle memory in his hefty body. How to drive, familiar in his mind, skillful, in Ye Xia's opinion, it all felt like her dad. Ye Bufan must be an invisible tycoon. As the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 roared, it roared away. In vain, those onlookers were doused with exhaust fumes and completely froze. On the other side, Xiang Wanru and Shinsu were even more shocked, as if they were struck by lightning. Grip grass. What the? Did the old lady underestimate Ye Bufan? This old dog. Or did he find out long ago that the old lady greened him and deliberately found a young and beautiful young lady? Also, still ing rented such a cool and sensational cottage sports car. Disgusting me? Shinsu raised his hand and slapped Xiang Wanru's head. You mountain cannon. A dumbass between A and C. You ing go rent a Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 for this young man. Ha? This kind of top-class luxury car? You where can I rent it? With a burst of cursing, he was again beckoning Ma Wu, one of the fighters he had summoned. Ma Wu, what are you still dumbfounded for, Kiba? Immediately follow them up. See where they went and tell me immediately. Ma Wu answered. Yes, young Su. After speaking, he beckoned and again was Glean 2 barely able to stand up beaters, driving that Wuling Hongguang, keeping a certain distance to follow Ye Bufan. Looking at the fading ass of the car, Shinsu spat out a mouthful of phlegm, his eyes surging with ferocity. He glanced at Xiang Wanru again. Xiang Wanru's eyes were rolling. She was muttering in her heart, how could Ye Bufan have such a top-class luxury car? Could it be that he had made a mistake? Moreover, usually they are almost able to ride on Ye Bufan's head, ting and pissing bullying. How did he let him know that after greening him, he was like a different person? Don't ing look. Hurry back to the hotel. Change your clothes, do what you need to do. Shinsu was in a depressed mood to the extreme, and fiercely glared at Xiang Wanru. He didn't have any mood to continue playing happy with Xiang Wanru. After that, he walked towards the hotel in a dejected manner. Xiang Wanru's heart is pondering over another thing. If this car is really Ye Bufan's, then, really want a divorce with Ye Bufan, is not counted as marital property. She still has half of it. Moreover, if Ye Bufan can afford to buy such a luxury car, then he must have a lot of savings, right? It also belongs to the marital property. I can also share half. Humph. Dog man, what's wrong with you? How dare you hit me? Divorce? Oh, I will also let you completely shed a layer of skin. She is like a daydream of a burst of slander. Also face bloomed more than the green tea more cheap rice smile. Closely followed Shinsu. Back to the hotel room. The rest of the melon-eating passers-by A, B, C, D, a look at the melon finished. One after another left. At that time, Ye Bufan drove the top luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1, all the way wildly galloping. He was secretly marveling in his heart, and he had to say that it was different to drive this global limited edition top luxury car. especially into the traffic hub of the main road. Usually less to say to traffic jams than his great aunt's 30 years of constipation is even more difficult. But today is completely unimpeded. And the rest of the car owners are completely avoiding the plague, as if intentionally avoid him, hide far away, give him a green channel. Is it because he was to Wanru that green tea green today? If you want to get by in life, you have to have some green on your head. Even the rest of the car owners are avoiding themselves? Oh. The answer was obviously not. Especially looking at the resentful eyes of those car owners, Ye Bufan knew that they weren't avoiding the god of plague, but the god of wealth. Throw you a male turtle. Driving a luxury car is terrific. Laborers can't afford to mess with it, but still can't avoid it? Let you a person luxury horizontal. Let your grandfather walk horizontally, so it's always okay. Cloud City this day is afraid not to change. When? Which dude's son rich second generation? By so bomb day Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 law? Rich people are really too damn will play. A car are we so dazed to choose to play workers? A few lifetimes cannot earn the hard-earned money. Misty grass, banana yua bara. So close. Fortunately I ducked fast, almost with this dirt bastard to a close connection. That I have to work for the rest of my life for this mother asterisk. The road was smooth and unobstructed, and it roared out with a kind of speed and passion bandwagon. Not long after, the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 drove into the parking lot of the Royal 1K TV Club. Chapter 012 collects daughters to relax their emotions and rewards them with skills such as space dance steps. Daughter, we are here. When Ye Bufan parked his car next to a slightly worn-out Wuling Hongguang van, he glanced over, and his youngest daughter, Xia, was actually leaning on the seat backrest, sound asleep. Ye Bufan gazed at the white as if white jade carved exquisite porcelain doll-like face, crystal clear. The corners of her mouth were all covered with a sweet smile, and she was actually sleeping so peacefully. It was like a baby in swaddling clothes, sleeping peacefully in a cradle. For a moment, Ye Bufan looked a little mesmerized and intoxicated. He thought to himself, Ye Bufan, 18 years ago, in the end what did you do? If this is the most beautiful artistic perfection in the world, you and that world beauty pageant champion Miss National Goddess that night, it is simply a ghostly artist who has carefully carved such a masterpiece. Hiss, just what kind of posture? What kind of tricky angle could forge such a superb piece of art that could be called an earthly fairy? Gazing at Ye Xia, it was completely like an immortal distinction that had come out vividly from a beautiful poetry scroll. Beautiful. It was so stunningly beautiful. It was just like a budding lilac, diffusing a unique fragrance. It is a pity that the carefully sculpted so earthly works of art of the sparkling night of the wind flow. Missing memories. I'm not sure if I've ever had a good time or a bad time. It's a shame. Otherwise, that kind of night would have been memorable enough. I guess it is comparable to the cherry blossom love culture and art movie in Sakura Country, the existence of the Godfather level, and I wonder how to revive that missing memory? Bang Wu. Roughly, Ye Xia was awakened by Ye Bufan's shout just now. She gradually opened her sleepy eyes and rubbed her beautiful, crystal clear, large eyes. She blinked her eyes and gazed at Ye Bufan. She pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Dad, how did I fall asleep? Arrived? Ye Bufan came back to his senses and nodded. Arrived. Ding. Collected emotions such as serenity and peace of mind from my daughter. Rewarding 200 million family happiness fund. Ding. Daughter's relaxation emotion has been collected. Rewarding soul-level space dance steps. Singing God-level mature uncle's smoking voice. Hall-level grade 10 piano and other music master skills. Ye Bufan opened the car door and got out of the car as the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded. He secretly sighed for a while, marveling, once again, at the magic of the system buff. It looked like, as long as his daughter had any positive emotions that were collected by the system, she would be able to receive a generous reward. In that case, in the days to come, as long as one sweetly favors and coaxes his daughter to be happy more often, then, for Ye Bufan, it's purely a life of laying flat and still winning na. Ahem, the key, inside a system father, you this reward. I'm a hotel waiter. What soul-level space dance steps? What mature uncle smoke voice? What hall level 10 piano? What is the use of it? What's the point of having this soulful space dance moves? This mature uncle's smoky voice? This hallowed 10th grade piano? Become a new generation singing god? Host, the pattern is small. You are not to accompany your daughter to attend the graduation party. You are a waiter, right? You can't let others look at the joke. You are the countryside down to the dirt dog. Can't shake. Become a Tibetan mastiff, right? You always don't want you to be a poser in front of those alumni of your daughters. Let your daughter lose face. Right? Ye Bufan, being tortured by the system with some soul torture. Ye Bufan was directly speechless. From the sound of it, it's hard to believe that he's going to be the protagonist of his daughter's graduation party. Yo, isn't this our national style and ancient rhythm department school flower, the little diva of fine arts, Ye Xia, Ye big school flower. Ye Bufan and Ye Xia just got off the car, didn't take 2 steps, and happened to be standing behind the butt of that worn-out Wuling Hongwang. Coldly, a conspiratorial and shrill girl's voice came out. That tone of voice clearly transmits a contemptuous mockery. Ye Bufan raised his eyes to follow the voice, only to see an extremely fashionable and alluringly dressed girl, with her heavy makeup. At first glance, it was a bit fawning. She fiddled with her newly made diamond-encrusted manicure while giving Ye Xia a sidelong glance, and next to her stood 2 other girls who were also dressed quite trendy and fashionable. Or rather, one of them had permed her hair into wavy curls, and the other dyed it into a depressing deep gray. They echoed the girl with the diamond-encrusted manicure, and snickered as they took a few glances at the Wuling Hongwang car behind Ye Bufan and Ye Xia. The girl with wavy hair couldn't help but snort out a laugh. She said in an extremely disdainful and provocative tone, "Egu, ye big school flower, you shouldn't be saying that you came in this Wuling Hongwang that's about to become a zombie car, right?" The other girl, who had dyed her hair a depressing deep gray, took a few glances at Ye Bufan, who was dressed in the work clothes of the Heavenly Palace Hotel. She snorted and said scornfully, "TSK, TSK, ye big school flower, you're really shabby too. What, is this one your hired driver, or a hotel waiter?" Even though Ye Xia was veiled, her natural beauty was completely crushing these 3 girls. She also nonchalantly returned the favor. "Shen Yun, Xiaojin, nursery rhyme, the 3 of you don't need to shelve that yin and yang. There's no need to report to you on how I came." After speaking, she took Ye Bufan's arm and said unapologetically, "Dad, don't bother with them, let's go." 1 or 2 of them, relying on the fact that their family has a few stinking dollars. Terrific. Ye Bufan remained silent, but his gaze slightly swept over the 3 girls, Shen Yun, Xiaojin, and nursery rhyme. It was obvious, at a glance, they were the kind of spoiled young ladies from the so-called powerful and rich families, and from their conspiratorial words, they even revealed some. I'm afraid that before this at school, they hadn't bullied Ye Xia much. At least it was a deadly rivalry, pretty much not dealing with each other. At the same time, from not far away, several boys who were dressed extremely fashionable and trendy came, almost from head to toe. They were all wrapped in designer labels through and through. Clothes, pants, shoes, jewelry and the like, to say the least, were all at the limited edition level. When the boy at the head came, he first greeted Shen Yun, Xiaojin, and nursery rhyme. Shen Yun stared at the boy and said poutingly, "Zi Yang, you guys are finally here." Fang Xiang reached out and directly wrapped his arms around Shen Yun's slender waist, and he was in an intimate, you and me relationship. Obviously, this Fang Xiang, the second young master of the Fang family, who could be called one of the 4 great families of Cloud City, and Shen Yun, the eldest young lady of the Shen family, who was one of the 4 great families of Cloud City, were dragging each other and were in a male-female relationship. Yun baby, what's wrong? Miss me? Fang Xiang barked and made a boop with Shen Yun. And then, Shen Yun muttered her small mouth and said with some displeasure, "Humph, Zi Yang, how come I heard that you don't love me anymore, and that you are secretly pursuing that little vixen Ye Xia?" Xiaojin, nursery rhyme and the other 2 boys Mo Zilu and Shen Bin had an extremely ambiguous and intimate relationship. As soon as Fang Xiang heard Shen Yun say that, he almost didn't choke on his breath, and his gaze fell on Ye Xia on the side. He hurriedly waved his hand in defense. Yun baby, how could it be? I am sincere to you. Humph, I don't care, unless you can prove to me that you don't have a single thought for that little vixen Ye Xia, Shen Yun said petulantly. Fang Ziyang raised his hand. I'll send for. I'm single-minded to Yun baby, but if I have any thoughts about Ye Xia, the sky will strike. Ha ha ha, Young, the way you send for. So 6-0, Mo Zillu said flirtatiously. Shen Yun, don't be paranoid. Really say to pursue Ye big schoolgirl, that's one of the 4 big families in Cloud City. Tang family youngest young master Tang Shun. He salivated for Ye big schoolgirl for a long time, said Shin Bin. Mo Zilla snapped his fingers. Hey, yes, I heard that Tang Shun is going to confess his love and propose to senior high school Flower Yi at the graduation party tonight. Fang Ziang stepped forward, sizing up Ye Xia for a few moments, and then glancing at Ye Bufan. He laughed sorrowfully. Ye Xia, this uncle you brought, who is it? Chapter 013 Daughter's Graduation Party. There's nothing wrong with Dad coming to attend, right? Xia, my most beautiful goddess, you're so beautiful today, as beautiful as heaven, sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon. Without waiting for Ye Xia to chime in, a boy in a sultry date red suit with a big back hair, holding a bouquet of blooming blue goblins, came forward. He handed the flowers to Ye Xia with one hand, and with one hand, he tried to mooch around Ye Xia's slender waist. However, In the next instant, Tang Shan wailed miserably, because the hand he extended to Ye Xia was intercepted halfway. A large, powerful iron pincer hand tightly grasped his wrist. Immediately afterward, a force that looked like it was going to crush his bones forcefully yanked Tang Shan's hand away, accompanied by a low, demonic roar that sounded like it was constantly coming from the 18 layers of hell. Scatter your salty pig's hooves. What kind of a thing are you? If you dare to overstep your bounds and attempt to violate and desecrate my daughter again, I'll abolish you. At once, the atmosphere was awkward, and the air around them was more like frozen. Even though it was the height of summer in the heat, it was giving off an icy cold and biting feeling that struck people. As if the temperature plummeted to below 0 degrees Celsius, people felt shivering. Everyone focused their eyes on Ye Bufan, who was tugging on Tang Shan's wrist. This middle-aged uncle wearing the Heavenly Palace Hotel waiter's work uniform. Who was he? Especially when Tang Shan, Fong Xiang, Xin Yun and the others heard Ye Bufan say that Ye Xia was his daughter. They were even more surprised and dumbfounded. Tang Shan bared his teeth in pain, his body arching into a prawn shape. He screamed, "Pain, pain, pain. Uncle, what are you doing? Ye Xia is my girlfriend. What's wrong with me hugging her waist? You are sick, right?" Heard. Ye Xia's complexion suddenly changed, and immediately huffed and scolded. "Tang Shan, you're the one who's sick, right? Who's your girlfriend? Watch your mouth. How many times have I told you that it's absolutely impossible between us? Don't be like a bedbug and disgust me, will you?" Obviously, Ye Bufan could tell at a glance that it was obviously Tang Shan's wishful thinking, having to say something about Ye Xia being his girlfriend. Ye Bufan yanked Tang Shan's wrist and increased his force even more. "Kid, I'll give you one chance to rephrase. Is she your girlfriend?" Tang Shan wailed even more miserably. His forehead oozed cold sweat the size of a bean grain from the pain, and he hurriedly confessed. No, uncle, I'm wrong. You spread out. It's my wishful thinking. It's my nonsense. I do like ye big schoolgirl, but she rejected me. Ye Bufan immediately fell with force. Tang Shan a few staggers, a stumble, doggy style, flopped on the ground. In a kind of warning tone, he chided Tang Shan. "Kid, listen up. Don't try to do whatever you want just because of your so-called privileged family. If you dare to mess around with my daughter again, I'll beat you up every time I see you." At this moment, Shen Yun, Xiaojin, and Nursery Rhyme, as well as Fong Xiang, Mo Zilu, and Chen Bin, who were on the side, whispered, with resentful eyes. They glared at Ye Bufan. "Misty grass, what is Ye Xia up to? Graduation party? Other people bring their male and female friends to attend even if it's okay. She brought her dad? What did I say? This ye big school flower pure brain pit. See her dad, that poor look, driving a zombie car Wuling Hongguang, but also a hard to pretend to be broad. Humph, I am skeptical. To Ye Xia such a tie little vixen. This man is her father? Do you guys believe it? What else? Could it still be fake? After so many years, have you guys heard that Ye Xia has a father? Doesn't she only have one mom? Oh, right. I remembered. It seems to say that her mother was no good, making love to some wild man and creating this little wild seed Ye Xia. I told you, although Ye Xia is called the school flower, she is a little bastard. A Thai fox. If her mother is not a good commodity, then the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. There is her mother will have her daughter. Maybe the father that she said in her mouth. This uncle is her godfather, right? Is this so heavy-handed? Humph, look at Ye Xia's that little Thai hoof. This uncle really is her godfather. It is also possible. Anyway, shouting godfather during the day, at night will be godfather. Let's not let this time, by this kind of insignificant person, affect the graduation party. Later on when we get to the graduation party, we'll catch and tease him properly. How about it? Aha, makes sense. Support. Then, let's go into the private room of the graduation party first. After Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others had a little bit of a plan, Fong Xiang walked over, assisted Tang Shan, and said in a low voice, "Shun Xiao, don't be in a hurry. When we get to the graduation party, then we'll find a chance to take revenge. Let's see if we don't get this dog bastard killed." Tang Shan clenched his teeth fiercely, a flash of resentful anger surging in his eyes. Asterisk. His ancestors. I'll have to gather people from home. Tonight I'll make sure that this son of a can't leave royal one alive. Fong Xiang gave a thumbs up and Jiejia's sinister bad smile, and then, he made a wink towards Shen Yun. Shen Yun contemptuously glanced at Ye Bufan for a few moments, and then said in a conspiratorial manner, "Ye Xia, you are really good. Graduation party, you brought your father here. What, is it your godfather?" Ye Xia rolled her eyes. Shen Yun, shut up. You, listen to me. The graduation party is a major turning point in my life. I brought my dad. What's wrong with that? Also, you all prick up your ears and listen carefully. He's my real dad. Don't use your nasty and dirty thoughts and fart in a different world. Shin Yun waved her hand. Humph. Ye Xia. No one cares about your, much less the mood of the graduation party because of your Xiaojin. Nursery rhyme. Don't bother with her. Let's go. After saying that, Xiaojin, nursery rhyme and the rest of the group left straight towards the Imperial Palace, the oversized VIP room of the Royal 1K TV Club parking lot. Ye Xia frowned tightly and looked at Ye Bufan. She lightly breathed out and sighed. Dad, did I make you look at a joke? Ye Bufan released a smile and raised his hand to pat Ye Xia's shoulder. Silly daughter, it's fine. I should say, it's Dad who was an asshole all these years and didn't give you fatherly care. This is what gives these alumni of yours a sore point to chew on. However, tonight's graduation party, Dad will definitely not let you lose face. Those who look down on you, Dad will let them know that you are the most honored princess in this world. As Ye Xia listened to Ye Bufan's heartwarming words, her nose soured and she couldn't help but have her eyes redden and well up with crystalline tears. She cried out rather chokingly, Father, you're so nice. As she spoke, she violently jumped into Ye Bufan's arms, moved to tears and sobbing. Ye Bufan's body stiffened underneath, and after a slight hesitation, he slowly raised his hand and tightly embraced his youngest daughter, Xia, into his arms. As if he was coaxing a small child, he patted Ye Xia's shoulder, and in the most peaceful tone of a loving father, he warmly relieved, Baby, why are you still crying? Don't cry, don't cry, Dad is there. When Ye Xia raised her eyes, her hazel tearful eyes, she muttered her mouth and broke into a smile. Daddy, I'm not crying, I'm too happy and touched. Ye Bufan gazed at Ye Xia who had pear blossoms and tearful eyes. He was heartbroken and warmly happy. He raised his hand and gently wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes and cheeks for Xia. Really Daddy's good daughter. Silly, let's go to your graduation party. Chapter 014 Extra Blast Reward. Underworld Dark King, Ding, collected his daughter's touched, happy emotions. Given that the host has deeply comprehended the true meaning of the collecting positive emotions superpower system for baby daughter, he has obtained the 1/999 extra blitz reward once. Does it open the blitz? When Ye Bufan accompanied Ye Xia straight towards the door of the Royal 1K TV clubhouse, the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded again. Ye Bufan secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. Banana you fairy ball, dog system, dare you to follow the 715 inner volume mode? In the era of scrolling, the system is so curly, you are a roll of pussy? And, you this a knife 999 extra bonus? What? You're saying you don't charge for advertising? Is it that you start with a koan, and your equipment is all swallowed? One cut 999, super high explosive rate? In this life, be a brother, right? Host, this is not true. The system responds 24 hours a day. It's called professionalism, not internal scrolling. Please do not question the host of this system. Slander and libel is against the law. This system solemnly promises not to take any advertisement. Reward countdown begins. Ones, twos, three. Ye Bufan. Spitting was spitting. Ye Bufan wouldn't miss a single reward. Without hesitation, he was straightforward and gave the command. Turn on blast. True fragrance is law. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Ding. 1/999 extra blast bonus opened successfully. Loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Underground World's Dark King honorary position, ruling the Underground Grey Zone, Shadow and the Dark Gang Blood Prison. Ye Bufan perceived the system's strong rewards, and he secretly marveled. Good guy, no wonder others always say, with the system in hand, the world is mine. It turns out to be so. Surprisingly, the Underground World what Dark King honorary position have come. However, this what Grey Area, Shadow, what Dark Gang Blood Prison. I don't know what to think. Of course, Ye Bufan knew in his heart that the system's rewards were certainly not the kind that would just slap you and give you a piece of candy. It is estimated that there is some purpose, such as, let the host become rich, let the host become strong. Since the beginning of time, there has been a law of the jungle. Things are chosen for their own sake, survival of the fittest, and the weak are the strongest. This is a law that has remained unchanged throughout the ages. In other words, only the strong can enjoy this society, quality resources. Only the strong can stand at the top of the food chain and make rules. Oftentimes, the rules are made for the weak, and the strong can not only change the rules, but can even defy them and overstep them, because in itself, the rules were made by the strong. Ding! The following is the host's attribute panel. Host, Ye Bufan, gender, male, age, 38 years old. Marriage, flower is not flower, mist is not mist. Wealth value, 1 Chinese yuan, 000, 000, 000, 000. 00. Wealth value, 1 Chinese yuan, 000, 0000000. Reputation value, 900 points. Notes, soul level space dance steps plus 100 points. Song god level mature uncle smoke voice plus 100 points. Temple level grade 10 piano plus 100 points. Underworld dark king plus 100 points. Ye Bufan briefly browsed through the attribute panel and felt a sense of comfort. Sure enough, an open life is different. If he were to work as a waiter at the Heavenly Palace Hotel, it would be a dream of a billion light years to achieve 10 small goals, and the system only needed a few hours. That marvelous feeling. It was as if even every breath Ye Bufan took was a few hundred to the account. Welcome, Royal 1. When Ye Bufan and Ye Xia walked to the entrance of Royal No. 1, the tall, delicate and graceful welcoming lady wearing special overalls bowed and saluted to welcome them. But the next instant, it directly made Ye Bufan clam up, because the welcoming lady first looked at Ye Xia, and then sized up Ye Bufan a few times. Sorry, this young lady can enter. As for this gentleman, according to the rules, you can't enter. At this time, Tang Shun, who was standing inside Royal 1, glanced at Ye Bufan and Ye Xia with an extremely weird and cunning smile. Or rather, he directly gave a thumbs up to Ye Bufan before a 90-degree rotation facing downwards, making a contemptuous gesture. Obviously, it was Tang Shun who had moved, utilizing his identity as the youngest master of the Tang clan, one of the 4 great families of Yun City, to instruct the welcoming lady to not allow Ye Bufan to enter the Royal 1 KTV club. Because Tang Shun was clear that as long as Ye Bufan was blocked outside of the Royal No. 1 KTV clubhouse, then he was going to have his fill of Ye Xia tonight. What do you mean? He's my father, how come he can't go in? When Ye Xia heard this, she immediately blew up, and she glared fiercely at the welcoming lady. Where are you guys such snobs? The welcoming lady awkwardly maintained her professional smile. I'm really sorry, we have rules in our club. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed to a sign erected on the side. That sign was clearly written. Idle people as well as dogs are not allowed to enter. Miss, please. Ye Xia looked helplessly at Ye Bufan, but she didn't budge at all and argued with reason. What do you mean? How did my father become an idler? Who knows? Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others standing inside looked at each other, but they said with contemptuous mockery, Ye Xia, you are afraid that you are not too high on that godfather of yours, right? Of course he's not an idler, right? People Royal 1 KTV club. Is the entire Yunqing Star Diamond level high-end club? Idle people, as well as dogs are not allowed to enter. Your godfather if it is not idle people, it can only be, Ye Xia, you fine taste, you, a high achiever who was accepted into Tsinghua's fine arts department. It's not hard for you to taste what species and breed your godfather is under such a high-end clubhouse, right? Ha ha ha, die of laughter. Hey, uncle, you'd better be sensible. This Star Diamond level high-end clubhouse is not something you can come to at this level. Obviously, they naturally used the words on the sign to insult Ye Bufan as the dog that was not allowed to enter the high-end club. Ye Bufan clenched his fists tightly. His bones emitted the sound of click 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 of fried soybeans. However, his face was still as calm as a mirror, without any emotional fluctuations. Ye Xia glared fiercely at Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others. Fong Xiang, Shen Yun, don't go too far. Tang Shun, what are you up to? Immediately have the welcoming lady release my father, otherwise, I won't attend tonight's graduation party. At the same time, Ye Xia forcefully chided Tang Shun, although Tang Shun was worried that if he really angered Ye Xia, she wouldn't attend tonight's graduation party. However, he also thought that if Ye Bufan went in, tonight's graduation party would probably be up in the air if he wanted to eat Ye Xia. Tang Shun had no choice but to dump the pot on the Royal 1 Clubhouse's rules. My Xia, I'm innocent. It's the Royal 1 Clubhouse's rules. What can I do? Otherwise, I'll just ask you to wait outside. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't think I don't know what kind of underhanded tactics you've played. Ye Xia huffed in exasperation. She was about to continue arguing with Tang Shun when a large, warm hand lightly patted Ye Xia's shoulder. With a smile as warm as the spring breeze, he said in the most heartwarming, loving fatherly and peaceful words, Xia, to a dog, there's no need for you to bother with him. And there's even less need for you to be afraid of the dog just because he barked at you a few times. Not just go into this Royal 1 KTV club, the so-called Star Diamond level high-end club in Yuncheng. Leave it to me, small case. After saying that, he turned a pair of sharp eyes like a sword, shooting at the welcoming lady. He asked in a stern voice, word by word, which asshole made this insulting sign? I'll give you one last chance. LOL. Is it impossible to go in? Chapter 015, Sego. Papa Divine Valor ignited his angry fists. Young Shun, let's go in first. Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others glanced at Ye Bufan, Ye Xia's father and daughter with contempt again. pulling Tang Shun into the Imperial Palace, the oversized VIP room of the Royal 1K TV Club. Before leaving, Tang Shun, Fang Xiang again did not forget to raise a middle finger to Ye Bufan, and the doorway welcoming lady heard Ye Bufan's harsh questioning words. She again measured Ye Bufan a few eyes. Still a dog-eyed snob, she snorted and mocked coldly. Uncle, who do you think you are? Less shouting there, don't pestle there to affect our business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you. As she spoke, she waved towards the several security guards beside her. Several security guards immediately came forward, shook the throwing sticks in their hands, and glared menacingly at Ye Bufan. Hey, where's the dog that doesn't know how to die? Dare to come to our Royal 1K TV Club to cause trouble? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and clip your tail and get lost. Otherwise, break your dog's legs. Yo, uncle, you are wearing the waiter's uniform of others' Heavenly World Hotel. Not a good dress. Play quite fancy. Daughter, play cosplay? These days, just a hotel waiter are so awesome, it can all afford a goddaughter. Ha ha ha, this goddaughter title of yours is extremely well used. The so-called shouting godfather during the day and being fathered at night. Little sister, you are also quite amusing. Other couples, male and female friends to our KTV clubhouse is just, you are really funny, which have brought their own father to stroll KTV. Uncle, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Don't affect our business by babbling here. Get lost. Otherwise, you'll be in deep. Ye Bufan thought in his heart, but also the Cloud Layer Star Diamond Level Upscale KTV Club. What kind of garbage is this recruiting? Suddenly let him feel that he has this royal 170% absolute controlling power. Are an insult. It seems that today, if you don't give these dog-eyed snobs a little lesson, they really think they are Hello Kitty. Ye Xia was also furious. She stomped her foot fiercely and gritted her teeth as she theorized with the welcome lady as well as those few security guards. You guys don't go too far. No matter what, if my dad and I came to your KTV club, then we are your guests. Do you guys not even want the minimum quality of customer is God? The welcoming lady glanced at Ye Bufan with a disgusted look on her face, and snorted nonchalantly at Ye Xia. Little sister, it's true that the customer is God, but, what kind of place is our Royal 1K TV clubhouse? Don't you have any compulsion in your heart? Here, is the high-end people entertainment place? Not a cat or a dog come. All should be respected, all worthy of welcome. We have the right, also have the courage. Screen those who do not belong to our KTV club consumption class customers. We take the high-end route, not a vaudeville troupe. If you guys want to come to Royal 1K TV club to show your superiority, sorry, you've come to the wrong place. You can go next door to those ground floor clubs, and they'll treat you as God, okay? Ye Xia glared angrily, huffing and puffing as she wanted to continue arguing. However, Ye Bufan raised his hand and tugged on Ye Xia, shaking his head slightly at her with a warm smile. Xia, it's fine, don't be angry. Leave the rest to Dad. Ye Xia's helpless expression. Daddy, look at these dog-eyed things. Pissed me off. Baby, why get angry with a few dogs? It's not worth it. Ye Bufan was still smiling warmly like a spring breeze, comforting Ye Xia. A few security guards staggered and chided and roared. Hey, dog, who are you calling a dog? Dare to show your superiority here again. I'll kill you. Where is the gripper who was looking for death? To our Royal 1 clubhouse to find fault and cause trouble. He is living screwed up, right? If I don't teach this bastard to behave properly today, I'll wear this security uniform for nothing. Damn thing, looking for a fight. Several security guards swung their clubs in their hands, and one by one, they blocked forward towards Ye Bufan. In the next instant, Ye Bufan ordered, word by word, towards the welcoming lady and the several security guards. Call your manager in charge of the management to come out. Put. The welcome lady scorned her eyes and directly disliked back. Yo, uncle, you're quite good at acting. So what? Put there to pretend to be addicted? Also, call the manager in charge out. Do you deserve it? Ye Xia is also worried about Ye Bufan will suffer. He tugged Ye Bufan. Dad, this kind of place, we don't go also. Go. A few security guards laughed Jejia wildly and recklessly. Right, get lost. What the hell? Nothing. I've seen those who pretend to be a pussy. I haven't seen those who come to our Royal 1K TV clubhouse to pretend. Or your goddaughter is sensible. Don't stand there. Where to stay cool, where to go? Originally everyone thought, with Royal 1K TV club such a star diamond level high-end club, completely able to crush Ye Bufan. Who knows? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth spreads out with an awe-inspiring and evil sardonic smile as he points to the welcome lady as well as a few security guards. You guys are so arrogant, aren't you? Good. Tonight this KTV clubhouse, not only will I go in, but I will immediately tell you guys to get lost. As he spoke, he pulled Ye Xia and walked straight towards the clubhouse. At once, Ye Bufan's action enraged the security guards who were holding the flinging sticks. They waved their flinging sticks, cursed, and immediately counterattacked towards Ye Bufan. Grass, where did the naive batch of 250 come from? And you really dare to cause trouble in the Royal 1K TV Club? Looking for death? Go to hell, dog bastard. Royal 1K TV Club is not a place for you to brush your existence. While cursing non-stop, he swung his club and ruthlessly smashed it at Ye Bufan. At this time, on the side, there are also a lot of onlookers. I blanch. Someone dares to cause trouble in such a high-end place as Royal 1K TV Club. The quality is really low. Why? There are always people who feel that they should be among the upper social circles, thinking that they have come to the star diamond level of high-end clubs. He is a celebrity. In my opinion, pure nasty. A human flow only. Ha ha ha. What stream of people on that wearing a hotel waiter uniform of the calf stuff. Look, is his mother wrong placenta raised? This grizzled uncle is also powerful class, district a hotel waiter, but also adopted such a beautiful goddaughter. Bang! Seeing that, the throwing stick in the hand of one of the leading security guards hit Ye Bufan's head, but in the next second, Ye Bufan's burning fist power boomed a fist, meeting that one flinging stick with a wild blast. Kaboom! The throwing stick was directly cut off by Ye Bufan's fist, and at the same time, his next punch, which was as fast as lightning, directly blasted at that security guard's chest. Ah! The security guard wailed miserably. His body lifted off the ground and flew a few meters away, falling heavily in the lobby of the KTV club. When the next security guard swung his throwing stick to pounce on him, Ye Bufan was still in a cloudy state, lifting his foot and wildly pumping over with a sidekick. Ka-ching! With a bang, the other security guard was kicked away by him and rolled a few times, rolling out of the entrance of Royal 1K TV Club. Bang bang bang! Ye Bufan struck out. The punches and kicks rained down, swift and fierce, even though he was pulling Ye Shia with one hand. But, with his other hand, the burning fist power, and that ferocious strength, he was like a furious beast. In the blink of an eye, several security guards were knocked down, lying on the ground grunting and crying. The welcoming lady was so scared that her face turned white, and she just wanted to call the police. Snap! Kaboom! Wow! With a crunching sound, the one-tempered glass counter in front of her crumbled in response. Ye Bufan probed his hand and picked up the lapel of the welcoming lady. That kind of strong aura that shocked the welcoming lady. Tell your manager who is in charge of the management to get out. Ha! This is yes. Sir, you please wait. I will immediately call our manager. The welcoming lady was scared out of her wits. Her face was green and purple for a while, so she could only raise her hands to confess and say. Then, she tremblingly dialed the manager's internal phone. Chapter 016. A dog is a dog. Tibetan Mastiffs, 2, are dogs. Where's the asshole that dares to make trouble in our Royal 1K TV clubhouse? Just at this time, the manager of the KTV clubhouse, Lee, who had heard the news, walked quickly. Originally, she held a belly of fire, thinking, to the Cloud City Star Diamond level high-end KTV clubhouse Royal 1, unless it is eaten bear heart leopard gall. Otherwise, where dare to provoke trouble? However, when she was furious and opened her mouth to reprimand, her line of sight fell on Ye Bufan and Ye Shia. The words on her lips were swallowed. Her face turned green on the spot, in embarrassment, but also in fear. The welcoming lady as well as a few security guards who had been taught a lesson by Ye Bufan, as soon as they saw Molly walk out, they immediately flocked forward and complained to Lee. Manager M.O. It's him, this damn uncle, who is not a great person and has adopted a goddaughter, has to show his superiority here. That's right, we are also following the clubhouse rules, screening those bottom stinking beggars who don't have the ability to consume. Manager M.O. Hurry to call the police. Put this dog money thing, arrest it. He dared to break into our clubhouse, but also hit us. The welcoming lady as well as the security guards were talking, and with one word from you and one from me, they almost didn't directly send Emily away to the western heaven. Her miserably white face was even more green, purple, and green for a while. A word almost came out of her throat. Shut up, snap. As she spoke, she raised her hands left and right, flinging her hands and slapping the welcoming lady, as well as the security guards, several times. You idiots, you're in big trouble. You guys are tired of living. You want to find death, but don't around pulling my mom to give you a back. Asshole dogs, I've been victimized by you guys. She slapped the welcome lady and security guard a few big mouths while immediately stepping forward. She was respectful to Ye Bufan, bowing and saluting as she trembled. Ye Dong, what brings you here? I'm sorry. It is the subordinate who is negligent in disciplining these ungrateful contraptions, risking offending Ye Dong. I also hope that Ye Dong's adults do not remember the small man's fault. I implore Ye Dong to forgive. Ye Dong? At once, the air froze. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme, giving people a feeling of suffocation and depression, as if in this instant, the temperature plummeted to -30 degrees, giving a chilling burst of biting cold that pierced the bones. Who dares to believe that Emoli, the manager of Cloud City's Star Diamond level high-end KTV Club Royal 1, is actually wearing the uniform of a waiter from the Heavenly Palace Hotel to such a man? So groveling, so nodding, so eager to kneel and kowtow, calling Ye Bufan directly as Ye Dong. Not only was the welcoming lady and those few security guards touching their burning cheeks, they were dumbfounded. Moreover, even Ye Xia was shocked and dumbfounded. With an incredulous expression, she looked at Ye Bufan. She secretly bellyached and searched. Hi yak yak? What's the situation? Another obedient reversal? Dad how he suddenly became Royal 1 KTV Club manager Molly, called Ye Dong it? In the end, what is the situation? It's too unbelievable. However, Ye Bufan made a wink towards Emoli, which meant that he was warning Emoli that he did not need to publicize his identity too much, and Ye Bufan sternly chided. Molly, how true? What? Dare it be that I don't deserve to enter Royal No. 1 because I'm wearing this waiter's work uniform? I was too busy working to change out of this outfit, so I just accompanied my daughter to the graduation party. Look, this welcoming lady, these security guards, what kind of trashy stuff are they? This is your light-hearted negligent management line? Do you not want to do it either? Emoli's complexion was hard to see as she immediately bowed and responded. Yes, Ye Dong taught me the right lesson. I will immediately deal with this matter seriously. Seeing this, the welcoming lady and a few security guards immediately stepped forward, tugging at Emoli. No, Manager Mo, what are you doing? Just a thing like him, Ye Dong? Know about it, Pa. Emoli was about to explode with anger, and she slapped her hand fiercely. Shut up, several of you bastard things. Immediately kneel down and apologize to Ye Dong. Miss 9. A furious rebuke scared the welcoming lady and a few security guards into weak legs, even though they didn't know what exactly was Ye Bufan's origin. But, with Molly's status, even though she was a manager of the clubhouse, but, what an honorable status it was. Even when Molly saw Ye Bufan, it was like an ancient 9th grade Sesame official seeing the emperor of the dynasty. Miss Welcome and a few security guards, no matter how ill-advised, that should be weighed. Thus, the welcome lady and several security guards clang flop directly kneeled in front of Ye Bufan and Ye Xia. Ye Dong, Miss 9, I'm sorry, this kneeling simply subverted the cognition of those onlookers, blinding their 24K titanium dog eyes. Misty Grass, what is the situation? What is the origin of this uncle? Sure enough, the one who can afford such a young and beautiful young model is definitely a big bull. Nima, I'm still a little hard to accept, although he looks okay, but with him like that, can support so beautiful school goddess? I lose where? Okay, the good show is over. There is nothing to see. Go, today there is wine today drunk. Good drink his mother a few cups. Ye Xia's pair of clear and crystalline eyes were stunned and amazed. When she looked at Ye Bufan, she was puzzled, and even more so, she had a small fangirl's admiration. Or rather, it made Ye Xia feel a sense of happiness of being pampered and cared for by her father. To know, for 18 years, Ye Xia had never had such an experience of having her father by her side. Even if the sky collapsed, her father was on top of it. She only felt a pang of soreness in her nose, and her eyes welled up with crystal tears. Ye Bufan glared fiercely at Molly. Molly, now, can I go in with my daughter? Molly was so scared that she was going to ascend to heaven. How could she dare to be slow? Ye Dong, of course, please. She bowed and made a pleased gesture, personally receiving Ye Bufan and Ye Xia. Ye Bufan glanced at the welcoming lady, as well as the several security guards, and did not say much. After walking into the clubhouse, he directly instructed Molly. Molly, like the welcoming lady at the entrance, the security guards and whatnot, that's the front of a store. This kind of dog-eyed ones, keeping them will only damage the image. Don't need me to tell you specifically how to deal with it, right? Molly's fearful intent immediately nodded. Yes, Ye Dong, I understand. Ye Bufan took a deep breath and said slowly, that's good. Molly, you don't need to give us a special reception either. You should go about your business. Right. The biggest ultra-luxurious private room in here, Imperial Palace. It's my daughter's graduation party. You see to it that it's properly arranged. Molly nodded her head. Ye Dong, you can rest assured. I must personally supervise, to help Miss Nine's graduation party. Done beautifully. Well, okay, you go down and busy yourself. No need to be overly particular with me. Understand? Ye Bufan's aura. It was like the posture of the son of heaven who came to the place on a private visit. Molly knew in her heart that it was bound to be Ye Bufan who was used to keeping a low profile, so she did not move and nodded her head in response. Yes, understand. When Molly walked away, she took it upon herself to arrange everything for Ye Bufan and Ye Xia for tonight's graduation party. and Ye Xia took a long breath, flashing her beautiful eyes with a look of adoration. Wow, Dad, you're too bullish. How? This Royal 1K TV Clubhouse's Molly manager, calling you Ye Don Na? Ye Bufan Ha sound, lightly smiled and said, these people na, our dog cannot change to eat, snobs only, but whatever is favorable to them, not to mention shouting what don, what general la, even if they let them shout dad, shouting even if they were to call them father or ancestors, they wouldn't hesitate. The world is also like this, there are always some people like a dog. Really, when he became the villa's watchdog, he is not a dog, but a Tibetan Mastiff. Unfortunately, they can never recognize their own identity. Positioning is not clear. After all, Tibetan Mastiff is also a dog. Chapter 017 Lucky Smashing Golden Egg, Unlocking the 9 Schoolgirls' Daughters Growing Up. Ding! Collecting the daughter's multiple emotions such as being pampered, worshipped, and touched, obtaining the exclusive Lucky Smashing Golden Egg reward 3 times. Will the host please confirm whether or not to smash the golden egg within tens? Coldly, the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded again. Ye Bufan, Cam, dog system, fancy, how come even smashing golden eggs is here? The host is narrow-minded. This system absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon, with the opening of the heavens and earth by Pangu, to the Big Bang, to the legend of black holes, to quantum entanglement and other kinds of awesome algorithms, came into being, is in a kind of dynamic change, occasionally upgrading. This is not excessive, right? Ye Bufan directly a 666, straight to the good guy. You're the system, Dad. You're bullish. Please ask the host to give the smashing golden egg command. Is it open to smashing? Ye Bufan a sound, but also not nagging, directly give instructions. Smash, must smash, ruthlessly smash. Ding! Host successfully opened the Lucky Smashing Golden Egg reward 3 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Golden Egg 1, 200 million Family Happiness Fund. Golden Egg 2, thank you for participating. Golden Egg 3, successfully unlocked the information of the septuplet schoolgirl's baby daughter. Does it open the reading to obtain the information of the septuplet schoolgirl's baby daughter? Aha! Banana, you big cinder block. Dog system, something wow. Ye Bufan secretly sighed for a while. Originally he was still thinking, after Ye Xia's graduation party was over, he would ask Ye Xia about the information of the rest of the 8 school beauties' baby daughters. Now, it seems that the system has unlocked the information of the 90s school beauty baby girls by way of the golden egg smashing reward. That's even better. Ye Bufan's excited mind immediately gave the command, open. Ding! Information about the host's 90 twin schoolgirl baby daughters has been obtained successfully. Please read it by the host. The eldest daughter, Yi Qingcheng, Department of Literature of Peking University, Classical Imperial High Cooling Department School Flower, top liberal arts writer of the college entrance exams, specializes in national studies and novels, knows poems, lyrics and songs, and is a renowned best-selling novel writer. The second daughter Yi Shiryu, Hong Kong University, Department of Finance, the schoolgirl of the nerdy lowly department, the top student of science in the college entrance examination, good at mathematics and science, extremely sensitive to numbers, the youngest ace trader of the Oriental Wall Street Finance. Third daughter Yi Feiqing, Aviation University, Department of Stewardesses, Uniformed Stewardesses Department of Schoolgirls, Miss World Beauty Pageant Champion, National Goddess, the most beautiful international aviation stewardess candidate. Fourth daughter Yi Zixuan, Imperial Beijing Medical University Department of Clinical Medicine, Angel Healing Department Schoolgirl, specializing in medicine, especially proficient in the art of Qi and Huang, Chinese medicine, Concordia hanging medical students. Fifth daughter Yi Yanyan, Department of Criminal Police of National Defense University, schoolgirl of Overlord Flower Woman Department, good at fighting and criminal investigation, aspiring to be a police officer. Sixth daughter Yi Luo, Magic City Jiaodong University Trade Department, social public relations schoolgirl, good at language communication, know many languages in the world, keen on trade. Seven daughters Yi Pei Yun, Beijing Acting Department, elegant and intellectual department of the school flower, good at acting, top streaming net red, the most famous acting actress. Eight daughters Yi Lingsu, Zhujiang University, Department of Archaeology, sexy lady department schoolgirl, good at archaeology, keen on metaphysics, research feng shui geography and geomancy. Ninth daughter Yi Xia, Tsinghua University Fine Arts Department, schoolgirl of the National Style and Ancient Charm Department, top student of the college entrance examination art specialty, specializing in Chinese painting and oil painting, known as the Little Diva of Fine Arts. When Ye Bufan finished reading through the information about the 90 twin school beauty's baby daughter, his entire being was bewitched, or rather, an agitated mind that rolled over in shocking waves. He had to once again lament, exactly 18 years ago, should say, 19 years ago, he was at the age of 19, encountered the world beauty pageant champion Miss National Goddess. In the end, what kind of god is it? The actual night flow, created this as the world legend. All 9 twin schoolgirl baby daughter. Hiss, each one is someone else's child. Ah, such an outstanding achievement. Oneself as a father, unexpectedly is the last to know. Is it pride? Is it proud? Yes, as a father, how can you not be proud of your daughter's excellence? Ahem, daddy system, let's discuss something. Since a wave of gold egg smashing rewards has smashed out the information of the septuplets baby daughter. Otherwise, next time, continue to smash the golden egg. Their mother, that world beauty pageant champion Miss National Goddess also smashed out? How? Host, about unlocking the moms of the 9-tuplet schoolgirl baby daughters. It depends on your future performance. For example, getting along well with the 9 schoolgirl baby daughters, they are willing to set up you with their mom. Or that if the host is not willing to be empty and lonely and want to liberate the 5 girls, you can also look for another new love. Ye Bufan. Ah, the dog system. Stick your dog's head over. I promise not to blow your turtle dog's head off. Find another new love. You sister. Ah, sorry, this system does not have a sister for the time being, and is unable to conclude a marriage with the host. Ye Bufan. You can leave now. Don't keep popping up and interfering with me and my daughter's relationship. Can't you see I'm busy accompanying my daughter to the graduation party? The system has given you the middle finger and is being cute to you. The system has balled up into a ball, and numbly rolled over to pretend to be dead downtime. Ye Bufan. Yo, ye big schoolgirl, you're finally willing to come in. Wow. When Ye Bufan accompanied Ye Xia straight into the Royal 1K TV clubhouse, the most luxurious and oversized private room, the Imperial Palace, taking Fong Xiang, Shen Yun, and the others, they immediately set up a mocking stance again. Tang Shun was completely in a kneeling stance, welcoming him, Xia school goddess, my treasure. But, when he saw Ye Bufan, who was following closely behind Ye Xia, the words he had reached the edge of his mouth were swallowed again. No, uncle, why are you so shady? This is your daughter's graduation party. What are you doing here? Ye Xia didn't care about Tang Shun at all and glared at him fiercely. Tang Shun, do you have to be so disgusting? Don't you understand human language? Who is your goddess? Who cares about being your whatever baby? Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. And then directly and obediently took Ye Bufan's arm, pulling Ye Bufan into the private room, walking towards a side seat. Tang Shun was embarrassed to a batch. He smacked his lips and glanced at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan also chided Tang Shun with a domineering aura. Sullenly, kid, do you really think that with your family's bull ***** family background, you can stop me? Tang Shun was so angry that he was about to explode, and was just about to have a fit when Fong Xiang walked up and tugged on him, whispering in a low voice, Shun Xiao, why bother getting to know this kind of person? To put it bluntly, he's definitely just here to dabble in food and drink. In this case, in a moment, we'll give him a hard time and make him perform a program for us. Let him sing, dance, yeah, and let him play the piano accompaniment. He. Think about it, with a dirt dog from the bottom of the social ladder like him, singing and dancing, can he do it? Piano, he knows even less, right? As long as we get him to make a fool of himself, that's our greatest pleasure tonight. As for how to get him, I've also called home. Once our manpower arrives, hey, can't we kill him? This kind of operation down, guarantee. You can tonight in Ye Xia this national style ancient rhyme school flower whole room flower candle night. I really envy you. I heard, this Ye Xia is very clean, dusty 18 years of good wine daughter red nah, just think about it, are cool to burst. When Tang Shun heard Fong Xiang's proposal, he secretly licked his mouth, and again, he stared at Ye Xia's marvelous shapely body and glanced at it for a few moments. He beautifully envisioned that he would be able to roll in bed with his goddess tonight. Chapter 018, with a daughter like this, what more can a father ask for? Dad, sorry I really didn't expect that these assholes, Tang Shun, were such bullies. At this time, after Ye Bufan and Ye Xia sat down in a side seat, Ye Xia obediently remained on Ye Bufan's arm, her little head leaning on Ye Bufan's shoulder. There was some guilt and self-reproach on her face as she muttered in a small voice. Ye Bufan smiled lightly, raised his hand and gently caressed her head, and said in the most amiable and warm voice of a loving father, silly baby, this matter, again, does not rely on you. It's okay. If you really want to blame only blame dad's incompetence. Earlier years did not accompany you sister's nine-side, take care of you, raise you, nor did he achieve any impressive accomplishments, which caused students like Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, and Shen Yun to heap ridicule on me. It also caused some unnecessary harm and distress to you. However, the fact that you were able to recognize dad and bring him warmth and happiness makes dad's heart very happy. Don't you worry, Dad will definitely do everything he can to take care of you and pamper you. Ye Xia listened to such heartwarming words from Ye Bufan, her sweet smile overflowing with fulfillment. Old bean, you don't always blame yourself. What about these years? Although me and the other 8 sisters, we didn't live too well, but it's a good thing that Mom is both a father and a mother, and she takes good care of the 9 of us sisters, and we were content. I'm also enjoying it. It's nice to have a dad to love and a dad to love. As she spoke, Ye Xia came a few points closer and gave a kiss to Ye Bufan's cheek. Daddy, love you yo, Red Heart. Ye Bufan's heart thumped, and for a moment, his mind was in turmoil. Ye Bufan, if the daughter is the little lover in the previous life, then what kind of sins did you create in your previous life? Of course, in this life, the sweet little girl has grown up. However, she is always my old Ye's blood is thicker than water. Flesh and blood baby girl, with a precious daughter like Ye Xia. Even if I have to fight for my life, I will let her live a happy life. I won't let her be wronged, and I won't be bullied by anyone anymore. Also at this instant, Ye Bufan's heart violently rose up, a powerful father's obsession, a firm conviction of spoiling his daughter and loving her. Yes, Ye Bufan basically 90% accepted that Ye Xia was his own daughter. This iron-like fact, even though there was that 10% doubt, Ye Bufan pondered in his heart that he had to find an opportunity to go to the hospital to do a professional DNA paternity test. Despite having 90% belief, that 10% uncertainty is always a thorn that chokes in the heart. All students, tonight's graduation party, people have all arrived. The following officially begins our graduation party. As the student who specialized in hosting the graduation party picked up the microphone and began to say aloud, Ye Xia's graduation party was also considered to have officially opened. Before the graduation party's dinner begins, we have a special mysterious guest for tonight's graduation party, and that is the father of our school's National Style and Ancient Rhythm Department's school beauty. Ye Xia has specially come to attend our graduation party. Ye Xia, as a senior student of our school, who was admitted to Tsinghua's Fine Arts Department, we deeply welcome the fact that her father was able to come to the graduation party. In order to show school beauty Ye Xia's dad's welcome, here's an invitation for Ye's dad to perform a program for our graduation party, according to the past school's practice, but any student's dad or mom who attends the graduation party will usually sing, dance, as well as perform on the piano. Obviously, what this host described was a specially arranged session by Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun, and the others. As the host finished speaking, immediately, it was the entire large private room that was uproariously egged on. Pa 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 pa. A thunderous applause rang out, immediately followed by another loud goading shout. Please invite Ye Big School Girl's father to sing, dance and perform on the piano for us. Singing, dancing and piano program performance. Come on, uncle, don't be shy. We're all waiting for your wonderful performance. Ha ha ha, wow, this wave must be 6666 wow. Uncle, don't be shy, please start your performance. Don't be shy, start. Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others even got up and walked beside Ye Bufan and Ye Xia. In a provocative tone, Tang Shun said to Ye Bufan, Uncle, since you're here, you can't just come to watch the fun, right? Fong Xiang also immediately chimed in and egged on. That's right, how friendly and welcoming we are to you. Let's let you perform the program first. Shen Yun snorted and coldly mocked. Tang Shun, Zi Yang, in my opinion nah, you guys shouldn't make things difficult for the other uncle. He's a hotel waiter, how can he do any singing, dancing or playing the piano, right? Not waiting for Ye Bufan to open his mouth. Ye Xia frowned slightly and glanced at Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others. You guys just don't put that aside to disgust people. With this drunken and disgusting behavior of yours, don't think that I don't know what you guys want to do. Xiaozhen snorted coldly. Ye Xia, don't be ungrateful, this is also a piece of goodwill from all of our classmates. How dare you dog bite Lu Dongbin and not know what's good for you? That's not true. How much face are we giving your father? If he can't sing, dance, play the piano or whatever, you can just say it. Nursery Rhyme also chimed in. Mo Zilu laughed. Forget it, I guess like uncle. Not to mention singing and dancing. Other people sing for money. He has to sing for his life. It's better not to force it. Chenbin smiled faintly. Sparrow food, singing, dancing, playing the piano and whatnot. That's an elegant art. Not everyone can do it. Ye Xia was just about to continue disliking her. However, Ye Bufan's hand gently patted Ye Xia's shoulder with a smile that put Ye Xia's heart at ease. Xia, it's fine, since these classmates of yours are so graciously invited, I can only decline and reluctantly offer to sing a song and dance for everyone. As for playing the piano, it's not that difficult. It's not a big problem. Ye Xia stunned ate baffled expression, looked at Ye Bufan, but, Dad, these singing and dancing and playing the piano, you Will? Ye Bufan a sound, lightly smiled, singing, dancing, playing the piano, is very difficult? Isn't it just a matter of having a mouth, hands and feet? Ye Xia. One sentence directly made Ye Xia dumbfounded, and even more so, she had a strong curiosity and admiration for Ye Bufan. In this instant, it also made Ye Xia feel, more deeply, a strong fatherly love. As for Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others, they directly couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard this. Ha 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 ha, I can't live to laugh. Students, did you hear that? The father of our Yida school beauty said that singing, dancing, and playing the piano. Isn't it hard to just have a mouth, hands, and feet? I can. Uncle, I'll give you 99 points for this wave of pretense. One more point is afraid you'll be proud. For those who don't know, they really think he's great at Versailles. I threw bird food, almost thought he was Versailles. Think carefully, this forced to pretend like 205 ah. Yo, since Uncle's so awesome, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up, please start your pretend. Ahem, show it. Please welcome the father of our blowing awesome king Ye Big Schoolgirl. Ye Big Snub. See, this kind of person, give him a little bit of color. He can really open a dyeing workshop. Give him a little bit of sunshine. He will be as bright as a sunflower. Chapter 019, Piano? It's not just having hands. One chord. All the loneliness of the ages. Thanks to all of you students for treating this uncle of mine with special care and being so kindly invited. Then I'll keep it simple and play a song for all of you. Sing, dance, and help cheer up. However, just when everyone thought that Ye Bufan was bound to not be able to sing, dance or play the piano, Ye Bufan had already fallen and walked forward in a dashing manner and said aloud in a bland voice. Following that, he walked slowly to a piano. He resolved that he would first play the piano accompaniment and sing a song while playing the piano. As a matter of fact, if it were the previous Ye Bufan, in today's situation, he was bound to be crushed by Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun, and the others, trampling his old face and rubbing it on the ground viciously. However, the system added Ye Bufan. The system itself rewarded a wave of soul-level space dance step singing god-level mature Uncle Smoke voice temple level grade 10 piano music master's skill. He also realized in his heart, the original system reward, is at such a critical moment, come in handy it, as expected. The system's buffs were his capital for pretending. Or rather, the system was to create a perfect awesome boom boom with lightning host. Then, facing the crushing of Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun, and other playboy-rich second-generation sons and daughters, inevitably, Ye Bufan will slap the loudest face to hit back. When he sat in front of the piano, the back of a flash, there is a kind of king descending overbearing aura. Almost all of the students attending the graduation party, also in this instant, face overflowing with a kind of mocking taunt smile. More than anything else, it was a posture of waiting to see Ye Bufan lose face and see him laugh. While Ye Xia secretly clutched the corner of her coat, she slightly opened and closed her lips, slightly frowning. To Ye Bufan was a kind of worry that could not be determined. Because she had just recognized Ye Bufan, she really couldn't figure out just how capable Ye Bufan was. Hiss, Dad, can he play the piano? Can he sing? Can he dance? If he cannot, then, he would be caught by the bad taste of people like Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, and Shen Yun, right? Ye Xia even regretted a little bit that she shouldn't have brought her dad to the graduation party. That way, he wouldn't have been teased by students like Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, and Shen Yun. But, if you don't have your dad at the graduation party tonight, is it safe for you to be alone? Tang Shun, that kind of asshole, had long coveted his beauty and craved his body for too long, completely like a hungry wolf on the verge of losing his mind. If there was no Ye Bufan, maybe Tang Shun would still do something heartless. Thinking like this, Ye Xia was again thinking how wise she was to ask her father, Ye Bufan, to accompany her to the graduation party. It's just that she really didn't expect that Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others would repeatedly try to make a fool out of her dad. Of course, it also made Ye Xia feel immensely relieved. From the moment she arrived at the parking lot of the Royal 1K TV Club, the various shenanigans of Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and other classmates had not crushed and shocked Ye Bufan in the slightest. Especially the moment he entered the door. He was blocked by the dog-eyed snobbery of the welcoming ladies and security guards. Who would have thought? Ye Bufan's identity is a strong reversal. Became the Royal 1K TV Club stewardship manager Mo Li Mouth Yidong. Ye Xia heart is also doubtful. In the end their own father. What kind of Yidong? Could it be the director of Royal 1K TV Club? Too many doubts shrouded Ye Xia's heart, also making her inexplicably curious about Ye Bufan. At this time, Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others were again plotting and scheming, and their underhanded tactics continued. Surprisingly, under the guise of welcome, Ye Bufan was asked to sing, dance, and play the piano to perform a program. And once Ye Bufan didn't know how to do it, he would definitely be publicly humiliated by these people. This trick of theirs still could not escape Ye Xia's eyes, but the current situation was that instead of Ye Bufan refusing Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun, and the others difficult singing, dancing, and piano playing, he directly went on. This made Ye Xia even more puzzled as to whether Ye Bufan was just puffing up his face, or did he really have some overpowering skills? Yo, see, Ye Big School Flower's father. This wave of pretense, quite in place do not know, really thought, he is a piano master it. Oh, intersection, oh ha, I bet a handful of chili fries, he's just pretending. If he really knows how to play the piano, I'll swallow live. Ahem, classmate, do you need to be so heavy-handed? Do you need feces? 5 years of constipation. It's free, it's enough, there's no doubt about it. If Ye Big Schoolgirl's dad can play the piano, I'll directly broadcast live playing ding, ding, live streaming the day's 5-speed electric fan. Misty Grass, are you guys playing so hard to get? I'm kind of looking forward to it. Uncle will play the piano, and then I'll watch you guys live stream the ding, live streaming the day's 5-speed electric fan now. Bah ha ha, hiss, it's about to start. Boo boo boo. When Ye Bufan sat down in front of the piano, he took a deep breath and looked at ease. He had a kind of floating and dashing style of walking idly, and when his fingers landed on the keys, it actually gave off the lightness of a snowflake floating down on the keys, especially when he began to strum the chords slightly. Ding dong, an ethereal and melodious zither sound rang out, giving the impression that it wasn't him playing the keys, but more like tugging at one's heartstrings. What was going on? Could it be that he really had a kind of magic power to play the piano and take in people's hearts? As if in this instant, between heaven and earth, quickly spread out, leaving him standing above the stage of the world. Where he was the core of the world. What's more, it gave a sense of silence and endless loneliness. Just a chord, as if between the illusion of a wind xiao xiao ruwashi easy water cold, the strong man once gone, never to return to the heroic sad song. It is a kind of coldness, it is a kind of loneliness, is a kind of nameless loneliness, at once. Originally, there were many different opinions in the large room, became extremely silent. It was as if an embroidery needle fell on the ground and a crisp sound could be heard. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, confused and stunned by Ye Bufan's chord. Who would dare to believe that just one chord, but it contained endless musical wonders? The corner of Ye Xia's mouth was flooded with a cozy sweet smile. It was because at this instant, she was tantalized by Ye Bufan's chord, making her feel as if she had pushed open a door to heaven. It was an endless sea of flowers, flourishing and fragrant. She was like an angel in disguise, opened the light wings, soaring in that dense with the wonderful fragrance of the world. Everything is so beautiful. Everything is the future she envisioned in the past. A dream come true? Yes, recognized with her father, so that her world leads to the infinite dawn of hope. Is this the love of a father? Is this a child with a father? Like a spring in a mountain stream, it cleanses the heart and makes the mind clear. Ah, Dad, it's good to have you. I'm so happy. Thank you for the love you gave me. It's very satisfying, very cozy, very happy. Ding dong, clang clang clang. Immediately afterward, with the sound of an endlessly lonely zither in a melodious manner, everyone in the large private room was dumbfounded, because Ye Bufan's nimble fingers, resting on the keys of the zither, played the keys with a perfect, absolutely heavenly melody that lingered. Chapter 020, A Lone Brave Man, Uncle singing God's smoky voice, and soulful space dance steps. Misty Grass, this piano really played by him? Something wow. Hiss? No way. Who turned on the music? Right? He can play such an advanced melody? Ha! The intro to this piano melody is it Eason Chan's Lone Ranger? Cam, I doubt our intelligence. Being held down and rubbed on the ground. Well, it seems like it's really the tune played by Ye Big Schoolgirl's dad, that hotel waiter uncle. I drop mom no, won't it? A hotel waiter uncle this piano attainment? It's simply comparable to the world's top piano masters, right? I can't believe it. This is the song played by the father of Ye Big Schoolgirl. You guys quickly go to confirm with the staff of the KTV clubhouse. Is there someone in the dark to play the piano melody for him? Mama a kiss. Really is Eason Chan's Lone Brave Man. Bull batch crass, broken sound, with Ye Bufan's nimble fingers, dancing on the piano keys, the melodious melody that Hep exploded out. It was simply a more explosive visual impact than even Eason Chan's original version, shocking all the students in the large private room, dumbfounded, shocked, especially when Ye Bufan played this melody of Eason Chan's Lonely and Brave. It gave people a sense of loneliness for the ages. It was as if the only thing between heaven and earth was his lone figure, fighting under the dark abyss. However, it is also a kind of blossoming out of the resounding rose of combustion. The introductory melody alone explains the entire theme of the song. Even more shocking to everyone's hearing is the smoky voice of the god of songs. There is a kind of oral impact that lingers for 3 days. All are brave. The wounds on your forehead, the differences you've made, the mistakes you've made, you don't have to hide. Your worn out dolls, your masks, your egos. They say they'll tame every beast with light. Everyone was silent. Everyone was stunned. Originally, some people had questioned whether it could be Ye Bufan cheating, getting the staff of the KTV club to play this piano version of Lone Brave Man. However, they could see incomparably truly that Ye Bufan was definitely not pretending to play the piano, and definitely not singing falsely. That kind of uncle's smoky voice that was melancholic with the vicissitudes of age penetrated deep into the soul. In a unique way, it interpreted the true meaning of Lone Brave Man. Oh my god, Ye big schoolgirl's dad is he? Is he possessed by the god of song? How come looking at him has a visual impact of Jackie Chun? This kind of mature uncle's smoky voice is too healing, too deadly. It's as if I'm listening to this song Lone Brave Man. There's a kind of ear-pregnant auditory feast. Now, it looks like Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun. They've lifted a stone and smashed their own feet. This kick is simply kicking on a steel plate and breaking their toes. In that case, the reason why Big School Flower Yi is so outstanding is bound to still have inherited uncle's fine genes. Sure enough, what's the meaning of you can't judge a person by his appearance? You can't measure the sea with a bucket of water. It's too shocking. It's too explosive. For a moment, those mocking voices shut up, leaving only a kind of incomparable worshipful marveling at Ye Bufan. Who would dare to believe that Ye Bufan was playing a melody of top-notch piano attainment while singing this song Lone Brave Man by Yi Chan, completely at his fingertips and completely familiar with his heart. Too shocking, too shocking. They say they're gonna sew up your wounds. No one loves a clown. Why can't loneliness be glorified? Only imperfections are worth celebrating. Who says a man covered in sludge is not a hero? I love the way you walk down dark alleys alone. I love the way you don't get down on your knees. I love the way you've stood up to despair. I love the way you don't cry. I love your tattered clothes, but you dare to block the gun of fate. I love that you're so much like me. The gap is the same. Ye Bufan was completely transformed into a god of song, intoxicated in his own devotion to singing. The melodious melody in his fingertips fluttered and exploded. And that song god-level Uncle Smoke voice was just right, interpreting Lone Brave Man to the fullest. More than anything else, it gives a sense of endless lonely heroes, nameless ordinary heroes, fighting for greatness, as in the darkest corners. The image of the unsung heroes in the unorthodox sense came to life and was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Even Ye Xia was stunned to see and completely dumbfounded to hear. Her nose was sore, her eyes were red, and she had a complete urge to burst into tears. Her mouth murmured and raved as she whimpered and called out, "Ah, Dad, cool, handsome, even by karma. So my dad is this tough?" Surprisingly, he has a god of song level smoke voice, and with such piano attainments, he is at least a hall level 10, right? At this moment, Ye Xia was completely shocked by her own father, Ye Bufan, and was completely enamored. As Ye Bufan played the melodious melody, he sang with the mature smoky voice of a great uncle. When his melodious melody came to an abrupt end, he turned around as he got up. He suddenly made a slide, a flamboyant gesture, completely give people a kind of Michael Jackson possessed like, his light and airy figure, even directly to the space dance step dance. What's worse, he even switched to a rock and roll style with his godly uncle's smoking voice, and continued to sing the chorus of Lone Survivor. Go on. Deserve it? Go, worthy of this ragged cape, to the raggedy cloak, to the humblest dream, to the whimpering and roaring of the night. Who says a hero stands in the light? They say they'll quit your madness. It's like wiping away the dirt. They say to go up the steps, and the price is to bow your head. Then let me not ride the wind. You're just as proud of that courage. Who says that playing against the ordinary is not heroic? That kind of is absolutely kill the whole scene. Will tonight's graduation party directly before the beginning? On the peak climax, because Ye Bufan violently switched styles. Interpretation of the soul-level space dance step, coupled with the fusion of Yi Chan's song Lone Courageous. Surprisingly, let a person feel a kind of Michael Jackson kind of hall-level space dance step god-level Big Brother's loneliness. Perhaps, in such a kind of devilish space dance steps, sang the Lone Brave Man, but also let those nameless heroes, lifelike, like a poem, meandering display in the eyes of all people. I drop God grin. Ye big schoolgirl's father is too fluffy, right? By Ready Gaga. He is simply the god of song possessed, simply a piano master, simply Michael Jackson reincarnated. Mom, yeah, I'm in love. Uncle, you're so manly, man god, I love you, Il Redheart. Oh my god, what kind of demonic existence is this? This uncle is too strong. I want to marry him. Ahem, Tay, aren't you guys a bit crazy? What? You guys just couldn't get past Big School Flower Yi. So you're just going to be her baby mama, right? Uncle's divine performance like this is definitely the most hormone-fueled, dopamine-stimulating, trigeminal nerve-exploding performance of our graduation party tonight. Hold the grass. If it wasn't for Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shin Yun and the others who just said that they wanted to spoof and tease senior high school flower Ye's father, I would have thought for a moment that Uncle was really the mysterious guest they had arranged to invite. Ha ha ha, this time there's a good show to watch. They were going to tease Uncle, but they were beaten up by Uncle's strong strength. Yes, Uncle is too tough. This hand of piano attainment, this singing god smoke voice, this soulful space dance steps, invincible existence nah. Chapter 021, Collecting Daughter's Intoxicated Emotions, Rewarding Wine God Level Wine Tasting Master. Whoa, Dad, you're too good. How did you do it? When Ye Bufan perfectly finished his piano performance, singing and dancing with the most handsome and elegant pose, the whole large private room was filled with people. In the entire large private room, only suffocating unprecedented silence remained. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ye Bufan walked dashingly and suavely to his youngest daughter, Ye Xia. Ye Xia defied everything and violently jumped into Ye Bufan's arms, feeling the greatest fatherly love. She was so excited that her tears filled her eyes, and her hairy head, buried deep between Ye Bufan's neck. She was completely and utterly conquered by her extraordinary father. Who would dare to believe that with Ye Bufan being such an ordinary and commonplace waiter at the Heavenly Palace Hotel, he was actually the one who possessed such a hall-level 10th grade piano attainment, such a singing god-level Uncle Smoke voice singing throat, such soulful space dance steps. It's shocking. It's too explosive. These students were also shocked by Ye Bufan, of course, except for Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shin Yun and the others. It was as if their IQs had been severely crushed. It was as if their faces had been ruthlessly held down and rubbed on the ground by Ye Bufan. Originally, they were thinking that they would make Ye Bufan so-called sing, dance, and play the piano, by which they would humiliate him. But who had thought that when Ye Bufan made a move, it was all a horizontal push and crush. Asterisk. What the hell? He's toxic, right? How could he have such musical attainments? Fong Xiang's pair of resentful eyes glanced fiercely at Ye Bufan. Shin Yun snorted coldly, also showing disdain, and murmured, "It seems that letting him sing, dance, and play the piano can't suppress him. The only way is to have a graduation dinner later, at the feast, to properly humiliate and shame him." Tang Shun took a deep breath as he gritted his teeth. "Cam, as long as this grifter is present, it's up in the air if we want to take Ye Xia tonight." Mo Zilu egged on from the side and said, "Shun, don't panic. At the graduation dinner later on, casually fix some high-grade foreign wines or something. He's bound to have never seen it before. Then, how to high-dimensional suppression, on the ruthless suppression, humiliate him to no face, so that he feels ashamed to stay in our banquet. He will not be his own tail." Gray laughed. "This is not on the line?" Chenmin bared his soul and glanced at the side where Ye Xia was happily snuggled in Ye Bufan's arms. With a tone of contempt, he said contemptuously, "See, obviously not Ye Xia's real father. It's definitely a godfather. Shun Xiao, if you don't dish out Ye big schoolgirl tonight, I'm afraid you'll have to be given by her godfather tonight." Scourge Boo. "In the future, even if you manage to get your hands on her, she will still be a broken shoe." Tang Shun was even more depressed to the extreme as he clenched his fists tightly. Can't be bothered with that much. I'll call for help from home in a moment. Even if I have to forcibly fork him out, I'm going to screw him. I've been preparing for so long. I must eat big schoolgirl Ye tonight." Facing his youngest daughter, Ye Xia, Ye Bufan's mind was quite unsettled. He pondered in his heart just how much damage had been caused to her over the past 18 years due to the lack of fatherly love. Now, she was moved to tears by her own mere sparsest fatherly care. "Baby, why are you crying again?" Ye Bufan raised his hand and gently patted Ye Xia's shoulder, asking warmly with the most simple concern of a loving father. Ye Xia broke into a smile, raised her eyes and gazed at Ye Bufan, full of misty tears and teary eyes. It was a kind of pear blossom with rain that made people feel pity. He, old bean, I didn't cry. I was too excited. By Dad, your perfect piano playing, by your singing God's smoky voice, by your soulful space dance steps." Ye Bufan raised his hand. His fingers gently scraped Ye Xia's nose. With the warmest smile like a spring breeze, he released, "Ha ha ha, playing the piano is just a matter of having hands. Singing, just have a mouth. As for dancing, that's even simpler. If you're missing an arm or a leg, you can do it." No, even more so, anyone who can breathe can do it." Ye Xia, she was amused by Ye Bufan. "Giggle, old bean, you're so funny." "Humph, still old Versailles, was that how you were back then, picking up your mom?" Ye Bufan. This soul's question was really directly confusing to old Ye. Back then, young and ignorant, also missing memories, also really do not know, is their own charm, fascinated that mysterious world beauty pageant champion Miss National Goddess, or just because they, young, physical strength is good, plus, oneself is indeed also a great weapon early, I don't know, one day in the future, with Ye Shi as mom, the mysterious wife whose name he still doesn't know, if we meet again, maybe, one day, first dry as a toast, ding, collected the daughter's multiple emotions of excitement, joy, and happiness and rewarded 300 million family happiness fund, ding, collected the daughter's intoxication emotion, rewarding the wine god level wine tasting master, the system's mechanical electronic sounds sounded, Ye Bufan secretly sighed for a while, deeply shocked by the system's timeliness that was definitely more bullish class than the rolling god system, ding, the following is the host's attribute panel, host, Ye Bufan, gender, male, age, 38 years old, marriage, flower is not flower, mist is not mist, wealth value, CNYUN1, 500, 000, 000, 00, wealth value, CNYUN1, 500, 000, 000, reputation value, 1000 points, P.S. Wine God Tasting Master plus 100 points, students, thank you very much to the father of Ye Daejia's schoolmate for bringing us a brilliant piano performance, the god of song's smoky voice Som Lone Brave Man, and a soulful space dance. The student hosting the graduation party picked up the microphone and said in a loud voice, next, we're about to start the graduation dinner. Let's enjoy the food and reminisce about our high school days while enjoying the delicious food, to our lost youth, and a new chapter for our college years that are about to begin. Graduation dinner, officially begin, after the host announced the graduation dinner, then, by the Royal No. 1K TV Club, specially prepared feasts and dishes were sent into the luxurious private rooms one after another. A road can be said to be the delicacies of the sea, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, a wide range of everything, people are overwhelmed. Luxurious table of colorful and fragrant dishes, especially at the end by the Royal 1K TV Club lobby manager, M. Oli, personally pushing the food cart of drinks in. Even Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others looked stunned. What's going on? These dishes, did we order them? Xiaojun was the first to question. Nursery rhyme hissed, something's not quite right, although it said that we're on the AA system for this graduation party, but according to this kind of dishes, I'm afraid that the entire graduation party counted down. Unless they also want hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Shenyun shook her head slightly. Not only, this kind of high-regulation dinner party, our Shin family has organized once before, not counting the drinks, counting down our AA system then, number 2 million can't come down. This, grip grass, this Royal 1K TV Club pits people, right? We didn't even order these dishes, how to send us such dishes and that wine. Fong Ziyan deep inhale a breath of cool air, that kind of red wine, I have not seen. Looks more than 82 years of Lafite, are still advanced, the key is also on less than 20 bottles. Crazy, right? That does not work. Have to hurry to ask clearly. Absolutely cannot let the Royal 1K TV Clubhouse to slaughter. Really when our students' money good? Shin Yun immediately objected. Tang Shan had already walked up and questioned M. Oli. Manager M.O. Are you guys serving the wrong room with these dishes and drinks? These drinks and dishes. Do we have some? Chapter 022 Who is the main character of the graduation party? Who is the gold master godly man who pays the bill? Sir, this private room is the largest and most luxurious private room in our Royal 1K TV Club Imperial Palace. These dishes and drinks, they're from your private room. It's accurate. Molly sized up Tang Shun for a few moments, glancing at Fong Xian, Shen Yun and the others, and then, her eyes landed on Ye Bufan's body on the side. With a simple wink, Ye Bufan signaled Molly to keep quiet and not expose his identity at this time. Molly was naturally clear that with Ye Bufan accompanying his daughter to the graduation party like this, and him being the director of the absolute controlling interest of Royal 1K TV Club, it must be that he did not wish to let his identity affect tonight's graduation party. Therefore, Molly understood and said affirmatively to Tang Shun, Fong Xiang and the others. Fong Xiang gave a sound, but the key question is, we didn't order any of these dishes or drinks. Who's going to pay for them later? Molly laughed and said shallowly, all the consumption of your private room tonight has already been paid for. Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others looked at each other, stunned and dumbfounded. What, bought the bill? Who bought it? Shen Yun asked in dismay. Emily smiled faintly. Why, isn't this by order bought by your classmates? If you guys don't believe me, you can check at the cashier's counter. Tang Shun and Fong Xiang looked at each other, including Shen Yun, who was still cautious. Walking out of the private room, they walked towards the cashier counter. Yang. It's weird. Who paid the bill? Tang Shan had a black line on his face. Tonight's graduation party, except for a few of us, our families are well off, so if we really want to pay for the bill, it's still not too much of a problem to get it together. But if, besides us, who else, have such financial strength, can buy the bill? Shin Yun pondered for a moment, murmured, in this case, I doubt that it will be the Royal 1K TV Club that will pit us. In a moment we will go to the cashier and directly call for the bill. If the cashier gives us the answer that is not by a single, then we must be careful to be deceived. But if the answer is that the bill has already been paid, then there is no psychological burden, and we can go back to the private room in a while and do whatever we need to do, right? Feng Xiang immediately expressed his approval and gave a thumbs up. Yun baby, you're really something. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the cashier counter. Tang Shan knocked on the cashier's counter and deliberately raised his voice. That big private room Imperial Palace is paying the bill. However, the lady at the cashier counter smiled sweetly at Tang Shan and the others and answered aloud. Sir, you've already paid the bill. Tang Shan and Feng Xiang were shocked. Well, I guess it was our other classmates who paid the bill. Tang Shan had to murmur to himself, turn around, and walk back to the private room with Feng Xiang, Shen Yun, and the others. Who would be the one with the ability to pay the bill? This isn't scientific. Feng Xiang put on an indifferent attitude. Ha ha ha, who cares? Shun Xiao, it's not bad for someone to secretly do a good deed without leaving a name, and pay the bill for us? I guess it's someone who wants to flatter our Yun City's 4 great families of the tripartite, Tang, and Shin families. Xing Yun let out an Zi Yang. I like this explanation of yours. After all, when the children of our 3 great families spend money at the Royal 1K TV Club, what face that gives to this club? Maybe, it's also Royal 1 Clubhouse's way of trying to curry favor with us, Tang Shun said with some dismay. Damn it, such a good opportunity tonight. How am I going to get big schoolgirl Yi into my hands? I have to sleep with her tonight. Feng Ziyang laughed wryly as he raised his hand on Tang Shun's shoulder. Hey, Shun Xiao, for this kind of thing, you have to let me help you fuel the fire. As he spoke, he pulled out a packet of pills and shoved it into Tang Shun's hand. He smiled wryly. Here, this is the Yin Yang Harmony Listening Pill. I got it through a special channel. Put one into the wine, and give a toast to big schoolgirl Yi. Hey, as long as Yi big school flower drinks with you, that's simply better than handing over cups of wine. I guarantee, she will be obedient to you in the future. Tonight, she's still the lamb to be slaughtered in your bed? Tang Shan glanced at Xin Yun again. What? Did you rely on this tactic to get Xin Yun in the first place? Feng Xiang. He smoothly walked forward and wrapped his arms around Xin Yun's waist. Why, how can that be? Yun and I were in love. 2 lovers. Xin Yun raised her hand and fiercely pinched Feng Ziyang. Feng Ziyang, your great lord, didn't you say that you don't have the Yin Yang Harmony Listening Pill anymore? Pain. Feng Ziyang screamed. Shen Yun, however, smiled wryly and egged Tang Shun on. Tang Shun, as long as you use this Yin Yang Harmony Listening Pill to get Yixia, I'll back you up. Right, 1 pill of this pill is enough, and it definitely makes Yixia even more flirtatious and lewd than even the 9-tailed demon fox Sudaji. Slutty, cheer up, degree nabla degree, Aoli gives. After speaking, they returned to the private room by themselves, and at this time, the rest of the students were not clear about who was paying for such a gluttonous and luxurious meal tonight. They naturally thought that only Tang Shun, Feng Xiang and the others had such power. As soon as they entered the private room, led by the host, they immediately expressed their gratitude to Tang Shun and Feng Xiang. Wow, thank you so much to Shun, Yang, Yun, and the other rich little friends for sponsoring tonight's graduation party. Wow. Sure enough, rich kids are just different. Too posh. According to the specifications of this dinner, drinks, and private rooms tonight, it should be tens of millions of dollars, right? Look at this. It's really worthy of the young masters and young ladies of 3 of the 4 great families in our Cloud City. Trenchless, ha ha ha, since the graduation dinner has begun, why don't we fill up the wine and celebrate our happy graduation? Hiss, speaking of wine, have you guys ever seen such a high-class red wine? How come I feel like this red wine has never even seen a trademark before? Bird food. I guess only powerful families like Shun Xiao, Yang Xiao and the rest of them have seen this kind of bar? Tang Shun, Feng Xiang, Shen Yun, and the others were enjoying themselves, coming from the graduation party, where other students and alumni were casting adoring, envious admiration. It greatly satisfied their vanity. After all, with a so-called powerful family like theirs, they liked being held in the palm of their hands the most, with a kind of vanity satisfaction of the stars. True, Tang Shun was also considered fortunate to have seen such a high-end red wine once. Therefore, for Tang Shun, his pair of ambiguous eyes, looking toward that absolute American-style ancient charm department school flower Ye Xia. He secretly thought in his heart, there was finally an opportunity to perfectly play the role of a pussy. As long as he made Ye Xia feel that he was so different, so outstanding, perhaps, Ye Xia would be impressed with him. Later on, when he toasted the wine, he added a little bit of the yin-yang harmony listening pill that Feng Ziyang had given him, and let Ye Xia drink a glass of wine. The rest is to enter a kind of dragon swinging tail, horse galloping, become a dream fly aspiring young people. For Tang Shun, the main purpose was to raid Ye Xia, the schoolgirl, to take her down and fix her. As long as he was able to sleep with Ye Xia, even if he used a little bit of underhanded means, it would be worth a try. The moment he looked at Ye Xia, it was as if he felt, when the graduation party was over, he and Ye Xia opened a luxurious big bedroom, entering a kind of unprecedented perfect world. However, his line of sight fell on Ye Bufan beside Ye Xia, and he could not help but feel his heart thumping, making him a little bit jealous. No way. He had to crush the cockroach that made Tang Shun sick and tired of the graduation party, in order to successfully get Ye Xia into his hands. Chapter 023 Tasting the King of Wines. Roma Nikanti. Bottom tier? Emperor layer. Ahem. Ye big schoolgirl's father. Uncle. How is it? Have you never been exposed to such a high-end bureau before? Tang Shun directly pointed the finger at Ye Bufan. Feng Ziyang, Shen Yun, and the others immediately chimed in. Why, young Shun, don't make things difficult for the uncle. Maybe in the future, he'll still be your old man. That's right. After all, we also have to understand that it's not easy for a person from the bottom of the social ladder like uncle to follow his schoolgirl daughter and come to such a high-end graduation party. That's not true. With the star diamond level high-end KTV Club Royal 1, that's simply not the uncle such as the level of consumption can afford. Uncle, you don't have to be polite. Tonight, these good wine, good food you as long as the taste, although open belly eat and drink. Otherwise, after tonight, you are afraid that this life can't eat a bite. Ha 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 ha. Uncle, you can also be considered as a father with a daughter's honor. Ye big schoolgirl got into the Tsinghua Fine Arts Department. You can follow the blessings, and be able to have the opportunity to contact the upper-class circle. Tang Shun obediently continued to pretend. He picked up a bottle of red wine from the wine food cart in his hand. He picked it up and shook it, glanced at Ye Xia, and again asked in a pretentious manner, do you guys know what this red wine is called? The rest of the classmates, seeing this, also looked curious and again echoed in response to Tang Shun. Wow, Shun Xiao, you really do come from a wealthy family. How could you even know about this red wine that looks more high-end than an 82-year-old Lafite? Young Shun, just hurry up and tell us. Let's open our eyes. With all due respect, senior high school flower Yi and Mr. Shun are still quite a good match. I think they can be together. Ha ha ha, you don't want to stir up people. Ye big schoolgirl has a godfather, like to be father. Cough. You know, oh, hiss, I suddenly remembered a bet. Just now is not which treasure batch dragon said. If the uncle can play the piano, can sing and dance, to live broadcast swallowing feces? Right, that who? What? 3 years of constipation concentrated feces. Hot ready oh. Aha, that what? There is another to live day 5-speed electric fan. Come on, Royal 1 bathroom there is a blower. Adjust to 5-speed. Day go. Tang Shun saw these students, one by one, crossing their fingers. He was even more provocative tone, glanced at Ye Bufan. Uncle, you can perk up your ears and listen well. After all, such a high-end bureau, you can participate in the opportunity, few and far between. Tonight, not only can you make a name for yourself, but you can also dabble in a good meal and drink. You should be secretly happy. Ye Xia just couldn't listen to it anymore. She got up with a flourish and said to Tang Shun in a stern voice, Tang Shun, what do you mean? You don't have to be gloomy there. If you really think that my dad and I attending the graduation party is an eyesore, I'll leave with my dad right now. After speaking, she pulled Ye Bufan and made a show of leaving immediately. Tang Shun was afraid that Ye Xia would really leave. He again immediately licked his face and said with an awkward smile, Goddess Xia, my school flower treasure, baby, can you give some face? We all are so happy. Shut up. Who is your goddess? Who is your baby? Don't disgust me. Ye Xia snorted coldly and scoffed. Tang Shun, is this what you call face? What? Having my dad perform a show for you guys? Play the piano? Singing? Dance? That wasn't enough, was it? Now you're going to be a demon again? Tang Shun was embarrassed, and directly froze. Feng Ziyang laughed and rounded off the scene from it, saying aloud, Big schoolgirl Yi, don't mind if you do haha. As for Shun Xiao, he's probably just making a joke to liven up and enliven the atmosphere. Tang Shun immediately went down with the trend. Right. Just kidding, uncle, you won't count it, right? You don't want Goddess Xia to be isolated by everyone either, right? Hee hee. Ye Bufan laughed lightly, raising his hand to signal Tang Shun. You continue. Tang Shun secretly breathed a long sigh of relief. He then continued to pick up that red wine, ready to continue pretending. Ahem. Everyone is waiting impatiently, right? This red wine. Ye Bufan slowly walked up, but it was as if he directly stole Tang Shun's lines. What? Is this the inside of the young master of the Tang family? One of the so-called 4 great families of Cloud City? You definitely want to tell everyone that this red wine is more expensive than the 82 Lafite. The 1945 Romani Conti Grand Cru, sold at an auction in 2018 for $558,000 per bottle, because only 600 bottles were produced, making it one of the rarest and most sought-after wines in the world. It has been dubbed the unicorn wine, drunk only by the rich and famous, and known as the king of wines and the king of wines of the world. Romani Conti, one of the world's greatest wines and the most perfect and expensive Burgundy, with an intense aroma of violets, mixed with the scent of cherries, a vivid and deep ruby robe, an extraordinary skill. Sniffing, everyone looked at Ye Bufan, shocked, dumbfounded. Even Tang Shun, who was ready to put on a good show, was ruthlessly crushed by Ye Bufan, with a kind of cloudiness, that kind of wisdom of a mature middle-aged uncle. He is so ethereal, is so dashing, he is like witnessing, the king of the wine Romani Conti was born, a breath of narration down, pontificating. He is no longer seemingly ordinary hotel waiter, but a kind of shock to the wine god level wine tasting master, visual shock. Even Ye Xia was deeply shocked by Ye Bufan's extraordinary tasting of the high-end red wine. How could she dare to believe that her seemingly ordinary father was completely a kind of noble and elegant temperament than the top imperial aristocrats in Europe and the United States? Where was the humility of being crushed and trampled on by the Tang, Feng, and Shin families, 3 of the so-called 4 great families of Cloud City? Perhaps, in the eyes of Tang Shun, Feng Xiang, Shin Yun and the others, Ye Bufan was nothing more than the bottom. However, from his speech and demeanor, from the way he played the piano, sang and danced, as well as being so knowledgeable about such a top-notch high-end red wine, Romani Conti, is he still a bottom feeder? Emperor layer, I guess. Tang Shun's face was even more ugly than if he had been viciously dunked in a pile of rotten. The rest of Feng Xiang, Shin Yun, and the others were also bewildered. It was really hard for them to imagine just what kind of demonic existence this Ye Bufan was. How could he even know such a top-notch red wine like Romani Conti so well? Not to mention the fact that none of them, the self-proclaimed sons and daughters of powerful families, had ever heard of it. It was too unbelievable. Sincerely, Ye Bufan. From the previous moment, the system rewarded the wine god level wine tasting master. His mind, all the world's high-end, medium, low-end wine category. In his mind, he had an innate familiarity with all the high-end, medium, and low-end wine categories in the world. In his mind, he even knew the origin of all the wines, even the high-end rare red wine like Romani Conti. As long as he took a look at it, he immediately knew where it came from. Sure enough, the pugnacious system does not need any explanation. Go can't go over. Man go over. Wow, Dad, you're too manly. You're actually so good at wine categories, too. Ye Xia quickly stepped forward, so surprised that she violently jumped into Ye Bufan's arms again. She was too surprised, too unexpected. Originally, she thought that Ye Bufan would be crushed and stepped on by Tang Shun, Feng Xiang and the others. But, right now, Ye Bufan's outstanding performance completely rendered Tang Shun, Feng Xiang, Shin Yun, and the others, utterly speechless. Tang Shun's face continued to twitch and twist monstrously for a few moments, crossing an imperceptible chill. Immediately, he picked up a bottle of Romani Conti red wine that had been opened by the lobby manager, Molly. Everyone was mesmerized by Ye Bufan's exposition of Romani Conti. No one paid attention to Tang Shun's small movements. He carefully put a yin-yang harmony listening pill into a tall red wine glass. Then, he poured half a glass of red wine and slightly shook the glass to dissolve the pill. After that, he picked up the other 2 glasses of wine and came forward, handing the glass of red wine with spices to Ye Xia. The other cup was handed to Ye Bufan, and at the same time, he pretended to apologize guiltily and said, Goddess Xia, Uncle, I'm sorry, I was abrupt and reckless tonight, and offended you many times. This cup of wine, I toast you and apologize to you. I will drink first. After saying that, he picked up the glass of red wine by himself and prepared to drink it all. Chapter 024, Anyone who tries to violate the profane can't afford the consequences. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan was the one who directly interrupted Tang Shun, and was even quicker as lightning. He quickly replaced the glass of red wine that Tang Shun had handed to Ye Xia with Tang Shun's glass, and then, he raised his hand to signal Tang Shun, here, please, at once. Tang Shun's expression directly stiffened. He could hardly believe in his dreams that Ye Bufan would be at such a critical moment. He had replaced the cup of red wine that had been spiced for Ye Xia. He had also invited Tang Shun to drink this cup of wine so politely. Goddess Xia, uncle, Tang Shun's hands were shaking a little as he held this cup of red wine with the yin-yang harmony listening pill. His eyes were fluttering and flustered as he looked at Ye Bufan. Naturally, Ye Xia was not sure what kind of spices were in this wine. She looked at Ye Bufan in dismay, and again glanced at Tang Shun. From Tang Shun's nervous and embarrassed expression, Ye Xia seemed to have sensed something as well. She immediately felt a strong admiration and worship for Ye Bufan again. Tang Shun, what's wrong? Aren't you going to toast us and apologize? Aren't you going to toast us first? Ye Xia took the opportunity to fill Tang Shun's boots. What? Could it be that the glass of wine you just gave me was poisoned? Tang Shun was embarrassed to the core, wishing that the ground would crack open so that he could burrow in and hide. On the side, Fang Xiang and Shen Yun were also completely shocked when they saw this. It was really hard for them to believe. Just what kind of existence was Ye Bufan? It looked like an uncle wearing a Heavenly Palace hotel waiter's work uniform, plain and ordinary. But, over and over again, he tried to get him down and catch him. It didn't pose any threat to him in the slightest. This was also too bizarre. In this instant, it actually made people feel that Ye Bufan's existence, Herculean, had a godlike pull. This grifter. What kind of god is he? This can't get Ye Xia. Is he the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes? Fang Xiang clenched his fists fiercely. A touch of chilling intent crossed his face. At this time, his cell phone happened to ring. He glanced at it and exuded a sense of delight. Ha! Damn gripper! Offending us. He's looking for death. Unbelievable. My dad personally brought someone over. Shen Yun said. Aha! A sound. A face surprised look. So high regulation? While talking, she also took her cell phone and glanced at WeChat. Ha! It seems like my big brother Shen Su also brought someone. On the other side, Tang Shun was holding his wine glass and froze. He was riding a tiger. Drinking or not? Not drinking or not? Ding bell. Just in time, his cell phone incoming call rang. Ye Bufan laughed sorrowfully and said lightly, young master of the Tang family, this apology of yours, it doesn't have any sincerity either. Tang Shun picked up his cell phone and glanced at the screen, seeing that it was the person he had called. Surprisingly, it was his Tang clan's grand butler, Tang Jiaoyuan, who had personally come over. He gritted his teeth, picked up the cup of wine with the spices and drank it all in one go. After drinking it, the corners of his mouth rose into a hideous smile, a pair of eyes that looked like they wanted to eat Ye Xia. Almost word for word, he said grimly, Ye Xia, tonight, you won't be able to escape. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. He. Ye Bufan laughed in a brutal and teasing manner, as he looked out of the corner of his eye with a kingly disdain, and said indifferently, Tang Shun, I might as well warn you, if you have any delusional thoughts of violating and desecrating my daughter, break off the thought before it's too late, or else, you can't afford the consequences. Tang Shun knew in his heart that the person he had called had arrived, and that was a buff for him. So, he said arrogantly, Uncle, are you threatening me? You should really go to the bathroom to take a piss and take a good look in the mirror. Do you deserve it? Let me put it to you this way. In the entire Cloud City, there's no one who dares to go against our Tang family. That's right. Fang Xiang also lifted his step forward and said arrogantly to Ye Bufan, including our Fang family. Shen Yun snorted coldly, glancing contemptuously at Ye Bufan and snorting arrogantly. Naturally, it also includes our Shen family. Ye Xia saw the situation. She frowned slightly and rebuked calmly. Tang Shun, Fang Xiang, Shen Yun, what do you want? Tang Shun pressed the answer button and directly yelled into the phone. Uncle Jiao Yuan, bring someone to the Imperial Palace private room of the Royal One Club. I'm being bullied. I'm going to chop him up tonight. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. At the same time, Fang Xiang also shook the cell phone in his hand. Shun Xiao, it seems that this Royal One clubhouse is very lively tonight. Shen Yun sneered grimly. That's a must. After all, this Royal No. 1K TV clubhouse. In addition to our Shen family, there are also shares of your Tang family and Fang family. At this very moment, the shareholder representatives of all our big families are rushing over. It will definitely be lively. There are some people here who can't be spoiled with their stinky behavior, and when it's time to smack his bare face, it has to be smacked hard. And on the side, Molly secretly took a deep breath of cool air, stepped forward and said with a compensatory smile, fellow students, you don't have to be so serious. You don't have to target Mr. Yi like this, right? As she spoke, she also looked at Ye Bufan out of the corner of her eye. That look seemed to be asking Ye Bufan for permission to disclose Ye Bufan's identity. Ye Bufan shook his head slightly, signaling Molly that there was no need to publicize it. Molly would understand, but still admonished Tang Shun, Fang Xiang, and the others. This isn't a graduation party for your classmates. Why do you have to go so overboard and make the situation so awkward? Tang Shun blared fiercely at Molly. Shut up. Who the hell are you? Is it your turn to talk here? Molly could only take an awkward step backward and stop squeaking. Tang Shun smoothly picked up those Manikanti red wines again, and said aloud to Fong Xiang, Young Master Yang, since this is a graduation party celebration, then, what with all these red wines and dishes? Revel and enjoy. Tonight's graduation dinner revelry party officially opens. As he spoke, he directly unscrewed the wine and shook it, splashing the bottle of liquor almost entirely towards Ye Bufan. Ha ha ha, uncle, come on. A bottom like you definitely can't afford to consume such red wine. Let me toast you a bottle. Blow it off. Seeing the situation, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others naturally understood what Tang Shun meant. They also picked up the red wine in their hands and splashed it at Ye Bufan. Uncle, as the father of Ye Big School Flower, you deserve to be toasted by us. I'll toast your bottle as well. Blow it. For a moment, the red wine was like a rainstorm, splashing towards Ye Bufan. Ye Xia was completely dumbfounded. She burst into a rage and roared in a stern voice. Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun, don't go too far. Ha ha ha, Ye Xia, you're just a. What are you putting on there to pretend to be noble and pure? Tang Shun was incomparably arrogant and domineering as he yelled. Tonight, this young man just wants to rip you off, just wants to take you down, just wants you to spend the night with little master, just wants to break your virginity. Woman's body, I want you to be my woman tonight. Ha ha ha, come on, rave party. All ing get high for this young man, get high. As he spoke, he was probably the effect of the yin-yang harmony listening pill, and he was completely in a state of ecstasy. Ye Xia, my school goddess, my wife, my baby, I want you. I have long wanted to you. Come on, baby, tonight we will definitely spend an unforgettable night. Let me be your man for a night without sleeping. Come on. Suddenly, he directly pounced on Ye Xia, went up and just opened his hands and embraced Ye Xia. Chapter 025, Seeking Death. Looking for death. The two words that were biting cold, but instantly made the entire private room filled with a monstrous killing intent. The next instant, snap, bang, ah, a crisp slap sound viciously slapped Tang Shun's cheek. At the same time, without waiting for Tang Shun to react in the slightest, he only felt a vicious kick in the small of his back. Tang Shun's body lifted off the ground and flew out to hit the wall of the private room. The powerful force of the impact almost shook and shattered the wall, and Tang Shun's body fell heavily to his knees again. His entire body curled up in the corner of the wall. When everyone came back to their senses and reacted, Hurrah saw Ye Bufan's breath in full bloom, protecting Ye Xia tightly behind him. That kind of strong guardian obsession. Even if they were facing a ferocious beast, they were fearless. Spermworm dog scum, tired of living. You, let yourself be kicked by a donkey. Let the dog dare to try to violate and desecrate my daughter. Looking for death. Mo Zilu and Shanbin immediately went forward to assist Tang Shun. Shun Xiao, how are you? Are you alright? Ha ha ha, dead bastard. You're dead tonight. Damn you. Who the hell are you to hit me? But as Mo Zilu and Shanbin helped Tang Shun up, Tang Shun raised his sleeve and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked ferociously at Ye Bufan and also at Ye Xia. Ye Xia, you said little. This young look on you. That's your ing several lifetimes to repair to the blessing. You still keep putting aside there with this young pretend pure. Play high cold? Oomph. Tonight, this young man must screw you. Pa. Snap. Next, everyone was dumbfounded and shocked, because Ye Bufan had already stood in front of Tang Shun with a lightning-fast momentum. His large, sunflower fan hand, forehand and backhand, directly and furiously smacked Tang Shun's cheeks, which were already red and swollen like a pig's head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't think I really don't dare to kill you. If I want to overthrow your Tang clan, it's as easy as a slap. Bang! At this time, the door of the private room was kicked open, and a chubby figure, followed closely by a group of black-suited follower thugs, fishtailed into the room. Where did the scum come from that doesn't know the heights of heaven? So rampant, wanting to overthrow our Tang clan? The moment Tang Jiaoyuan entered the private room, even though he was acting as the Tang clan's grand steward. However, that aura of swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger also formed a powerful aura that intimidated and crushed. Even Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others were shocked by the aura of a big housekeeper of a big and powerful family like Tang Jiaoyuan. At the same time, Shinsu was also leading a group of even more ferocious fighters, walking straight in. Grand Steward Tang, in my opinion, there are scumbags. He's eaten bear heart and leopard guts, not only threatening to overthrow your Tang family, but also attempting to crush our Shin family. At Shinsu's sudden arrival with people, Xinyun's face was overflowing with joy. She leapt forward to greet him with a greeting. Big brother. As for Tang Shun, His cheeks were red and swollen from Ye Bufan's furious smacks. Even after swallowing the yin-yang harmony listening pill, he was still half awake at this time. As soon as he saw Tang Juzuan arrive with a group of fighters, he immediately burst into tears and snot, pouncing on Tang Juzuan and crying, "Uncle Jiu Yuan, you're finally here. If you come a little later, I'm going to be beaten to death alive." Tang Jiuyuan sized up Tang Shun for a few moments, and with a wave of his hand, signaled the thugs behind him, "Come on, take care of the little young master." "Yes, Uncle Jiu Yuan." The two thugs immediately assisted Tang Shun. Tang Shun jumped around, pointing at Ye Bufan, roaring in an extremely arrogant and domineering manner, "Uncle Juzuan, it's him. He hit me with his hands and threatened to overthrow our Tang family. You have to help me take revenge. Don't let him leave alive tonight. And, that Ye Xia, make sure you arrest her and send her to my room. I'm going to screw her tonight." Tang Jiuyuan slightly frowned his sword brows, and then, he stepped forward and contemptuously glanced at Ye Bufan for a few moments. He saw that Ye Bufan was wearing the waiter's work uniform of the Heavenly Palace Hotel, so naturally, he did not put Ye Bufan in his eyes. "Hey, I say, brother, it's already embarrassing enough for you, a middle-aged uncle, to dilly-dally to Shun Xiao's and their graduation dinner. What? After eating and drinking, a dog-like contraption, you still presume to bite your master?" On the side, Shen Yun was also fanning the flames of Shen Su. "Big brother, this bastard who boasts of being Ye Xia's father, he really owes a beating. You must finish him off tonight." Shen Su didn't just want to finish off Ye Bufan, he couldn't wait to peel Ye Bufan's skin, eat his flesh, and demolish his bones. After all, before in the heavenly world, he was preparing to experience happy and cool with Ye Bufan's wife, Xiang Wanru, and was crashed by Ye Bufan. Xiang Wanru green him. Shen Su was taught a lesson by Ye Bufan, but also sent someone to follow him. It just so happened that it crashed into Shen Yun's graduation party again. This was simply a new grudge. How could Shen Su let Ye Bufan go? He clenched his back teeth and said to Shen Yun, "Little Yun, don't worry, he definitely won't live tonight." After saying this, he also came forward, echoing Tang Jiuyuan, and roared sternly, "Surname Yi, it's really a narrow road between enemies. It seems that if the King of Hell wants you to die on the third night, you won't be able to live past the fifth night. What are you guys going to do?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Emily immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Tang Jiuyuan and Shen Su glanced at each other. "Molly, if you're sensible, you'd better mind your own business and get out of the way." Molly frowned and also looked at Ye Bufan, seeing that Ye Bufan's face was as calm as a mirror, but she really couldn't hold it in any longer and stepped forward, saying seriously to Tang Jiuyuan and Shen Su, "You guys don't go too far. Do you know, who is he?" Shen Su let out an "Ah-te." "Emily, who are you scaring? Who is he? Can I not be clear?" "A damn waiter in the Heavenly Palace Hotel." Yeah, this young man was just at the hotel this afternoon, rooming with his wife. You guys surely don't know how wasted this loser is. He's been married to his wife for 3 years and his wife hasn't even let him touch her. However, his wife just needs a phone call from this young man. His wife immediately comes out to have a room with this young man, kneeling down to lick this young man, his wife that a stream of Thai, wavy in strength. It's really exciting. Ha ha ha, how is it? Ironic enough, right? You guys have a deeper understanding of him, right? Obviously, Shen Su naturally thought that he had greened Ye Bufan, and he had every capital to show it off and suppress Ye Bufan. As for Feng Xiang, Shen Yun and the others, when they heard it, there was also a sigh of relief, including the other students. They also pointed and laughed. "Egu, I can't believe it. This uncle has a green Hulunbuir prairie on his head. Holy, convex. It turns out that the uncle is a cuckolded, green turtle. Ha ha ha, laugh at the death of an individual. I blanch. Is it that exciting? His wife's so hardy? I want to be green too. Oh, it's really a shocking revelation. It's really exciting. Life is unpredictable. Big intestines wrapped in small intestines. If you want to get by in life, you have to have some green on your head. Eek Jack? This seems to explain it. No wonder the uncle wants to adopt our Ye Big Schoolgirl, yeah? Looks like he's really Ye Big Schoolgirl's godfather." Shen Yun pointed to Ye Xia beside Ye Bufan, bared, and asked Shen Su, "Big brother, this green-haired turtle, who keeps boasting that our school's school beauty, Ye Xia, is his daughter, do you know what's going on?" Shen Su snorted coldly. Then, needless to say, these days, it's all the rage to recognize your godfather and be adopted by him. Shen Yun gave a knowing look, and turned to Ye Xia with a look of disgust. "Ah-te, Ye Xia, you're really enough. You're really quite capable of pretending to be noble in front of us, so it's also a dirty and nasty, rotten, watery rotten one." Slap, another crisp slap, slapped out as loud as an echo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "It's fine for you to speak out of turn and offend me, But, any of you present, but whoever tries to bully my daughter, one counts as one. All deserve to die. Just when Xinyun was cursing with a thief's pleasure, but unexpectedly, Ye Bufan, a figure, disliked in front of her. Under the shock of Xinyun feeling a kind of being suppressed by death, Ye Bufan once again struck, ruthlessly slapping Xinyun's cheek. At the same time, a sound as if from the 18 layers of hell, ghostly came to make people feel a chilling demonic low roar. Chapter 026. He's probably not pretending. He's really good. Oing 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 oing. Xinyun had never been slapped like this and threatened with words. She directly sobbed. On the side, Ye Xia was completely stunned and dumbfounded. How could she dare to believe her own dad, Ye Bufan, was able to endure being splashed with red wine by Tang Shun, Fong Xiang and the others? However, when Tang Shun, Xinyun, and these people tried to desecrate, even if it was a verbal violation of her, Ye Bufan was resolute and determined, and when it was time to strike, it was without any hesitation. Even when faced with the fact that Tang Shun had called in the Grand Steward Tang Zhouyuan, as well as Shin Su had brought in people, Ye Bufan's explosive aura, the powerful aura that glowed from his body, shocked everyone. No one dared to believe that a seemingly ordinary middle-aged uncle like Ye Bufan had such a strong strength. Big brother, help me take revenge and kill him. Xinyun retreated a few steps and pulled Shin Su, crying and yelling. As for Fong Xiang, when he saw Xinyun being slapped by Ye Bufan, he also exploded and stormed. He jumped and leapt forward, pointing at Ye Bufan and cursing spitefully. Throw you a male turtle. You, count a chicken hair ah. You really live screwed up right? You dare to hit my girlfriend. I'll kill you. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to pounce on Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan glanced at Fong Xiang contemptuously, and the corner of his mouth laughed evilly with the crooked-mouthed Dragon King war god style. Immediately, he would not give Fong Xiang any chance at all and directly struck. A slap slapped over. Splat! Fong Xiang was slapped and spun in place. At the same time, Ye Bufan lifted his foot and kicked Fong Xiang in the small of his back. Fong Xiang's body left the ground and flew out in the air, falling to his knees and bowing into a prawn shape with an agonized face. Seeing the situation, Tang Zhouyuan and Shin Su immediately ordered those fierce fighters. What are you guys still waiting for? Give me a hard lesson on him. Stop! Seeing the thugs brought by Tang Zhouyuan and Shin Su swarming to pounce on them, Molly immediately stepped forward and angrily shouted to stop them. Senior Steward Tang, Junior Su, don't go too far. Let me tell you, he's the director of our Royal 1K TV club who has 70% of the absolute controlling stake, Ye Bufan Ye Dong. However, no one would believe that Molly had exposed her sudden identity to Ye Bufan like this. Hearing the words, Tang Zhouyuan and Shin Su directly laughed out loud. Molly, did you receive money from him? Putting that aside to play with him? Cosplay? Just him. He's also the first major shareholder of Royal 1K TV Club, right? As the lobby manager of Royal 1K TV Club, you can't even tell who the boss is. You don't want to quit, do you? Shin Su reprimanded in a burst of anger. Tang Zhouyuan snorted coldly. Molly, you'd better get it right. Royal no. 1K TV Club is a property under the four great families of Yunchang. Don't make up rumors. At the same time, he also shouted angrily to those fighters and ordered, are you all stupid? Give me a hand. Get him. Shin Su also yelled at those fierce fighters one after another. Whoever asks this dog money thing tonight, I'll reward 500,000. Obviously, there will be a brave man with a heavy reward. At once, those fighters had a brain, and the tide surged towards Ye Bufan. Dad! Ye Xia was dumbfounded, and fear spread across her face. As she watched, those fierce beaters pounced to Ye Bufan's front. Whoever eats bear heart and leopard guts tonight and dares to touch a single hair on Brother Fan, will be killed without pardon. However, abruptly, from outside the Royal 1K TV clubhouse, dazzlingly, two gangs of people dashed in. The reason why it was called two groups of people was because the two groups of people dressed differently. In the blink of an eye, after entering the private room, they stood beside Ye Bufan, forming a confrontation with the thugs brought by Tang Zhouyuan and Shin Su. The two people in the lead, one of them was dressed in a dry and strong camouflage suit, competent and incomparable. The other was dressed in a Tang suit, pinching a string of Bodhi seeds in his hand, also strong and tough. The manpower that they both brought with them, each of them looked extremely tough. They stood in front of Ye Bufan, bowed in unison, and bowed aloud. Brother Fan. The sound of Brother Fan really caused Tang Zhouyuan and Shin Su to be extremely shocked. It was because they were not clear about Ye Bufan's bottom line, but they were too familiar with the camouflage-suited man and the Tang-suited man who had suddenly intruded, and it was an existence that Tang Zhouyuan and Shin Su could not afford to mess with. Tang Zhouyuan and Shin Su immediately came forward, smiled awkwardly and greeted in greeting. Hiss, what kind of wind blew Boss Huangfu Knight of the hallowed gray area, Shadow, and Boss Sita Ming of the Dark Gang Blood Prison? Here, Tang Jiaoyuan naturally thought that, relying on his status as the head butler of the Tang clan in Cloud City, more or less, this Shadow's boss Huangfu Knight, as well as the Blood Prison's boss Sita Ming, would give him a few moments of thin air. However, as Huangfu Knight turned around, he lightly glanced at Tang Jiaoyuan. Tang Jiaoyuan, you old thing. You're tired of living, aren't you? Blind you rotten asshole. Even our brother Fan, you dare to ask someone to touch him? Sita Mingming Jiejie sneered twice. Huangfu, with this kind of trash, waste what words, directly waste him. Tang Jiaoyuan was so scared that he took 2 steps backward, and said with a compensatory smile one after another, Huangfu boss, Situ boss, I didn't mean to offend. It's just that this surname Yi, he's too arrogant, too cocky. Not only did he bully our little young master, but he also threatened to overthrow our Tang family. This can't be said, right? That's right. Shinsu also took the opportunity to say in a very condescending manner, this surname Yi, as you all saw, injured me. Noi, hands on the young master of the Tang family, the second young master of the Fong family, and also our Shin family's Shinyun, even the little girl. Isn't it too much? Excessive? A flash of biting killing intent crossed Sita Ming's face. Shinsu, don't think that you've done something that we're all blind not to have seen. It's the deaf who haven't heard about it. Fan didn't kill you. It's already a bargain. You son of a, openly cuckolding our brother Fan. And you're still arrogant and cocky. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiang Wanru wasn't any good either, would you still be able to jump around and breathe here? You should have died 1,000 times 10,000 times already. It's hard to atone for your sins. Huangfu Knight followed up with sharp eyes that landed on Tang Jiaoyuan. That's right, Tang Shun. This little scumbag, presumed to drug Miss Nine in the wine, for him not to die. It's already because Brother Fan was merciful. And now you guys are still clamoring with that kind of dog's face. Still wanting to get Brother Fan killed? Aren't you guys tired of living? At once, it made Tang Jiaoyuan and Shinsu all completely dumbfounded. Especially with the gray area shadow boss Huangfu Knight, the dark gang blood prison boss Sita Ming. What kind of status is that? They called out Brother Fan in every breath, causing Tang Jiaoyuan and Shinsu to be terrified in their hearts. Boss Huangfu, Boss Situ, forgive me for having no eyes. I don't know who this Brother Fan is? As Tang Jiaoyuan searched, he still asked cautiously. Situ Daiming grinned with a sly heave. Tang Jiaoyuan, aren't you the Tang clan's grand butler, known as Sai Zhuge? You guess. Even if Tang Jiaoyuan was how much of a Pabach Dragon 250, he should have imagined it. Being able to be honored as Brother Fan by Huangfu Knight and Sita Ming was enough to show that Ye Bufan's status was far beyond his imagination. However, even though Tang Jiaoyuan was fearful and reverent in his heart, he was still a bit unwilling. Boss Situ, don't joke with me, I hope you'll clarify. Tang Jiaoyuan was also a cunning old man. He naturally wanted to be clear about what Ye Bufan was really about. Even if he was planted, he would still die in peace. I really didn't expect that this graduation dinner tonight was quite loud and lively. At this exact moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked straight into the private room. For a moment, it caused Tang Jiaoyuan, Shinsu, as well as Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, and everyone else, to be extremely shocked. It could also be said that it was as if they had seen a savior. Their eyes lit up, secretly gritting their teeth, each of them searching. This time, Ye Bufan will definitely die, right? Chapter 027. Shock. Dad, you're finally here. It's that damn grifter. He's too arrogant. He dared to hit me with his hands. You have to help me take revenge. Fong Xiang was the first to struggle to get up, towards Fong Zhenbong who walked in, pointing at Ye Bufan, saying with a crying voice, Pa, who knows? Instead of listening to Fong Ziyang's cries, Fong Zhenbang raised his hand and slapped an ear. He burst into a rage and chided, sinful animal, causing trouble and messing things up for me all day and night. This slap caused Tang Jiaoyuan, Shinsu, and the others to look confused. Tang Jiaoyuan, Shinsu, and the others greeted them, bowing slightly and saluting in greeting. Fong Dong, why have you personally come? Fong Zhenbong sized up Tang Jiaoyuan for a few moments as he snorted coldly and rebuked. Tang Juzhuan, as the head butler of the Tang clan, one of the 4 great families of Yun City, I'm afraid your name of Sai Zhuge needs to be changed. These youngsters don't know any better. Are you going to follow the nonsense? Do you know who he is? As he spoke, Fong Zhenbong raised his hand to point at the plain and unimpressive Ye Bufan on the side. Tang Jiaoyuan froze, unable to say much. Fong Zhenbong quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Ye Bufan, respectfully, saluting and politely saying, Yi Dong, sorry, forgive me for being late. These dogs with no eyes, offending your honor, please forgive me more. At the same time, he was looking at Huangfu Knight and Situ Ming on the side, still bowing in awe. Boss Huangfu, Boss Situ, it's a trivial matter. Why do you need to alarm the two big brothers to come personally? Just leave this kind of matter to me. Ye Bufan's appearance of Fong Jinbong was a kind of familiarity even though it was the first time they had met. Fong Jinbong, what do you do for a living? Look, what's all this? Pandemonium. Ye Bufan was nonchalant and admonished bluntly. Huang Fu Knight also said quietly, Fong Jinbong, this kind of thing, leave it to you to handle? Can you handle it well? While Fong Jinbong was shocked and embarrassed, he could only force out a smile and continued. Please rest assured Ye Dong and Huang Fu boss, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Sita Ming casually picked up a roll of tape in the private room. What? Such double-sided tape? Fong Jinbong's face was even more extremely ugly, and he had to say in fear and trepidation, Boss Situ, please believe me. Sita Ming smiled sorrowfully. Good, then I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Of course. For Fong Jinbong, he had also received the news that Ye Bufan was the first major shareholder of the Royal 1K TV Club with 70% of the shares in absolute control. Although Fong's family is one of the four great families in Yunchang, the power should not be underestimated. Originally, at the beginning, Fong Jinbong also thought, even if Ye Bufan in the Royal No. 1K TV Club's 70% of the shares, has the absolute controlling right. However, with the strength of his Fong family, he was still fearless of Ye Bufan. But when he personally came to the Royal 1K TV clubhouse, entered the luxurious private room Imperial Palace that instant, seeing Huang Fu Knight, the boss of the Grey Strip Shadow, and Situ Ming, the boss of the Blood Prison of the Dark Gang, he immediately woke up. It was obviously impossible to deal with Ye Bufan tonight. Thus, Fong Jinbong immediately had the bright idea to simply be respectful to Ye Bufan. No matter what, let's deal with tonight first. After all, even if it was the Cloud City Fong family, or even the four great families of Cloud City, it really didn't seem to be able to go to war against the underground Grey Zone Shadow and the Dark Gang Blood Prison. If Ye Bufan had such a background, it would be a different story. Sincerely, Fong Jinbong's level is still far from enough to know that Ye Bufan has the supreme token of the business world Etienne Tudong Jojo Business Guide. Otherwise, he should also know that he could not afford to mess with Ye Bufan. At this time, Tang Jiaoyuan and Shin Su were dumbfounded. The two of them glanced at each other and immediately came forward with a dumbfounded, but incredulous face and said, Fong Dong, would you be mistaken? Look, he's just a waiter at the Heavenly Palace Hotel. Why are you being so courteous to him? Shin Su said indignantly. He also glanced at Huang Fu Knight and Sita Ming. Even if the shadow of the underground gray area, as well as the blood prison of the dark gangs, what can they do? Sita Ming contemptuously glanced at Shin Su for a few moments and laughed coldly twice. Shin Su, you little grifter. What? Do you want to touch it? Huang Fu Knight also took a step forward, an overbearing aura that spread out slowly, crushing everyone. Tang Jiaoyuan Knight was truly worthy of being a great steward. He was much more astute. He took a deep breath and asked Fong Jinbong in a low voice, could it be that with the four great families of Yun City, the Fong family, this is to endure and be bullied and ridden over? Fong Jinbong sternly rebuked, unbridled, Tang Jiaoyuan, you really should go back, report and debrief your family's master. I'm not convinced. And Tang Shun and Fong Xiang gritted their teeth. At the same time, the rest of the students were also whispering and discussing with astonished expressions. Hiss, no, just now, I heard Fong Xiang's dad say something about how Yi is schoolgirl's dad, who is the number one shareholder of the Royal 1K TV Club that accounts for 70% of the shares. Is it so tough? I probably know who is paying for all the spending at our graduation party tonight. Ha, you're not going to say that it's the father of Yi big schoolgirl, this waiter's uncle, right? What else? He's the number one shareholder of Royal 1K TV Club. This strength, it's not a piece of cake, it makes sense. Wow, this is also too unbelievable. We all mistakenly thought that Yi big schoolgirl's dad is the bottom of the social ladder. Now it seems that the clown turns out to be us. Woohoo! Even the head of the Fong family, one of the four major families in Yun City, Fong Xiang's dad, is so respectful to this uncle, that would be even more of an indication that he is definitely not of a low status. Fong Jinbong fiercely admonished Fong Xiang, asshole sinful animal, what else are you not convinced of? Emily also took the opportunity to step forward and respectfully said to Fong Jinbong, Fong Dong, tonight's graduation party is the most sumptuous dinner prepared by Yi Dong in his personal name. When Molly said this, all the people at the graduation party were dumbfounded. All suspicions were also shattered, including Yi Xia, who was on the side, was even more a kind of shocked, surprised. She blinked her clear, beautiful eyes and looked at Ye Bufan. Wow, so all of this was actually arranged by Dad. Dad is too good, too marvelous. It seemed that Ye Bufan had lost his taste for what came next. He smiled lightly and looked around the circle of Yi Xia's alumni as he said in a deep voice, classmates, alumni, this is the purest, most innocent friendship you have in school. But, Look at you two one by one. All kinds of comparison. All kinds of relying on their family's so-called family background. All kinds of looking down on whoever. You such tinted glasses. You have already tainted the pure friendship of classmates. You hold such a graduation party, and what is the meaning? Is it purely for the sake of the powerful students to show off? Then, a group of snobs who are attached to the trend, kneeling and licking the powerful classmates, and then the so-called self-righteous upper social circles, crushing the bottom? Oh, it's ridiculous. Originally, I don't mean any harm to you guys. You guys asked me to play the piano, sing and dance. It's just to add a fun. But, Tang Shun's gang is so despicable and shameless that they secretly drugged the wine and tried to violate and desecrate my daughter by such a despicable means. Think about it yourselves. Do you still count as people? This kind of graduation party, this kind of farce, doesn't have any significance to continue and should end here. Huang Fu Night, Si Tu Ming, for these people, how they violated my daughter. What kind of disciplinary lessons should they receive? There's no need for me to give a specific explanation, right? Huang Fu Night and Si Tu Ming bowed and respectfully responded. Yes, brother Fan, leave it to us. Ye Bufan's sharp, sword-like eyes shot towards Fong Zhenbang. As for you, Fong Zhenbang, if you think that you are one of the four great families of Cloud City, with great power, and are not convinced, you can find me anytime, and I will accompany you to the end, including your entire Cloud City's four great families. After speaking, he walked straight towards the side of Yi Xia, who was in a dreamy shock, and smiled warmly. Baby, let's go. Chapter 028, Collecting Daughter's Joy and Other Emotions. Rewarding the King of Comedy. Full-level director. Ding. Collecting the daughter joy emotion. Rewarding the Hall of Fame Supreme King of Comedy. Ding. Collecting the daughter's multiple emotions of surprise, warmth, and being cared for. And obtaining the system's exclusive selection lucky option 2 carousel reward once. Option A, special media companies, such as Mizu, Star, Peach, etc. To street photography random male protagonist. Deep immersion in the shooting of love literary movie, as well as the opportunity to get to Kizawa, Bodo, Yoshizawa and many other great teachers to visit the personal guidance, and the gift of the original Blu-ray disc HD Seeds Torrent, BT 500G. Option B, Big Spin Mysterious Exclusive Gift Pack. Please host within tens. Carefully make a choice. Choose A or B. At this exact moment, the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded. Ye Bufan was dumbfounded. The capitalized kind. Misty Grass. Banana U Caribbean. For the one that rewarded the Hall of Fame Supreme Comedy King for obtaining his daughter's joy emotion? This is to let himself into the entertainment industry? Even so, that still barely makes sense. Or rather, the formidable system didn't need any explanation. However, Ye Bufan was still a bit black-faced as he looked at the Lucky Two Choices carousel. Dumbfounded, clueless, dog system, put your turtle, cough cough, dog head out. I promise not to burst. Option A is how much does it mean? What? Your girl, also responsible for the Madu, Star, Peach those media companies casting? Also that a bunch of what Aoi, Bodo, Ozawa big curiosity teacher personally in-depth interpretation, right? Have you such PUA host? I want to report you. 8. This time, I want to choose A. Host, don't be rash. Impulsiveness is the devil, and lust is the first of all evils. So be careful. Please think twice before choosing. Ye Bufan. Tack. Crab apples. Did you see that? The dog system is a real dog. Option A is a distraction item. The host just can't pick it. Sorry, host. This system does not PUA hosts. All choices are voluntary. Please choose carefully. The countdown begins. 3s, 2, 5s, 1, 5. Ye Bufan. Xia Bai Meng. Throw you nutty. Top you heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidney. B. Pick B. The law of true fragrance superscript 2. Ye Bufan definitely does not do the Pabach Dragon Hapok and poke 250%. He once again bowed his head in front of the law of true fragrance. Ding. Host chooses B. Grand Carousel Mysterious Exclusive Gift Pack opens successfully. Loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure appraisal level Divine Pupil, capable of appraising all treasures such as antiques, curios, paintings, calligraphy, and more. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best full-grade directing skills, and being given the honorary nickname of Godfather of Entertainment. Ye Bufan. What the hell is a treasure-level Divine Pupil? Forensic grade Divine Pupil is not a ghost. The host has to be steadfast and believe that the system is the crystallization of the highest science and technology. Do not spread feudal superstition. Ye Bufan. Doesn't the host look forward to attending some art exhibitions and such with the school's baby girl? Don't you want to have the ability to identify the authenticity of those national paintings? Ye Bufan a sound. So to say, could it be that the youngest daughter Xia, To participate in some painting exhibition? But, System Dad, what's that other reward you're giving? Best full grade director? Godfather of entertainment? Don't be ridiculous. I really don't care about entering the entertainment industry. Are you forcing me to go into the entertainment industry? Cough cough. This full grade director is not very potential to engage in some kind of subterfuge and so on. Host, restrain a little. Running for uncle. Hormones are fast entering menopause. Adrenal glands well? Dopamine okay? Trigeminal nerves still up? Besides, don't forget your 7 daughters. Ye Bufan bared his soul. His mind flashed through the previous system's information about the 9 schoolgirls' baby daughters. 7 daughters? Little 7. 7 daughters Yun. North Shadow Acting Department. Elegant and intellectual department school flower. Good at acting. Top stream net red. The most famous acting female star? In that case, this reward is related to the 7 daughters? Thinking like this, Ye Bufan felt secretly a burst of sighs. To the system cannot help but praise again. Sure enough, a strong system is the embodiment of awesome. Nonetheless, the host is superficial. This system was conceived in Pangu, opened up the sky and the earth, through the flood of 3000 Taoist law infestation, and through the cosmic explosion, the refining of the black hole, the alchemy furnace of Taishang Laojun. Instead of being awesome, after professional testing, this system does not have the genes of any animal cow. Ye Bufan directly interrupted the system's blind beeping. Mud dirt la. If you continue to beep, the readers will send blades again, shouting, the sea, you are full of water Although the laborer does not deny, laborer does not produce water, is nature's water mover. The system is choking, down and playing dead. The system behaved itself and pouted at you. Ye Bufan, brother house and roll, hiss, full level director, entertainment godfather, a little cool In this case, labor and emo Xiaojiang can xin you sen almost a level of it, maybe even higher than them? After all, the godfather of entertainment is not a title that can be given to anyone, right? And the entertainment industry, wouldn't he or she be able to work with the big Mimi the little rock hot bar baby and so on, can deeply cooperate to make a movie? Then, can subterfuge? Ahem. Ye Bufan was quite excited just thinking about it. The system is really top. More top than even Yang Ding Tian. Then the Red Bull are also cattle. It seems that, in the spirit of the principle of more skills, Ye Bufan can only accept it as it is. Wow, Dad, you're so handsome, so manly. When Ye Bufan walked out of the luxurious private room Imperial Palace with his youngest daughter Xia on his arm, Ye Xia's joyful leaping exclamation of surprise interrupted Ye Bufan. She even stood on her tiptoes and gave Ye Bufan a kiss on his cheek. At once, it made Ye Bufan come back to his senses from the system's reward. Ye Bufan laughed and released. Why, I told you, I won't let you be bullied. We'll definitely impress everyone at the graduation party, and also let them know that you are the baby who has daddy's love, daddy's favor, and daddy's love. Ye Xia was touched with a She was enjoying the feeling of being sweetly favored by Ye Bufan, her own father. Too much. This was a strong father's love that she had never experienced in her 18 years. That kind of wonderful feeling, as if the spring breeze over Lugu Lake, autumn rain soaked Ju's Hagu. It was so aesthetically pleasing, so heartwarming, and so mesmerizing. So this is the child who has daddy's sweet favor. Dad, tomorrow there's a painting exhibition organized by an art master in Cloud City. I want to go to get a long view and open my eyes. Do you have time to accompany me? Just as Ye Bufan was hesitating, Ye Xia was eagerly waiting, flashing a pair of beautiful eyes that were as bright and clear as the starry sky, asking, what, the painting exhibition? Ye Bufan was secretly shocked for a while. The system is afraid that it is not the reincarnation of Zhuge Kongming, right? It's really a miraculous plan? Since it was his daughter who asked him to accompany her to the painting exhibition, then what else to say? There must be time. After all, after missing his father's love for 18 years, Ye Bufan only wants to be able to recognize his schoolgirl's precious daughter, and then for the rest of his life, he'll only do one thing, sweet favor his daughter, the kind of sweet to snore infinite spoiled daughter devil. Besides, what about the 9 schoolgirls' daughters? It's really enough for Ye Bufan to go through all the trouble of pampering them. 365 days a year. 365 divided by 9 is equal to 40. 56 days, that is, in a year, each daughter's companion time, are only a month and 56 days, not to mention the wife of the mysterious Miss World Beauty Pageant champion national goddess. So for the rest of Ye Bufan's life, it's 10 women, 1 wife, plus 9 little lovers from the past life, 1 year, accompanying 10 of the most important women in life, each with an average of only 5 days, 1 month and 5 days. Gosh, such a dismantling. Even more so, Ye Bufan felt that sweetly pampering these 10 women, really not enough. Chapter 029 Showdown. Fan brother Dark King identity can't be hidden anymore. Over there at the painting exhibition, is a movie and television base. Seventh sister just happens to be filming a movie over there. Maybe we can meet up. Ye Xia further flickered her clear beautiful eyes and continued. Deep down, Ye Bufan was once again shocked. Could this be that in the middle of nowhere, there is a heaven? The system is destined? What do you want to what? What do you want to have what? System father really 666 wow. Good. Tomorrow, Dad accompany you to the painting exhibition. Ye Bufan replied without thinking. Dad. Really? Really? Ye Xia was obviously a bit hard to believe, and confirmed once again with a surprised face. Ye Bufan raised his hand and gently caressed her head, with the most peaceful springtime smile of a loving father. He said in a warm voice, of course it's true, after so many years, Dad hasn't been able to accompany you 9 sisters. In this future Dad will definitely spend more time with you. Ye Xia was elated like a child. She was a child in front of Ye Bufan. That is, yes, it's good to have a father. The world is only good to have a father. A child with a father is like a treasure. Throw yourself into your father's arms. Happiness is rare. Oi, ha, silly daughter, your mom will be unhappy when she hears it. Ye Bufan raised his hand and poked Ye Xia's nose. Ye Xia leaped on Ye Bufan's arm and walked out of the Royal 1K TV clubhouse. And at this time, Fong Zhenbeng, Tang Jiaoyuan, Shen Su, as well as Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and others, also followed Ye Bufan and walked out. Of course, it also included Huangfu Knight, the boss of the Grey Strip Shadow, and Situ Ming, the boss of the Dark Gang Blood Prison. When he came to the parking lot outside the Royal 1K TV club, Ye Bufan brought his youngest daughter, Xia, and walked straight towards the cool and sensational top luxury car, the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1. As the car opened its doors like a rock bird with its wings open, ready to soar, Ye Bufan and Ye Xia shortened themselves and sat in the car. Ye Bufan started the car. Boom, 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 like the roar of a wild beast, with a magnificent cool arc. The Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 drove out of the parking lot of the Royal 1K TV club. Left in vain, Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the other students whose worldviews were shattered by the shock. Hold the grass. Am I blind? The car that Ye big schoolgirl and her dad drove, is actually that cool top supercar luxury car Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1? Cam. It can't be. That Ye Bufan isn't. Isn't he just a heavenly palace hotel waiter? How come he's so bossy? The bull batch is bad. Even if he is the #1 shareholder of Royal 1K TV Club, then he can't afford to drive such a luxury car, right? This car sells for more than $100 million. Damn evil. What kind of god is he in the end? What kind of demonic existence is he? On the side, even Fong Zhenbang had fallen into silence. Shen Su had already seen Ye Bufan leave in the Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace Hotel. At this moment, he still could not avoid being strongly shocked again. It was always hard for him to imagine that Ye Bufan was the first major shareholder of the 70% absolute controlling stake in the Royal One, which could be called the Star Diamond level KTV club in Yunchang. He had no choice but to quickly dial his dad, Shinifeng, the family head of one of the 4 great families in Cloud City, the Shen clan. Hey Dad, I want to ask, isn't the Royal 1K TV club our Shen family's property? Are there any other 3 great families that hold shares under their banner? How come there is suddenly a scumbag called Ye Bufan, who has become the #1 shareholder of the Royal 1K TV club with 70% of the absolute controlling stake? On the other end of the phone, Shinifeng admonished in a serious and slightly scolding tone. Shen Su, you sinful animal, I warned you a long time ago, don't make trouble for me outside. Don't see a woman, just like a male dog seeing a female dog. Just that Xiang Wanru, originally is not what Good's color. You have to die. Royal 1K TV club in the past 2 days, was maliciously acquired, directly into 70% of the absolute control, that Ye Bufan is to Wanru's husband. Now, it's true that Ye Bufan is the #1 shareholder of Royal 1K TV club. When Shen Su heard such news, it was completely more than a thunderbolt from a clear sky. On the other side, Tang Jiaoyuan was also in a state of shocked confusion as he dialed the phone number of Tang Qian, the head of the Tang clan, one of the 4 major families in Cloud City. Hey, old Yi, it's me, Tang Jiaoyuan. I came to the Royal 1K TV club and met the young master, but there's one thing I have to report to you, old master. On the phone, Tang Qian gave a sound, but asked in return. It's about the issue of Royal 1K TV Clubhouse's equity, right? Alright, there's no need to say anything more. You immediately bring Tang Shun, that rebellious son, back home. Ye Bufan, this person seems to be very ordinary, but Who knows just how much energy he has? We can only wait and see what happens, and additionally look for an opportunity to test and probe his depths, and make a move on him. Tang Jiuyuan couldn't help but secretly sigh and suck in a breath of cool air. From Tang Qian's words, Tang Jiuyuan clearly felt that this Ye Bufan was extraordinary. Someone who could make even Tang Qian only concede. It seemed that Ye Bufan was indeed not easy to deal with. Alright, master. I understand. I'll bring the young master back now. Hanging up the phone, Tang Jiuyuan glanced again at the fading ass of Ye Bufan's car. He walked over to Tang Shun's side and said in a low and respectful voice, "Young master, the master asked me to take you back." Tang Shun gritted his teeth, still indignant in his heart, as he stomped his foot fiercely. Are we going to suffer a dumb loss? Could it be that with the strength of our 4 great families in Cloud City, we all have to be scornful and afraid of a mere Ye Bufan? Tang Jiuyuan said calmly, "Young master, it's better to listen to the master. We'll find a chance to settle the score later." Fong Zhenbong also had a cunning, old fox's smile as he looked towards Tang Shun. "Tang Shun, your big butler is right. A good man is not forced to do anything beforehand. Besides, it's really hard to get a feel for this Ye Bufan's bottom line." As he spoke, he signaled Huangfu Knight and Sita Ming, who sent Ye Bufan away, to be able to simultaneously startle the underground world's gray zone shadow boss Huangfu Knight, as well as the dark gang blood prison boss Sita Ming. I really can't figure out what exactly is the origin of this Ye Bufan. Tang Jiuyuan was silent for a moment. Fong Dong, do you think it could be that mysterious dark king of the underground world? The only one who can rule both the unified shadow and the blood prison is the dark king of the underground world. Fong Zhenbong chewed thoughtfully. Hiss, the underground world's dark king? Could it be Ye Bufan? How come we never received any information? After Shen Su hung up Shen Yifeng's phone, he also had a resentful, disheveled expression on his face. He also cursed in a very upset manner. Asterisk. If I don't screw this son of a, I'll pronounce my name backwards. Fong Zhenbong had no choice but to wave his hand, signaling everyone, all disperse. Wait, however, Grey Strip Shadow Boss Huangfu Knight and Dark Gang Blood Prison Boss Sita Ming walked straight over. Sita Ming snorted coldly. Fong Zhenbong, dispersed? With our consent? You dog sons and brainwashed girls, you have bullied our ninth miss in all kinds of ways, and you just let it go? For a moment, it directly bungled Fong Zhenbong. While Fong Zhenbong was stunned, he could only awkwardly smile and ask, Boss Situ, then, how are they going to be punished? We all admit it. Chapter 030. As long as I can be with my dad, living in a bridge hole is a blessing. Good. Fong Zhenbong, on account of your sincere attitude, as well as on account of your face as the head of the Fong family in Cloud City, we will take it upon ourselves to give you a chance to reform yourselves for the time being. However, Huangfu Knight flickered those deep, shadowy eyes and said in a deep voice. Fong Zhenbong knew in his heart that Huangfu Knight, the shadow boss of the gray area of the underground world, and Situ Ming, the boss of the dark gang blood prison, those were not good people. Even though Huangfu Knight said to spare them, there were definitely conditions attached. Fong Zhenbong also knew that there was absolutely no need whatsoever to get tough with shadow and blood prison. He had no choice but to respond. Please, Boss Huangfu, show us the way. Huangfu Knight said coldly, you need to make a word contract, and once you have any delusional attempts to retaliate against Brother Fan, as well as Miss Nine behind you, the punishment will be the destruction of your clan. Facing such a condition, Fong Zhenbong was also shocked inwardly. However, if he didn't sign and make a note contract, it was obvious that Huangfu Knight and Sita Ming wouldn't let it go. True, Fong Zhenbong was worthy of being a cunning and treacherous old fox. He immediately realized why Huangfu Knight had put forward such conditions. The purpose was obvious. The Tang, Shen, and Feng families, 3 of the 4 great families in Cloud City, would obviously not just admit defeat to Ye Bufan and Ye Shi as father and daughter. They would definitely still be thinking about how to retaliate, and once signed the Huangfu Knight conditions of the contract. So tonight's everything is considered to be the end. What grudges? A write-off. If Fong Zhenbong, Tang Qian, Shen Yifeng and their 3 big families, trying to wait for an opportunity to retaliate against Ye Bufan, that would be them overstepping their bounds and tearing up the contract, and they would have to bear the punishment of having their families wiped out. This was also enough to show how shrewd Huangfu Knight was. This underground world gray area shadow boss of his was by no means a waste of time. After some weighing, it also made Fong Zhenbong deeply realize that he didn't have any talking points that could refuse Huangfu Knight. It was Tang Shun, Fong Xiang, Shen Yun and the others who had bullied Ye Bufan and Ye Shi at first. Fong Zhenbong had no choice but to be mute and unable to speak. Alright, Boss Huangfu, let's do as you say. So, he asked Molly to find a pen and paper, spilling out, and wrote down the word deed in accordance with what Huangfu Knight had stated. Then, signing and drawing a pledge. He also had Shinsu and Tang Jiaoyuan press their handprints. When everything was dealt with, Huang Funai took the piece of word deed and shook it. He waved his hand and ordered, "Get lost." Even though Fong Jinban was the head of one of the 4 great families in Cloud City, he could only admit defeat in the face of a power like Huang Funai and Sitaming. He was polite to Huang Funai and Sitaming. Then in fear, as if he had been given an amnesty order, he called on Fong Ziyang and left the Royal 1K TV Club. Tang Jiaoyuan, Tang Shun, as well as Shinsu and Xingyun also had to leave. Just before arriving at the entrance of Royal 1K TV Clubhouse, Xiang Wanru blocked Shinsu's way. "Young Su, where is that Ye Bufan? I'm not done with him." Without saying anything, Xiang Wanru directly came up and said. Shinsu let out Xiang Wanru, you just stop. Stop. The current Ye Bufan. I'm afraid you can't afford to mess with him. What do you mean? Xiang Wanru was confused and said in a harsh and sarcastic manner, "Su Shao, you don't really believe that Ye Bufan, that rotten dog who can't hold on to the wall, is really so rich that he can drive a luxury car, right? And that what the hell bull daughter of his?" He said, "Not only does he have a daughter, but also 9 daughters as beautiful as school flowers. Do you believe it?" Not waiting for Shinsu to chime in, Xingyun snorted coldly from the side. "Xiang Wanru, my big brother is right. You surely still don't know. Ye Bufan is the Royal 1K TV Club, accounting for 70% of the shares, absolutely controlling the first major shareholder, right? What?" Xiang Wanru completely encountered 10,000 points of heavy blows, like being held down with a fairy ball, ruthlessly poking her dog face, even more difficult to see a few points. "Su Shao, you guys won't really believe it, right? I've been married to Ye Bufan for 3 years. What the hell is he like? Am I not clear? He must be suffering from all kinds of fantasies because he's been green and can't accept such a blow. Ironically, he's mentally deranged and creating delusions." "Xiang Wanru, you'd better wake up," Shinsu said hopelessly. "If you really think Ye Bufan is acting, you'd better go find him yourself and ask him clearly. I'm leaving." After speaking, Shinsu and Xingyun left straight away. Xiang Wanru secretly had a sigh of relief. Her wooden look and stiff body stood there. Her eyes were like running lanterns, constantly turning bone deep. If say, Ye Bufan really have Royal 1K TV Club, 70% absolute controlling right, the first major shareholder. Then, if he wants to divorce with my old lady, that's the marital property, which also has to be divided in half for my old lady. Humph, Ye Bufan, want to get rid of Lao Ai? It's not that easy. Lao Ai will definitely make you shed a layer of skin. After a burst of sinister and cunning bellyaching, Xiang Wanru decided to go to find Ye Bufan to ask clearly. The showdown must showdown, even if it is a divorce, but also to identify clearly those marital property. Absolutely cannot be cheap. Ye Bufan, Dad, where are we going now? After Ye Bufan drove his car, leaving the Royal 1K TV Clubhouse and driving into the main traffic hub, the youngest daughter Xia blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. While Ye Bufan was searching, he was asking in return, "So, where did you live after the college entrance exam?" "School?" Ye Xia nodded her head. "Yes, after the college entrance exams are over, I am temporarily living in the school dormitory." "That's fine, Dad will take you to." Ye Bufan naturally knew where to go, because the system unlocked the newbie welfare gift, which rewarded a super deluxe 2,000 square meters Seaview Imperial Palace Quadrangle. With the Imperial Palace Quadrangle in Cloud City, it could be considered the topmost mansion. He, old doe, are you going to send me back to school? If you really can't, you can take me to your rented house, too. Ye Xia smiled ear to ear. "Baby, now that you have a daddy, there's no need to go live at school, so live in a rented house with daddy." Ye Bufan joyfully and mysteriously said, Yes, as long as I can be with daddy, living in a bridge hole is no problem. It's all a kind of happiness. Ye Xia said in a droll and adorable manner as she danced around with her hands. "Aha, really? Then Dad can say goodbye in advance. Dad's rental house may be in average conditions. Oh, I guess it's no different from living in a bridge hole." Ye Bufan also followed Ye Xia's words and said flirtatiously. Ye Xia was in a balanced state of mind and giggled nonstop. "It's okay, D. Old bean, I don't even mind. By the way, Dad, are you really the 70% absolutely controlling first major shareholder of Royal 1K TV Club?" Ye Bufan gave a sound, nodded and smiled. "Sort of. Wow, Dad, you're also too bullish. Could it be that all these years, you've been working as a waiter in the hotel and saved up your money, and all of it has been invested in the Royal 1K TV Club?" Ye Xia marveled. But, on second thought, she muttered again. According to the market value of the Royal 1K TV Club, at least a few tens of billions of dollars, with the salary income of the hotel waiter of Dad, it seems unlikely to be able to do it. "Dad, Are you having any other extra high income? Ye Bufan inevitably couldn't directly tell Ye Xia that he was chosen by the system, became the chosen son, became hung up, and was the most beautiful boy in the heavenly Tao, right? Why? Saving money, doing financial management, investing and whatnot, and making a billion money. So, he could only make up a reason that seemed less absurd like this. Chapter 031, Versailles? Dad, you're too vanilla. Ha, Dad, where are we going? How do I feel this road is like going to? Ye Bufan drove while chatting with his youngest daughter Xia. Along the way the father and daughter talked and laughed. The top-class luxury car was overflowing with the sweet coziness between father and daughter, suffused with happiness between father and daughter. However, when Ye Xia looked outside through the car window, she asked with a stunned face, the direction of Cloud City's most luxurious 2,000 square meters seascape Imperial Palace quadrangle, right? Moreover, this has already entered the exclusive driveway of the Seaview Imperial Palace quadrangle. Indeed, Ye Xia was right. In Cloud City, the most luxurious high-end residence, naturally, was this one, the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard, which was at the top of the entire Cloud City. If it is through the aerial photography, the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard clearly gives people a kind of feng shui lifeblood treasure land in Cloud City, can also be said to give a strong visual impact of the palace of the ancient kings and generals, and from the outskirts of the city's main traffic hub, arriving at the Seaview Imperial Palace quadrangle boundaries, an exclusive driveway, meandering up. This also highlights the uniqueness and imperial presence of the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard. Ye Xia studied in Cloud City, and of course she knew about the mansion of Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard. Ye Bufan laughed mysteriously, still with that most amiable smile of a loving father. This is Dad's rental house. Ah, Ye Xia's clear, beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Dad, don't tease, you can't be so sure that your rented house is the most luxurious mansion in Cloud City, 2,000 square meters Seaview Imperial Palace quadrangle, right? Ye Bufan laughed in a cloudy manner. No matter if it's an Imperial Palace mansion or a bridge, it's all about solving the most basic function of living for human beings in terms of food, clothing, shelter and transportation. Put. Ye Xia was amused by Ye Bufan's tone that was more Versailles than even the amazing Spider-Man. She couldn't help but spurt out in laughter. Ahem, Dad, why don't you just change your name and just call yourself Ye Fan? You're simply the originator of the Versailles world. Are you possessed by that Versailles Emperor Ye Fan? Ye Bufan laughed aloud. It's not that exaggerated. Could it be that what I'm saying isn't the truth? Think about it. Today's society, the age of involution, what caused it? To put it bluntly, often many times, it's caused by high housing prices, judging a person's success or not, talking about the 5 sons, i.e., position, ticket, wife, house, child, how many wage earners, in order to live as that successful person in other people's eyes, take out a loan to buy a house or a car. So it is not only the parents' lifetime savings that have been emptied, and not only their parents' coffin money that has been emptied. More than that, it empties out the light of the next few decades, in order to pay off the mortgage, pay off the car loan. Do not dare to quit easily, right? Forced to 996, no complaints 007, even 715 can accept. They seem to have succeeded, seem to have achieved success, but they have been reduced to house slave, car slave, living into a -2 loans. However, when calmly think about it, the house is really necessary to carry a mortgage to buy? What about renting? The ultimate solution is not the basic function of living, those crazy speculation, those houses, or in the realization of the essential function of the house? So, for me, no matter if it's living in a mansion, living in a rented room, living in a slum, or living in a bridge hole, it's all about solving the basic needs of a dwelling. That's all. A few words, but it made Ye Xia respect Ye Bufan. Wow. Dad, 66660. It's a pity that a lot of people always live in the illusions outlined by others. Living in a dream. Ye Bufan yeah, including extended other issues, like the younger generation. Why don't they get married? Don't have children and so on. The reality is very cruel. It's not that they don't want to get married, don't want to have children, is not dare. Whenever you talk to someone, your mother-in-law's family is like a vampire, asking if they have a car, do you have a house, do you have savings? Soul torture. Today's era seems to be the best of times, but also the worst of times. Can young people alone afford to buy a house? Even if the house problem is barely solved, the next thing is the high bride price that is clearly marked, as if a recent farce. A bride at the wedding, to her mother-in-law tea, but also shouted auntie, meaning that she needs her mother-in-law to give the change of language fee. Good lord, once you open your mouth, the rewording fee is $66,000. Is this still considered a marriage? Young people do not have some economic foundation. is really dare not get married. As for the birth of a child, that is even more horrible. From the fetus, to the child's education, all sorts of, a dragon down, raise a child how not easy it. In that case, how many young people can afford to have children? Even if we open up the policy of multiple births, 3 or 4, these basic guarantees can't be reached. Having a child is not like pulling it out and not having to care about it, so naturally young people don't want to have a child. Ye Xia listened to Ye Bufan's pinpointing of the social reality. She doubled over with laughter. Ha ha ha, Dad, you're too funny. Laughing out of me, both. Ye Bufan shook his head slightly, releasing a long sigh of relief. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh, daughter, Dad shouldn't be talking to you about this. Dad, it's fine, I quite like listening to you. It's so funny. Ye Xia was overjoyed and laughed a little. Hiss, Dad, I have a solid doubt. I don't know when to ask or not to ask. Ye Bufan a sound. Baby what doubt? Is today in the hotel, that green your woman, called what to Wanru? You, well not really with her to pull the license to get married, right? Ye Xia with a suspicious face, carefully asked in a tentative manner. The key question is, if you live in such a seascape imperial palace quadrangle, Dad and you are the first major shareholder of the Royal 1K TV Club, as well as you drive such a luxury car, how could she choose to green you? Ye Bufan smiled blandly, a touch of coldness crossed his face. To Wanru, also complained 3 years ago, I momentarily spermatozoa, was compelled by her. As a matter of fact, she and I are just like a partnership, verbal couple. There is no civil affairs bureau registration, nor any reality of husband and wife. I guess she had long been ready to green me. So, within 3 years, she didn't even let me touch her. I have also long predicted that there would be this day of being green. Of course, before this, Xiang Wanru didn't know that I had a luxury car, a mansion, and shares in the Royal 1K TV Club. Ye Xia let out ha ha ha. In that case, wouldn't it be that if Xiang Wanru knew about it, she'd regret her intestines? Dad, you mustn't go soft on this kind of rotten woman either. Snobbish gold digging, watery, she's really not something, she doesn't have any qualifications, she can green Dad you. Ye Bufan a little, will not be soft. In his mind, he was thinking, even if there was no system, being green like Xiang Wanru to the hotel where he worked, it was impossible to continue to have any interactions with her. Not to mention that now, Ye Bufan turned over, with the system added to his body and his life hanging on. He was at the peak of his life in minutes. He was not a naive batch, being so disgustingly green himself by Xiang Wanru. How could he have any softness towards Xiang Wanru's existence? Ahem. Speaking of which, I'm afraid that it's also because you haven't seen your mom for too long after that night with her that you've become horny inside? Only then did you pick a watery rotten woman like Xiang Wanru. Ye Xia further said, if you always keep in touch with Mom, hey, I can guarantee that you feel sick to your stomach even seeing a woman like Xiang Wanru. Aha, is that so? Must drop. You have to know that Mom that is the Miss World Beauty Pageant Champion National Goddess. Ye Xia said with certainty. Ye Bufan, Chapter 032 Blocked Door? Who's the happy color? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Hey, where did you come from? What are you doing? This super deluxe 2,000 square meters seascape Imperial Palace courtyard. Is it possible for you to casually drive a broken car into it? Just as Ye Bufan drove the top supercar luxury car Koenigsegg 1:1 to the Sea View Imperial Palace courtyard into the residential area. But it was cold. By the post of a halogen egg-like shiny bald security guard, holding an electric baton, pointing and screaming intercepted. Ye Bufan slowly parked his car outside the crossbar of the guardhouse stopping the car, and he looked out the car window at the bald security guard. He did not get angry. After all, the Seaview Imperial Palace Quadrangle Mansion rewarded by the system's newbie benefits was also his first time. It was assumed that the gate guard security guard on duty at this post did not know yet, or perhaps, the system has not synchronized the data yet? Anyway, Ye Bufan said to the bald security guard in a pleasant manner, hello I am. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to finish, the bald security guard spat out a mouthful of phlegm. He sized up Ye Bufan for a few moments, and then looked at Ye Bufan's car again and again. He didn't recognize the car's logo, and he had never seen the license plate number. Although this car bar looks quite cool, quite windy, but, with the bald security guard's cognitive world, I'm afraid that he can't imagine Ye Bufan wearing an obvious hotel waiter's work uniform like this. Such a person would be the owner of the Seaview Imperial Palace Quadrangle Mansion. Good fart. Less ing shelved there with me playful smile. Hurry up to drive your broken car away. Do not want to blindly around here. Playing what bad idea? Ye Bufan. He was really confused by this strange bald security guard's rogue logic. In the end, which company was the property of this Ocean View Imperial Palace courtyard? Could it be that the security guards hired by such a high-end mansion all have their heads up their asses? Hey, why are you like this? Doesn't your property know that my father is the owner of this imperial palace courtyard? Ye Xia said indignantly. The bald security guard glanced at Ye Xia and rolled his eyes towards Ye Bufan again. Owner? Just him? Your dad? Godfather, right? Little girl, don't blame me for not reminding you. Just this kind of person looks like he has a dirty mind. Full of dirty nasty stuff. He's no good even if he's your god-grandfather. You'd better be sober. Sober. Don't be coaxed by his flowery words. When you get into bed with him, you won't even have a chance to regret the medicine. Sniffing. Ye Bufan clenched his fists tightly. Bones issued a click-click-click sound of fried soybean. Ye Xia was also infuriated and glared angrily. She fiercely glared at the bald security guard. Truly a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Don't sully our pure father-daughter relationship with your dirty and filthy thoughts. Ye Bufan's face crossed a touch of biting and murderous coldness, following which he questioned calmly, which property company are you affiliated with? Call your person in charge to come here. The bald security guard snorted coldly, not putting the slightest bit of attention on Ye Bufan as he said icily and arrogantly, Yo, I've seen a lot of people like you, going to a 4S store to rent a cool and flashy-looking luxury car, and then go fishing for a girl. You can really think out of the blue too, to want to come to the Seaview Imperial Palace Quadrangle? You a lecherous color. Are you worthy? Unbridled. Ye Bufan burst into a rage. You dog-eyed contraption. You better be able to bear the consequences. Boom boom boom. At this exact moment, an ultra-cool top-of-the-line Maserati came from the exclusive driveway. Beep beep beep. After the Maserati arrived at Ye Bufan's Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 car's ass, it honked its horn. As the Maserati's window rolled down, a pretty-faced woman was clearly reflected in the bald security guard's eyes. He immediately farted and greeted the woman, nodding his head and bowing in greeting to the stunningly beautiful woman. Missy, how are you? What brings you here? Tang Liz glanced at Ye Bufan's Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 in front of her as she questioned with a displeased face. Old Wu, what's the situation? Whose car is this? Why is it blocking the entrance and not leaving? The bald security guard Wu Can immediately said, Missy, I don't know where the 205 came out. He claimed to be the owner of the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard. Also, with a beautiful chick, presumably which pretentious stinking beggar, come here to show off to pick up girls. When Tang Lizi heard, she immediately burst into flames and exploded. She opened the car door and got off. A tall and delicate figure, outline her absolutely eye-catching beautiful S-curve, slender thighs, wearing black silk, exquisite jade feet, wearing crystal shoes, together with the beautiful goose egg face. It gave people a kind of soothing visual feast. Really neat ball get. What era is it? How can there still be this kind of mallet? As she spoke, she quickly walked to Ye Bufan's driver's door. Into her eyes was the image of Ye Bufan's handsome and elegant uncle. Her heart also rippled slightly, and she didn't care too much about it. She huffed at Ye Bufan. Hey, uncle, what's going on? Don't you know that this ultra-luxurious 2,000 square meters seascape Imperial Palace courtyard is not a place where a class like you can come to pick up girls and pretend to be a pussy? Hurry up and drive your broken car away. When Tang Lizi's sight surveyed Ye Bufan's Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1, she was also secretly sighing. Good guy. This car was unrecognizable in terms of its logo, but it had to be said that it was quite luxurious. Could it be that the bald security guard Wu Chan made an error in judgment? Or was he too hasty? Ye Bufan a sound also measured a few eyes Tang Lizi. He did not slow to ask, who are you? Tang Lizi immediately responded, don't you know that the property of the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard is managed by the splendid properties under our Tang clan? Then where did you get the courage to tell our property security that you are the owner? You still have the nerve to ask me who I am? Keep your ears open. I'm Tang Lizi. Who knows? Ye Bufan slowly said, Tang Lizi? I've never heard of it. You also cut the crap. Hurry up and let the person in charge of your what's-her-name Tang clan's brilliant property management or whatever, come here. The bald security guard Wu Can crossed his face and fiercely glared at Ye Bufan for a few moments. Hey, stinking beggar, are you tired of living? Dare to talk like this to the 1,000 gold miss of the Tang clan, one of the 4 great families of Cloud City? Ye Bufan was glancing at Tang Lizi again. He sorrowfully smiled playfully. So it's really the Tang clan, one of the 4 great families of Cloud City. How about this? You hurry up and make a call to Tang Qian and ask him to confirm if I, Ye Bufan, am the owner of this Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard. Also, this red book of real estate rights certificate. You can also check if it's the original one. As he spoke, he wasn't polite, and directly handed Tang Lizi that real estate certificate for the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard. Tang Lizi was a bit confused, although she believed that the bald security guard Wu Chan said, but, again, seemed to feel that there was some abruptness. She took the real estate certificate, flipped through it, and in the column of ownership, it was clearly written, Ye Bufan. Tang Lizzie was confused, and was just about to call Tang Qian when her cell phone's incoming call rang. Her complexion suddenly changed, and she immediately pressed answer. Hey, Dad, without waiting for her to say a single word more. On the other end of the phone, Tang Qian said sharply as if he had been struck by a ghost and struck by lightning. Lizzie, are you going to the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard now? Is there an owner there who went there? Is his name Ye Bufan? Successive questions, exactly like 100,000 reasons, bombarded towards Tang Lizzie. Tang Lizzie secretly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. She responded, yes, I just arrived at the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard post here. There is indeed a self-proclaimed owner Ye Bufan, but look at him a bit weird. He was intercepted by the security guard Old Wu. Press simply do not wait for Tang Lizzie finished. Tang Qian almost did not on the spot a mouthful of old blood wildly spit violent death. Asshole thing. Who permitted him to intercept? Tang Lizzie, you give me listen well. You immediately and Wu what the hell security? Give me a good reception Mr. Yi. But if you guys have any transgressions, any slowness, I'll take you all to task. I still have about 10 minutes. I'll be there soon. Tang Qian finished, hung up the phone. Tang Lizzie once again looked at Ye Bufan. She was dumbfounded, shocked. Chapter 033, Extra Blitz Reward, 20 Mortal Flavor Chef's Culinary Arts. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, it's because of our negligence in our work. We have eyes to see and offend your honor. I apologize to you for the security guard Old Wu. Tang Lizzie confirmed from Tang Qian's phone call, and the red book Ye Bufan handed over. That Ye Bufan was the owner of this ultra-luxurious 2000M superscript 2 Seaview Imperial Palace quadrangle. She immediately apologized to Ye Bufan awkwardly and respectfully and said. The bald security guard Wukan was also confused and dumbfounded. He stammered and said to Tang Lizzie, Missy, this, him, me, snap. Tang Lizzie turned around and flung her hand and slapped a hard slap on the bald security guard Wukan's cheek. Asshole dog thing, what are you waiting for? Immediately release Mr. Yi. Although Wukan was confused and had two big heads in one, Tang Lizzie's words were definitely better than an imperial decree. He nodded his head like pounding garlic, completely incarnating like a lapdog as he answered to Tang Lizzie. Yes, Missy. After saying that, he hurriedly walked back to the guard post and raised the car-stopping crossbar for Ye Bufan. Tang Lizzie sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Wukan's back, resentfully cursing. Beavis and calf contraption with no eyes. This young lady is all screwed up by you. Cursing after cursing, she again rushed to welcome her, bowed to Ye Bufan and said smilingly, Mr. Yi, please. However, before the word please finished, Ye Bufan had already released the brakes. The Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 was like a wild horse that had taken off the reins. Boom 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 wildly soared up and drove into the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard. Tang Lizzie was left with a mouthful of exhaust fumes, messy in the wind. After she watched Ye Bufan drive his car into the Imperial Palace courtyard, she cursed at Wu Chan a few more times. Then, she drove her car and also drove into the Imperial Palace courtyard, following Ye Bufan as he parked his car in the exclusive parking space. At this moment, Ye Bufan parked his car and looked at Ye Xia who was on the side. Ye Xia was shocked and dumbfounded. She'd scared and mumbled, what a snobbish, dog-eyed contraption. He, Dad. In the end, it's still you who's too good. After recognizing with you today, it's so cool to reverse and hit your face again and again. So cool, all. Ye Bufan said warmly to Ye Xia with the most amiable smile of a loving father. Baby, you also see it. This is the naked cruel reality. In the end, it's the so-called law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, the weak and the strong. The only way to be respected is to be strong ourselves. Otherwise, really be considered as the bottom of the society. We'll only be despised. We'll only be hated to be stepped on the ground. We'll be our face. We'll be our dignity. Ruthless friction floor, riding on our head to ravage. Ye Xia nodded her head in agreement, and in her clear eyes, she also added a little bit of admiration for Ye Bufan's little fangirl. Dad. This is the kind of day I dream of. With Dad by my side, no one will bully us. Ye Bufan, oh? He let out a cry. Is that so? For so many years, you and the other 8 sisters, have you been bullied? Ye Xia affirmed. Yes ta. From kindergarten onwards, we were all scolded as fatherless wild seeds, sinful seeds and whatnot. Then as we gradually grew up, there were also people who called our mom a rotten woman who doesn't abide by women's morals and whatnot. Anyway, we were all bullied and abused by others, as if we were superfluous in this world, and were bullied and abused by them. Sometimes, I really feel a kind of, as if we live, even breathing, is a kind of mistake. Dad, can you feel it? Ye Bufan secretly clenched his fists tightly, his nails sinking deep into his flesh without even knowing the pain. His heart was like a knife. How could he not know that feeling? He raised his hand and gently rested it on Ye Xia's shoulder, patting her lightly, releasing a smile and relieved. Baby, it won't be in the future. There is Dad in. No one will presume to bully you. You sisters 9 in the slightest. Ye Xia nodded. Aha, Daddy, I believe in you. Ding. Collected multiple emotions such as adoration, fulfillment, and a sense of security from your daughter. Rewarding 200 million family happiness fund. Ding. Having collected her daughter's sense of belonging to the family emotion. Given that the host has profoundly understood the true meaning of the collecting baby daughter's positive emotion superpower system, he has been awarded an additional blitz reward of starting with a koan. Equipment is all to be swallowed. Is it time to turn on the blitz? Ye Bufan. Banana you merry-go-round. Ye Bufan Heart 10,000 Grass Mudhorse running wild. He has a sentence in his heart. Mom's cell batch do not know when to speak or not. The system. What? The system is not a good idea, but it's a good idea to have an extra bonus for starting a game with a koan. Equipment all depends on swallowing. Host, do not care about those details. Focus on the wrong O. Could it be that there's something wrong with the system occasionally peeling a bit and occasionally upgrading? Ye Bufan. Where is this where you occasionally pee a little? You're simply the pippy shrimp at second grandfather, the skin is itching. Okay? Host, please make a choice as soon as possible. Whether to open the storm? Countdown begins. Beep beep beep. Drip drip drip. Ye Bufan. However, spitting is spitting. Ye Bufan can never miss any wave of rewards. Turn on the blitz. True Fragrance Law Superscript 3. In front of the law of true fragrance, no one could resist. Ding. Opening a koan. Equipment is all swallowed. Extra blitz reward open successfully. Loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global 6-star culinary god level 20 mortal flavors dish selection. Imperial Chef Master. Ye Bufan straight away called out a good guy, but also 20 mortal flavors, 12 sharp flavors Nicholas brother knows? However, it looks like it's some kind of bullish cooking. Also strike. After all, as a baby daddy, the most crucial thing is to have a handful of good cooking skills, to be able to give 9 schoolgirls baby daughters, elaborate delicious dishes, and manage their stomachs. This is definitely a must-have skill for a baby daddy. Therefore, Ye Bufan didn't mind this kind of extra blitz reward. It's just that the deep sense system is really quite fancy. What the hell? Opening a koan. Equipment all depends on swallowing. What the heck? As long as the reward is explosive enough to change Ye Bufan's ordinary social animal days, it doesn't matter. You know, in just half a day, the system simply helped Ye Bufan realize a class leap. This is much more than the rampage and the dry chewing coffee without sugar. I am the Beijing Si Gao Chiqiang to soar, to valiant much. Gao Chiqiang from selling fish strong class leap. That is a year to realize 3 consecutive jumps. Ye Bufan completely without the system directly hanging. Just half a day, directly class leap. It is so simple and rough. It is so open. Not long after, Tang Qian personally drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, arrived at the Imperial Palace courtyard, parked the car, immediately got off and walked quickly towards Ye Bufan. From afar, he flattered Ye Bufan in a kind of flattering, complimentary way and said with a smile, Mr. Ye, how are you? Forgive me for being slow. I have missed the welcome from afar. Sorry. Tang Qian's words interrupted Ye Bufan's thoughts of obtaining rewards with the system. He came back to his senses, sized up Tang Qian for a few moments, and let out you're Tang Qian? Tang Qian immediately nodded his head, nodding his head in a respectful manner to Ye Bufan. Yes, I am Tang Qian. Ye Bufan slightly raised his hand, pinched his brow, and glanced at Wu Kan, the bald security guard who was terrified on the side. Tang Qian, this Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard is considered a high-end mansion in Cloud City, right? But the security guards you hired, what the hell are they? Do they have their heads up their asses? Tang Qian's face was a bit more ugly than being doused with a pile of. He apologized to Ye Bufan with another deep self-reproach. Mr. Ye, it's my poor management. I'm sorry. Wu Chan, you dog, why don't you crawl over, kneel down for Mr. Ye and apologize. P.S. Today's portion of the explosion of 7 more 17, 167 words updated. Open the official recommendation. The new book recommendation period. The data is very important. I implore you to be beautiful and beautiful women. Add a bookshelf. Point a 5-star book review. Welcome to the point of urging more. Chapter 034, Having a Schoolgirl's Baby Girl Living with You, Peace of Mind is Home. Mr. Ye, I'm sorry, I was blind. I deserve to die. Puff. The bald security guard Wukan was so scared that his legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground. Not caring about the concrete floor, he kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Tang Lizzie on the side was also heart thump. She couldn't help but measure Ye Bufan a few more times. Handsome yuppie uncle. she couldn't help but take a few more looks at Ye Bufan, the handsome yuppie uncle. But, what exactly is this man wearing the Heavenly Palace Hotel waiter's uniform? Surprisingly, she was able to let her dad, Tang Qian, personally come to the trip, or to him so respectfully. In Tang Lizi's opinion, this was too unbelievable. After all, with Tang Qian in Cloud City, it could be called one of the 4 great families of the head of the family. That is how honorable, how status position. At this moment, he was actually nodding his head to Ye Bufan, so respectful. Of course, Ye Bufan can be the owner of the most ultra-luxurious 2000M superscript 2 Seascape Imperial Palace Courtyard in Cloud City. That is also enough to show that Ye Bufan's strength is by no means generalized. But what's with his waiter's uniform? An invisible godly man, experiencing the life of the lower class in a low-key manner? Tang Lizi, that pair of beautiful eyes gazed at Ye Bufan, cannot help but add a few inexplicable ambiguous feelings. Or rather, with Ye Bufan's unique charisma, it deeply stirred the deepest strings of Tang Lizi's heart. Tang Lizi looked to the side of the incomparably sweet and lovely, with a kind of national style and ancient charm of Ye Xia. Her heart is inexplicably surging up a kind of overturned vinegar jar. Sour mixed feelings. What is wrong with yourself? Is it possible that the handsome and elegant gangster Ye Bufan uncle, love at first sight? What is love in this world? I can't believe that I've been taught that IQ is negative and I've become a mallet. A red apricot is coming out of the wall. Mr. Yi, Miss 9. I'm slacking off. Wu Chan, this kind of dog with no eyes and a brain on his ass. When I turn around I'll have someone deal with it immediately. Tang Qian awkwardly compensated with a smile and continued. If in the future, Mr. Yi, for our Tang clan's brilliant property management company, there are any proposals, you can always give instructions to me. Ye Bufan waved his hand. Alright, Tang Qian, you don't need to put it aside to act with me. Hurry up and get lost. Tang Qian just wanted to chime in, but Tang Lizi said indignantly. Hey, you, this person is not a little ungrateful. My dad personally came over and apologized to you. What else do you want? Besides, old Wu is also doing his duty. In order to ensure the safety of the Imperial Palace Courtyard, you still have your nose in the air, don't you? Tang Lizi, shut up, you. Tang Qian was terrified and immediately glared at her fiercely, reprimanding her in a stern voice. Ye Bufan laughed in a cloudy manner as he paced closer to Tang Lizi, looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye with an overbearing aura of a monarch over the world as he said sullenly to Tang Lizi. What? It sounds like a mess. Tang is very unconvinced? What brilliant property management garbage under your family's banner. Even the owners don't recognize it. Also a pair of dog-eyed snobs. And even more so, openly using foul language to tarnish me and my daughter's innocent reputation. I'm already being polite to you by not pursuing the matter. What else do you want? Tang Lizi took a step backward, smacking her lips and stammered. She really your daughter? Pro-daughter? Seeing this, Tang Qian immediately stepped forward, yanking Tang Lizi away, reprimanding, stinky girl, don't go crazy, that one is Mr. Ye's 9th daughter, Ye Xia. She's your brother's fellow classmate. At the mention of Tang Shun, another cool chill crossed Tang Qian's heart. He really didn't know just what kind of cowboy this national style and ancient rhythm department schoolgirl of Tang Shun's school's dad, Ye Bufan, was. Suddenly, with thunderous means, acquired 70% of the shares of the Royal 1K TV Club, become the absolute controlling right of the first major shareholder. That also even if, but unexpectedly, even more clear sky thunderbolt let Tang Qian receive notice. Into the Cloud City ultra-luxury 2000M superscript 2 Seascape Emperor Palace Courtyard people, actually is Ye Bufan. This for Tang Qian, absolutely is 10,000 points of heavy blows. More than the headlines also heavy bombarded him a little dizzy. Tang Lizi instead was in a much lighter mood. Turns out, that pretty chick, is really Ye Bufan's daughter. It's like a safety hazard lifted. Tang Lizi turned her mind to think again, but the key question is, being able to give birth to a daughter of a schoolgirl level goddess like Ye Xia, then wouldn't Ye Bufan's wife be? Thinking like this, Tang Lizi was again a bit lost. Or, deep inside, a trace of inexplicable affection for Ye Bufan, the burning embers of love, was extinguished. Of course, Tang Lizi will not reveal too much. She is similar to love at first sight for Ye Bufan. Mr. Yi, Miss 9. Then, we'll go back first. We won't disturb your rest. Tang Qian was as shrewd as a 1,000-year-old fox. He saw that the wind was not quite right. Even if he stayed for a while longer and said one more word, I'm afraid that it would be too many words. So, while Ye Bufan did not pursue the matter, he hurriedly retreated and said, when Tang Qian and Tang Lizi drove away, Ye Bufan took a deep breath and turned to look at Ye Xia, who had been silent. With his springtime-loving fatherly smile, he cheerfully said to Ye Xia, baby, there's a situation, and it's the first time I've come to my rental house. As he spoke, He raised his hand and pointed to the ultra-luxurious Imperial Palace quadrangle in front of him. Come on, feel, a rented house that's almost on the same level as a bridge hole. Ye Xia was amused by Ye Bufan. She couldn't help but laugh with a pfft. Dad, you're so Versailles. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up when you go out? Ye Bufan, however, had a serious look on his face. How Versailles? What I said, isn't it the truth? Ye Xia smiled with a cheeky, dorky, adorable smile and reached out to hold Ye Bufan's arm. Facts, Dad main hit it true. As they spoke, father and daughter raised their steps into the courtyard, spacious and luxurious pattern, with a unique oriental courtyard architectural style, fused with a similar Suzhou Hangzhou garden style, carved beams and painted buildings, with skeletonized screens. The moment you enter the house, you will be greeted by a sense of high-end luxury. Although it is not the kind of old-fashioned courtyard in the imperial capital, it is a kind of modern antique-style courtyard. However, it still gave Ye Bufan, Ye Xia and his father and daughter an eye-opening shock. Sincerely, for Ye Bufan, when he walked into the courtyard, he did not have the unfamiliar feeling of his first visit. It was probably also due to the system, which had already familiarized the entire interior of the courtyard with everything in his mind. He was able to tell Ye Xia all sorts of stories and introductions as if he were counting his family's favorites. Wow, Dad, this Imperial Palace courtyard really deserves to be the most luxurious mansion in Cloud City. Ness, it's too strong, too luxurious. Ye Xia was shocked as she felt everything in the quadrangle. Although Ye Bufan, deep down, was also shocked by the grandeur and luxury of the Imperial Palace courtyard. However, his face was cloudy and light. Or rather, he himself was not interested in any mansions. But on the contrary, the system's newbie benefits had rewarded him with such a luxurious quadrangle. It's still broad, slightly better than a bridge hole. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan still had that Versailles style and said flirtatiously, Ye Xia, then, I'll be living with Dad in this quadrangle brand bridge hole from now on. Boo. Ye Bufan him a sound, nodded in relief. Good as long as baby like to live here. This is our home. Home. Ye Bufan's heart thumped. It seems that home is a long-lost concept again. Although he married Xiang Wanru, so-called marriage for 3 years, that rented room, but not the slightest warmth of home. Xiang Wanru seldom returned home, and even when she did, she and Ye Bufan slept in separate rooms and beds. That is not a home at all. Where the heart is at peace, that is home. Ye Bufan could not help but feel secretly emotional. Perhaps, in this Imperial Palace courtyard, with his youngest daughter Xia living together, there should be the flavor of home. Daughter, tonight's graduation dinner. Also did not eat something. Hungry? Daddy will make you something good to eat? Chapter 035, Daddy, you're so nice. Wow. Daddy, what kind of delicious food are you going to make for me? Ye Xia's eyes lit up, blinking her beautiful eyes with an expectant little look as she asked with a leap of faith. Ye Bufan gave what do you want to eat? I want to eat king crab, eat Boston lobster, and want to eat Australian abalone. Ye Xia said searchingly. Ye Bufan directly snapped his fingers. Okay, leaky party is not thick. No problem. Aha! Ye Xia was dumbfounded and looked at Ye Bufan in surprise. Old bean, you have king crab, Boston lobster, and Australian abalone ingredients in this bridge card quadrangle? Ye Bufan smiled mysteriously. Baby, you go take a bath first. The rest, leave it to Dad. When you come out of the shower, you are guaranteed to have a sumptuous dinner. Ye Xia was skeptical. Oh, okay. Ye Bufan raised his finger and pointed to Ye Xia's bedroom, as well as the bathroom and such. It had to be said, it was really worthy of being called Cloud City's most luxurious 2,000 square meters Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard, even though it was Ye Bufan who brought Ye Xia here for the first time. However, all the daily necessities of life, that is absolutely everything, even the underwear and pajamas that Ye Xia needed to change at home were all available. When Ye Xia walked into the bathroom, looking at the high-grade bathtub, those international luxury brands of toiletries, shower gel, shampoo, and beauty skin care and so on, are all international luxury brands. Ye Xia was once again deeply shocked by her seemingly ordinary mortal father, even by karma, by Lady Gaga. What kind of a person is Dad? Is he an invisible god rich? Surprisingly all luxury goods. Humph, that Xiang Wanru was really a green tea whore. What qualification does she have to green my dad? Woman, she is also worthy? Ye Xia had a wave of indignation in her heart towards Xiang Wanru for greening Ye Bufan, because in her opinion, Ye Bufan was just too good. Being able to own the topmost mansion in Cloud City, driving a Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1 top-class luxury car. What's more, he owns 70% of the absolute controlling shares of Cloud City's Star Diamond level high-end KTV Club Royal 1, with goods like Xiang Wanru, which bit of her is worthy of her father anymore. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, alas. Dad is really pitiful. After that one-night couple with Mom, after 18 years, they couldn't even be together. It's no wonder. He would have found such a rotten bastard like Xiang Wanru and got married. Now Xiang Wanru even green Dad. But well, Ye Xia shed all her clothes, snow white skin, slender big white legs, and crossed into the bathtub. She specially sprinkled some rose, lavender and other aromatherapy type flower petals in the bathtub, beautifully soak a soothing bath. While she was soaking in the bath, she pondered that Ye Bufan was cuckolded by Xiang Wanru. The more she thought about it, the more righteous anger she felt. Now it's good. She cuckolded Dad. It's time to show her the cards, divorce her, and Dad is sort of relieved from the Hulunbuir prairie. In the future, we must draw a clear line with Xiang Wanru. This kind of rotten green tea, when the time is ripe, we must set up Dad and Mom to come together. Hey, why do you want to talk about fixing them up? What kind of encounter did Dad and Mom have back then? What kind of encounter did Dad and Mom have back then that brought them together, and also created our 9 twin sisters in one night of flirtation? Ye Xia lay on her back in the bathtub, enjoying the bathwater that was like buttermilk, soaking her fair and tender skin like curdled fat. With a burst of heavenly thoughts, she searched for information about her father and her mother's relationship. Aha! Originally, Dad and Mom, and us 90 sisters were family, and the 9 of us sisters were the fruit of their love, even if it was the product of a night of flavor. That was also the most unforgettable and best night ever. Dad, it's great to have you. When Ye Xia's mind surfaced about Ye Bufan, she again slightly shrunk her body and murmured meaningfully to herself. Or rather, after 18 years, she was finally able to have a father's love like other children. It was so nice to have Daddy's company, Daddy's sweet favor, and Daddy's fatherly love. The little girl was emotional, especially the father's love that she had longed for and expected for many years. Finally having it, like a dream come true. On the other side, Ye Bufan walked into the kitchen and took a few slight glances. He once again marveled at how strong the system was. The entire kitchen was almost AI intelligent, with those high-grade refrigerators storing a bounty of fresh ingredients. Indeed, the reason why Ye Bufan had readily agreed to Ye Xia with king crab, Boston lobster, and Australian abalone, that was definitely not to coax his youngest daughter Xia to be happy. But the kitchen really had stored ingredients, and the king crab, Boston lobster, and Australian abalone in the refrigerator, that can definitely be the top good ingredients. Ye Bufan probably also clear. Why before rewarded him what global 6-star chef god level 20 mortal flavor dishes selection, the Imperial Chef Master. It was obvious, Ye Bufan will be able to perform this global 6-star god of cookery level 20 flavors of the world cooking skill right away. In normal times, when Ye Bufan was faced with these ingredients, there was only one thing he wanted: to cook it, and it would be a delicious meal. But now it's different. With the system's rewards, Ye Bufan's eyes fell on those high-level ingredients, completely new dishes, as well as familiar and elaborate cooking methods. Thus, he also followed the system-rewarded culinary god's culinary arts, and with a flurry of flowing clouds and skillful cooking techniques, he began to craft a gourmet meal. With Ye Bufan's exquisite cooking skills, from cleaning and changing the knife, cutting vegetables, all kinds of knife work and fire, it was completely like a performance of perfect art. When Ye Xia beautifully finished soaking in aromatherapy bath, changed into silk pajamas and walked out, from the direction of the kitchen, a mouth-watering aroma of delicious food diffused and drifted. The beautiful aroma stimulated her taste buds, and her face was filled with happiness and anticipation. When she walked to the kitchen and stood in the doorway for a moment, what met her eyes was that Ye Bufan had already cooked and grilled king crab, Boston lobster, and Australian abalone. Ye Xia was dumbfounded, once again shocked beyond words. Wow. Dad, did you really cook king crab, Boston lobster, and Australian abalone? Ye Bufan laughed. That's for sure. As long as my baby wants the moon in the sky, I'll take an air rocket up there to pick it for you. Ye Xia giggled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flooded with crystal tears. It was being touched by this deep fatherly love of Ye Bufan. Dad, you're so nice. Ye Xia's hazel tearful eyes paced into the kitchen and violently jumped into Ye Bufan's arms. Baby, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying again? Ye Xia shook her head slightly. There's no crying, Daddy, it's that you're too good. I'm so touched. I love it. Daddy, love you, Il Red Heart. Ye Bufan deeply felt that what was embraced in his arms at this moment was not just his precious daughter, but a whole new world. Silly girl, really Daddy's good baby, good daughter. Daddy loves you too. 18 years, Daddy is late for your love. Daddy will definitely try to be a good father. Spoil you, love you. Chapter 036, Collecting Daughters' Belonging Emotions. Rewarding Hugo Boss Managing Director. Ha, baby, get ready to eat. Daddy will let you taste and savor The 20 mortal tastes selected dishes. Ye Bufan took a long breath and released it with a joyful smile. Put. Ye Xia laughed again. Dad, you're too funny. You also 20 mortal flavors, stating that it's your exclusive private dishes? Ye Bufan patted his chest and said with determination, that's a must. 20 mortal flavors, affiliated to me. Ye Mao, the exclusive title of the private dishes. As he spoke, he served the elaborate dishes into the restaurant, and very foreign to the shocked and dumbfounded Ye Xia, he spoke the names of the dishes. The first mortal flavor, Dragon Tang Jojo Supreme Crab Emperor 3rd grade. Second course mortal taste, baked Boston lobster boy with garlic bacon and vinaigrette salad. The third course of mortal taste, charcoal grilled Australian fresh abalone. Fourth course of taste of the world, steamed bone-in turbot with porcini mushrooms and golden garlic. Fifth course of uncommon flavors, bamboo pith and scallop pillar bird's nest soup. Baby, come on, you're hungry, aren't you? Let's eat. Ye Bufan greeted the frozen Ye Xia and made her take a seat. The father and daughter were salivating over these delicious dishes of color and flavor. Even Ye Bufan himself couldn't help but salivate. Admittedly, in other words, before, with a waiter's job in the Heavenly Palace Hotel, it would be a dream to be able to afford to eat such top-notch ingredients as king crab, Boston lobster, Australian abalone, and so on. Nowadays, the system was added to his body, completely appending Ye Bufan's previous world. It gave him 9 schoolgirl baby daughters and a whole new life. After Ye Xia took her seat, she carefully picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of the king crab's fatty crab meat, putting it into her small and delicate mouth, chewing and swallowing slowly. At once, it was as if her entire body was electrocuted. Her eyes lit up with surprise. Wow, Dad, this king crab is so delicious. Wow, it's totally fragrant and smooth into the throat, melting in the mouth. The flavor flows between the teeth. Awesome. Ye Bufan's face was also overflowing with happiness. It was a kind of, because of his own baby girl, eating the dishes he personally cooked, his heart was full of the joy of being a father. Ha ha ha, baby, if it's delicious, just eat more, you're still growing your body. Ye Bufan laughed cheerfully. Ye Xia muttered her cherry lips. He, Dad, which still has a growing body, oh, all developed and mature. Ye Bufan gave a sound. Is that so? You just finished the college entrance exams. You consumed a lot, so consider it as supplemental nutrition. Ye Xia made a ghostly face and said in a cute and adorable manner, this is possible. The father and daughter enjoyed such a warm and happy time of first recognition. Everything was so peaceful. Ye Bufan also truly felt the warmth of home, the happiness of home. With a baby girl, this is the warmest harbor, compared to before, and Xiang Wanru kind of partnership life. Very different, or rather, simply cannot be compared to now. TSK, Dad, have you cooked for Mom before? Did you conquer Mom by conquering her stomach with your superb cooking skills? Ye Xia asked again in a gossipy manner while eating the delicious dishes. Ye Bufan was silent for a moment, and thought in his heart, perhaps, with his 19-to-1 such a top-notch iron bone man, CM, it must be a step to the stomach. Otherwise, how is it possible to have a night of flavor? A canon. 9 twins it must be like this. Probably maybe. Ye Bufan's heart was an indescribable mixture of flavors. In the end, that Miss World Beauty Pageant champion national goddess's last name, he lacked memory. It seems like that kind of blank memory of a night of hangover and drinking out of his mind. Ding! Collected the daughter's multiple emotions of happiness, warmth, and contentment, rewarding 300 million family happiness fund. Ding! Collected the daughter's sense of belonging emotion, rewarding the managing director of the Boss Hugo Boss, China, boutique. Ding! The following is the host's tribute panel. Host, Ye Bufan. Gender, male. Age, 38 years old. Marriage, flower is not flower. Mist is not mist. Wealth value, 2 Chinese yuan, 000. Reputation value, 1,500 points. Notes, Hall Level Supreme King of Comedy plus 100 points. Treasure Testing Divine Pupil plus 100 points. Godfather of Entertainment Best Full Level Directing Skills plus 100 points. 20 Mortal Flavors Imperial Chef Master plus 100 points. Boss Hugo Boss, China, Store Managing Director plus 100 points. As the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded, it allowed Ye Bufan to reap another wave of rewards. He secretly marveled. Good guy, there are really surprises and rewards everywhere. In just half a day, the rewards were 2 billion, allowing Ye Bufan to realize 20 small goals. The system was also too hoity-toity and trenchant. This is the divine magnificent system. This is the buffs hanging. Sincerely, when money is no longer money. Or rather, get all the money. It can also be said that after making money the easiest thing in the world, Ye Bufan deeply comprehended, such as the grandiose words of the horse hangers-on and the king hangers-on. What is not interested in money? What said a small goal first earn it 100 million? Such seemingly anticlimactic quotes. The only way to deeply comprehend the true meaning of them is to hang on to the world. Huh, Jack? Right, Dad. Tomorrow morning, let's go to the mall first. When she was almost done eating, Ye blinked her beautiful eyes and gazed at Ye Bufan's heavenly hotel waiter's work uniform, and said thoughtfully, "Aha, do you need to buy anything?" Ye Bufan asked back with a curious expression. "No, I think, Dad, you are so handsome. It's time to change your line of work. Go buy a few suits to wear. It should be great." Ye smiled ear to ear and whispered. Ye Bufan laughed. He probably understood what was going on. "Okay, listen to you. Otherwise, with this outfit, I'll always be trashed when I go out and be thought of as being at the bottom of the social ladder, right? Hey, Dad, originally you are not bad. They say that people rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. 3 parts talent, 7 parts dress." Ye smiled serenely and said in a serious manner, "Ye Bufan, but well, he also happened to be in the hotel today and crashed into Xian Wanru greeting him. Then, he was pulled by Ye to attend the graduation party. That's why he was mocked and taunted all the way by those classmates and whatnot. Of course, Ye Bufan, by virtue of his powerful strength, also made a counterattack one by one. More precisely, it was by virtue of the system enchantment that gave him the buff. Therefore, even in the face of those humiliations, he didn't back down at all. Now that Ye proposed to go to the mall, change his outfit and get a few suits, it was indeed fine. After all, dressing a little more brightly and being well dressed, it is less likely to be thought of as a clothed beast, right? Ye Bufan did not reject Ye proposal. After eating dinner, father and daughter simply hara a few sentences. Ye said, "Dad, then I go back to my room to rest. You also go to bed early, sleep boo. Good night." Ye Bufan nodded his head, the gentle smile of a loving father, and answered, "Okay, baby, good night." Ye went back to her room, while Ye Bufan stood in the living room of the courtyard. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, there was just a kind of, facing the sea, flowers blossom in spring. He looked into the distance, constantly rolling waves of the vastness of the sea. His mind is also like the sea, seems to be quite uneasy. Tomorrow, accompany the youngest daughter Shia to the mall. Go to the painting exhibition to participate in the exhibition. Especially the youngest daughter Shia mentioned. The site of the exhibition is the film and television base, and the 7th daughter Peony is shooting film and television and so on. There may be an opportunity to meet face to face. With such a search, Ye Bufan's mouth spread a smile of warmth and happiness. Originally, there is such a small lover in the past life. This life's intimate little cotton coat, when the father's feeling, really good. Chapter 037 3 years of marriage fed the dog. Divorce, green tea. May who said to accompany you to hold hands through life, may laugh and shed tears someday at a certain hour. Just as Ye Bufan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out over the vast ocean in the distance, listening to the tidal waves playing a nocturne, an incoming cell phone ringtone produced by Chung Rang's possibilities rang, interrupting Ye Bufan's thoughts. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at the screen, not realizing that he frowned slightly, and the corners of his mouth flared up with an awe-inspiring sardonic smile. The caller's memo that was clearly reflected in his eyes was wife Zoe. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at the word wife, are a great mockery and irony. In front of himself, pretending to be noble, set up a chaste house of worship, a Thai wave green tea whore. What qualifications does she have to be his wife? 3 years ago, what a blind eye. He should have been enlightened, to the kind of peach blossom eyes to Wanru, a face without Pan Jilian's face, but through the kind of obscene, Thai phase. It is also inevitable that it is not a good woman who is a good wife and a good mother. At that time, it was also thinking, their mother's birth solo single 38 years, should find a woman to get married. Yes, often the reality is like this, always in the cruel reality. Was hard to shake a few loud slap, gradually reduced the requirements. As if young children when the teacher asked us what our dream is a scientist, it's an inventor, it's a musician, it's a writer, no more, will say, grow up to be like a teacher. When the teacher, become a hard-working gardener, cultivate the flowers of the motherland. But, time has changed, the years have changed, grown up, weakly asked, dream it, realized? Some people say that the dream is still to have, in case it is realized. More people say, do people have to have a dream? Otherwise, with the salted fish what is the difference? However, ask yourself, do you still have a dream? Is the dream still there? Just like Ye Bufan, when he was young, the girl of his dreams was Maggie Chung, Zhu Yin, Wang Chou-yin, Bridget 1. Just, is such a dream possible? The answer is, probably, always a dream. Wash up and go to sleep. The dream has everything. After all, the only thing that accompanied him on his long night was the 5 girls who did not leave him. Later on, he didn't have a dream girl anymore. Occasionally, he did, but only when he was practicing the secret art of left-right combat with Miss Five. To set the mood, the teachers in those love literature movies about cherry blossom romance in Sakura country. For example, Aoi, Ozawa, Ataki, Takizawa. Even further on, what with the Mamasu, stars, and peaches being too dramatized, Ye Bufan felt tasteless. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I just want to say that Ye Bufan's relationship with Xiang Wanru was purely a bad relationship at an awkward age, at the wrong time. If you say that marriage is a grave, then he and Xiang Wanru can only be considered as a lonely grave. Or, 3 years of marriage fed to the dogs. Ye Bufan woke up. Never, there is no age to get married, only the feelings to get married, but I don't know. At this time, to Wanru call to have what purpose? Before, Ye Bufan would be like licking a dog, not more than 3 seconds, immediately answer the phone to Wanru, and then intimately shouted, "Wife or Zhuozhou." Now, his face black line, the concept of Xiang Wanru in his heart. There is only one, green tea whore who green him. Despite being married for 3 years, he and Xiang Wanru did not have any real husband and wife. But, after all, Xiang Wanru went too far to the extreme. Even green Ye Bufan, directly green to the hotel where Ye Bufan works. This is the same as directly to the kidney deficiency son Shin-Su led into their own door. The two of them rested their lovemaking me, you and me, and Ye Bufan is a green turtle. Ye Bufan clenched his fists, without hesitation, ruthlessly pressed the refusal. May who said to accompany you to walk through life holding hands, may laugh and shed tears someday at a certain hour, just pressed the reject, the telephone caller ringing again. Still, to Wanru, Ye Bufan disheartened, resolutely refused to answer again. May who said to accompany you to hold hands through life, the incoming caller ringing again, refused to answer again. May who said to walk with you holding hands through. Obviously, Xiang Wanru went crazy and started frantic phone bombardment. Originally, Ye Bufan could choose to directly pull black, but the moment he remembered, in the Heavenly World Hotel, Xiang Wanru and Shin-Su in the room, wearing that kind of super sexy underwear, even room service, called to send a set of Happy Cool to the room, such a Thai and green tea whore, what face she has, call Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan mind searching, cannot help but fire. This time he did not refuse to answer, but pressed the answer. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you still want to, but, it seemed that there was no chance for Ye Bufan to speak at all. Xiang Wanru on the other end of the phone probably cheated too much, greening Ye Bufan too much, and taking too many gun pills. She directly had Hadon lion roar open spraying angry cursing non-stop. Ye Bufan, you've grown up, haven't you? Dare to refuse to take my call? Where the hell are you? You rotten street nobody wants mangy dog man. You ing hide quite deep Tonight you're going to have to tell me where you got your luxury car? Where did you get the Royal 1K TV Club? How many assets do you have that you haven't told me about? I can ing tell you, even if my mother green you, that is also you have no balls. Your ing waste cannot blame my mother. If you had taken out your luxury car, and showed your 70% absolute holding of the Royal 1K TV Club as the first major shareholder, would I not let you get on? All these consequences are your own ing fault. I don't want to talk to you. Now I want to talk about divorce, right? Let's divorce. With my looks, it's hard to find a three-legged toad, but two-legged men are everywhere. Divorce, you have to make clear all the marital property to me. I won't let you take advantage of even a dime. Also, you don't want to let you find that what goddaughter, that little Thai vixen, hogging any of my marital property. Xiang Wanru, Ye Bufan really couldn't listen anymore, and roared in a stern voice, interrupting Xiang Wanru's words. The anger he held in his heart was also like a volcanic eruption. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Have you said enough? 3 years ago, I was really blind. How could I have met a watery, rotten woman like you? You're a complete and utter Thai wannabe green tea whore. You still have the nerve to talk to me about marital property? Oh, you might as well take a piss and take a good look in the mirror with your dang smelly. Manly, are you worthy? I'm warning you for the last time. Put your mouth to me to put clean a little bit. She is not what goddaughter. She is my blood thicker than water's own daughter. If you dare to talk dirty and blaspheme my daughter again, I promise I will never let you go. Listen to me carefully, you and I are done with each other, and you don't have to call me anymore. I can forgive you in Shin-Su. It's already considered to be lenient and merciful to you. If you insist on seeking death, I will never be soft. Pa! Ye Bufan directly hung up the phone, and then, in passing, directly pulled the black number. Never owe each other. At this time, Cloud City, in a certain rental apartment, Xiang Wanru was hit back by Ye Bufan with a volley of head-splitting attacks, and her whole person was bewitched. She was completely frantic, grabbing things in the house and slamming them hard. Ye Bufan, you dog man, you dare to scold me? You dare to pull the wool over my eyes? I'm not finished with you. Kaboom! Kaboom! Xiang Wanru was not even dreaming that that honest-looking man, originally 3 years ago, was also looking at Ye Bufan's honesty, so he was planning to find an honest man to take over only. Whoever thought? When today Ye Bufan completely crashed, she green Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan also seems to be in that instant changed a person. Not only the attitude is extremely tough, but his waist is straight, and his speech is also full of energy. Could it be that he was really blind? Since 3 years, did not notice, Ye Bufan is actually an invisible tycoon? At least from the luxury car that Ye Bufan drove today, as well as hearing Shinsu mention that 70% absolute controlling interest in the Royal 1K TV clubhouse. It was enough to show that Ye Bufan was a billionaire, to say the least. This made Xiang Wanru's blood pressure spike very much. She even suddenly had some regrets, and her intestines were a bit green with remorse. If she had known that Ye Bufan had such economic strength, how could she have cheated on him? How could she have green Ye Bufan? She couldn't wait to stick to Ye Bufan every day, in the name of husband and wife, sticking day and night. Chapter 038, Elegant and Intelligent Department School Flower. Netflix stars 7th daughter, Ye Jinyun, a gutless loser? Waste of a man? Ha! Xiang Wanru, you really have a head on your ass, and also grew the snobbery of a human being. Cloud City, Sea View Imperial Palace Courtyard. Ye Bufan hung up the phone to Wanru. The heart is also more than rolling waves of the vast ocean, more unsettled. If it was before, being scolded by Xiang Wanru as gutless and waste, he could only swallow his anger, but now he doesn't have to, because he has a daughter. Moreover, there was not just one, but 9 school beauty-level baby daughters. More importantly, they were also septuplets, almost creating a world Guinness record. Take the old man a cannon. Cough. 9 rings. Waist? What international joke? Italian steel cannon. All do not have that kind of combat power, unrivaled in the world. The existence of the universe invincible super cannon god. Ye Bufan thought like this. The mood is again a lot more pleasant. Yes, 3 years of marriage fed a dog, or a dog that gave her food and drink and shelter, and wouldn't even wag its tail. Divorce is also a kind of relief. Moreover, itself and Xiang Wanru had neither a legal marriage nor a husband and wife. This kind of marital affiliation was a monstrous existence from the very beginning. Therefore, even mentioning divorce, all seem absurd and ridiculous, all extremely ironic. Ye Bufan paced into the bedroom, took off that one of the criticized Heavenly World Hotel waiter's uniform. He thought to himself, what a bunch of snobs who judge people by their appearance. It's just a piece of clothing. I don't care. His youngest daughter, Shia, said that it would be excellent to go to the mall in the morning and change the outfit. He paced into the bathroom and filled the bathtub with bath water, and then, satisfied, he soaked in the bathtub. Hiss. It had to be said that this kind of wonderful quietness of the years, I'm afraid that the only way to enjoy it is to be worth more than $1 billion or a few $1 billion. So it seems that by owning the system, one has indeed achieved a class leap. Against all odds, he married a rich white woman and went to the peak of his life. Ness, outer regold. A day like this is what is really wow. What a man should have. Hopefully, after accompanying my youngest daughter Shia to the painting exhibition tomorrow, I'll be able to meet and recognize my 7th daughter at whatever movie and TV base is next to me on the way. Ling Juan. Bear with me. The name is pretty wow. I'm sure she must be just as kawaii in face value and temperament as her younger daughter Shia. 7th daughter. Beiying Acting Department. Elegant and intellectual department schoolgirl. Good at acting. Most famous acting actress. Top stream. Net red? Ye Bufan is again searching and chewing. Eek to mess with? Elegant intellectual department school flower. Top stream net red? Wouldn't that be able to see the 7 daughters I one half on the internet? Jitterbug? Racer? Ye Bufan pondered for a moment. He was again smooth. From the side of the bathtub, picked up his cell phone. Then, quickly tapped on the Jitterbug app. Normally, Ye Bufan also liked to brush shake yum or something, and occasionally appreciate those enchanting breasts and buttocks anchor, or quite pleasant. The net read like that piggy lady, Auntie San and so on, go as mature and sensible young woman persona route. But their fans are 5 million plus, 6 million plus of attention. This also makes Ye Bufan deeply sigh. Old colorful batch really much. Tonight, Ye Bufan did not patronize those enchanting female anchors, but only to find his school flower level baby 7 daughters. As a senior Shake Shack user, he naturally knows how to search and find Ye Peony. What amazes Ye Bufan is that his 7th daughter, Peony's Jitterbug nickname is actually Elegant and Intellectual School Flower, Little Fairy Peony. Ye Bufan secretly sighed for a while. He scratched the 7th daughter Peony's jittery personal homepage interface, roughly browsed through some of the small videos that Peony had shot. Ye Bufan was dumbfounded and stunned. It seems that this Jitterbug big data needs to be strengthened. He and his seventh daughter, Peony, such a close bloodline relative, has never been recommended to him. The key is that Ye Bufan face value, temperament, Hera and the youngest daughter Shia, completely a little bit is carved out of a mold. It was truly worthy of being the 90s. True, it looked like a production line, an assembly line of the world's most beautiful artistic refinements. However, Ye Bufan, in with that world beauty pageant champion Miss National Goddess, took all the trouble. In that night carefully carved, inevitably is to make 9 school flowers baby girl, or slightly gap, or, in the 9 school flower baby girl later in the growth, after receiving the differentiation of education, will also shape some subtle differences. For example, the youngest daughter Shia is a national-style ancient charm department school flower, while the 7th daughter Peony is elegant and intellectual department school flower. It had to be said that Ye Bufan's heart was shocked. This elegant and intellectual, it was too apt, because from Ye Bufan small video, presented, she no matter from which angle it seems, is to highlight the Oriental girl's elegance and knowledge, gives a person a kind of chest-hidden literature and ink virtual like Valley, Belly with poetry and books from Hua. Ha! Really worthy of being my old Yi's baby girl, really give dad a long face. Ye Bufan's face is filled with warm and happy smile, the corners of his eyes are smiling peas, his heart was soothed. Looking at it, the 7th daughter's Jitterbug fan following was 3 million. Hiss, that's not much of a top stream. Of course, from those small videos, Olji also looked at some of the movies and TV dramas that Ye Bufan had acted in. However, it doesn't look like the most famous actress in the legend, although every movie and television drama, from Ye Bufan's acting skills, are bursting. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be too many opportunities to act as a leading lady or something like that. Most of them were just supporting roles. It is probably because Ye Bufan has been given the best full-level directing skills through the system, and is known as the godfather of entertainment. Therefore, his perspective of Ye Bufan changed uniquely. He was secretly surprised, and was more excited than Columbus discovering a new continent. This was because he felt that Ye Qianyun was born for acting, with innate explosive acting skills. However, very soon, he was murmuring to himself, lamenting with regret, "It's a pity, it's really a pity, if I let my 7th daughter, Ye Ziyun, be the female lead, this movie and television drama, it will surely be the box office champion. Holy, oh, convex. The director of this drama is in over his head, isn't he? Finding such a sandy heroine and casting my 7th daughter, Peony, in a supporting role? Nima. No wonder others always say that the showbiz water is deep and dirty. It seems that my 7th daughter, Peony, is a clear stream in the showbiz industry and didn't let those clothed directors submerge themselves. Baby, daddy is here. Daddy that is the best full-level directing skills, is the godfather of entertainment, will definitely make you red all over the entertainment circle, kill into Hollywood." At this instant, it was actually in Ye Bufan's heart, fiercely, igniting a strong desire to guard his 7th daughter, Ye Qianyun's obsession. He wanted to use his skills as the best full-grade director, as well as the identity of the godfather of entertainment, so that Ye Qianyun could no longer be dusty. He could probably surmise why some of the movies and TV dramas Ye Bufan had presented, with her as the female lead, would directly bring a movie and TV drama up a few notches. However, in favor of Ye Qianyun, she became a supporting character, becoming the foil for those zombie-faced, facepalm-face heroines. This is enough to show that the entertainment industry is a circle. Once you enter this circle, you are cursed. If you are not willing to make sacrifices, not willing to be subterfuge, then there is no chance for you to get ahead. This also proved that although Ye Qianyun was the most famous star, she was far from having the effect of an international star, or that is to say, have not been able to really serve as a movie and television drama heroine. How can she have the opportunity to burst into flames? Old Ye lamented a bit. The heart is more certain belief. Must let the 7th daughter of Peony not be suppressed. What's going on? The 7th daughter, Peony, is broadcasting live? He took a deep breath and took another look. Just now, Ye Peony was live streaming. The corner of his mouth appeared in up a touch of loving father most cozy smile. The mood of the heart is quite some excitement. Peony, baby, dad came to see you. Chapter 039, top streaming Netflix dumb little sister playing PK in a row. 7th daughter Peony rejected? Wow. Little fairy Peony is so pretty, truly worthy of being a school goddess. By Yubiu, 3, Red Heart. In my mind, Peony is a real internet star with beauty and talent. Cough cough cough. Peony little fairy. I heard that you were going to go to the North Shadow acting department to study in college. I instantly found the motivation. He. I also want to take the North Shadow. If you ask me, Goddess Peony is the best looking in the entire network. No one has a problem with that, right? When Ye Bufan entered the live broadcasting room, he was surprised to see that in the live broadcasting room, all kinds of fans were madly dissing and calling Ye Peony The corners of Ye Bufan's mouth rose 45 degrees, overflowing with the pride and honor of being a pro-dad. Previously, when he brushed Shake Shack, he was mainly in the capacity of an old colorful batch, admiring those enchanting female anchors with big boobs and asses. Tonight, while soaking in the bath, he entered the live broadcasting room of his 7th daughter, Peony, and came here to watch her. That state of mind was completely different. Crazy pop-ups, all kinds of compliments on Ye Peony's beauty, talent, and temperament. This made old Ye proud. He thought beautifully in his heart, I really don't know, that one-night affair, with that mysterious Miss World Beauty Pageant champion national goddess, in what position? Hiss, as if the artist, carving a piece of art in the world of human perfection, that kind of exquisite and skillful carving knife work, must be worthy of craftsmanship only, and Ye Bufan seems to be a person as his name. Extraordinary, extraordinary, born extraordinary, extraordinary, only to be able to a canon, the creation of 9 pieces of art in the world. If one day, have the opportunity to take 9 school flower baby girl, go to a professional hospital, do DNA paternity test, determine the 9 school flower baby girl, is his own flesh and blood words, this should be Ye Bufan's life, the most worthy of pride, even though it was said that Ye Bufan had, to a certain extent, already accepted the fact that he had 9 schoolgirl baby daughters, but it didn't completely convince him that the 9 schoolgirl daughters were really his flesh and blood. This kind of thing, must be after scientific identification, must be his flesh and blood, so that is considered completely dead, cannot be like the kind of news media reports. A man married for 16 years found 3 daughters are not biological. The key to his wife is sand nuts pig heart, blood relationship is important? Ye Bufan really want to call her a big mouth. Greet her attending doctor. You green your husband 16 years, you say? From 3 years ago, accepted to Wanru, chose to partner with her to live, seemingly married into a couple after, until the nature of Xiang Wanru exposed. Green Ye Bufan, but also by his personal crash. Ye Bufan heart for green this matter, more intense resentment. Green tea whores, you can bully the honest man, you can let him be the receiver, but don't let the honest man become a receiver, but also continue to she as a father. There is no one under the surface of that a mouth, is the golden jade. In this day and age, men can't control the lower half of their bodies, and in fact, there are many women who can't control the fact is that there are many women who can't control that a mouth. Sad? Do. Ye Bufan slightly narrowed his eyes, admiring the live camera. His 7 daughters, that absolutely can be called the 9 heavenly white moon like a pretty face. The tall, delicate and graceful figure, outlining the perfect S-curve, really gives people a kind of elegant and intellectual aesthetic. Just at this time, someone linked to the microphone to come in. Dumb little sister? Can't be right? Could it really be that? Top streaming net red with 1,000 fans and millions of fans? What is she even mic in to do? It's hard to believe that she's looking for a netizen with 3 million followers like 7th daughter Peony to fight PK? After all, with an old man like Ye Bufan, who had been roaming around the Shake Shack live broadcasting room for years, he was very clear. Many net stars, who liked to fight PKs, as if they were doing it to show off how tough and rich their fans were. In front of the live camera, a mouthful of shouting family, old iron. The mouth speaks better than singing. All kinds of fans' family benefits. To put it bluntly, in these eyes are Kongfong brother Yuan net red anchor. Their so-called family, in fact, is family equals leaks. Family equals leak. The more they shout, the more they think, their own vegetables, straight, garden, broadcast, sub, room, leeks grow well, can cut a crop of hard, wow wipe, dull little sister, Lian my our home, aha, is this, going to play PK with Peony? Ha, although I don't have any ill will or good feelings towards dull little sister. Anyway, I have a feeling that it's not a good idea to come in here for nothing. It's a bit interesting, I am quite looking forward to. Really if you stay little sister more than 10 million fans, Lian my Peony fairy fight a PK, who will win? Upstairs is Bao Batch Dragon Beanbag, right? Do you think 3 million fans can win a PK fight with 10 million fans? They can drown us with a mouthful of saliva. Ahem, you guys don't want to speculate. Peony hasn't even gotten through yet, so let's see what they're up to after the mic is connected. Ye Bufan looked at the pop-ups and deeply felt that amongst the fans of the 7th daughter, Peony, there were still quite a few hardcore fans who would stand in her shoes and think for her. This also made Ye Bufan deeply gratified. However, on second thought, if this dull little sister with more than 10 million fans was really miking in and playing PK with the 7th daughter, Peony, in the past, I was a poor beggar, and those who played PK could only spit on it. But now if you want to bully my old jizz daughter, it's not so easy. Take care of your daughter, regardless of the real world, or the network world. If you really want to meet any iron bean who dares to bully my old jizz precious daughter in the cyber world, then it won't be that easy. My old leaf, even if it is along the network line. All to climb over, ruthlessly slap his bare face a few big mouth. Ye Bufan still connected to dull little sister's connecting microphone, and with her unique sweet smile, white teeth and bright eyes, sweet as if it was heavenly, she elegantly greeted, "Hello, dull sister good obviously." Ye Jinyun greeted little sister Dull quite politely. "Who knows?" the dull little sister said provocatively in an arrogant tone. "Little sister, I've heard that you've been very popular lately. The amount of fan attention has soared very quickly, and there are people who say that you're the most famous big star, but how do I look at it? You're also not related to a big star a minion who always plays a supporting role, a dead dragon set runner. Which bit is like a big star? Also, with 3 million followers, you have the nerve to claim to be a top streaming internet celebrity? You're not ashamed. As a fellow network anchor woman, I feel ashamed for you. Let's put it this way. I'll give you a chance to burst into flames, explode in popularity and skyrocket tonight. You'll fight a PK with me, and I guarantee that with my segment fame, I'll definitely make your fans skyrocket by a wave. As you know, with a top stream netizen like me, I'm really lowering my stature to play PK with a small netizen like you. It's purely considered to be pulling you up, or else. I even feel that I'm degrading myself and self-depreciating my status segment, and it might even be thought by some people that I'm the one bullying you. With such a good opportunity, I believe that you will definitely be thankful and grateful to me, right? Who knows? When dull little sister finished speaking arrogantly and provocatively, Ye Jinyun's face slightly firmed up. Immediately, she was not humble and politely refused. "Dull sister, I know that you're a Shake Shack top streaming netroots circle with more than 10 million followers, but I've never been a fan of PK fighting, because I have my principles, I have my bottom line. I won't let the fans who like me, for no reason, spend unjust money. What playing PK? To put it bluntly, that's letting fans burn money to brush gifts. This kind of spending is very undesirable. So, thanks to dull sister's kind words, Chapter 040, PK Battle. The Frying Sky Gang Fan Emperor, strongly favoring the female devil. I don't fight PK, you find someone else. Yi Lingjuan was very decisive and refused dull little sister to play PK. At once, in the entire live broadcast room, the atmosphere clammed up, awkward, condensed, whether it was Yi's fans, or dull little sister's fans, or even many of the melon-eating netizens who were watching online. Their melons fell off in shock, because in terms of fan level, dull little sister's 1,000 big millions, while Ye Ziyun's fans were just 3 million. The two in terms of the so-called top stream, is bound to be dull little sister far dominant. However, the key problem is that, dull little sister looked for Ye Bufan to play PK, and Ye Bufan refused. This can make the dull little sister's face suddenly change, including her side of the live room fans. All cannot sit still. Misty Grass, this small netizen with 3 million fans, what's wrong with her? Give her face? Is she still stomping on her face or what? Nima, what an ungrateful thing. What is she so proud of? With our little sister's fame, finding her to play PK is giving her a lot of face. I told you, you can't be too spoiled. See, dull little sister good intentions. Pull her a hand. She still knows to the sky. People, that is what elegant and intellectual department of the school flower. Or what the most famous big star. She's a scum. Isn't she just relying on her good-looking dog money face? Ha ha ha. This showbiz. All understand to her such seniority, not less let the director subterfuge, right? She really thinks she's a top streaming internet celebrity or a big star. With the fans in dull little sister's live broadcast room, there were various pop-ups of humiliating and abusive insults towards Ye Qianyun. Dull little sister was even more provocative with an arrogant stance, applying a mocking tone to Ye Bufan. Yo, little sister, you're pretending to be an elephant with a pig's nose stuck in an onion. You're pretending quite well. Don't hang there pretending to be noble. Admit that you're nothing more than an internet beggar. Advanced. It's not hard. You don't have to be but also in front of the door to set up a chastity plaque. This makes people very upset. Very disgusting. Of course, if you say, your 3 million fans, are all zombie fans, or through some special ways, like swiping fans or something, you really don't have the strength to fight PK with me. I can understand that. After all, with your 3 million fans, such a small netizen and anchor, for me to pinch you to death is as simple as pinching an ant. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'm just bullying you. What's wrong with that? If you're not convinced, you bite me. You fight a PK with me. Do you dare? No, you don't dare. You're weak. You're too weak. You're nothing. Also, since I linked up to fight a PK with you and you rejected me, well then, you immediately announced to all netizens that you're a whore who sets up a house of chastity in front of the door. Then, it's fine if you don't fight this PK. So now, my demands are clear. 2 ways. Either you fight me in PK, even if you lose. There's no shame, either. You admit that you're a stand-up, and I'll take that as you admitting defeat. You choose one. Overbearing, condescending, arrogant and domineering. Ye Bufan looked at the extremely arrogant and domineering high-dimensional crushing aura that dull little sister had on Ye Jinyun in the live broadcast. It almost didn't cause Ye Bufan's blood to wildly soar 3 times. He only felt that his trigeminal nerves were about to bear their blood. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? What is it? What kind of thing dares to insult my old Ye's daughter like this? Are you tired of living? If I don't let you taste the power of my old leaf tonight, spoiled daughter devil, you really think my old leaf is Hello Kitty, right? Although Ye Bufan, as a senior Jian user, also roamed in various female anchor live room, also observed countless fight PK, but never like this moment. So angry, he clenched his fists tightly, his arm veins popping out. He murmured to himself word by word, "Banana you big pineapple, what a big smoking potpourri that won't go out when you step on it. Thanks Baman, throw you nuts." At this time, in Ye Peiyun's live broadcast room, those loyal hardcore fans were also unable to sit still, and were also continuously sending pop-ups, supporting Ye Peiyun to take over dull little sister to play PK. Little fairy peony, let's take over this PK battle. Losing is not losing. There's no such thing as letting someone bully you into your home and we have to endure it as a shrunken head turtle. That's right, Goddess Peony, although we know that you sympathize with your fans, but this is too much of a bully. Don't spoil her. It's great. Let's stand up. There's nothing to say. Don't be a wimp. Just go for it. Yes, that's right. Just go over there and get it over with. Crab apples, all of you help Fairy Peony to tie up. This is Fairy Peony's first time to fight PK with someone. All of you recharge. Prepare ammo. Get ready to fire. Ye Peony's stunningly beautiful face revealed a few embarrassments. However, it always maintained a feel that could definitely be described as elegant and intellectual. She still had a sweet smile and a heavenly voice. All of you little brothers and sisters, you mustn't be brought up to speed. Be rational. Be sensible. This kind of PK battle, there wasn't much significance in the first place. Pressing on without waiting for Ye Jinyun to finish, dull little sister even scoffed, still with that arrogant tone. Ah te, little sister, you can really be a living hell of a green tea whore. Your chastity house of honor is really speechless. So, you're choosing the second path, huh? Fine. Then you announce it. You admit that you are the most criminal and chaste in the entire internet. I will also immediately cut off my connection with you. Do you dare to admit it? Do you dare to announce it? Ye Jinyun's face was extremely embarrassed as she lightly bit her vermilion lips, and a hopeless look flowed from her pair of clear eyes. Dull sister, I respect you, but why do you have to be aggressive again and again? I said that I don't like to fight PKs, so why are you being forceful? Dull little sister remained in an arrogant and domineering stance. Hee icy and mocking sneer twice. Little green tea whore. I've already kind of given you enough face, but you don't cherish it in the slightest. I'm giving you a chance, so it's not my fault. Do you dare to beat PK? Dare you? Dare to take it? You don't dare, right? Because you'll only set up a house of chastity in front of the door, just when everyone thought that Ye Jinyun would still retreat. Ye Jinyun's eyes violently revealed a resolute look. That sharp look gave off an intimidating, shocking power. Dull little sister, just because I'm polite to you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. It's not just a PK fight. No big deal. Come on, I'll fight you. Ye Bufan clenched his fists and made an ollie give gesture. Oi, this is my old Ye's daughter. Fear her, dish her out. He also immediately exited from the live broadcast room. The original beggars also have spring nickname, directly changed to Fried Sky Gang Fan Emperor. Can't talk about what reason. Let Ye Bufan to Fried Sky Gang as a prefix. Probably because the Fried Sky Gang all over a wide range of people. A call, Fried Sky Gang then the beggar gang it. And where the emperor of the name? Naturally, because he extraordinary, born extraordinary, outstanding extraordinary elegant name blah. It can also be said that some kind of implied that the 7 daughters Leaf Peony is his father in the network to guard his daughter. After the nickname is changed, he directly backhanded to the Jitterbug account, recharged 100 million yuan. He would like to see dull little sister's so-called 10 million fans amount level top stream big network red is not really that top. He was going to completely subvert the maximum limit of Jitterbytes recharge. In Ye Peiyun's live broadcast room, those fans took a look. Ye Peiyun accepted dull little sister to play PK, and had already exploded. Wow, see, our family's little fairy Ye Peony is definitely not a wimp. Good job. Awesome, awesome. That's right, the school goddess should be so unassuming. This kind of find the door to make a fool of themselves, not disc her. Keep her for New Year's Eve? I don't know. I'm so excited. Peony goddess, we'll always support you. War. Looks like this PK battle tonight is something to look forward to. Get high for me. Ola. P.S. Today still 3 more. New book recommendation period. The data is too important. Will decide a book life and death. Pleading pretty boy and pretty girl. Add a bookshelf. Point a 5-star book review. Welcome point to urge more please. Chapter 041, My Baby Girl, I Sweetly Pamper. I Guard. P.S. 2-in-1 5,654 words big chapter. Yo, it seems that we still underestimated this little netizen. She even had the dog's guts to pick up our family's dull little sister's PK battle. Cough cough cough. There's not much to say. Just push directly across and crush it, so as to let her know what is called the true high-dimensional suppression of a top-stream netizen. Ha ha ha, I can figure it out with my toes. With her being such a small netizen with 3 million followers, having our family's dull little sister playing PK with her is just letting her pick up a bargain to dilly-dally with the traffic. That's right, she's always pretending to be noble. She's a typical green tea whore. Don't say our family's dull little sister bullied her. Against this kind of green tea whore who likes to set up a house of chastity, it's necessary to ruthlessly crush and hold her dog money face down and rub it in the sewer. The so-called PK battle. Once the hatred was pulled full circle, the fans in the live broadcasts of both sides became a fire, especially some self-proclaimed hardcore fans. Most like to lead the rhythm, most like to pull emotions. Once the emotional value is full, the hate value is full. Even before the war, it is already a kind of battlefield without smoke. Dumb Little Sisters fan base has a sense of superiority over the fans of the top streaming netizens. They didn't give the slightest bit of thought to Ye Zun, while Ye Zun's fanbase, because it was faced with the rampaging dull Little Sisters' huge fanbase, was even more aggressive. It was even more of that aggressive, suppressive aura of Ye Hyunjun. They also hated this suppression. Therefore, both sides directly in the live broadcasting room are burning the most hot, the most chest blood boiling wariness. Ye Bufan finished recharging and once again entered Ye Qianyun's live broadcast room. He briefly browsed through the pop-ups. Apparently, the 7th daughter, Peony, had still accumulated quite a few hardcore fans. They were all vigorously cheering for Ye Peony. As for Ye Bufan, he knew in his heart that this kind of PK battle was all about RMB. Whoever swiped gifts frantically enough, whoever burned money fiercely enough, would win. True, there was a point where no matter how wildly the fans swiped their gifts, how full the hate value was, how emotionally enraged they were. However, the anchors who play PK are all making money. As long as the fans brush gifts, the anchors are earning. Because of this, even on various platforms, breeding a number of, specializing in playing PK for a living anchor. This kind of specialized PK anchor is Ye Bufan pressure fundamentally have no mood to stay. The reason is very simple. The reason why it is called professional PK anchor, because they are completely without a bottom line, without principle, purely for the sake of stirring up the emotions of the fans. Then, they play PK, fans brush gifts. There are even a lot of like regional black, like even his ancestors' 18 generations, all filial piety again. There is only one purpose, the more ferocious the scolding, the more in order to provoke some unknown melon netizens' emotional excitement, and then brush gifts to them. This kind of professional PK, that can be, muttering on the mouth, smiling in the heart. Ye Bufan sent out a pop-up. At Elegant and Intellectual Department School Flower, Degree Nabla Degree, we are all your strongest backing. The most Jing backing group. IL Red Heart. Ye Bufan's heart is happy. This is considered the first time to recognize with the 7th daughter I one half 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 in the network? Is he considered a fan of Ye Peiyun? Of course. Soon, there were also quite a few fans who were attracted by Ye Bufan's handsome nickname. Dig. Explosive Sky Gang Fan D? Ye Fan? So 6? Oh, intersection. Oh haha, can't live without laughing. At Blasted Sky Gang Fan D, your gang is really everywhere and pervasive. Wow. At Blasted Sky Gang Fan Emperor, cough cough cough, you've already been crowned emperor. It's up to you tonight. Don't let little fairy Peony be bullied. Not bad. At Blasted Sky Gang Fan D, with the Blasted Sky Gang's figure, this PK battle tonight is a sure win. My goodness. At Blast Heavenly Gang Fan D is here, summoning thousands of Blast Heavenly Gangs, thousands of armies to assist little fairy Peony in her PK battle. Ye Peixian pursed her lips, smiled sweetly, then heart red heart to the live streaming camera. And with that elegant and intellectual sweet celestial voice, she expressed her gratitude to Ye Bufan. Aha, thanks for the support of the Frying Sky Gang Fan D. Warm reminder, I implore my fans and friends, consume rationally, don't be overwhelmed by hatred and emotions. PK battle, win or lose, win or lose. In my case, no harm, as long as there are you guys. Heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ye Bufan's heart was also deeply warmed by the 7 daughters. Aha, God. You have treated my old Ye well. Originally, my old leaf really thought that after marrying Xiang Wanru's kind of green tea whore, My life had completely entered the darkness of the abyss, and I was completely alone. But, your old man even extraordinarily gifted, such as the 7 daughters of Peony, such as the youngest daughter of Shurya, such a baby to me. In my last life, I was a little lover, and in this life, I am a sweet and caring person. I, Ye Bufan, frying heaven gangfan D, will definitely guard my daughter and be a nanny daddy who pampers his daughter. Definitely. Just as Ye Bufan's heart was filled with infinite emotions, unexpectedly, dull little sister was still arrogantly and contemptuously provocative, saying, "Little sister, very good. The fact that you took my PK shows that you're still a bit self-aware. However, since it's a PK battle, the losing party, naturally, has to accept the punishment. And my punishment is, if whoever loses tonight's PK loses, use a marker pen, write the 3 words green tea whore on your face, and take an anti-towel and wear it on your mouth. Then, perform 3 animals, a galloping stallion, a lame frog, and a pig with onions pretending to be an elephant, and then sing Die for Love in a heartbreaking voice. Of course, I'm still of the original opinion. You can choose to announce to the entire internet that you're the green tea whore who set up a house of chastity, and this PK battle, or not. How about it? Do you dare to take the punishment? It was obvious. Tonight, dull little sister approached Yi Qianyun, is completely to her 10 million plus fan volume level, top stream net read ruthlessly high dimensional suppression of Yi Qianyun. Even with this kind of punishment, to put it bluntly, it's like it's specially made for Ye Peony, because from the amount of fans, Ye Peony had almost no chance of winning. And after this kind of punishment came out, dull little sister's live room, the fans who supported her as well as the melon-eating netizens, had a wave of 666 on the spot. Bah ha ha, ouch hey, dull little sister is getting better and better at playing. Ha ha ha, this punishment, it's definitely epic. In the annals of live broadcasting, the name goes down in live broadcasting for 1,000 years. Wow, forgive me for being evil. I just want to see that what schoolgirl. How about having green tea whore written on her face and wearing an auntie's towel on her mouth? I just can't imagine that kind of aesthetic picture. Oh my god wow. Add dull little sister. You've changed. Are you still the same dull and cute dull little sister I know? This wave of flirty operation. I just want to give dull little sister a wave of 999, 666 flipped. Ahaha, I'm a bit more pessimistic. This punishment for dull little sister. But what if she loses the PK herself? Hiss, doesn't this punishment have to be honored? Hey, upstairs, you're a black fan, right? What? Do you think that with dull little sister's 1,000 millions of followers, she can't beat that small netizen who doesn't even have a fraction of dull little sister's followers? I have to say, this punishment is really too tie. Ahem, can it pass the scrutiny? It will be blocked by the river crab god, right? When Yi Qianyun heard dull little sister's PK losing punishment, her entire body was directly confused. After a slight lurch, although she tried her best to keep herself elegant and sensible, she still couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. Dull little sister, do you still want to be shameless? No matter what, you're also considered a public figure. This kind of PK beating is already a drop in the bucket, and you're still fixing such a disgusting and revolting punishment. Are you a pervert? Dull little sister, however, laughed wryly twice. What? You're afraid of losing? You're afraid that your nature will be exposed? If you feel that you can't afford to lose with this kind of punishment, you can admit now that you're a green tea whore who sets up a house of chastity. No one is forcing you to play PK, right? And the fans in Yi Qianyun's live room exploded, because this kind of punishment for PK loss was, clearly, unfavorable to Ye Peony. It was clearly meant to humiliate Ye Peony Hyun. Is this dull little sister crazy? How dark and perverted does she have to be inside to come up with such a punishment? Nima, this punishment, isn't that a way to make little fairy Peony jump into the fire pit? At Fried Sky Gang Fan D, what do you think? This is too much of a bully. How else can we fight this PK battle? Hey, right now, even calling it Blasted Sky Gang Fan D and calling the gods isn't going to work. Other than that, take the amount of fans. Goddess Peony doesn't have any advantage at all. At Blasted Sky Gang Fan D, I don't have any idea now. This is too unfair to little fairy Peony. Fan D, you give the word. We listen to you. This PK battle, fight, or not. Ye Bufan was still soaking in the bath and watching the situation in the live broadcast room. He secretly gritted his teeth. He really hated to follow the netline and climb over to ruthlessly exhale a big mouth to dull little sister's arrogant and haughty cone face. Bullying, too damn bullying. Unfortunately, this time, you really shouldn't have bullied into my old yes precious daughter's head, guaranteed to make you kick on a steel plate. Ye Bufan was so angry that he completely felt his trigeminal nerve explode. Anger surged in his eyes, and he quickly sent pop-ups in the live broadcast room. At Elegant and Intellectual Department School Flower Hyun Xiao Ferry, Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let any demons or ghosts bully you. Fight her. A single sentence. It was like completely giving the other fans in the live broadcast room a peace of mind. Even Ye Bufan's mouth was also covered with a smile of heartfelt relief. It even made Ye Bufan notice that crystal tears emerged in her clear eyes. It must be that in such a cyber world, she was bullied at home. For someone to come forward like this, to stand up and guard her, she was incredibly moved inside. The fans in the live broadcast room were also energized by Ye Bufan's pop-ups, which ignited the battle spirit. Yes, little fairy peony, dish her out. Ha ha ha. With the words of at Fried Sky Gang Fan D, there's no doubt. Fight. Hiss. It's still at Fried Sky Gang Fan D, 6666. This wave, watch your performance. Ha Jack? Speaking of which, at Fried Sky Gang Fan D, did Little Fairy Peony have this number of fans before? Don't fall for the spy incitement from dull little sister's side. Oh, grip grass, that makes sense. At Fried Sky Gang Fan D, are you a black fan? You want to intentionally encourage our Little Fairy Peony to be humiliated, right? Hey, the old S upstairs. You guys should stop beeping conspiracy theories. Look, at Fried Sky Gang Fan D's words dash. Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let any demons or ghosts bully you. Fight her. So cozy, so warm. There's a kind of fatherly love like a spring breeze. Then don't hesitate and go straight for it. Dull little sister also had a threatening and provocative tone, giving an ultimatum. Little green tea whore, how are you considering it? Do you dare to take a PK punishment like this? Yi Chenyun looked like she had gained infinite strength from Ye Bufan's mere words. She clenched her shell teeth, and then, still in a resolute and unassuming manner, she said forcefully, dull little sister, you forced me to do this. I'll take this PK battle tonight, but the punishment for the losing side, that's something you set. If you lose, you'd better be able to afford to lose, willing to gamble, and be able to honor the punishment. Dull little sister almost didn't laugh out a pig squeal at the camera. Ha ha ha, little green tea whore, you're so amusing. When I was mixing with Jitterbug Live, you were all still playing with mud, weren't you? You really don't know the heights of heaven. With your measly 3 million followers, beating PK to win over my 1,000 big millions of followers? What kind of international joke are you playing? Also, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Directly fight. When you lose PK, honor the punishment. Wash and go to bed first. Fall asleep. Dream of anything. Dull little sister really think Yi Chenyun said to win her is like telling a big joke. Thus, dull little sister directly clicked on Start PK. When the PK battle started, the PK blood bar that appeared on the public screen, it was like the fans on both sides, burning anger, boiling hot blood, received nerd sister, sending a mysterious garden, received nerdy girl Asamochi, and sent a dream castle, received, sending a carnival, received nerdy girl heavenly dignity, sending a romantic carriage, received dorky sister devil head, sending a luxury rocket, received dull sister first pretty boy, sending 10 supreme salutes. As the PK battle began, it had to be said that nerdy little sister's 1,000 big millions of fan volume was definitely not for nothing either. Immediately, there was a brilliant and eye-catching burst of fireworks that burned the entire public screen with all sorts of wildly swiped gifs, and the PK bloodline directly went from dull little sister's side, completely crushing, to Yi Chenyun's side, pushing across. That kind of depressing, desperate suffocation was like an announcement to the entire network. Dull little sister had downgraded and suppressed Yi Chenyun in that arrogant, high-dimensional way. The fans in dull little sister's live broadcast room as well as the melon-eating netizens who supported her were completely inflamed. There were even a lot of netizens who went crazy into dull little sister's live room. It was probably because of the cool and wildly brushing gifts and the fireworks that were lit up, diverting many onlookers to watch the melon-eating netizens. Hey, you guys take it easy, don't come up, are so bloody, so ferocious. See, directly to the small net red crushed into pieces. I like what does strength mean? This is it. Dull little sister is really worthy of the top stream network red. And that what the school flower. Ahem. Why don't we just change the name to joke? This PK battle is completely to small network red completely shattered dreams. Is there still suspense? There's no more. In this situation, dull little sister is a sure winner. Ha ha ha. I love the feeling of high-dimensional suppression. 1 word, awesome. 3 words, awesome. It's a blast. This is the kind of bombardment that we want, directly making the little netizen lose her temper. Look, the small net red those beggars old color batch poor pussy fans, also should wake up. They really are not able to fight with our family dull little sister. Hey, this world is always someone who is not self-conscious. Always think that an ant can shake the big tree. Always like to do some eggs touch the stone stupid things. If I were that little netizen, I might as well just admit that I'm a green tea whore who stands up for chastity, and when I lose PK in a while, that punishment, ouch. Looking forward to a wave. Pat. Ye Jinyan frowned slightly as she faced the onslaught of dull Little Sisters fans who were coming on strong with their boozy and wildly swiping gifts. Seemingly, she wanted to remain as calm as possible, but also the wave of gifts from these fans of dull Little Sister, pushing across and crushing the PK bloodstain, shook her heart to the core. Is it possible to lose like this? That explosive heavenly gang fan D just now, will he guard himself? Who was he? Why did he just say that with him around? Don't be afraid. His own heartstrings were greatly tugged? Oh, Yi Qianyun, you're so silly. Where would someone guard you in an imaginary cyber world? Tonight this PK battle, there was no need to have to fight with the dull Little Sister, wasn't it? If this is lost, honoring a disgusting and revolting punishment like that, wouldn't one's face be lost and one's persona completely crumble? What should we do? And in her live room, those fans, after being wildly swiped gifts by dull Little Sisters fans, suppressing the whole dumbfounded, there were also people who gradually came back to their senses. I blanch. Brothers, charge, 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 guard little fairy peony. Cam. Dull Little Sisters fans are too ferocious. Right, how can we win here? Damn it, the bullies are too much. I'll give up, put my 3 months' salary on the line. I'll dump a wave of gifts, and the rest, it's up to you guys. Yes, that's right, I'm also giving up my life. Her grandma, go on, crabapples, at Frying Sky Gang fan D, are you still there? It's time to make your move, isn't it? Summoning the thousands of armies of the blasted Sky Gang. Hey, at Frying Sky Gang fan D, don't count on him. One look at this kind of middle-aged name. He's probably an elementary school student. Where would he get the money to support the Kale Peony fairies in their PK fights? Yi Peiyun was slightly silent as she faced the live broadcast camera, took a long breath and smiled in relief. All of you little brothers and sisters, it's okay, you don't have to make things difficult. Each has their own difficulties. I'm happy to have you guys with me. Before Yi Qianyun's words fell, she also received a lot of fans, and began to furiously brush a wave of gifts. Received half a degree of slightly cool. Send of volcanic eruption. Received wandering between heaven and hell. Sending a sweet delivery. Received dream memory mugu and sent a cosmic heart. Received non-happy lonely. Tired of coup. Sending a bouquet of 7 colored roses. Yi Peixian turned to the live broadcast camera one by one, then Heart Red Heart, her mother-in-law's tearful eyes, and expressed her deep gratitude. Thank you little brothers and sisters for your loving, winky face, gifts. Underage little basher. Don't brush the gift Even though Yi Qianyun was in a state of being completely suppressed by dull Little Sister, even with the wave of brush gifts from the fans, it still didn't change much. In particular, the PK blood bar slightly twitched a few times, as if it was struggling for its life. Obviously, there was no way to shake dull Little Sister's huge fan base. Dull Little Sister's face was overflowing with smugness and arrogant defiance. Yo ho, little green tea whore, is that all you're capable of? Honestly, it's not even enough to give my family fans a stuffing, just like you, to carry my shoes. I would consider your hands too rough. Why don't you just wait for PK to lose and properly cash in your punishment? This punishment is rightly regarded as me giving my family fans a little bit of welfare. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Received Fried Sky Gang Fan D with 100 Carnival. Received Explosion Gang Fan D, sending 100 Deluxe Rockets. Received Explosive Sky Gang Fan D, sending 100 Supreme Salute. However, without waiting for dull Little Sister to finish speaking, the public screen in the live broadcast room completely exploded, completely detonated by the fireworks of the magnificent gifts. Fans as well as melon-eating netizens' emotions were completely ignited. Chapter 042 Peak PK Battle. In the name of Father, Howling Guardian of the 7 Daughters. Misty Grass. What situation? Who can tell me? What the heck? What's the situation? Boomed? Completely crazy huh? Cam. So strong. Is this going to bring down the back end of Shake Shack's live broadcast? 100 zones. 100 zones of milk. Nibbles. How awesome this person is. Amazing. Amazing. Fried Sky Gangs. Too luxurious. Trenchless wow. As Ye Bufan directly swiped gifts, the entire live broadcast room was as silent as if it had suddenly suffocated, as if suddenly entering a kind of silent confined space. Only the fireworks of the constant luxury gifts were left, making everyone completely silent. Finally, the fans in the live broadcast room, as well as the melon netizens, gradually came back to their senses. Immediately, it was a frantic pop-up annihilation, shocked to the point that the trigeminal nerve exploded. The pop-ups that almost ignited the emotions, constantly popped up, and also made tonight's PK battle completely pushed to the most peak climax. And the PK's bloodline directly went from Yi Qianyun's side, completely pushing across and crushing towards dull Little Sister's side. with only a sliver left. That kind of marvelous feeling. Just like at the beginning when Ye Bufan was being suppressed and crushed, the remaining sliver of blood was nothing more than a dying struggle. Moreover, this time, dull little sister looked like she didn't have any chance to maneuver and turn the tide. Dull little sister's entire body was confused and numb, her expression stiff and stagnant as she faced the camera. She was only left with a kind of breathlessness, back to the sky, comparing hearts to the camera, mouth chanting, "Family members, help me, steal the tower, please, help me, I don't want to lose. I don't want that punishment. I implore my tens of millions of fans, all of you rank 1 big brothers, all of you big brother gods, all of you pretty boys, help me, save me, defend the tower for me, steal the tower for me. In the future, I will give out more benefits to you guys, please, sincerely." Dull little sister's 10 million plus fan magnitude was indeed not something to be ashamed of, much less a randomly swiped fan base. She did have a certain amount of charisma and such influence that she had attracted a group of fans and accumulated popularity. After some screaming and begging on her part, sure enough, there were still people who continued to brush her with a wave of gifts. Received dull sister, prisoner of my lifetime. Sending 10 honorary carnival. Received dorky sister, love, not in service area. Sending 10 luxury rockets. Received 10 luxury supercars from dorky sister, prosperity ends. The song ends. Received nerdy girl, heavenly dignity. Sending 100 carnival. Received nerd girl, demon head. Sending 100 luxury rockets. Received dorky sister, first pretty boy. Sending 100 supreme salutes. Obviously, these fans of dull little sister were also fighting back with all their might, and similarly appeared to have 100 zoons and 100 ships of wildly swiped luxury gifts. This also caused the PK blood bar on dull little sister's side to tremble and move quite a bit towards Ye Chin-yun's side. Dull little sister was so excited that she completely danced around and screamed at the live camera. "Ali give, love you guys, wahahaha, come on, degree nabla degree. We can win, babies, family members, Tai Z, you're so cool, give me a rush, crush that little netizen." For dull little sister's bouncing, it was indeed also able to stir up the adrenaline rush and dopamine secretion of many fans. There was another wave of various gifts being brushed furiously. Originally, on Ye Ziyun's side, the fans in her live broadcast room, as well as the melon-eating netizens, even including Ye Bufan, madly flooded in to watch the netizens after they wildly swiped a wave of ho-hum gifts. Ye Bufan's fan following was also skyrocketing, because for Ye Bufan to be so trenchant and wildly brushing gifts was bound to be one of the biggest draws out there. Many old colorful batch or small colorful ghost, attracted by the fireworks of this kind of horizontal gift, entered the live broadcasting room to see Ye Pei-yun so beautiful, and immediately paid attention to it. There were also quite a few melon-eating netizens, pinching a handful of melon seeds to enter the live broadcast room. Wow, my mom, I was directly confused by that trenchant gift. Who is this person? The one from the Wang family? Oh my god, this PK battle tonight, it's called the Battle of the Century. Dull little sister beat such a 3 million fan level small netizen. Or a big star. Ahahaha, joyful to see. I'm just a passerby who eats melon. Continue. Even though burning money doesn't affect me much, but I love to watch wow. This elegant and sensible schoolgirl is not bad. I like it. Decisively follow it. Throw. Surprisingly, it's a top stream big netizen like dull little sister that's crushing a small netizen. How meaningless. Is this the small netizen that angered this school flower? Rational. People, that's a Shake Shack live streaming card. Ace. Just like that, what the flower girl in the greenhouse. No matter how crazy you brush the gift, you can't do anything about it. I don't think it's necessarily right. This it fried Sky Gang Fan D. Just from this name of his, it looks like it's all very gripping. Fan D? Hiss? Ye Fan? Not extraordinary. Source, stolen image, 7th daughter. And at this moment, Ye Bien-yun, who was facing the live broadcast camera, was completely stunned. She covered her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the wave of gifts that Ye Bufan was frantically swiping in the live broadcast room. It was completely like she was in a dream. Her nose was already sore. Her eyes were red and teary. She excitedly turned to the live broadcast camera, then red heart, expressing her deep gratitude. Whoa. Thanks. Gratitude. Thank you, fright Sky Gang Fan D. As for Ye Bufan, who was lying in the bathroom of the Seaview Imperial Palace Quadrangle Mansion, he soaked in comfort. He was also in a refreshing mood, especially by virtue of his magnificent gift. He had saved his 7th daughter, Peony, from being bullied by her dull little sister. The corners of his mouth spread into a smile of a loving father's most peaceful smile. He murmured meaningfully to himself, "Baby, no need to thank you. With daddy here, even if it's the internet, I won't allow anyone to bully you." Of course, Ye Bufan also knew that the PK battle was still going on. and had to let dull little sister and her arrogant fans know that she had messed with the wrong people tonight, and offended the wrong people. So, Ye Bufan continued to swipe the gift, and directly into the quantity column, he entered 1,000. After the quantity was confirmed, there was another round of crazy bombardment. Boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom. Received explosive Sky Gang Fan D, sending 1,000 luxury supercars. Received explosive Sky Gang Fan D, sending 1,000 luxury rockets. Received from explosive Sky Gang Fan D, sending 1,000 supreme salutes. This night was destined to be a night of madness. This PK battle was destined to be the battle of the century of epical significance in the live PK world. Because of Ye Bufan's appearance, that strong heart of guarding his daughter, what he swiped was not simply a trenchant luxury gift, but as a father, the obsession and determination to guard his daughter. When the luxury gifts of 1,000 cars and 1,000 honors were bombarded on the public screen of the live broadcasting room, it was as if at this moment, even the back-end servers of the Jitterbug live broadcasting platform were down and were bombarded with cracks. The fans as well as melon-eating netizens in the live broadcast room on both sides were also silent at this moment. Silence. Suffocated. It was as if everyone could feel, across the screen, the fireworks that were bombarded by the lavish gifts, knocking deeply into their hearts. Who dares to believe that someone actually took 1,000 as a unit? Horizontal wild brush luxury gifts. Shocked. Shocked. The KP blood bar was like a horn launching the final charge, ruthlessly impacting from Ye Jinyun's side to dull little sister's side. Aha! Oh my god, it's the explosive Sky Gang Fan D again. What kind of godly man is he? Turtle. It's too awesome, too hoity-toity. This is a robot? How can you brush gifts like this? At Fright Sky Gang Fan D, Tycoon. Making friends? Too handsome, too manly. My male god, yeah. I want to marry you at. I'm going to give you lots and lots of monkeys. Upstairs. Are you afraid it's not poisonous? Are you the Monkey King? P.S. The plot is just a plot. Do not be right. Live also do not brush gifts at random. Do not imitate. Rationality. Sanity. Chapter 043. Collecting Daughter's Excitement Emotions. Reward Tianji Treasure Map. 9th grade State Doctor. Ding. Collecting the multiple emotions of surprise, excitement, gratitude, and being pampered from the 7th daughter, Peony. Rewards a fragment of the Heavenly Chance Treasure Map, as well as one random rolling mystery lucky draw from the system. Does the host want to open the Heavenly Chance Treasure Map fragment, as well as participate in the random rolling mystery draw? After Ye Bufan swiped a wave of lavish gifts in units of 1,000, the live broadcast room was completely set ablaze with the emotions of the fans as well as the melon-eating netizens. It also completely pushed this peak PK battle tonight to its peak climax. The pop-up screen was like a surging tide, annihilating the entire live broadcast room. The information that was constantly and frantically swiping the screen added to the unfinished business of this PK battle. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room of the 7th daughter, Peony, completely set a new record, directly hitting 10 million online viewers. Her fan following also soared directly, clearly reflecting 8.6 million. Crazy, shocked, even dull little sister, who was the top streaming netizen of Shake Shack, was completely dumbfounded and shocked, because she had never seen such a battle. Such a trenchant and crazy brush of gifts. It was as terrifying as this. It was too unimaginable. It was obvious. Under Ye Bufan's magnificent brush of gifts, Ye Jinyun won this PK battle. While Ye Bufan was soaking in the bath, the system mechanical electronic sound rang in his ears. Another wave of rewards had arrived, Ye Bufan perceived. This time the system rewards seems to be upgraded again. Dog system, you damn. Tell me, what is this Tianji treasure map? But also pieces of rewards, is a few meanings? And what's that? The system's random scrolling mystery lottery? What is this? Host, the so-called Heavenly Chance Treasure Map fragments. As the name implies, this treasure map is issued in the form of fragments. Only when you have gathered all the fragments of this treasure map, then, you will have the opportunity to hunt for treasures from this complete copy of the Heavenly Chance Treasure Map. Unlock the treasure on the treasure map. Ye Bufan. What? Why go through all this trouble? Wouldn't you just reward it directly and be done with it? Host, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything that needs to be earned through hard work is the most precious. Ahem. This Heavenly Chance Treasure Map is a scroll that contains the mysteries of the universe and the ancient remnants of the Heavenly Tao. If you can get it all together, maybe you'll have an unexpected harvest? Ye Bufan was even more confused. He secretly, what the hell? I'm going to pursue the Heavenly Tao? Immortal cultivation? Forgive me, I prefer to cultivate immortality with beautiful women. If you want me to pursue the Heavenly Tao, I really don't have that kind of interest. The host is shallow. Patterns. Any one of your rewards as the chosen son, the Heavenly Tao has its own arrangement. Ye Bufan thought to himself, geez, this dog system's PUA ability is superb. Hey, system dad, are you afraid that you're not ahead of a pyramid scheme gang that's being held back by the divine rewards? I always feel that if you go to work in a pyramid scheme, you are definitely a good hand. Host, Tether Q. Tether Q your whole family. Fallacious, fallacious, Ye Bufan. Ah the dog system, you've gone rogue, haven't you? You dare to curse the host? Believe it or not, I will explode in place and directly blow up your dog's head. Reward countdown begins. Please make your choice carefully. 5s, 3s, 1. Ye Bufan, turn on. True Fragrance's Law Superscript 2 asterisk Superscript 2. In front of True Fragrance, Ye Bufan still didn't hesitate and chose the reward. Ding! The Heavenly Chance Treasure Map fragment was opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kirin fragment. Ding! System Random Rolling Mystery Gift Pack Lucky Draw. Rolling begins. Please call off the host to open immediately. Ye Bufan secretly took a deep breath. Good guy. The system is really getting better at playing. He clearly felt something like a panel-like screen that turned on a constant scrolling raffle. Stop! He sensed that after that random scrolling lottery kept scrolling, he then shouted stop as well. Ding! Random scrolling mystery gift pack draw locked and loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1 billion Family Happiness Fund, as well as the Chinese inherited art of Qi and Huang, the draconian ancient mixed medical scripture, and entering the 9th grade national doctor, 9-star academician of imperial medicine. Ye Bufan secretly had a sigh of shock. This wave of rewards is a bit luxurious now. First of all, this Tianji treasure map, although he did not quite understand what the so-called unicorn fragments are. Host, the Heavenly Chance treasure map shows the ancient beasts Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, and Kirin fragment, and Qilin, Phoenix, Pishi, Pishio, as the main structure of the main treasure map, and then the ancient beasts Taodai, Taotia, Porchi Blockhead, Tawu, Chaos, and Aoin, Shi Tzu, Ya Yu, and Pillsbury, as a supplement, forming the most mysterious Tianji treasure map. And in order to obtain the treasures contained in the Heavenly Chance treasure map, you need to gather the 7 great Rue beasts, as well as the 7 great fierce beast fragments. Ye Bufan almost didn't call 120 to ICU on the spot. This what Tianji hidden treasure map is really so bullish? Host, come on, degree nabla degree. Aoli gives. You can do it. Ye Bufan. Wait, that random scrolling mystery lottery, a billion reward. Can understand. This is probably because of tonight's PK battle between the 7th daughter, Peony and dull little sister, and his own trenchant spending wave, equivalent to like the godly hero system next door. Spending rebate chant? Hiss. If one consumed like this and got a rebate, wouldn't that be more Yakult than sharpened? Host, I'm sorry, this system does not provide consumption rebate mode for the time being. The system will be based on the quality of the host's recent collection of his daughter's positive emotions, comprehensive judgment, and the mysterious algorithm deduction. To be rewarded. Ye Bufan a disgusted look. So there's no spending rebate function? Then what do I need you for? Why do I need you? Host, you feel the ding, feel your dog conscience. If there is no system, you can protect your daughter? Never underestimate the power of the system. It's not just a buff, it's a gas pedal that changes your life. A quick acting agent that turns rottenness into magic. Ye Bufan. Then, this what's his name Chinese inherited Qi and Huang art, draconian ancient mixed medical scriptures. And what's the divine situation? Also into the 9th grade national doctor? Imperial doctor 9-star academician? In that case, I've obtained the divine doctor's art, and have the bullish and bombastic, the Qi and Huang art that raises the dead and whitens the flesh and bones? Of course. Host, there's a long road ahead. Don't forget that you need to sweetly spoil 9 schoolgirl baby daughters, and that mysterious world beauty pageant champion national goddess. Your wife. Birth, old age, sickness and death are unavoidable for everyone. You need to have absolutely powerful medical skills to be able to cope with all kinds of illnesses and emergencies at any time. Otherwise, how can you establish the image of a great father, a model husband? Or, do you only recognize that year when you took off your pants, rolled in bed with that mysterious wife, and had a one-night fling? And when you lifted up your pants you denied it, being a complete and utter scum man? Ye Bufan, the desolate ancient mixed yuan medical scripture, with the method of the desolate ancient, the Qi of the mixed yuan, practicing the art of Qi and Huang, raising the dead, flesh and bones, can be called the most canonical version of China's most overwhelming national medical art. Now, the inheritance to you, especially the decline of national medicine, but also facing all kinds of suppression. You should remember the mission, shoulder the inheritance of the art of Qi Huang, with the fire of the stars, so that the art of national medicine into a prairie fire. Ye Bufan took a deep breath, raised his head and straightened his back. Misty grass, when was it that I, master fan, was so important? Sure enough, wow. Bufan is extraordinary, born extraordinary, outstanding. With a smile that was more sunflower than chrysanthemum on his face, he got up from the bathtub, wiped his body dry, put on his bathrobe, and walked back to the bedroom. And the cell phone's jitterbug app was still following the PK live broadcast of the seventh daughter, Peony, and the dull little sister. Obviously, with Ye Bufan's wave of 1-0-0-0-1-0-0-0 ho-hum wildly brushing gifts, this PK battle, dull little sister lost. And in the live broadcast room, the fans' emotions were completely ignited, and a wave of pop-ups that followed one another annihilated the screen of the live broadcast room. Wow! Awesome! Dull little sister lost. Ha ha ha, hurry up, don't dawdle, honor the punishment. Barely, a bit of fun. I am quite looking forward to the dull little sister to honor the punishment. What is it called? Face mark pen writing green tea whore, but also anti-napkin to wear on the mouth. Goo, hot eyes. This wave of tawdry operation punishment, absolutely can blind my 24K titanium dog eyes, absolutely to burst fire. Nothing to say, directly accept the punishment. I'm too eager to see the dull little sister herself engaged in this wave of tawdry operation punishment. Self-feeding is what kind of? Bah. Chapter 044. Having a daughter like this, what more can a father ask for? Little green tea whore. You're good enough. This Frying Sky Gang fan D is your trumpet, right? Or is it the Godfather that you cheaply found? In front of the live camera, dull little sister was bombarded by Ye Bufan's unrivaled gifts, and her entire body was confused. She also finally gradually came to her senses, and she was again very unconvinced. Verbally, naturally, she had a completely abusive and humiliating tone towards Ye Bingyun. Ye Ziyun didn't even bother to take care of dull little sister. Her stunningly beautiful eyes were welling up with crystal clear teardrops. She was already moved to the point of sobbing a bit uncontrollably as she turned to the live broadcast camera. The punishment for winning or losing the PK battle wasn't that important anymore. After all, with such an elegant and sensual schoolgirl like Ye Jingyan, her heart was extremely disgusted and revolted by the punishment proposed by dull little sister. Of course, there was no need for her to urge dull little sister to honor her punishment, regardless of whether it was the fans and netizens in her live room, or dull little sister's own live room. They all popped up madly and annihilated one after another. Dull little sister, willing to gamble? What? Are you unable to lose? Hey, dull little sister, you'd better honor the punishment, or else this so-called top-streaming netizen persona of yours will collapse. To engage in such a fancy punishment, I'm also really drunk. The key is that in the end, you still have to accept such a punishment yourself. Ha ha ha, funny, too funny. Hurry up, get on the punishment, don't try to deny it. Add dull little sister, still resting there to do what the hell? Fishing? Or are you trying to sell your misery? That's right, add dull little sister. You're a self-proclaimed top-stream big netizen, and you've been suppressing other people's peony fairies, so if you lose the PK, you have to live up to the top-stream big netizen style. Add dull little sister, don't dilly-dally. What face do you have left to humiliate others? Little fairy peony, if you're capable of doing so, honor the punishment immediately. The netizens are watching. Woohoo! Forgive me, after this PK battle, I'm going to turn black. I'm going to pay attention to little fairy peony. Bye-bye Yulu. Ye Peiyin turned to the live camera and gave another heartfelt thanks. Thanks. Very grateful at Frying Sky Gang fan D. Thank you for guarding me. I can't thank you enough. I really don't know what virtue and ability I have to be able to get your care and love. Only a million thanks. Gratitude. Also wish you good health and all the best. Ye Bufan, through the screen, could feel the seventh daughter, Peony's heart of enthusiasm. She was genuinely thankful. Definitely not the kind of Netflix anchor with a smile on her face, but a perfunctory, false gratitude in her heart. Ye Bufan mouth corner overflowing as a father. Sweet favor school flower baby daughter warm and happy. The seventh daughter, Peony, just didn't know that this person who was silently guarding her in the live broadcast room was her own father. Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was in a good mood. He hated the urge to open a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite and celebrate. Yes, as a father, to be able to dote on his baby girl, to be able to guard her from being bullied in the midst of such a vast sea of nets. This is the responsibility of being a father. Baby, it's been 18 years, and daddy has never done a bit of duty. In the future, dad will all grow up with you, and will definitely make to be the happiest princess, the most cozy baby in this world. Ye Bufan's heart secretly and once again certain beliefs. With the youngest daughter Xia, he is even more certain beliefs. To guard the 9-schoolgirl baby daughter, Ye Bufan raised her sleeve, wiped the teardrops from the corner of her eyes and cheeks, and she smiled sweetly. Speaking to the live camera serenely, she said, I'm sorry, too excited, I lost my temper. After speaking, she was solemn again, and was excited by dull little sister's words. She was also considered to have a bottom, and was even more of an unassuming posture, responding forcefully. Dull little sister. PK battle. It was you who provoked it. The punishment for PK loss. It was also you who said it. Now, PK you lost. Willing to gamble you have to admit defeat. You even have the face. Questioning me about what trumpet, what godfather. You are really shameless. To play, you have to be able to afford to lose. Otherwise, you don't play, okay? Sincerely, Ye Peony had won this PK battle, and had recovered her dignity from being humiliated and verbally suppressed by dull little sister in various ways before. She was also speaking without any politeness, hitting back with a straight face, and this speech of Ye Qianyun naturally caused the fans in the live broadcast room as well as the melon netizens to recognize her. Inevitably, there was another wave of pop-ups calling for dull little sister to honor her punishment. At dull little sister, did you see that? Other people is just bigger than you, is just more measured than you. Why don't you honor the punishment? Why don't you say it? If this PK battle was started by little fairy Peony, it would be fine, but the key is that little sister Dull is bullying people on her own with the top stream's big netizen, and she's still bullying people so much. It's justified. Hold on tight. Make it fast. Accept the bet. Honor the punishment. Don't waste everyone's time at dorky little sister. However, dull little sister couldn't really resist the various rounds of pop-ups from fans as well as melon-eating netizens. She hated Ye Qianyun with a gnashing of teeth, and said aggressively, "Little green tea whore, this PK battle, by a fluke you won, but, our beam is considered to be knotted. Isn't it just honoring the punishment? I, dull little sister, still have this point of modesty. In the future, you wait for me," she said, looking for a marker, hate itchy teeth, directly on her face, wrote green tea 3 words. Then, she found the anti-napkin, directly to the live camera, put on the mouth. The next comical performance of 3 animals, galloping stallion, lame frogs, onions pretending to be elephant's pig. Though she was reluctant, she sang in a voice that tore her heart out to die for love. At once, the fans as well as the melon-eating netizens in the live broadcast room once again exploded, and even through the screen, they could feel it, as they laughed out their pig squeals. Grass, my plants are grassy, tough enough, can play, cow batch class ah. Oh, intersection, oh ha, laugh not live. Nima, that's what I'm blaming myself for. Look, the way she's wearing an auntie's napkin on her mouth. It's so damn funny. I'm going to turn into a maggot from laughing. Ha ha ha, laughed my ass off. My bedpan is going to collapse from laughing. Ha ha ha, too funny. I blanch. After this, if you sing love even when you're dead again, you'll have a psychological shadow. Bull. Fluffy, too good at playing Ye Qianyun did not continue to mock or gloat and taunt dull little sister. She directly hung up the connecting microphone. All of you little brothers and sisters, you know that I've never been a fan of PKs, so if you like me, please give a nod to my work. And what's more, I also very much enjoy filming. Although up until now, I've been in supporting roles and haven't been in a leading role. I still sincerely hope that you guys like my work. I also don't know if I still have the chance to take on the lead role, but none of it will stop me from filming. When I get to college, I'll continue to dive into my acting major, and act in every single play, every single role. In our lives, we are not playing various roles, only, our lives are never scripted. Every day is a live broadcast. No one dares to say that he or she is the protagonist of this road of life. Even if it's a supporting role, we are still important, aren't we? Well, tonight's live broadcast is going to end here. Tomorrow I also have to get up early to go shoot a movie. Thank you at Frying Sky Gang Fan D. Thank you. Let's go to the next live broadcast. See you, bye bye. Even though a lot of fans, as well as melon-eating netizens, were having a bit of a hard time letting go, Ye Bufan mentioned that he would have to get up early tomorrow to go filming, so it seemed like everyone was able to understand. This also included Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was lying on the bed, resting on his arm, also recalling the wonderful feeling of meeting his 7th daughter, Peony, on the internet tonight. It was probably because the blood of fathers and daughters was thicker than water, and their bloodlines were connected. Ye Bufan deeply felt, from with Ye Peony, father-daughter love, probably also called quantum entanglement. Baby, the live broadcast is over. Wash up and go to bed early. Have a good rest. Hopefully, tomorrow at the film base, we can recognize each other. Chapter 045, Baby, drink more hot water. Knock knock knock. Just as Ye Bufan was about to lie down and sleep, there was a knock on the door. Aha! Ye Bufan immediately rolled over and climbed up, because he knew that currently, the only people living in this Seaview Imperial Palace quadrangle were him and his youngest daughter Shia. Didn't Shia say she was resting? How could it suddenly knock on the door? Dad, are you You asleep? Outside the bedroom, the youngest daughter Shia's sweet voice slightly carried a few weaknesses. Ye Bufan immediately responded with a sentence. Baby, Dad is still not asleep yet. Between words, he had already walked quickly to the door of the room. Crunch! Slightly opening the door of the room. It was clearly reflected in Ye Bufan's eyes. It was the youngest daughter, Shirya, whose face and vermilion lips were slightly pale as she covered her belly. She frowned tightly, appearing to have a somewhat pained expression. Ye Bufan secretly sighed for a while, and then walked forward to assist his youngest daughter Shia, who looked like she might falter at any time. With the most amiable and concerned tone of a loving father, he asked, Baby, your face looks bad. What happened to you? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Ye Shia lightly bit her vermilion lips, a little embarrassedly with a weak voice like a mosquito buzzing. She whispered, Daddy, my stomach hurts. Is it because you ate something tonight and ate a bad stomach? Ye Bufan, with stainless steel straight man, instinctively thought, is it that the youngest daughter Shia ate some dishes tonight? Ate bad stomach. Ye Shia's forehead was a bit straight and sweaty. She shook her head slightly, even more embarrassed, blushing. Dad, you're stupid. My stomach really hurts. Ye Bufan a sound, slightly frowned, assisted Ye Shia. MS? What are you? Got your period? Menstrual cramps? Although Ye Bufan was a straight man of steel who had never eaten pork, but had at least seen a pig run. There are always people spouting that some men are straight men of steel. What? Don't you guys like straight men, but you like bent men? You have to be realistic in your speech. What's wrong with a straight man? At least he's straight and tough, right? Always more practical than those sissy Ken and bent men. And Ye Bufan looked at his little daughter Shia, that pain expression, but also finally said to the point. Ye Shia's pretty face swish red, blushing. That red face was like a ripe peach. Of course, at this moment, Ye Bufan naturally did not have any evil thoughts, because he was able to sense that Shia was in pain. Moreover, Shia is his own bloodline. Blood is thicker than water. Baby girl. Looking at Ye Shia's slight nod, for a moment, he was at a loss for words. First-time father, for suddenly in his world, broke into such pavilion jade school flower baby girl. When he encountered his baby girl's vacation, to be honest, he was just like a first-time mother who was about to go into labor in the maternity ward with the same nervousness and apprehension. He secretly took a deep breath. Lao Yi, calm down, must be calm. Right, hot water. Although many people were spouting off, whenever a girl was uncomfortable, the straight man of steel always said, drink more hot water. In fact, Ye Bufan's heart was incomparably clear, even if drinking more hot water seemed very straight manly. However, there is no denying that drinking hot water does work, especially for women with menstrual cramps. He held his youngest daughter Shia. Come on, baby, you lie down first, Dad will go and pour you a cup of hot water. Ye Bufan assisted Ye Shia into the bedroom and told her to lie down first. Then, he quickly walked out of the bedroom and went to the water dispenser to pour a cup of hot water. And, from the kitchen, he got brown sugar and brewed a cup of brown sugar water into the hot water. At the same time, he was also looking for a towel, and after soaking it in hot water, he took the hot towel and walked back to the bedroom again. Ye Shia looked at her dad's busy figure because of her menstrual cramps. A warm and happy smile spread on the corner of her mouth. Baby, come on, first drink a cup of hot brown sugar water, then put a hot towel hot on your belly. It will relieve some. He was careful, holding Ye Shia, again warmly feeding her brown sugar water. Ye Shia complied and obediently and meekly drank some brown sugar water. Thank you, Dad. Dad, you're so nice. Really a super warm man. Ye Bufan released a light smile and said, silly daughter, what are you thanking for? I'm your father. Can I not take care of my own precious daughter? How is it? Drinking some brown sugar water and applying a hot compress with a hot towel. Will it relieve it a little bit? Although Ye Shia's belly was still sore, but her heart was filled with honey, overflowing with the happiness of being loved by her father. Aha, Dad, I am a drop better. However, Ye Bufan raised his hand and hit on Ye Shia's pulse. Come, let Dad check your pulse. Diagnose your physical condition. At this time, Ye Bufan also realized that the desolate ancient mixed medical scripture that the system had just rewarded included the method of cutting and diagnosing the pulse of the 9 veins of the spiritual rhinoceros. Thus, he resolved to diagnose Ye Shia with the divine healing technique that he had mastered, and see if he could treat and cure Ye Shia. When Ye Bufan's fingers lightly clasped Ye Shia's pulse, the pulse appeared to be sunken tight and fine late. Ye Shia was surprised and shocked as she gazed at Ye Bufan. She froze for half a day with a curious expression. Aha, Dad, do you still know medicine? Ye Bufan smiled lightly. A little bit. Baby, this is your typical dysmenorrhea caused by cold evil stagnation and cold dampness stagnation. accompanied by irregular menstruation, uterine cold and other symptoms. It seems that you need daddy to perform acupuncture, massage and acupressure for you to be cured. Dad. Didn't you say that you know a little bit about it? You also know acupuncture, massage? Isn't that a very profound Chinese medicine art? Ye Xia was even more shocked. Ye Bufan let out a ha. Yes, the way of Chinese medicine. Pay attention to looking, listening, asking and cutting. As for the acupuncture, massage and massage method, but they are the most basic. Come on, daughter, you lie down well. Dad basically grasped your illness. Dad, this will give you acupuncture, massage method, ensure that you get relief. Sleep a beautiful sleep. Sincerely, Ye Bufan had just obtained the desolate ancient mixed medical scripture rewarded by the system. However, he was familiar with the divine healing techniques contained in it, whether it was the method of pulse cutting from the 9 chakras of the spiritual rhinoceros, or the method of acupuncture from the Tai Xin needle, and the method of massage from the Kaiyuan Xian finger. All of them encapsulated the ancient method of desolate, the mystery of the mixed Yuan Qi. And after Ye Bufan was rewarded with medical skills from the system, it was as if he was born with it, completely as if it was imprinted in his body. Wow, Dad, you're so bullish. Right, big bull, wow. You actually know so many medical arts, yeah. Ye Xia marveled. Ye Bufan smiled with the warmth of a spring breeze. What's wrong with that? Knowing medical arts, you still become a big bullfrog? In that case, you are disliking Dad and calling him a toad? Aha! Ye Xia was confused and had a puzzled expression on her face. However, she quickly reacted and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dad, what? I mean, you're very bullish. The thieving bullish kind. Ouch. Pain. Good pain. Oing 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 oing. Dad, I really hurt. Oh. Ye Bufan looked at his youngest daughter, Xia, with her pained look, still enjoying, with his own share of innocent father-daughter warmth and happiness. He was both heartbroken and a little bit unable to hold back the urge to laugh. However, he still signaled Ye Xia to lie down. Baby, good boy. Lie down well. Let Daddy give you acupuncture, massage and toning. It will soon be relieved. Ye Xia let out an oh. Okay day. He. Daddy, you're really good. Love you yo. Il Redheart. P.S. Today still 3 more. Ready to head 7 verification, recommended, end. If not pouncing, will be stable 12 o'clock noon update 3 chapters or 4 chapters. The new book recommended period. The data is very important. I implore all the pretty boys and girls. Add a bookshelf. Point a 5-star book review. More points to urge more. Please. Chapter 046. Daddy, you're awesome. Awesome. Bang woo. Wow. Dad, you're awesome. Your acupuncture and massage is so awesome. It's so comfortable. As Ye Bufan twisted the silver needles used for acupuncture, he accurately and skillfully stabbed the silver needles on Ye Xia's acupoints such as Zhongji, Sanyinjiao, Shihai, Foot Sanli, Tian Shu, Tai Chong, Spleen Yuan Baihui. Immediately, Ye Xia felt, from Ye Bufan after that acupuncture stabbing acupuncture points, a kind of relief that evil qi was dispersed. She couldn't help but murmur and rave like. Ye Bufan concentrated on the acupuncture method of the ether elemental Xian needle, dredging the acupoints for his youngest daughter Xia, and then, with the Kai Yuan Xian finger, he followed Ye Xia's meridians and performed a push and massage. By unblocking her blocked meridians, the evil qi that had accumulated in her youngest daughter Xia's body was able to be released from the meridians and acupoints. In this way, Ye Xia's menstrual cramps during her regular vacation were gradually alleviated greatly. Her pale and bloodless cheeks and vermilion lips gradually regained their rosy blood color, becoming as usual like congealed grease that could be blown away. Dad, you're awesome. Awesome. Ye Xia marveled at Ye Bufan's divine medical skill, which had dissolved her suffering from menstrual cramps in such a short period of time. In her heart, she even added a few moments of worship and admiration to Ye Bufan's own father, and Ye Xia whole body and mind relaxation, already in a burst of murmuring, gradually sound asleep. When Ye Bufan some acupuncture, massage treatment is completed, he raised his eyes to look at, quietly into the gentle dreamland of the baby girl. That rhythmic breathing is a deepest dependence on Ye Bufan. That is a kind of daughter to enjoy the sweet pampering of the father's love, intoxicated in the strong warmth and happiness of the father's love. 18 years, the long-lost father's love, in the depths of her heart, is how longing can have a father's love. Finally, encountered the belated father's love, the kind of even sleep. The corners of the mouth is also overflowing with warm as the spring peach blossom smile, enough to show that after she recognized with Ye Bufan, with the love of her father, how happy she was. Ye Bufan, see, your school flower baby girl, how cozy, how happy. Ye Bufan sighed heartily and secretly. He secretly clenched his fists tightly. He must let his baby girl live a happy and wonderful life. to make her the sweetest little princess in the world. Ye Bufan simply packed up the silver needles and other skins for practicing medicine and just wanted to turn around and walk away. Suddenly, Ye Xia's hand coldly grabbed his hand. Daddy, don't go. Don't leave baby. Boing woo. Daddy, you can't never want your daughter again. You're not allowed to leave her again. Okay? Daughter promise. From now on all good. All obedient. Daddy, daddy. Ye Bufan heart thump a little. Slightly turned sideways. Looking at lying on the bed, still sound asleep little daughter Xia. Originally, she was talking in her sleep, and just such a slight action, but has deeply touched the deepest strings of Ye Bufan's heart. He squatted down slightly and sat on the edge of the bed, holding his little daughter Xia's delicate hand tightly, gazing at that stunningly beautiful face. It is so beautiful. At this moment, old Ye, deep inside, rolled up surging waves. Baby, sleep, sleep. Daddy won't leave. Daddy will always guard you and accompany you. Daddy will never be separated from you. And the rest of the 8 babies again. In the future, Daddy will accompany you all. Good boy. Ye Bufan's heart welled up with some sourness. Generally speaking, this is what he owes his baby girl. The missing 18 years of fatherly love. Hopefully the rest of his life. Everything is too late. Must make up. He carefully covered his little daughter Xia with a quilt, and silently gazed at her cozy dream. Quiet night. The night is as cool as water. But in this bedroom, filled with the most sweet and cozy happiness between father and daughter. Lao Yi ah Lao Yi, this life has a daughter such as this. For the father what else can I ask for? What green tea whore to Wanru Green himself? That does not matter, because there is a youngest daughter Xia. There are 7 daughters, and even the rest of the 7 school flower baby girl. This is for the self-proclaimed mother fetus solo single 38 years Ye Bufan. That is the most valuable, the most precious treasure. 9 school flower level baby daughters must be the greatest gift from the heavens to him. Ye Bufan just quietly accompanied his youngest daughter Xia, just as if she was a child, in swaddling clothes, in the cradle, he as a father, looking at the well-behaved little baby. The corners of Ye Bufan's mouth spread with a touch of the warmest and happiest smile as a father. One night, no words. The next morning, when Ye Xia let out a wooing sound and lazily stretched her waist, she realized that she was lying on the bed in her father Ye Bufan's bedroom. She opened her sleepy eyes, and when she looked around, she didn't see Ye Bufan. For some reason, her heart surged with a little bit of loss. Ah, could it be that everything that happened yesterday was a dream? Where is Dad? Did he leave again? Could it be that it was again the same as in the 18 years since? Every time she woke up from a sleep with her dad, there was no shadow of him? She sat up straight with a jerk and called out, Daddy, Daddy! She immediately rolled over and got up, wearing her pajamas, and quickly walked out of the bedroom. When she came to the living room, she didn't see Ye Bufan's figure either. Ye Xia was even more a great sense of loss. Did Dad really leave? Or, was last night really a dream? Dad, Dad! Ye Xia quickly walked the house, looking around, and again quickly walked towards the kitchen and dining room. Finally, accompanied by from the kitchen, filled with a burst of food aroma that stimulates the taste buds, also saw Ye Bufan's figure from the kitchen. Ye Xia hanging heart, finally landed. She lost her voice and shouted, Dad! She completely ignored it, quickly ran into the kitchen, and violently jumped into Ye Bufan's arms. Dad! Dad! At his youngest daughter Xia's sudden embrace, Ye Bufan stiffened and looked stunned. He put down the spatula he was cooking breakfast with and slowly raised his hand to embrace Ye Xia in his arms. His loving father's most amiable and extremely worried look, gently caressing Ye Xia's head, he asked with warm concern, Baby, what is wrong with you? Is not the little belly still painful? Is the body uncomfortable? Ye Xia snuggled tightly in Ye Bufan's embrace. Her head Melon shook her head slightly, and her slender jade hand was even more aggravated, tightly hugging Ye Bufan. Dad, I am fine. I just miss you. Ah, silly daughter, isn't Dad here? How come you still miss me? Ye Bufan heard his youngest daughter Xia say that she was fine. He secretly breathed a long sigh of relief, and was also confused by his daughter's words. Ye Xia murmured like she was murmuring to herself and whispered, Dad, for 18 years, every time I came out of my dreams, you were gone. How much I want to have a father to love, to have a father to spoil, but, all the time, I can only be in a dream, and when I wake up from the dream, my heart is broken. Daddy, how I long, to have Daddy with me, to have Daddy together. I just woke up, didn't see you, I thought I was dreaming again, I thought Dad left baby again. Ye Bufan also finally figured out why his youngest daughter Xia suddenly embraced herself so melodramatically. The original is because of the missing 18 years of father's love, afraid of waking up in the morning, and lost the father's love that just have. Ye Bufan heart secretly disappointed, but also a few guilty feelings. Ye Bufan in the end what sins did you create in your previous life? How much do you owe these 9 little lovers? In this life, they appeared in your life, and you are alive to make them suffer for 18 years. In the future, you must pain and favor them fiercely. He patted Ye Xia's shoulder and said in a gentle voice, "Silly girl, how could it be? Dad promises you that he will never leave you in the future." As Ye Xia raised her eyes, she was already teary-eyed, with disoriented and hazy beautiful eyes, and asked with a slightly choked voice, "Dad, really, really?" Ye Bufan nodded, meaningfully said, "Of course it's true." "No, it's not. Daddy is getting up and giving baby breakfast." "Aha, Daddy, I'm going to pull the hook." No one is allowed to be a rascal. Ye Xia reaches out, with her little finger to pull the hook with Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan gladly smiled warmly. "Good, come, pull the hook," he said, pulling the hook with his little daughter Xia's little finger. "Pull the hook and hang yourself. Don't change for 100 years. Seal it." Ye Xia's sweet smile. He, Daddy, you're so nice. Oh, degree." As she spoke, she barked at Ye Bufan's cheek and gave him a kiss, and then, she turned around and ran away to wash up. "Hey baby, after washing up, you can have breakfast. After breakfast, we'll go to the mall." Oh. Ye Bufan raised his hand and touched his cheek. His face was filled with a fatherly smile. He turned towards Ye Xia's back, and exhorted, "Okay day, got it." Ye Xia waved her hand and responded sweetly. Chapter 047 Extra Blitz Reward. Worth 1.55 billion Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom? Wow, Dad, the breakfast you prepared is also too Mrs. Sumptuous. When Ye Xia finished washing up, she changed into a most fashionable new national trend-style celadone porcelain printed cheongsam dress, with a sleeveless hanging neck design. It perfectly trimmed the neckline, and the figure-fitting version outlined Ye Xia's delicate and graceful figure. The knee length revealed slender calves, and on the small delicate jade feet, a pair of crystal high heels, showing the classical fashion beauty. As she walked to the dining room, she looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the table and couldn't help but marvel. Ye Bufan slightly surveyed his youngest daughter Xia's outfit for a few moments, and he was secretly amazed for a while. Truly worthy of being my Ye Bufan's precious daughter. What does it mean to be a city and a country? What does it mean to have a sunken fish and goose? What does it mean to have a shy flower? This is it. Perfection. The beauty of the ancient style of the country. Source, stolen image, little daughter Xia. This also made Ye Bufan unable to resist, in his mind, sketching that mysterious Miss World Beauty pageant champion national goddess, the mother of his youngest daughter Xia. Old Ye had to rack his brain to recall, just what is the name of that mysterious goddess? That night flavor. Exactly how crazy, in order to such a ghostly work of art, created such as the youngest daughter of Shuri is such a world of perfect art of the best of the best? The key is even more deadly. This is not a 1, but 9 twins. God knows, that night Ye Bufan in the end how extraordinary. How extraordinary. In the end with what kind of carving posture, to be able to create such a miracle? Ahahaha, it's not that sumptuous, is it? A home-cooked meal, a sparse breakfast. Ye Bufan came back to his senses and said with a joyful smile. He raised his hand to indicate the breakfast on the table. Lotus pond moon shadow shrimp, snow clam sea emperor abalone, ginseng, shark's fin, and ma soup, palace shang vegetable scallop pillar gen, baked tomato with cheese, and fat-free warm milk. Come on, baby, eat breakfast. Ye Xia was shocked, and it was even more of a heartfelt admiration for Ye Bufan. Dad, you really deserve to be a super warm milk daddy. It's so great. Saying that, she also sat on a chair at the dining table and began to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast with Ye Bufan, father and daughter. Last night, Ye Bufan had cooked and burned the most delicious 20 mortal flavors dishes. Ye Xia already had some knowledge of Ye Bufan's cooking skills. Therefore, this morning's sumptuous breakfast was both reasonable and unexpected. Gosh Dad, this breakfast snow clam sea emperor abalone, ginseng, shark's fin and ma soup is also too delicious. Blah. Ye Xia was satisfied and gorgeous while eating the breakfast prepared by Ye Bufan, while again raving. I've never had such a sumptuous and delicious breakfast before. Yeah. Ye Bufan, on the contrary, did not care and smiled lightly. Is that so? Is this breakfast scrumptious? If baby likes it, in the future, Daddy will follow this standard and make it for you every day, okay? Ye Xia chewed while nodding vigorously. Yes. However, she also frowned slightly, blinking her beautiful eyes as she looked at Ye Bufan. Dad, according to this specification, this breakfast meal will cost at least a few $1,000s, right? At the level of your salary as a waiter in the Heavenly Palace Hotel. Cough cough cough. Even if you add the 70% absolute controlling first shareholders' equity of Royal 1K TV Club, can this work? Obviously. Ye Xia was still worried that Ye Bufan's consumption level was enough to support such a breakfast standard. Who knows? Ye Bufan lightly said. Why? It's not just a few $1,000s for breakfast. Such a simple one is just a small case. Ye Xia, she clammed up on the spot. She couldn't help but carefully look Ye Bufan up and down a few times again. Good guy. Dad is also too able to versailles it. Such a breakfast less than a few $1,000s to eat down. He was able to easily say, simply a breakfast. Also small case. Is he really an invisible god? So, the question is, how rich is Dad? If he is really an invisible man of God, and to Xiang Wanru's kind of money-minded gold-digging green tea whore, can she be blind? Does she really not know Ye Bufan's financial strength, and still choose to green Ye Bufan? This is not scientific. For a moment, it also made the youngest daughter, Xia, have doubts about Ye Bufan. Or rather, looking at Ye Bufan's simple appearance, there was an unknown secret hidden underneath. Perhaps the Ye Bufan that outsiders see is just the tip of the iceberg, and the iceberg contains the most enormous energy, is often in the deep sea part. So, just how great an energy does Ye Bufan harbor? It is true, in the previous Ye Bufan, that was a dog guillotine on his neck, also could not say such heartless words. To any ordinary small people, a breakfast dry on a few $1,000s, even if it is a year to eat a meal, is a luxury, and Ye Bufan went so far as to speak out of turn, promising to his youngest daughter Xia that the future breakfast specifications would be in accordance with this. Ahem. If it wasn't for the fact that the laborer has a god's magnificent system and is hung up on it, could he say that? Ding! Collected the multiple emotions of the youngest daughter Xia such as shock, happiness, fulfillment, and warmth, obtaining the dumping heaven and earth, adventure unlimited extra blitz reward once. Whether to open the blitz? Just then, the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded. Ye Bufan. Dog system, stick out your dog's head. Promise not to blow your dog's head off. What the hell is this swallow heaven and earth? Adventure unlimited extra blitz reward? How dare you say that you don't charge for advertisement? The pitiful dog system. Host, don't slander this system. Please believe in science. Don't spread superstition. Ahem. Warn tips host, do not focus on the wrong focus. The focus is blitz rewards. The form is not important. Teasing you and Stan? Do you understand? Ye Bufan. Turn on the blitz. This time, Ye Bufan did not gag too much with the system, and directly and crisply gave the command. Boom boom boom. Ding. Dumping heaven and earth. Adventure unlimited extra blast reward opened successfully. Loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 million family happiness fund. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly chance treasure map Taudai fragment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. The following is the host's attribute panel. Host, Ye Bufan. Gender, male. Age, 38. Marriage, flower is not flower. Mist is not mist. Wealth value, CNYU and 3. 100. 000. 000. 00. Note, Jitterbug Live Recharge 1 billion. Collect the 7 daughters. Reward 1 billion. Additional storm reward 200 million. Reputation value, 1,800 points. P.S. Heavenly Chance Treasure Map plus 100 points, 9th grade National Doctor plus 100 points, Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom plus 100 points. Ye Bufan slightly perceived the host's attribute panel presented by the system, and he was also secretly sighing in his heart. An open life with a system, it's really cozy. Wow. As long as one collects and gathers the positive emotions of their daughter, they can obtain all sorts of luxurious rewards. In the days to come, it's all about lying down and winning. Just coax the baby daughters every day, make them happy, and let them live a cozy life. Then, the 9-school flower baby girl's mood is beautiful, less positive emotions. He simply called out to the system, straight away, 6666. After a moment of contemplation, he only felt, yet again, an additional set of car keys. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? Hiss. Super NES. Wow. This car is said to be worth $1.55 billion. A global limited edition top-of-the-line 2-door, 4-seater luxury car. It looks like the system's level of bravado is really quite wow. Dad, I'm done eating. Let's set off, go to the mall, and pick out a few suitable suits for you. Ye Xia smiled with a contented smile. Ye Bufan came back to his senses from the system's rewards. He nodded his head happily. Yeah, let's go. After speaking, he got up, and walked out of the quadrangle with his youngest daughter Xia, and came to the exclusive parking lot, which was reflected in his eyes. Chapter 048, Girlfriend, get in the car. Ha, Dad, this car is so cool. Why does it look like a global limited edition Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom? It can't really be. Abercrombie, France? Ye Xia looked at the coolest Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost parked in the exclusive parking garage in amazement. She said with a shocked expression. Ye Bufan snapped a finger that was even more arrogant and handsome than even the exterminators, and smiled back with delight. Oh, bingo, ha, this Ye Xia was directly speechless. After a slight beat, Ye Xia again looked adoring and smiled serenely. It said that a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, is worth 1.55 billion. Yeah, Dad. So you're so rich, ah? Ye Bufan laughed happily. Why? Money is nothing more than what's outside the body. Any more money is nothing more than a string of numbers that look similar to a cell phone number. When this was said, the youngest daughter, Xia, was stunned. It was, for the current Ye Bufan, after obtaining the system, it was a complete breeze to have 3.1 billion assets. Money, for him, was indeed just a longer string of numbers, similar to a cell phone number. Versailles, transcendent existence. Wow. Wah aha, so I have a super rich dad. Ye Xia didn't doubt Ye Bufan, but smiled sweetly and exclaimed again, oh, it doesn't have anything to do with Wah, although it's rumored that the owner of Wah is recruiting for his daughter, Zong Fuli, but, Dad has a good stomach and doesn't need to eat soft food. Ye Bufan flirted and snickered. Ye Xia, aha? With a black line on her face, after pondering for a moment, she reacted and immediately couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Dad, you're so humorous. Why are you still bringing up Wahaha's people's recruitment? Ye Bufan beckoned. Daughter, get in the car. Ye Xia did not hesitate too much, opened the car door and sat into the super luxurious Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost passenger seat. Ye Bufan opened the door of the driver's seat and shortened himself to sit in the driver's seat. Oh my god, this car is too luxurious. Sitting in the car, Ye Xia looked around at the entire Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost's interior and couldn't help but marvel up again. Sincerely, even Ye Bufan was secretly shocked for a while. Luxury cars were just different. It was also really worthy of being the top luxury car that was claimed to be worth $1.55 billion. However, Ye Bufan would not appear to be like a world-weary old man in front of his youngest daughter Xia. He still used that light tone and said smilingly, the car, whether it is the world's top limited edition, or unusual ordinary tricycle, is nothing more than a means of transportation. Strike Liao. Dad, this Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, walking tool, will there be a little luxury? Ye Xia was like reminding Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan smiled without saying anything. He started the car and drove, leaving the Seaview Imperial Palace quadrangle. After driving from the exclusive driveway into the main traffic hub, it was still the rest of the car owners, like avoiding the god of plague, avoiding the god of fortune, giving Ye Bufan away from afar. This also allowed Ye Bufan to travel in the Green Channel as if he was traveling in the Green Channel. And as those car owners looked at Ye Bufan's Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, there were quite a few of them gnashing their teeth and cursing. Grandma Bears, again, which grizzled rich second generation, driving such a luxury car to pretend and show off to come. Nima, bull batch class, broken sound, Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, blowing up. My plants are grassy. When did we Cloud City? There is such a top god rich, even can afford to drive Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Cheating bad. Banana, you little devil fairy. Rich is great. Driving this kind of car is purely creating traffic congestion. Oh, Gramps, rich is great. Ye Bufan from yesterday drove that car. Koenigsegg Ghost Koenigsegg 1:1, has been accustomed to traffic hub main road. The rest of the car owners give way. Therefore, in the face of today's driving a more luxurious Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, traveling on the road, completely unimpeded, it was also clear, sprinting all the way, from the Seaview Imperial Palace courtyard, it drove into the most prosperous city center of Cloud City. When the car stopped at what was called the Cloud City Mall, Coco Park Galaxy Mall, Ye Bufan spoke to his youngest daughter, Xia, who was sitting in the co-pilot. Xia, let's just stroll around this Coco Park Galaxy Mall. Ye Xia had a shocked expression on her face and gave Ye Bufan a thumbs up. Wow, Dad, broad taboo, very discerning and trendy. Ye Bufan, curious eyes, looking at Ye Xia, while getting off the bus. Ye Xia said with a cheeky and cute smile, Coco Park Galaxy Mall, that represents the young, trendy and fashionable wind vane of Yun Chang. Dad, let's go. As she spoke, Ye Xia walked straight over, reaching out to hold Ye Bufan's arm, docile and meek. He leaned on Ye Bufan's shoulder like a sloth. Ye Bufan naturally wouldn't mind, because for him and his little daughter Xia, that is the purest father-daughter relationship. It is said that a daughter is her father's lover in her last life, and she is a sweet little coat in this life. Ye Bufan is deeply agree with such a point of view. The moment he walked into the mall, he also attracted a lot of people's eyes. Some men were envious of Ye Xia's stunningly beautiful face value and temperament of the national style and ancient rhythm department, which gave people a feeling like a pure and elegant fairy coming out of the poetic ink painting, while many women's eyes fell on Ye Bufan's body. Ye Bufan's handsome high face value, bronzed skin, giving people a kind of fried hormones Hikari-style ancient principle paradigm. Wow. 12 o'clock, calling Jean Snake Cannon La Pioneer Wagwa. there's a beautiful woman, really damn beautiful as heavenly fairies. Cam, what's wrong with that uncle? It's not an old cow eating young grass, is it? Don't talk nonsense. I just heard the little beauty call the uncle dad. Oh. These days, the one who shouts daddy is not necessarily the real daddy. It could be the godfather. Bump, asterisk dish. Look a little closer, don't you think? That beautiful girl looks a little bit like that uncle? If you ask me, this uncle is really my cup of tea. I want to go talk to him and ask him for his cell phone number. Aha! Why do you want his cell phone number? Are you going to commit fraud? Scamming? I'm craving uncle's body. I want to sleep with him, even if it's a one-night stand. Oh, you're so open-minded? You want to have a one-night stand with uncle, but the key is to look at the little beauty beside him. Can you agree? Ye Bufan, a pair of eyes slightly looked around the circle. Those stopped, constantly commenting on the head of the onlookers passers-by. He secretly shook his head slightly, and thought to himself, this world is really old and colorful enough. Both men and women are the same. Of course, he also quite enjoyed this feeling of everyone's eyes falling on him, and he moved even closer to Ye Xia. He raised his proud head, even with a sacrosanct posture, as if he was admonishing those passers-by. Hey, you guys have a good look. Look closely. My old Ye's own daughter. Doesn't she look like me? I can warn you, these old colorful batch, do not move any crooked ideas. There is my old leaf in. The king of heaven old man came. Also do not want to hit my baby daughter's idea. Ye Xia, however, was completely girlish, pointing at this and that from time to time. Her face was overflowing with contentment and her smile was filled with happiness, because for her, after 18 years, this was the first time her own father accompanied her to the mall. Once upon a time, she envied those children who were holding hands with their dads and shopping at the mall. However, in those lost times, she only envied them. Now, it would be a dream come true to have her dad accompany her to the mall. Hey Hijia, Dad, look, this Coco Park Galaxy Mall. There is even a Boss Hugo Boss brand store. Yeah, go, let's take a look at this store. Not waiting for Ye Bufan to react, Ye Xia took his arm and walked in towards the Boss Hugo Boss store. Chapter 049 Grievance. Green tea bitch is still the same. Boss Hugo Boss specializes in. Ye Bufan face a capital convinced. It seems that the system rewards that what the Boss Hugo Boss, China, store managing director, came in handy. He secretly a burst of sighs. The system from the heart to admire. The moment he walked into the Boss Hugo Boss store, he vaguely saw a familiar figure. Green tea whore. To Wanru? Since being green by Xiang Wanru Ye Bufan, he had no more half-good feelings towards this woman. It can even be said that the heart born a deep disgusting antipathy. Into Ye Bufan's eyes, is Xiang Wanru actually holding a bald middle-aged man? That balding middle-aged man, let's say run 5. A face pitted, neck wearing a string of thumb-thick gold necklace, hand is also wearing emerald jade ring, and to Wanru completely like a docile lamb. Let the Mediterranean bend 5 men casually mooching, casually embrace the waist, casually pinch her self-proclaimed charming peach. The man who was in the middle of the night was a man who was in the middle of the night. The Mediterranean 5 men, a pair of colorful thieves in the eyes, hate to lick to Wanru that stinks of the sewers, as much as the lustful phase, the old colorful batch interpretation of the best. Ye Bufan did not care. In the youngest daughter Xia arm in arm, into the Boss Hugo Boss store, just entered the door at the time, a slightly net red cone face female clerk, immediately smiling face to welcome, came forward, warmly greeted, welcome, Boss Hugo Boss. However, when Zhu Ping's line of sight landed on Ye Bufan, her enthusiastic attitude suddenly tightened again, because from Ye Xia's face value temperament, dress, that is still quite eye-catching, but, Ye Bufan was wearing, although it was not the work clothes of the Heavenly Palace Hotel, but, originally, all these years, as a waiter, he didn't have much money to buy any famous brand clothes, therefore, he was still dressed rather rustic, with a clerk like Zhu Ping, who was mixed up in the Boss Hugo Boss store. She certainly prided herself on having an eye, and with a glance, she was able to screen out whether or not the customers who entered the store had the ability to spend money, that is, usually said the purchasing power. To put it bluntly, from Ye Bufan this one, all over the body, I am afraid that will not be more than $200. Looks like a stall goods dress. Zhu Ping naturally thought that a customer like Ye Bufan was not God. He had no money, no spending power, no purchasing power. Then, her attitude naturally went cold. Ye Bufan had worked as a waiter in the hotel for many years, so he was naturally good at reading people. With his sharp eyes, he immediately noticed the change in the attitude of the female sales clerk. Zhu Ping, both of you, our Boss Hugo Boss boutique is on the high-end route. When you shop, you can only look, you can't touch, you can't try it on, so be careful. Zhu Ping's cold words were like a caution to Ye Bufan and Ye Xia. By the way, If there is any damage, it is necessary to pay for it at the price. You guys better weigh. Can you afford to pay for it? He. Ye Bufan laughed lightly and gave a disdainful look, letting Zhu Ping experience it herself. It's not just a mere suit. What's with your attitude? Ye Xia's face was also a bit displeased as she tightly tugged on Ye Bufan's coat corner and whispered, Dad, I heard that the suit from the Boss Hugo Boss store is a big international brand. That's why I came in. Why don't we change one? Ye Bufan shook his head slightly. No need. We are still shopping this Boss Hugo Boss boutique today. Zhu Ping snorted, still in a snobbish and arrogant posture, coldly mocking. Some people always like to be amongst some upper-class circle places, and at one time create an illusion that they are the people of that circle. Of course, Ye Bufan wouldn't even give a second thought to a snobbish shopgirl like Zhu Ping. He was accompanied by his youngest daughter, Xia, in the Boss Hugo Boss boutique, looking at the suits in those cabinets. And right at this moment, the female sales clerk Zhu Ping let out, Welcome, Boss Hugo Boss boutique. Xiang Wanru walked in with the balding Ben 5-man's arm around her waist. Zhu Ping that a pair of snobbish eyes immediately as two eyes put gold light, immediately is nodding and haha waist. That a face or smiling into the Maitreya Buddha like, that kind of attitude, completely with the reception of Ye Bufan father and daughter, a different person. It could also be said that she was nodding and bowing to Xiang Wanru and Chen Yao in a kind of servile manner, because in Zhu Ping's opinion, the bald man Chen Yao, carrying the green tea horse Xiang Wanru, such a customer, is the real intended customer, with the ability to buy. Boss, miss, what kind of suit do you need? Our Boss Hugo Boss boutique, that is the world's most high-end route, specializing in this field of men's suits. Chen Yao glanced at Zhu Ping, his salty pig's hoof, directly towards Xiang Wanru's arse, pinched a hand. He lewdly asked, Baby, you pick one for me. You send me. I'll pay for it, okay? Xiang Wanru was completely a green tea bimbo's posture, whispered, Okay honey, then, we can say goodbye yo. I send you a suit, you send me a Maserati, is it okay? Chen Yao laughed, No problem, pick out the suit, let's go get a hotel. Then, let me give your, a good try, car condition, as long as later you follow me. What Maserati? That is not a sprinkle. Small meaning? Xiang Wanru muttered, pouting to Chen Yao's arms, arching a bit. Dear, that's what you said yo. Miss, can you introduce me to the suits in your store? Xiang Wanru turned to Zhu Ping, the female sales clerk, and ordered. Zhu Ping immediately smiled with joy, completely flattering. Okay, miss. Then, one by one, she introduced the suits displayed in the cabinet to Xiang Wanru and Chen Yao. On the other side, Ye Bufan and Ye Xia were in the specialty store, comparing and selecting those clothes in the cabinet. In the end, Ye Xia suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. Pointing at a suit displayed in the specialty store's CC cabinet, she said in surprise, Wow, Dad, look, that suit is so handsome. If you wear it, you must be handsome. Ye Bufan also followed the sound, and followed the direction that his youngest daughter Xia pointed to, and looked at the suit in the C position cabinet. He also secretly sighed for a while, and had to say that the suits that could be displayed in the C position cupboard, whether it was from the design, or the style, or the trend, were absolutely top-notch. Ye Xia's vision was naturally not bad either. The father and daughter quickly walked to the C position cabinet and looked at the suit, and couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Wow, Dad, this set is nice, handsome. The youngest daughter, Xia, marveled. At this time, a female sales clerk, who looked rather silent and quiet, came forward in style and bowed politely to Ye Bufan and Ye Xia. Mr. and Miss, do you guys fancy this suit? Ye Xia nodded her head vigorously. Yes, this suit, for my dad to wear. It must be very handsome. The shopgirl Tian Xian sized up Ye Bufan and Ye Xia for a few moments. She kept an approachable smile and said to Ye Bufan and Ye Xia, So, Mr. and Miss are father and daughter. Little sister is really filial, to be able to pick such a suit for her father. This suit is the town treasure of our Boss Hugo Boss boutique, Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor. A global limited edition with only 70 sets produced. Ye Xia took a deep breath as she looked at Ye Bufan. Dad, how about this set? Although it is very handsome, but the estimated price. With the most amiable smile of a loving father, Ye Bufan said to Ye Xia, Dad believes in baby's vision. You just need to think. This set is suitable for Dad to wear. Then buy it. Ye Xia's face was filled with warm joy. She turned to Tian Xin and asked, So, Miss Beauty, can I try it on? Tian Xin frowned slightly embarrassed. Hesitantly she lightly bit her vermilion lips and nodded. Okay, read in the little sister's piece of filial piety. I will let Mr. try on. AI. Dear, this set looks good. Wow. Quickly come over. not waiting for Tian Xin finished, Tawanru violently with Ada rat drug-like jumping. Arrow leaped to the store C position in front of the cupboard, pointing to the cupboard suit. To Chen Yao yelling shouted. But, soon, Tawanru that a face directly stiff stagnation. She a pair of resentment eyes, shooting look to Ye Bufan. Chapter 050 Hard Kong. Raging dislike. Ye Bufan, why are you here? Xiang Wanru's eyes, which were so eager to eat Ye Bufan, questioned with disdain as she was stunned. At the same time, her line of sight landed on Ye Xia. Immediately, she snorted and snorted coldly. Ye Bufan, what the hell? You're really harboring this little Thai vixen behind my back, aren't you? Xiang Wanru was able to say this kind of shameless words, but also really let Ye Bufan feel unimaginable. However, she dared to speak out like this, slandering her youngest daughter Xia. At that moment, Ye Bufan was furious, and his sharp sword-like eyes shot toward Wanru. In the next second, he arrow-stepped forward, already disliking Xiang Wanru a step away, and with an overbearing aura, a strong intimidating anger, he said word by word, Xiang Wanru, you green tea whore, I'll warn you once more. She, Ye Xia, is my 9th daughter. If you dare to spew out of your mouth again in slander and defame my daughter's reputation, I will let you know what it means to die a rhythmic death. Xiang Wanru never believed that Ye Bufan really had a pavilion daughter like Ye Xia. Ah shucks, Ye Bufan, what the hell? Don't stop there and cosplay with me. What's wrong with that? Are you addicted to playing father and daughter? You didn't spend a lot of money to hire this kind of actor, did you? At this time, Chen Yao walked up. He was extremely arrogant and bossy and glared at Ye Bufan a few times. Baby, who is he? Where did the little punk come from? Looking for a cut. Xiang Wanru immediately pulled Chen Yao and immediately said petulantly, honey, he's what I told you. I followed a waste mangy dog for 3 years like, man Ye Bufan ah. As soon as she saw Xiang Wanru hurling such abuse at Ye Bufan, Ye Xia was indignant and she immediately chirped out. Hey, Xiang Wanru, you green tea whore, how shameless, you yourself don't know how to behave. A watery rotten woman, you still have the nerve to scold my father, will you have some face? Xiang Wanru grunted coldly at Ye Xia, little Thai vixen, what are you talking about? When? It's your turn for this little talk, pa. However, not waiting for Xiang Wanru to finish cursing, a direct crisp slap sound, ruthlessly smacked on Xiang Wanru's cheek. Asterisk. You don't shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? Who gave you the nerve to scold my daughter? Ye Bufan's pair of eyes that were enough to kill, angrily stared at Xiang Wanru, completely causing Xiang Wanru to feel a sense of fear and take a step backward. Ye Bufan, Nima, you dare to hit me with your hands? I will make you pay a painful price today. Immediately, Xiang Wanru violently jumped into Chen Yao's arms, sobbing one after another. Honey, I don't live anymore. Oh. I'm being bullied by such a dog man. You must help me take revenge, okay? Ooh, honey, you are the only man I have left. You have to protect me. You have to give me a sense of security. Ye Bufan, this dog man, he bullied me, and I divorced. Those marital property also want to swallow privately. You must do the Lord for me. Help me to get justice. Woo. Chen Yao was also deeply stimulated by Xiang Wanru. Hormones soared. Adrenaline exploded. Dopamine overload. He hugged Xiang Wanru tightly in his arms and comforted. Good. Baby, don't worry. I'll do it for you. I'll get justice for you. I don't care what kind of bird this Ye Bufan is. If he dares to bully my baby, then he's too old to move. Once Xiang Wanru heard that Chen Yao was going to stand up for her, she even rubbed her entire body into Chen Yao's embrace. My dear, as long as you help me to solve Ye Bufan this dog man, in the future I'm all yours. How do you want to test the condition of the car? How to drive? Anything. Listening to Xiang Wanru this kind of disgusting and revolting words, Ye Bufan is more deeply feel that 3 years ago, his head was caught by the door, or was kicked by a donkey. What's more, I'm afraid that I was not day by the roaring dog, right? How could he be blind? Married to Xiang Wanru, this kind of rotten goods green tea whore? Well, baby, I all rely on you. You first do not cry. Crying my heart is broken. Chen Yao comforted Xiang Wanru some more. Xiang Wanru was supposed to be acting, and with this bitter trick, she really had Chen Yao pinned to death. Seeing that Chen Yao completely obeyed her, she also took the good with the bad and stood on her tiptoes to give Chen Yao a kiss on his pitted and greasy cheeks. Thank you, darling. Love you. Obviously, for an old colorful guy like Chen Yao, despite being bald, it wasn't much good anymore. Under the stimulation of some seductive techniques from a green tea whore like Xiang Wanru, it also gave Chen Yao the illusion that he was okay again. He couldn't wait to go and open a luxurious big bedroom with Xiang Wanru immediately, and start a period of steering the horse and whip of the divine dragon swinging. However, Chen Yao also wanted to please Xiang Wanru even more. He lightly patted Xiang Wanru's shoulder, while afterwards, His eyes, which were glaring as big as a cow's egg, fiercely glared at Ye Bufan. Sincerely, when Chen Yao's line of sight landed on Ye Xia, he also secretly swallowed his saliva, and the corners of his mouth were on the verge of dripping with saliva. He roared and cursed at Ye Bufan aggressively. Little Grizzly, you're my baby's former silly dog husband. Ha, you dare to bully my baby, humph. If you meet me today, count yourself unlucky. I heard my baby say that you divorced and you hijacked the property. Is there such a thing? Also, you have big dog guts. In public, you dare to hit my baby with your hands. Ye Bufan was looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, a teasing and playful expression pervading his face as he laughed blandly. Who are you? Also worthy of talking to me like this? Also right. It looks like you're kneeling to the top of a lousy green tea whore like Wanru. If you want to stand up for her, you should also weigh how many kilograms you are. The strong aura did not spoil Chen Yao in the slightest, but rather a kind of hegemony of a king over the world. Yo, small gripper, you are very arrogant. I warn you, I am the gray area shadow boss Huangfu Knight's cousin. You wait for me, I immediately call people, get you killed. Chen Yao was even more arrogant and bouncy as he yelled and roared. When Ye Bufan heard this, he laughed happily. Oh, is that so? Gray area shadow boss Huangfu Knight's cousin, right? It just so happens that I am familiar with Huangfu Knight. Do you need me to give him a call and ask him to come over? To the side. The female sales clerk Xu Ping saw the situation. She was embarrassed and was afraid that her handful of performance would fly away. She immediately grimaced and yelled at Tian Xin in a ferocious rage. Tian Xin, what's wrong with you? Not even a little bit of eyesight. Hurry up and blast him out of here. Don't let him influence my customers to buy this set of the store's treasure, Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor. At the same time, she was nodding her head to Chen Yao and Xiang Wanru, and said in a servile manner, Boss, Miss, don't be angry. You too. There's no need to argue and sulk with this kind of country bumpkin. What you guys fancy is this set of Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor, from our boutique, right? I'll arrange for you to try it on. Chen Yao stared at Ye Bufan and sized him up for a few moments. He frowned slightly and had a bright idea. A touch of chilling crossed his face, following which he used a provocative tone and said to Ye Bufan, Hey, little gripper. Didn't you just say that you want to buy this suit? Don't you just leave it there to pretend. How about I make a bet with you? If you really have the money to buy this suit, you win. But if you can't afford it, you'll be at my disposal. Do you dare to bet? Who knows? Ye Bufan actually pulled out his cell phone and dialed the underground world's gray zone shadow boss Huangfu Knight's phone. Brother Fan, what are the instructions? On the other end of the phone, Huangfu Knight suddenly received Ye Bufan's call. He was flattered and asked flirtatiously. Ye Bufan gave Huangfu Knight, I met one of your relatives at the Boss Hugo Boss store in Coco Park Galaxy Mall, claiming to be your cousin, extremely arrogant and domineering, reporting himself, and threatening to get me killed. You come over for a trip? When Huangfu Knight heard this, the person was directly confused. Brother Fan, what kind of cousin am I? Brother Fan, wait a moment, I'll be right over. Chen Yao saw that Ye Bufan was on the phone. He was totally unconcerned, still arrogant and contemptuous. Little Grizzly, you're a good actor. You're still sitting there pretending to call my cousin Huangfu? Don't pretend. Really, if my Huangfu boss comes over, can give you scared piss. Ye Bufan had a playful expression on his face, his sharp eyes looking towards Chen Yao. What did you just say? You want to bet with me? Can you afford to bet? What if you lose? Chapter 051 Awesome Brother Fan. No need to pretend. Honey, don't be a wimp and bet with him. He's just a useless loser. A waste. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ye Bufan's words fell, Xiang Wanru's resentful eyes glared fiercely at Ye Bufan and egged Chen Yao on from the sidelines, mostly because of the stereotype. Xiang Wanru was dead set against accepting that Ye Bufan was already different. At least in the 3 years she had been married to Ye Bufan, she hadn't seen anything outstanding about him. Otherwise, she would not be married to Ye Bufan 3 years, completely let herself go. Watery flowers and wild men hooking in coitus, also do not want to let Ye Bufan touch. Therefore, she does not think that today's Ye Bufan has any extraordinary features. Chen Yao contemptuously glanced at Ye Bufan a few times, with a contemptuous posture, mocking tone, sneered, Surname Yi, to be a man who is a loser to the extent that you are. You have really disgraced the face of a man. See, your wife, she willingly, shouted lousy dear, also despise you. You can really ing enough failure. You ing. Still put there with lousy pretend what big tail wolf, but also acting pretend to call Huangfu Knight. You scare who? You do not see. People Hugo Boss Store Treasure, Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor, Global Limited Edition. How much is the price of this suit? Can you afford it? Zhu Ping, the female clerk, was like a comedian cupping a comic, with a fawning serval face, immediately echoing Chen Yao. Boss, this set of Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor, Global Limited Edition. The price is a little expensive, but as long as you wear a second to become a male god the global uniform selling price is 999 yuan. Chen Yao snorted coldly, as if he was certain that Ye Bufan couldn't afford it. How's that? Hear that, right? 999 yuan. Such a top-notch luxury item is not something a little grifter like you can afford. Understand? What are you still pretending to pretend? Want to bet with me? Good if you can afford it, I immediately kneel down. Learn the dog barking, from your crotch to drill through. But well, if you cannot afford to buy, you will kneel down, lick my toes clean, and then kneel down and learn to bark like a dog, and drill my crotch. And, if you divorce my baby, all the marital property, have to go to my babies, and also let my baby slap you hard a few big mouths. Do you dare? Ye Bufan did not say a word, still with that kingly demeanor, looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye. He glanced at Chen Yao and Xiang Wanru lightly, and then, directly pulled out a very ordinary bank card. He turned towards Tian Xin who froze at the side. Beauty, I'll take this suit. Swipe the card, Tian Xin said. She thought she heard wrong, and looked at Ye Bufan with a stunned expression on her face. However, Xu Ping wrapped her hands around her chest and rebuked Tian Xin coldly in a contemptuous manner. Tian Xin, you no-brainer. Today if you let this kind of pretender stir up my guest to buy a suit, I will definitely not let you go. Tian Xin frowned slightly, but retorted in an unassuming manner. Xu Ping, what do you mean by that? Originally, this suit, too, was bought by this little sister, who said she wanted to buy it for her father. Ye Xia was completely dumbfounded, and she couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Ye Bufan was selling. But looking at today's formation, it seemed that no matter how you looked at it, it was quite unfavorable to Ye Bufan. She walked to Ye Bufan's side, tugged at the corner of Ye Bufan's coat, knit her brows and murmured an admonishment. Dad, otherwise, let's forget about it. Let's go to another house to take a look. Ye Bufan raised his hand and lightly patted his youngest daughter Xia's shoulder, and with the most amiable and loving fatherly smile, said in a warm and secretive voice, Don't worry, baby, Daddy has something in mind. Don't worry. Ye Xia raised her eyes and gazed at Ye Bufan for a moment, as if a halo was diffused over Ye Bufan's head. Her heart thumped for a moment, secretly happy. Wow, Dad is so handsome, really worthy of being a male god level. Perhaps this is also the unique charm of men, because of self-confidence, so charming. Ye Bufan knew in his heart that after the system was added, it wasn't just life with buffs, but it would also make his yellow robe and king-like aura of vigor soar, against such as Chen Yao, such a rich man, as well as Xiang Wanru such a green tea. At one time, there was no chance of winning, but now, it's just a flick of the finger, and it can make them go up in smoke. Since Chen Yao and Xiang Wanru wanted to humiliate themselves, Ye Bufan would just go along and fulfill them. Ye Bufan turned to Tian Xin and said calmly, What are you waiting for? Swipe your card. Tian Xin hesitated. Came back to her senses and immediately took Ye Bufan's bank card with both hands. Sir, please wait, Ye Bufan smoothly urged. By the way, call the person in charge of your specialty store. Tian Xin with a puzzled face, but she still nodded. Good. The female sales clerk Xu Ping again glanced contemptuously at Ye Bufan for a few eyes, and said in a conspiratorial manner, Really damn can pretend. Chen Yao was also unconcerned and snickered twice. Pretending? Don't know. Almost scared by you. Xiang Wanru glared at Ye Bufan, Ye Xia and her father and daughter. Her mouth was still looking for A and said, Ye Bufan, if others don't know your bottom line, they really think you're bullish and bad. You're making a fool of yourself. How dare you pull the plug on my mother? Today you must give my mother an explanation. He. Ye Bufan teasingly and playfully grinned and laughed twice, looking at Xiang Wanru with a look of disdain, with a completely unfamiliar indifference. Xiang Wanru, you, 3 years ago, I was really blind and mistakenly believed your flowery words. But well, the wind and water turns. 30 years river east and 30 years river west. You 1,000 shouldn't. 10,000 shouldn't. Water sex poplar flower green me? You also want to set up chastity plaque. Once upon a time, you treated me with love and disdain. Today, I want you to climb high. Right. And, you mouth said, what marital property? Divorced half to you. You, can really keep a funny, within the marriage? Yes, we nominally, seem to be married for 3 years. Then, I would like to ask you, are we registered as a legal couple by the Civil Service Bureau? Or within 3 years, I slept with you. There is the reality of husband and wife? We have neither the name of the legal couple. You put there to the old man pretending to be noble. 3 years, even touch did not let the old man touch a bit. We also have no husband and wife of the truth. Then, where do we get the marital property? You also want to divorce half of the property. You want to fart eat it. Some words, directly almost didn't choke Xiang Wanru choked to death. Xiang Wanru smacked her mouth, as if in the blocking language, how to retort. But, stammers half a day, that a face, just like being blown by the wind-crease ripples of the water. She was actually momentarily speechless, actually could not find any language to refute Ye Bufan, because what Ye Bufan said are indisputable facts. Words of marriage for 3 years, and there is no civil affairs bureau to register a legal couple, and their own touch did not let Ye Bufan touch a bit, indeed no husband and wife. For a moment, Xiang Wanru panicked. She had no choice but to look at Chen Yao. Honey, look, this dog man, he bullied me. Chen Yao bared his soul and took a deep breath. But he also had a black line on his face. He also asked Wan Ro in a rhetorical tone. Baby, what he said, it can't all be true, right? You and he are neither a legal couple nor a married couple? Xiang Wanru awkwardly bit her lips tightly. How did I know that I would run into this kind of crap today? Chen Yao, obviously. Even if Chen Yao wanted to stand up for Xiang Wanru, this instantly gave it a hard time. No, dear, you say, then if I'm like this with him, does that mean that the marital property I have with him? Wouldn't I can't get a single dime? Xiang Wanru was anxious. A pull and tug Chen Yao, completely dumbfounded, chasing after Chen Yao. Chapter 052, wagging your tail and trying to be a pet dog? You don't deserve it. Ding dong, the credit card has reached 999 yuan. At this exact moment, Tian Xin took Ye Bufan's bank card and swiped it, and the sound of a successful swipe came out. At that moment, the entire large Boss Hugo Boss boutique air suffocated as if the atmosphere froze. In addition to Ye Bufan, everyone was shocked to the point of wooden stagnation expression. The female clerk Xu Ping completely looked like she was being held down in a ditch. Her face suddenly changed, and she immediately jumped and walked towards the cash register. While walking over, she cursed and yelled, Tian Xin, you dead. You're so damn. A little bit of eyesight is not there. No wonder you'll be the king of the mat ready for the final elimination. You don't do business properly. So what? Cooperate with acting? She was completely a snobbish stance, and as she walked over, Tian Xin was also nonchalant and directly disliked her back. Xu Ping, I am not as good as you in performance, and you are also the top seller of the boutique. But, please be respectful to the guests, okay? People Mr. Yi can consume, can afford our boutique's clothes, that's our honored guest, how come to you? Speak so harshly, so hard to hear? Xu Ping hummocked contemptuously. Tian Xin, you are really brainless trash. I really express my doubt. Are you a product of your mother's misplaced placenta? Consumption. You're putting that aside to tease me. Do you think this consumption is real? Saying that, with a pair of sharp eyes, she looked at the cashier. Who knows? The cashier's young lady timidly responded. Sister Xu Ping, the real swipe card arrived at 999 yuan. Xu Ping's face instantly held back and turned into a pig liver color. Swipe 999 yuan? You mean, he really has money? Aha, real and valid and this card is a savings card, not a credit card either. The cashier lady continued to add. Xu Ping was a little brain-blocked, her pair of snobbish eyes, running like a horse light turned, like it was very difficult to accept, but had to accept it. This is impossible, right? He can afford to spend $999 on a townhouse? Xu Ping, please don't always be snobbish and dog-eyed. Tian Xin had never dreamed of this. Originally, if this month's performance didn't meet the standard, she would be at the bottom of the performance in the KPI assessment, and according to the final elimination, she was going to lose her job. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, she was indifferent to Xu Ping's cold treatment of the guest Ye Bufan, so seemingly inconspicuous people reported enthusiasm. Who knows? Ye Bufan backhand directly swiped 999 yuan, bought the store's treasure, Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor, suit. This instantly made her performance, jumped above Xu Ping crushed her. In this way, she also has the backbone. Have confidence. Xu Ping also do not need to fear the intention. However, Xu Ping is on the spot face changed. Frowning a frown on the heart, she came forward, a tug Tian Xin, with a kind of unreasonable overbearing momentum said, Tian Xin, you're ultimately a bottom performing king. You'd better wait for the end of the line to get out. Have you forgotten that this Mr. Yi is my client? This performance list of yours is mine. Hurry up and transfer him to me. Tian Xin shoved Xu Ping away. Xu Ping, do you still want some face? Usually, it's fine if you're always brutal and overbearing. Today, how you neglected Mr. Ye, you simply despise Mr. Ye, and all kinds of verbal sarcasm. How did you become your client now? Xin didn't care at all and forcefully fought back. She clutched Ye Bufan's bank card tightly, and at the same time, according to Ye Bufan's request, she dialed Jack Long, the head of the boutique, and asked him to come to the store. With everything ready, she walked straight towards Ye Bufan. Zhu Ping was dumbfounded. She was still reluctant, bouncing around, completely bewitched as if she was possessed. Hey, Xin, you dead? You dare to rob my performance? Xin completely ignored, had walked up to Ye Bufan, treated Ye Bufan with respect, and returned the card with both hands to Ye Bufan. Mr. Ye, the card has been swiped successfully. I will immediately go and wrap up the clothes for you. Ye Bufan gave a and nodded. But, Zhu Ping was completely that snobbish person's frame, again turning to Ye Bufan and nodding her head, flattering him. Sorry Mr. Ye, where I was slack before, I hope you take it easy. This later, I am your exclusive senior manager. Ye Bufan laughed lightly, directly interrupted Zhu Ping's words and said domineeringly, as a service staff in the service industry, you successfully interpreted what is called dog's eyes look down on people. You shouldn't be in the store as a clerk. You should go to the theater, evolve your face, and you'll definitely be able to get an award. In my case, it doesn't mean that if you wag your tail, you can be my pet dog. Pugs like you really don't deserve it. The unceremonious and angry rebuke caused Zhu Ping's face to completely turn a shade of green and a shade of purple. However, the extent of her chutzpah seemed to be far beyond Ye Bufan's cognizance. Mr. Ye, I'm sorry, please, give me another chance. Ye Bufan directly chose to ignore it. Ye Xia did not expect that Ye Bufan could really swipe his card in directly by the town treasure of the Boss Hugo Boss Boutique, the Supreme Emperor, suit. She finally came back to her senses. She was a kind of little fangirl's worshipful admiration for Ye Bufan, and looking at Zhu Ping's kind of ugly face, she looked disgusted and scolded Zhu Ping. You're really not a thing. You're so disrespectful to my father and you still presume to forgive you and give you a chance? Oh, how ridiculous. On the side, Chen Yao and Xiang Wanru were also dumbfounded, especially Xiang Wanru. She simply couldn't believe that Ye Bufan was able to swipe his card, easily, and swipe $999 for a suit. Ye Bufan, you are quite capable of acting. You are really great. Where did you find these dead runners from? Going around to cooperate with your acting? Obviously. Xiang Wanru, no matter what, she refused to believe that Ye Bufan really had any heavenly ability. She can only make up. From yesterday in the Heavenly Hotel, she green Ye Bufan. Was Ye Bufan bumped into the beginning? Then everything that happened? Are Ye Bufan acting? Luxury cars, Royal 1K TV Club 70% absolute controlling right of the first major shareholder, including this time, Ye Bufan a brush card, 99 million yuan to buy a suit. Xian Wanru, how willing to accept all of this? Is the truth it? If all this happens, are Ye Bufan's strength of the make? Is not let to Wanru regret to the bowels or green, and green again? Could it be that she had been blind for 3 years, not realizing that Ye Bufan's strength was strong? Or is it that Ye Bufan is hiding too deeply, so that he did not even notice that in reality, Ye Bufan is a big boss? Or that, Ye Bufan has been emphasizing, he side of the school flower level of the absolute city of the little demon, really is his flesh and blood of the daughter? But why did he not realize for 3 years that Ye Bufan had such a big and elegant daughter? In the end, where did he lose? Or is it that he missed something? Xiang Wanru's heart was complex, tumbling with all sorts of inexplicable and marvelous emotions. She was really unwilling to accept all these facts. Chen Yao had a pair of eyes that were spinning, as if he was searching how to find a break. Then cannot lose the bet with Ye Bufan, in such a big public. Directly to Ye Bufan, such a peasant uncle, kneel down, learn to bark, but also drill his crotch. Is not too low? Right. Xiang Wanru is right. It must be this grizzly, paid to hire the clerk of the boutique, cooperate with him to act. As long as he bites the bullet and decides that Ye Bufan is colluding with the female store clerk, Xin, or even the cashier, to put on a show, then, he, Chen Yao and Xiang Wanrue could not admit that the bet was lost. Humph. Good you a poke grizzly, you really insidious. Originally, you shelved that as an actor, but also spend money to hire female sales clerk, cooperate with you acting? You can really patient. Ye Bufan was convinced, his face a capital FO gas, with Chen Yao, Xiang Wanrue, this pair of dogs and men with such a complementary ability, such a big hole in the imagination, really called an absolute. Ye Bufan called out, then the extinction of all still the absolute. He, Xiang Wanru, Chen Yao, if you two have such a rich imagination, why don't you go write novels and become screenwriters? What? You guys can't afford to lose? Just at this moment, a middle-aged man in his early 30s in a suit, with a gloomy face, yelled lowly in a stern voice as he walked into the boutique. Who dares to cause trouble in my specialty store? Chapter 053 Him. Aha! The savior has arrived. Abruptly, Chen Yao's eyes lit up, his face overflowing with smugness as he immediately greeted Jack Long, the head of the Hugo Boss boutique, and walked over. He put on an air of familiarity with Jack Long as he greeted him. Ha! Jack Long, long time no see. I didn't expect it. This specialty store, are you in charge? Jack Long glanced at Chen Yao, but his line of sight quickly landed on the store. The one wearing what looked to be less than 200 pieces of ground goods all over Ye Bufan. His face suddenly changed, like an ancient 9th grade Sesame official who saw the emperor of the dynasty on a private visit. Terrified and trembling with nervous apprehension and shivering, he responded indifferently to Chen Yao. Chen Yao, what are you up to again? Hey, I originally came with my little baby, to hang out in your specialty store, intending to buy the town treasure. In your store, Chen Yao said resentfully, and immediately, he pointed at Ye Bufan. Here, just that grifter, completely like a mad dog, jumping out and trying to bite. I just want to teach him a lesson. How dare you? However, without waiting for Chen Yao to finish his sentence, Jack Long sullenly chided, interrupting Chen Yao's words. Chen Yao, you are so damn, not a thing. If you want to find death, you could have gone anywhere. Why did you have to come to my store to cause trouble? You don't want to die. I still want to live a few more days. He cursed Chen Yao a few times under his breath. Immediately, he walked quickly towards Ye Bufan, and when he stood a step in front of Ye Bufan, he caused everyone to be dumbfounded once again, surprised beyond words. Jack Long even bowed and saluted, saying to Ye Bufan respectfully, Mr. Ye, what brings you here? Mr. Ye, Wild Seed? What the hell? What's going on? Ye Bufan swelling also all of a sudden, became Ye Swell? Jack Long's sudden respectful address to Ye Bufan completely turned everyone's world upside down, especially Chen Yao, because Chen Yao knew that Jack Long was a relatively famous entrepreneur in the industry. He even opened his mouth and addressed such an inconspicuous man as Ye Bufan as Mr. Ye. Moreover, from Jack Long's humble attitude, it was a complete awe that Ye Bufan was many levels higher than him. Chen Yao couldn't believe it. He quickly stepped forward, pulled Jack Long and questioned, Jack Long, are you crazy? Or are you just stupid? Who the hell is he? With a big boss and entrepreneur like you, do you need to be so respectful to him? Pa! Jack Long flung his hand in a loud slap, directly slapping Chen Yao hard on his cheek, and Jack Long burst into a rage, spitting and roaring. Chen Yao, son of a, blind your dog's eyes, dare to be so disrespectful to Mr. Ye, what the, are you tired of living? With one sentence, he directly choked Chen Yao. Chen Yao had a stunned, skeptical, and all sorts of complicated expressions on his face as he took 2 steps backward. Xiang Wanru immediately came forward and held Chen Yao, lowering her voice and frowning as she asked, Honey, what's the situation? Chen Yao raised his hand and touched his cheek that was imprinted with a red and swollen slap mark from Jack Long's unexplained slap. He took a deep breath. How the hell do I know what's going on? I can't help but shake the man myself. I definitely can't take this kind of dumb loss today. So, Chen Yao immediately used WeChat and sent a message to shake people from the nearby street gangsters, ready to come to the Hugo Boss store to mess up Ye Bufan. Xiang Wanru muttered her mouth and said petulantly, Honey, I don't care. Today you have to do it for me and get justice from that dogman Ye Bufan. Chen Yao's face crossed a touch of coldness. Obviously, he still didn't know that a big trouble was coming. He still salted his hooves towards Xiang Wanru's arse, and wiped a handful of oil fiercely. Hey, baby, don't worry, I've already shaken people. Wait for my brothers on the road to come to the boutique, to ensure that the death of the dog bastard surnamed Yi. Xiang Wanru nodded her head, and gave Chen Yao another kiss on his pitted cheeks. Darling, you're so good. I'm so happy to have you by my side. Chen Yao smiled wryly and said lewdly, this is just what's going on. When we solve the troubles here, in a moment we'll go get a room. I'll let you know. How mighty I am. Will definitely let you become the happiest woman. Xiang Wanru pouted delicately. Nasty. Dead ghost. You're bad. As long as you help me and screw that dogman Ye Bufan, whatever you say is what you want. I'm all yours. I'll cooperate with you any way you want to play. Chen Yao listened to Xiang Wanru's Taiyan words. He instantly felt like he was 20 to 30 years younger, back to that energetic young age. He felt like he could do it again. Not only were Chen Yao and Xiang Wanru deeply shocked by Jack Long's entry into the specialty store, but they were also deeply shocked by Ye Bufan's Mr. Yi. Moreover, the female sales clerks Xu Ping and Tian Xin, who were on the side, were also wide-eyed. Of course. Ye Xia froze. She looked at Ye Bufan with complete disbelief. What's going on here? How come Dad was called Mr. Ye by the owner of the boutique? Is it because the Royal 1K TV Club is the largest shareholder? That's not right. This Boss Hugo Boss store? It seems that with the Royal 1K TV Club 8 pole hit it, Ye Bufan still had that kingly dominance. He sized up Jack Long for a few moments, and then he glanced at Ju Ping, the female sales clerk on the side, and said meaningfully, Jack Long, clothing boutique, itself is a service industry. Then, for our staff, be careful. A person who is less capable can be slowly cultivated. However, if a person's character and quality is not good, this kind of resolutely cannot be used, especially the kind of snobbish, dog-eyed, poor-quality shopkeeper who wears colored glasses for all the guests entering the store. The one who should be eliminated must be eliminated. Jack Long listened to Ye Bufan's lecture. He was trembling and his face turned a little blue as he looked at Ju Ping on the side out of the corner of his eye. Those eyes seemed to be fiercely rebuking and questioning Ju Ping. Just how much trouble had she gotten herself into? Ju Ping listened to Ye Bufan's words with a tone that was exactly like a big boss lecturing his subordinates. She was surprised and stared at Ye Bufan for a few more moments, and the look in Jack Long's eyes made her feel terrified. She was totally unaware of what kind of god was Ye Bufan, whom she had offended today? Yes, Mr. Ye's lesson is extremely true. Jack Long trembled as if he had heard an imperial decree. He lowered his head and respectfully admitted his mistake. Before, it was the subordinate who was negligent. Please rest assured that Mr. Ye, I will definitely punish him severely. Ye Bufan gave a Good. Jack Long secretly breathed a long sigh of relief that Ye Bufan did not look deeper into the matter. Immediately, he reprimanded Ju Ping. Ju Ping, what on earth have you done? Ju Ping had an aggrieved and resentful expression on her face as she looked at Jack Long. Boss, Brother Yao, who dares to disrespect you in my morning Biao's territory? Not waiting for Ju Ping to finish her opening. Suddenly, from outside the Boss Hugo Boss boutique, a group of street ruffians holding clubs, machetes, and other instruments broke in. The person at the head of the group, with that tattooed dragon and phoenix on his arm, was clearly that kind of social person. When he entered the store, he looked at Chun Yao and asked straight out. Chun Yao took a look. He shook the man and called the street gangster Morning Biao to bring people to block Ye Bufan, and had already arrived. Immediately on his face was a touch of grim stern chill surfaced as he shouted to Morning Biao. Hey, Morning Biao, good brother, at the critical moment, we still need to rely on you. Morning Biao arrogantly and domineeringly laughed coldly. Brother Yao, you have treated me with kindness. It's a trivial matter, a matter of words. Whoever dares to disrespect you on my territory, I'll kill him. Chen Yao instantly had the courage to do so. He made a gesture, summoning Morning Biao to bring his men over towards Ye Bufan. Seeing this, Jack Long shouted angrily at Chen Yao. Chen Yao, you crazy batch, what do you want? Chen Yao raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. A ferocious look appeared on his face and said directly to Jack Long. Jack Long, it's nothing. Jianghu matters. Jianghu, remembering the friendship in the past, don't mind your own business. Today I have to get him killed. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Ye Bufan. Surname Ye, this is what you deserve for bullying my little baby and going against me. You suffer death. At the same time, he commanded to Morning Biao. Morning Biao, him. PS1, today share of 37,815 words updated. PS2, update announcement. From today onwards, every day 3 or 4, 12 o'clock noon on time more. Depending on the situation from time to time burst more. It is a good idea to have a new book. And the data is very important. I implore you to add a bookshelf. Point a 5-star book review. Welcome to Point to urge more. I wish all you old babies and little babies a happy Children's Day. Chapter 054 calling you maggots is an insult to such lowly creatures. Where is the ungrateful grifter who dares to take liberties with my brother Yao on the territory where I, Morning Biao, am in charge? Are you tired of living? Morning Biao arrogantly came forward, fiercely glaring at Ye Bufan for a few moments, and cursing in an extremely arrogant low growl. Chen Yao, you better not mess around, otherwise, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to chime in, Jack Long took a step forward, still admonishingly chiding Chen Yao. Chen Yao, in a completely arrogant stance, snorted. Jack Long, I was thinking of your face and wasn't going to take it personally. However, this surname Yi simply doesn't know what he's talking about. He's looking for death so much. So fine, I'll fulfill him. Moreover, surname Yi, didn't you say that you know my cousin, Grey Strip Shadow Boss Huanfu Knight? Didn't you even pretend to call him? What? My cousin doesn't have time to give a damn about you? Ha ha ha. When Morning Biao heard this, he was even more arrogant and rampant. He raised his hand and pointed his thumb at himself, saying with infinite arrogance, Listen, let me tell you, I, Morning Biao, am the one who's directly related to Boss Huangfu. If you mess with Brother Yao, then you're not giving me, Morning Biao, face, and you're also messing with Boss Huangfu. Even if I beat you to death today and let you pounce on the street, you still deserve to die. And those street ruffians who followed Morning Biao were also more ferocious and wild than one another, jumping and clamoring at Ye Bufan. Hey, uncle, don't say I'm bullying you. In a moment, I'll kill you with one punch, as simple as pinching an ant to death. How could anyone be stupid enough to seek death in our brother Biao's territory? Asterisk 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 Grizzly. Today even if you have to die, you should also rest in peace. You are messing with Brother Yao. Offending our brother Biao is tantamount to messing with Grey's own shadow boss Huangfu boss. You deserve to die. Huh, messing with Brother Biao? You see, this grizzly side of that chick looks really with energy. Very positive boo. Want to grab back? Cool a hand? Yes. Don't look at this uncle dressed in dirt. This little beauty next to her. Really quite pure. Should be a student girl, right? TSK, student girl? Good tender ka. In the words of Morning Biao as well as the street ruffians who were clamoring and mocking one after another, especially a few jumping clowns, they even pointed their spearheads at the youngest daughter, Xia. Ye Bufan clenched his fists tightly, and the bones in his body emitted a sound as if they were popping soybeans. Although his face did not move, he was glowing with a monstrous rage, his body exploding with killing intent. You damn social scum, human scum, calling you maggots is an insult to such lowly creatures, truly uninformed and doggedly courageous. Who gave you the courage to speak out and attempt to desecrate my daughter? Seek death. Damn it. Unexpectedly, just as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Morning Biao glanced at Ye Bufan contemptuously. Ouch. Grizzly, you're scaring me? Ha ha. Brothers, he almost scared me to pee my pants. The remaining few street ruffians also laughed. Ye Bufan laughed sorrowfully and reneged twice. There's a time when you even peeing your pants is a luxury. On the side, Ye Xia looked at Morning Biao and the other street ruffians who were all ferocious. She frowned tightly and stood beside Ye Bufan, tugging at the corner of Ye Bufan's coat again. Dad, what should we do now? They are all street gangsters and ruffians, so fierce, with the strongest guardian heart of a loving father. Ye Bufan said to Ye Xia in a warm and gentle voice of relief. Baby, don't be afraid. With Dad here, just a few stinky insects, not enough to fear. With Ye Bufan's such a relieved comfort, Ye Xia's heart was calmer and more solid. She nodded at Ye Bufan and smiled faintly with an encouraging look. Dad, in a moment when you really have to move, you must be careful. Ye Bufan smiled lightly. Don't worry, it's fine. At this time, Jack Long was afraid that Ye Bufan would suffer. He took a step forward and continued to Chen Yao. Chen Yao, hurry up and tell your people to get out. You know, who is he? Jack Long, cut the crap. I don't care who he is. He offended my Yao. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. Morning Biao directly snatched the words, bulging his eyes round, and roared lowly. Chen Yao and Xiang Wanrui looked at each other, their faces overflowing with the joy of holding Ye Bufan down. My dear, you are really something, or you are great. This time Ye Bufan, this dog man, will definitely be subdued to death. Xiang Wanru slurped Chen Yao again. Chen Yao smoothly embraced Xiang Wanru's waist again, mooching to his heart's content. He grinned evilly and said, this is nothing. I still have more powerful. Later we'll solve the bastard surnamed Yi. We open a room. Let you know my power. Xiang Wanru pouted and slapped Chen Yao with a punch. Nasty. You're bad. Humph. At this moment, it was even more impossible for her to miss such an opportunity to be able to suppress Ye Bufan. With a cold snort, she snickered at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan, should you now know what it means to be a man of strength? This is what you deserve for messing with me and offending my dear brother Yao. Jack Long directly further through his voice and said aloud. Chen Yao, listen up. He is the managing director of our boss Hugo Boss, China, boutique. Mr. Yi. In other times, when Chen Yao heard Jack Long highlighting Ye Bufan's identity like this, he would still weigh. But, at this moment, he was completely washed out. He laughed and said provocatively, Wild seed? It's quite the wild seed. Jack Long, let me advise you, if you don't want to be crippled, you should just roll to the side and watch. Don't go on and on about who he is. Does it matter? No, because when he meets me today, he meets the king of hell. If I want him to die on the third night, can he live past the fifth? Brother Yao, there's no need to bull asterisk with him. Just him and be done with it. Morning Biao waved his hand, signaling the street ruffians, and ordered, what are you guys waiting for? Go! Asterisk him for me. Beat him to death. Looking at those street ruffians subordinates of Morning Biao, they were about to rush forward and lay their hands on Ye Bufan. And Ye Bufan clenched his fists, with monstrous anger, also just wanted to strike. At the time of the tensions, suddenly, a figure from the store, Arrow steps into the store, and with an imposing roar, he chided, "Who is so capable? If you guys dare to touch a single hair on Brother Fan, you won't want to walk out of the door of this specialty store alive today." At once, Chen Yao, Morning Biao, and the others were horrified. However, soon after Morning Biao got a good look at the visitor, he even laughed maniacally. He immediately greeted him, nodding his head and bowing in greeting to Huangfu Knight, the gray-stripped shadow boss who had walked into the boutique. "Boss Huangfu, what brings you here?" Chen Yao also walked up in a fart, awkward batch, and also bowed in greeting like the pug he was. Huangfu boss, obviously. Chen Yao, in order to pretend to be a bully, had intentionally moved the Huangfu Knight to be his cousin, blowing a big international awesome. Now that he had seen Huangfu Knight, he could only curl up his head, like a pug that was goose-stepping to its underwear. Huangfu Knight didn't even look at Chen Yao and Morning Biao squarely, or rather, directly ignored them both as if they were air. He walked straight towards Ye Bufan, and when he stood in front of Ye Bufan, he bowed respectfully and said, "Brother Fan, Miss 9, I apologize, I came late, causing you guys to be frightened." Ye Bufan smiled blandly and nodded happily. His kingly and domineering demeanor was like that of a king on top of the world, and he never looked frightened. Ye Xia secretly breathed a long sigh of relief. She was still quite worried. Really want to start fighting? To Ye Bufan's hands, can deal with the gang of street gangsters of Funeral Puma? And now it's good. The gray area shadow boss Huangfu Knight personally brought someone here, and will definitely turn the situation around immediately. Even though last night at the graduation party, Huangfu Knight and Sita Ming had brought people there, Ye Xia had also seen them, but she hadn't asked Ye Bufan much about Huangfu Knight, Sita Ming, this what gray area shadow, as well as the dark gang blood prison or whatever. In the end, what is the organization? But, just from the name to analyze, unknown, especially just now. Morning Biao and Chen Yao both mentioned saying something that they were subordinates of Huangfu Knight or something. Of course, Ye Xia knew that Huangfu Knight was a younger brother of a younger brother in front of his dad, Ye Bufan. Now well, Huangfu Knight came, should be the beginning of the reversal, right? Chapter 055, whoever kneels is a dog. Brother Fan, Miss 9? Chen Yao and Morning Biao took a look at the fact that Huangfu Knight was so respectful to Ye Bufan, and even opened his mouth as soon as he said brother miss, whatever. The two of them glanced at each other and looked at each other, a little confused. They immediately came forward and addressed Huangfu Knight as if correcting him. "Huangfu boss, are you mistaken? He's just a waste than a man. It seems like he's a waiters of the Heavenly Palace Hotel." Chen Yao probably learned about Ye Bufan's details from Xiang Wanru, and he said to Huangfu Knight in a tone that revealed Ye Bufan's identity. Morning Biao also immediately echoed, "Right, boss Huangfu, what kind of honorable status are you? How could you possibly nod your head to such a lecherous person like him? How dare you?" Huangfu Knight burst into a rage. A cool, stern chill crossed his face, and a pair of sharp eyes that were almost about to devour Chen Yao and Morning Biao shot towards the duo. "Seek death. What kind of things are you guys, daring to be so rude to Brother Fan?" At this time, Xiang Wanru also immediately stepped forward and glared fiercely at Ye Bufan, gritting her teeth. "Boss Huangfu, I'll testify. This Ye Bufan, he's my husband. He's just a wasted dog man." Slap. A crisp slap sound. The smack produced an echo-like sound. Huangfu Knight stepped forward and directly slapped Xiang Wanru's cheek, causing her to chip a tooth and open her mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Huangfu Knight angrily shouted word for word, "A mere green tea whore. Where is your turn to fart? A human exhausted like you. A rotten dog that's even more rushing and stinking than even the ING sewers. You're also worthy of saying that Brother Fan is your husband? You don't want to be ashamed. Don't with me, don't smear Brother Fan's face. You're a lousy. Get lost." For a moment, Chen Yao and Morning Biao were completely dumbfounded and shocked. Ye Bufan's face was overflowing with a teasing and playful smile, still with that arrogant and disdainful look. He pointed at Chen Yao and said leisurely, "Huangfu, he claims to be your relative. Your cousin then. As for Xiang Wanru she's afraid that she's going to become your cousin's wife, obviously." Ever since Ye Bufan broke into Xiang Wanru's weak-kneed Sun Shinsu, he greened him in the hotel. Ye Bufan to Xiang Wanru that is completely as a rotten dog, to her simply will not leave any feelings. "Fan brother? What the hell? Just him? My cousin? Don't make international jokes." Huangfu Knight cried and laughed, saying hopelessly to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan nodded. "Aha, that's what he said himself. Saying it like it's not true. Dare I say that moving you out, getting me killed, and dismantling me is all a matter of lifting a finger. A piece of cake." There's also this one called What's His Name Morning Biao, claiming to be your direct crony. And these few stinky worm-like griffins of his are even raving about how they still want to capture my daughter and let them have a good time. Hee, boss Huangfu, look and listen. How much energy. As Huangfu Knight listened to these words from Ye Bufan, he was practically about to pee in fear. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait for the ground to crack open a crack so that he could burrow in and hide. He immediately patted his chest to Ye Bufan and said promisingly, "Brother Fan, don't listen to this asshole's bull *********. I don't even know who the two of them are. This matter, you don't have to care. I will definitely give you an explanation." Ye Bufan shrugged and spread his hands. "Fine, then I'll wait for your explanation." Huangfu Knight suddenly turned around, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled the subordinate brothers of the Gray Area Shadow organization that he brought with him. "What are you all still waiting for? Drag these damned filthy bastards out of here, and teach them to behave ruthlessly." By this point, Chen Yao and Morning Biao were completely shocked to the core. They also deeply realized that no matter if they knew or not what Ye Bufan's background was, however, they could know better than anyone else that Huangfu Knight, the boss of the Gray Area Shadow organization, what kind of powerful existence was that? With such a big shot like Huangfu Knight, he was so respectful to Ye Bufan, with a mouthful of brother Fan. He even treated Ye Bufan as a god, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. That was enough to show that Ye Bufan's status was definitely above Huangfu Knight, and could even be said to be too many levels higher, and a Ye Bufan who could be too much higher than Huangfu Knight, such a top gray area big brother. What exactly his identity was no longer important. What was important was to make Xin Yao and Morning Biao realize that they couldn't afford to mess with Huangfu Knight, and it was even more impossible for them to mess with Ye Bufan. Puff, punt. Seeing the situation, Chen Yao and Morning Biao didn't wait for the brethren of the Gray Zone Shadow organization to make a move. They both directly softened their knees and knelt down in front of Huangfu Knight and Ye Bufan. Knock knock knock. Disregarding the hardness of the floor tiles, they kowtowed vigorously one after another, begging for forgiveness with a handful of snot and tears. "Boss Huangfu, I'm sorry, it's me who deserved to die. Using your flag to solicit. Brother Fan, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize NT. Tai, I offended your honor. I deserve to die. The bet just now. I am willing to gamble and admit defeat. I'll learn to bark like a dog. I'll drill your crotch. Please, 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 raise your hand and let me go." Chen Yao directly kneeled on the ground, comically learning to bark like a dog. Woof woof woof. Then, he directly went under Ye Bufan's crotch, with a disgusted expression on his face. Ye Bufan raised his foot and kicked Chen Yao away. "Ah te, pig and dog. You don't even deserve the qualification of drilling Lousy's crotch. Get lost." As for Xiang Wanru, when she saw Chen Yao completely wimped out in this manner, it was completely like she had been struck by lightning. She was completely bewildered, jumping up and leaping forward, picking up Chen Yao and cursing with her mouth open. "Chen Yao, your mom, didn't you say that you're very powerful? How come you're now kneeling on the ground like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy? Where's the ing justice you said you'd get for me?" This was simply tearing apart Chen Yao's wounds, and even more cruelly rubbing salt into him. Chen Yao was furious. He stood up and slapped Xiang Wanru hard on her other cheek. At the same time, he yanked Xiang Wanru's hair, spitting and yelling, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. What kind of egg are you? You dare to speak to me like this? Asterisk 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 Nima. What qualifications do you have to dare order old me around? If it weren't for you, this dog, would old me have to suffer such a crime?" Snap. Ka-ching. Wow. Chen Yao was completely gone off the deep end as if he had gone off the deep end, yanking Xiang Wanru and slapping her, and then kicking Xiang Wanru hard, leaping up, holding Xiang Wanru down hard, and giving her a vicious thrashing. After a wild beating, he turned to Ye Bufan, Huangfu Knight still pleading, and said, "Brother Fan, boss Huangfu, really, it doesn't have much to do with me. Yes, it's this woman. She's the one who compelled me, confused me, and egged me on. If it wasn't for this woman, even if you gave me 1,000, 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to make a move. Brother Fan, please, 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 let me live." Morning Biao also turned into mad dog biting mode as he bulged his eyes round and slapped his thigh. Right, boss Huangfu, this really doesn't have much to do with me. It's Chen Yao. Damn it, I was shouted by this son of a Chen Yao. You had to find death yourself. Why did you have to drag me along for your back? Brother Fan, I can redeem myself. I'll help you teach Chen Yao a lesson. After saying that, Morning Biao stood up and directly threw a vicious punch towards Chen Yao's face, smashing it over. Chen Yao wailed and screamed even more miserably than killing a pig. Funeral Biao clenched his fist. Te spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and held Chen Yao down, completely punching Chen Yao's head into a pig's head. Ye Bufan raised his hand and pinched his brow. He really didn't have much mood to watch such ants tear each other apart like mad dogs. He waved his hand at Huangfu Knight, signaling, "Alright, Huangfu, drag these few disgusting things out." "Yes, brother Fan," Huangfu Knight bowed and replied, turning to beckon a few brethren from the Grey Zone Shadow Organization to drag Chen Yao and Morning Biao out. Not long after, several pig-killing screams came from outside. On the side, Yi Xia, who remained silent, was finally relieved as she frowned slightly. She caressed her palms and cheered, and violently jumped into Ye Bufan's embrace. "Wow wow wow wow. Daddy, so great, yeah, great." Chapter 056, Collecting Daughters' Shocked Emotions. Rewarding Starscout Mati's Media CEO. Ding. Collecting the Daughter's Shocked Emotion. Obtaining the System Exclusive Selection Lucky Option 2 Mystery Gift Pack Reward once. Option A, worth 9,999. 900 brand new out-of-print high simulation person 1:1 Cheeling model entity silicone hand-do doll. With a gift of gold 10,000 flowers of pleasure machine oil. The Sixth Sense / Durex and other kinds of small raincoat. As well as 3D immersive AI intelligent VR interdimensional soul-mate ultimate empire experience premium service. Option B, blind box mysterious exclusive gift package. Please make a careful choice within tens of the host. Choose A or B. Coldly, the system's mechanical electronic voice sounded again. Ye Bufan, banana you yo-yo. System dad, you are getting better at playing You're telling me that option A is the exclusive interference item that messes with my Dao and tempts me, right? What's the point of this option? Host, the pattern is small. As the saying goes, eat the bitterness of bitterness, and you'll be a great man. The rich and powerful can't be lustful, the poor and lowly can't be shifted, and the mighty can't be bent. This is called a great man. Ye Bufan. Dog system, you're a real dog. This brainwashing technique of yours, not going to be a pyramid scheme leader. It's a waste of your talent. Ahem. What if I choose A? This system respects all voluntary choices of the host. But, host, please be careful. Think twice. Think again. After all, you are now the father of 9 schoolgirls' daughters. This well, as a father, when strict discipline, in the daughter's mind to establish a tall positive shape. Ye Bufan. Rolling calf. Your sister. Sorry, by the clan tracking detection. This system of heaven and earth without pole. Xiankuan Aoi. Unique, and no sister relatives. Hehijia? Could it be that the host is? Sister control? Orthopedic? Ye Bufan. Come. Dog system, put your turtle. Cough. Dog head out. My dog head guillotine has long been hungry and thirsty. Host, don't think about it. This system is not a happy. Why do you let you chop with a dog head guillotine? Reward countdown begins. Please make a choice as soon as possible. 3s, 2s, 1. Ye Bufan. B. Choose B. Once again, he lowered his arrogant head in front of True Sense Law. The law of true fragrance superscript 2 plus superscript 3. Ding. Host chooses B. Blind box mysterious exclusive gift pack opens successfully. Loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 blind box mysterious exclusive gift packs. Blind box 1, Executive President CEO of Star Detective Mati's Media Company. Blind box 2, Heavenly Chance Treasure Map, Chaos Fragment. Blind box 3, Super Cinema Full Cinema Line Super Giant Screen 4K Laser Hall and IMAX Giant Wholly Owned Controlling Rights. Ye Bufan perceived the system's luxurious rewards, and he was secretly amazed for a moment. It could also be said to be a face of capitalized confusion. Father system, what are you up to? Are you afraid that you don't mind River Crab God coming late? What the hell is the Sama Star Scout? Also Mati Media Company? Host, please seriously taste this hemp teasing, not the other hemp beans. Teasing friend Andersenstein? Do you understand? You must be sure. But whatever the system rewards must be legal and compliant. After all, as a full-grade director of the Godfather of Entertainment, you own a media company of your own. Which is quite reasonable, isn't it? Blind box 2. Piecing together the Heaven's Chance treasure map and rewarding a fragment. Nothing wrong with that, right? As for blind box 3, have you thought about promoting your 7th daughter, Peony? You have the skill of a full-level director and are the Godfather of Entertainment. Now, the system is creating an exclusive theater line for you. This isn't too much, right? Ye Bufan. What else can he say? Can only be both hands and feet. All the delivery. Shouting 6666. System dad. Super universe invincible. Strong system. No need to explain. It seems that the system is already making full preparation for his meeting with his 7th daughter, Peony. Ye Bufan understood and secretly gave the system a thumbs up. Dad, what's wrong with you? You're distracted. Something on your mind? At this exact moment, a slender jade hand carved out of white jade shook in front of Ye Bufan, pulling his thoughts from the system's magnificent reward. Back. Ye Bufan was embarrassed and released a light smile. Why? No. nothing on my mind. Ye Xia blinked her beautiful eyes and laughed joyfully. He, Dad. Then, let's seize the time. Buy the suit, change it, have a meal in a while. We're going to rush to the painting exhibition. Ye Bufan kindly smiled, warmly nodded. Good. Leakage party is not thick. No problem. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked to the side of the fearful and trembling head of the boss Hugo Boss boutique, Jack Long, and he said in a calm voice, Jack Long, regarding the specific management matters of this store, there is no need for me to give a specific explanation, right? Jack Long immediately stepped forward and said respectfully to Ye Bufan, understood, Mr. Ye, please rest assured that I will definitely pay strict attention to the management. As Ye Xia hesitated, she asked in a deep voice, Dad, you can't really be the managing director of the Boss Hugo Boss, China, boutique, right? Without waiting for Ye Bufan to chime in, Jack Long immediately nodded his head and returned affirmatively. Yes, Miss Nine, Ye is our managing director. On the other side, Xiang Wanru, who had been violently beaten up by Qin Yao and was curled up in a corner, heard the conversation between Ye Bufan and Jack Long. She slowly raised her head and as she looked at Ye Bufan, her entire body went numb. She really couldn't imagine what kind of existence Ye Bufan was. How did he become the managing director of this Boss Hugo Boss, China, store? It looks like he has been blind for these 3 years. It turns out that Ye Bufan is such a goldmaster father. Unfortunately, their own blindness even did not notice, but also has been derailed. To his head wearing Hulunbuir Prairie. To Wanru's remorse? No, she just deeply felt that her own IQ was held down in the 18 layers of hell, fried by the frying pan. If these 3 years, and Ye Bufan this a deformed marriage, she even if it is a little more long heart, and Ye Bufan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to pull the license, or, even if she had let Ye Bufan sleep, even if she slept once, that would have been the reality of a married couple. But now, one would rather let those wild men outside, eat wild food, engage in those messy coitus, even more excessive, even touch did not let Ye Bufan touch. To put it bluntly, this marriage, this is a ing nothingness. If, now talk about divorce, Xiang Wanru simply do not have any reason, can with Ye Bufan what marital property equally regret. Xiang Wanru simply bowls all regret green. Now is to hear Jack Long said, Ye Bufan is Boss Hugo Boss such international super luxury brand of China's store managing director. It can be imagined, Ye Bufan is bound to be property skyrocketed several billion. This makes Xiang Wanru grit her teeth, hate to ruthlessly strangle herself. No way, I can't just let it go. I must find an opportunity. Even if she takes the initiative and lets Ye Bufan her, she can still be considered a married couple. In this way, she can be justified. Talk to Ye Bufan about divorce, to split the property. So, deep inside Xiang Wanru's heart, an evil and dirty, want to dominate Ye Bufan's property idea breeding spread. Mr. Ye, I'm sorry, I really have eyes but no pearls. I really didn't mean it. Please, give me another chance. Abruptly, the female clerk Xu Ping violently came forward, flopping directly kneeling in front of Ye Bufan. Good guy, that is called a miserable. A handful of snot and a handful of tears, such as the mother of a mother to cry. I really can't lose this job. I have an 80-year-old mother on top to support, and a little 2-year-old child underneath to support. I really know it's wrong. Ye Xia's disgusted eyes fiercely glared at Xu Ping. Xu Ping, people like you do not deserve pity and sympathy. Look at you that way. How arrogant you are towards my father. Completely dog-eyed, really drunk. You still have the face to kneel here and beg for mercy now? Ye Bufan spread his hands and looked at Jack Long. Nah, Jack Long, this kind of rotten person. My daughter said that he doesn't deserve any sympathy. Deal with him as you should. Right, she's quite good. She'll be the store manager from now on. Ye Bufan raised his hand and pointed to Tian Xin. Tian Xin was so surprised that she covered her mouth, completely like she was in a dream. This, Mr. Ye, Jack Long beckoned. Tian Xin, why don't you come over and thank Mr. Ye? Okay, thank you Mr. Ye, thank you boss. Tian Xin walked over and expressed her gratitude. Chapter 057, Dad, you're too daring, too brave. Geez, Dad, it's too unbelievable. I'm still like in a dream. You're too tough to be the managing director of the international top luxury brand Boss Hugo Boss, China, boutique. When Ye Bufan accompanied his youngest daughter Xia out of the Boss Hugo Boss boutique and walked in the Coco Park Commerce Mall, Ye Xia had a complete look of a little fangirl's adoring little eyes. She hung her hands like a sloth on Ye Bufan's shoulders, excitedly, and after Ye Bufan changed into the Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor, suit, the treasure of the Boss Hugo Boss store, the whole person essence is also up a few grades. Walking in the mall, but also attracted a lot of passers-by ABCD's eyeballs. Sure enough, people rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. Changed a line of clothing, completely changed the image, giving people a kind of watch eye fat brother complex unique charm. After all, Ye Bufan himself is born extraordinary. Extraordinary. Not only is the person handsome out of the sky, has the bronze skin that makes thousands of girls intoxicated, but also glows with a kind of temperament of the king of the world. This super emperor, supreme emperor, suit, completely has a kind of yellow robe, more show king style. Facing his youngest daughter she is shocked at himself. Ye Bufan smiled with the most springtime smile of a loving father. He said in a cloudy manner, "Why? People live a life, grass and trees, especially as a man. Either one can put pen to paper and settle the world, or woo can cross horses and settle the world. My generation is a man of the heavens and the earth. No shame in the sky, no subterfuge in the ground." Ye Bufan seemed to speak easily and freely, but gave people a sense of standing proudly between heaven and earth. That kind of bravado clouds the sky, the air rushes to the sky. This is the real masculine man. Ye Shia let out a wow and sked. Dad. 666 wow. Handsome. Cool. At this time, she also realized that the surrounding young ladies with white skin and long legs were all casting envious and ambiguous glances at Ye Bufan. She smiled cheekily. Dad. See? Change a line of clothing turn back rate of 999% wow. Ye Bufan smiled gladly and did not care much. Hey, Jime guys, look, 10 o'clock, handsome to the explosion of the uncle hey, is my favorite, must be crazy dis, crazy call, mom yeah, I'm out of luck, today out shopping, encounter looks so manly male god, but, uncle side of that very national style, very ancient charm of the young lady, is it swollen fat for? Is it possible that I am a step late? Look at you too, is also crooked a little bit of la, people uncle certainly around the beautiful women like clouds wow, do not imagine obscene. In the envy of many onlookers, Ye Bufan carried his young daughter Shia and walked out of Coco Park. Coming to the parking lot, Ye Bufan drove the cool Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, and after leaving the mall, he headed straight to the place where his youngest daughter Shia said the painting exhibition was. Dad, let me tell you this painting exhibition very fly awake, fashion, is also considered to be a relatively large domestic painting exhibition. There will also be a lot of artists, to exhibit their works, sitting in the car, driving for a while, driving into the transportation hub main road. Ye Shia began to cheerfully introduce to Ye Bufan about the painting exhibition that he was going to today. Champs Gallery is also the Yuncheng set of many artists, specializing in craftsmanship, design of the painting exhibition hall. It is said that if one is lucky, one can also taba at the painting exhibition. Ye Bufan he gave a cry and asked meaningfully, taba? Yes de. There will be people who specialize in painting exhibitions, bring some antiques and curiosities, calligraphy and paintings and so on. If you can identify the authenticity, do not buy a fake. It is still possible, Ye Shia further explained. Obviously, Ye Shia was still quite familiar with this Champs Gallery exhibition hall, the painting exhibition that was conducted. Ye Bufan secretly pondered. Antique curios? Characters and paintings? Could it be that the system had previously rewarded a wave of what? The divine pupil, which can identify antiques, curios, paintings, calligraphy and other treasures. Today it can be used again? System, really strong, right? But, at a painting exhibition like this, would someone specialize in taking authentic treasures out for sale? Ye Bufan asked thoughtfully. There are drops. It's said that in all the painting exhibitions, some people have been able to buy the golden night pot used by Empress Dowager Cixi. Ye Shia said affirmatively. Ye Bufan nodded silently. After a long time, he said with a smile, hopefully, we'll be lucky today and come across something selling antiques, curiosities, paintings or whatever, and be able to find a few treasures. Although for Ye Bufan, he wasn't too interested in collecting antiques, curiosities, paintings and the like. However, the status segment was different now. Even if one is attached to elegance, tinkering a little bit with antiques, curiosities, calligraphy and paintings and so on, it is also excellent. The key is the youngest daughter Shia, good at art painting and drawing and so on. If you can meet the right opportunity, to be able to drum up what words and paintings and so on, to give her as a gift. This is also considered to be a sweet favor to the youngest daughter Shia, right? Ye Bufan thought. He was looking forward to this unique Champs Gallery exhibition. Still, after leaving Coco Park Mall, the drive was unhindered. Those other car owners on the road, seeing Ye Bufan driving this luxurious Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, naturally, but anyone with a little bit of eyesight, were hiding far away. Ha, let's see the luck, Ye Shia said laughingly. This kind of antiques calligraphy and painting and so on, the market is mixed. The second best, and even a lot of fakes. There is no professional ability to identify, but also really afraid to buy fakes. Ye Bufan smiled mysteriously. This time, Dad accompany you. Really wanna meet what good goods, must be able to identify out. Ah, really? Really? Ye Xia was puzzled. After a pause, she blinked her beautiful eyes again and asked curiously. Inside, Dad, you wouldn't tell me that you still know treasure appreciation, right? Ye Bufan thought for a while. He didn't admit that he knew about treasure appreciation, nor did he deny it. Rather, he said with an ambiguous smile, treasure appreciation, as long as you are not blind, is not a pair of eyes on the line? Too easy. Ye Xia. She had a stunned look on her face, her beautiful eyes gazing tightly at Ye Bufan. Excuse me, is Dad this in Versailles? He really is the Van Emperor. Oh, more Versailles than even the amazing Spider-Man. Dad, are you the Monkey King of Chi Tian de Shang? Ye Xia asked cautiously. You also still have fiery eyes. Is this a question of blindness or not? Ahem, Dad, I can remind you in advance. Wow. In the Champs Gallery, this exhibition hall may indeed sell antiques, calligraphy and paintings and whatnot. You must not be greedy. Don't be compelled by the surface phenomenon. In case you buy a fake, that can really be a call to heaven and earth. Ye Bufan smacked his lips and said confidently, baby, take a look. Do I look like the kind of paper dragon? Or do I have beanbag written on my forehead? Put. Ye Xia was amused by Ye Bufan's words and she giggled nonstop. Wow, Dad, you are really funny and witty. Too amusing. Wow. TSK. No wonder Mom was willing to have a one-night fling with you back then, and created 9 of our sisters at once. Too daring, too brave. Dad. Ye Bufan heatedly grinned. Daughter, I'll take it as you complimenting me. It has to be a compliment. What bad thoughts can a pro-daughter have about her pro-daddy, right? Ye Xia smiled sweetly. Ye Bufan nudged his mouth. Aha, no problem. His Champs Gallery. Baby, we're here. Between words, Ye Bufan signaled Ye Xia and pointed out the car window. Ye Xia stretched lazily. Ha, another pleasant and happy day with Daddy. After saying that, Ye Bufan Su drove the car into the parking garage of Champs Gallery and parked the car. Father and daughter got out of the car and walked straight towards the Champs Gallery. Chapter 058, Collecting Daughter's Worship Emotions. Rewarding Giant Artist. Ding. Collected multiple emotions such as young daughter Xia's adoration, exuberance and so on. Obtaining the opening a dog. A slash of 999 foot extra blitz reward once. Whether to open the blitz? Just as Ye Bufan was getting off the bus, the familiar mechanical electronic sound of the system resounded in his head again. Hiss. Ye Bufan straight away called out, good guy. System Dad, do you want to be so rolled? You damn. Simply more roll king than social animal. 996? 007? 715? Ye Bufan could no longer find words to describe the system. It was on the verge of language dysfunction. Host, the pattern is small. Salted fish lying, a moment of pleasure. Always lying, a straight pleasure. Ye Bufan, your 2 grandpa next door 2 aunt 7 great aunt. This time this what extra blitz reward. But also, open a dog, a knife 999? This dog, is a dog system drop dog? Host, this system seriously warns you. You are suspected of repeatedly slandering the reputation of this system. You will be severely punished. For example, D shortened by 1 centimeter or something like that. Ye Bufan. Less grading. Come on, turn on the blast reward. Boom boom boom. Ah, dog system, mud and dirt. Do you really think you're the Chow phone who carries the sound blast? You want to blow up the streets with your advertisement? Ding. Opening a dog. A cut of 999 foot extra blitz reward opened successfully. Data loading. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 million Family Happiness Fund. Congratulations to the host for being honored as a giant artist. The following is the host's attribute panel. Host, Ye Bufan. Gender, male. Age, 38. Marriage, flower is not flower. Mist is not mist. Wealth value, 3 Chinese yuan. 290. 000. 000. Wealth value, 3 Chinese yuan. 290. 000. 000. Note, purchase Super Emperor, Supreme Emperor, suit spending 999. 900. 000 is almost equal to 10. 000. Reputation value, 2,100 points. P.S. Executive President CEO of Star Scout Matisse Media Company plus 100 points. Wholly owned controlling interest in the entire theater line of Superfilm plus 100 points. Giant artist plus 100 points. Ye Bufan perceived the system rewards, as well as the panel that was exclusively for himself. Sometimes, in his heart, he also slandered, saying that a system plus is equal to a hanging life. And this host attribute panel. Isn't that like having a halo over one's head? If all the systemated hangers-on in the world were to come together, would they form a kind of a halo on top of your head, drawing a circle to curse you? Would it create such an eye-catching image? Maybe. But, in a world of coldness and self-awareness, who cares? Between a giant artist, no doubt, absolutely, for Ye Bufan accompanied his young daughter Xia to participate in the painting exhibition, a timely given buff up. With this bottom line, Ye Bufan suddenly full of gas, stride open robust, out of the 6 parents out of the pace, lifted up the proud head, towards the champ's gallery. Wow, Dad, look, so many people. Yeah, there are also a lot of different styles of Chinese painting, oil painting, all kinds of paintings. At this time, his youngest daughter Xia took his arm, leaping like a child. Her face was full of childish and innocent smiles, as if at this moment, it was no longer a world belonging to adults, but Ye Bufan, as a father, holding his little hand with his big hand, leading Ye Xia, strolling in the champ's gallery, enjoying those mesmerizing art paintings. Ye Bufan gazed at the giddy little daughter Xia. He was once again greatly shocked deep inside. Look, this is my old Ye's precious daughter. How happy she is smiling. The beautiful eyes that are as clear as a mountain spring in a mountain stream, bloom like a peach blossom smile in spring, that a beauty like a fairy transcendent face, gelatinous as a breakable white tender skin. Beautiful, beautiful. This also deepens. Ye Bufan cannot help but to outline. In 18 years ago, more precisely, 19 years ago, he encountered the world beauty pageant champion Miss National Goddess. In the end is which one? That night flavor, that canon. 9 ringing. If you really want to title Ye Bufan as a giant artist, it should be thanks to that night's careful carving, created such as the youngest daughter Xia, 7 daughters Peony, as well as the rest of the 7 precious daughters, the most artistic masterpiece on earth, the most perfect piece of art on earth. This was Ye Bufan's highest artistic attainment. This was also the honor of being a man who can make a woman revel in a night of ecstasy and joy. To create 9 twins, one can imagine how crazy that night should be. What a night of debauchery that night must have been. How unforgettable that night was. But why can't I remember anything? Could it be that he was really kicked in the head by a donkey? Was he brainwashed by roaring dog's piss? Ye Bufan wanted, too much, to remember the madness of that night. However, ever since he had recognized his youngest daughter Xia, and even last night in the live broadcast of Jitterbug, guarding his 7th daughter Peony, he was racking his brain to recall it. Even though he thought through his head, it was always as if he was under a tightening spell, a magic spell. Nothing could be recalled. Ye Bufan secretly spat out a fragrant sentence. However, as long as you look at your little daughter Xia's happy appearance, deep down, Ye Bufan is also the greatest comfort. This is also the greatest expectation as a father. Baby, do you like it? Ye Bufan came back to his senses and asked in a warm voice with the most peaceful smile of a loving father. Ye Xia nodded vigorously. Aha, I like it so much. Thank you, Dad, for accompanying me to the painting exhibition. Kaisian, ******. Silly daughter, just be happy. Ye Bufan is also happy. Looking around, his eyes touched those hanging on the wall. All kinds of Chinese paintings, oil paintings, landscape paintings, and so on. The exhibition of works of art. According to the original Ye Bufan, these art paintings have no art cells, but today is completely different. Surprisingly, he was able to familiarize himself with the lines outlined by those shades, colorful depictions, and saw a different perspective. As if each painting came into his eyes, he was able to see the process of the artist's painting, tracing the outlines. Eek, could this be the so-called giant artist buff? Or was it the effect of treasure-grade divine pupils? Or is it both? Hey, this year's painting exhibition organized by Cloud City's Champs Gallery is quite nasty. Inevitably, to know that this exhibition is nominally said, gathered many artists. In fact, understand all understand. Or to that self-proclaimed painting world rising art master Sai Van Gogh fans exclusive field. Hush, 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 keep your voice down. Don't let other Master Gao hear it, or else we'll be told again that we're putting shoes on him behind his back. Why? What's wrong with that? It's just that, if you look at the irrelevant nooks and crannies, that's for other artworks to hang, and the important and conspicuous C places, which are not hanging as Master Gao's works. That's right, I also just want to spit this out. The key problem is, I personally can't appreciate Master Gao's artwork. It's all just some vulgar and cheesy compositions. It's purely nonsense. Hey, these days, there are a few serious artists, are not all in a variety of claptrap, eye-catching strike. People Sai Van Gogh fan masters, but also specifically invited the domestic 3 art world Ceiling Town. And, it is said that there is also a world of glittering treasure special. Ah, so gripping? Which 3 art world ceilings? You don't mean the Chinese painting master Mo Weiqi, the oil painting master Zhang Kaiyan, and the watercolor painting master Jia Zhang? Of course it's the three of them. And rumor has it that Chu Shaha, who claims to be a titan of the art world, will also be here. Looking forward to it. Especially that one magnificent and sparkling treasure appraisal special show is also a glittering highlight. After Ye Bufan and Ye Xia verified the tickets and lifted their steps into the painting exhibition, in front of those art paintings, a lot of exhibitors gathered, whispering and discussing about today's painting exhibition. Hiss, baby, what Sai Van Gogh Master Gao Van Gogh they are talking about? Is it very powerful? Ye Bufan heard the name of the person mentioned from those people's discussion, and he curiously asked his youngest daughter Xia. Chapter 059, Those Who Humiliate My Daughter. Whether you are a master or a heavenly king, no way. I heard that this Sai Van Gogh Master Gao Van Gogh has high artistic attainments, and is also the newest of what art masters? Ye Xia muttered. Although her mouth said so, it was obvious that she didn't know much about Gao Van either. I carefully observed. The art paintings exhibited in the entire Champs Gallery are indeed like those people discussing. Ye Bufan searched and said, the nooks and crannies are all exhibiting other people's works, while the important and conspicuous C-places are all displaying this Sai Van Gogh's works. And I also simply appreciated that Master Gao shouldn't be called Master Gao. It should be Master Huang. Aha! Ye Xia had a skeptical expression. Dad, you mean? Immediately, Ye Xia directly covered her eyes and opened her mouth to poo-poo wildly, because according to Ye Bufan's description, she glanced towards those conspicuous and important C-places, and was immediately dazzled by the art paintings that were labeled as Gao Fan's works, which were so yellow that it was hot to the eyes. How can there be this kind of vulgar work? Oh, so shameful. Ye Xia averted her eyes and tugged at Ye Bufan's arm. Dad, let's go look at something else. This Master Gao's work is too much. As she spoke, she immediately wanted to pull Ye Bufan away. Yo, little girl, you're so young. What do you know about art? Do you know how to appreciate a work of art? What qualifications do you, a yellow-haired girl, have to judge Master Gao's work of art? However, at this exact moment, an extremely discordant, a kind of overbearing words, accused Ye Xia. Ye Bufan Su raised his eyes to follow the sound, and he saw that the one walking towards him and his youngest daughter Xia, it was an old man in a tang suit, as well as a middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit, which also included another hunched man with a hunchback who was quite a bit oddly dressed. The old man in the tang suit was wearing an extremely elaborate Confucian-like dress, wearing a pair of old-fashioned glasses, giving a kind of model that looked quite Confucian, and Zhongshan suit middle-aged man combed a big back hair, greasy, high nose, nostrils skyward, highlighting its arrogant posture, and the oddly dressed hunched man with a stooped body also revealed his contempt for Ye Xia from under that ugly face. Little girl, if you don't know what a work of art means, please shut up. Don't use your ignorance to denigrate and smear Master Gao's work. The old man in the tang suit was none other than national painting master Moich, who could be called one of the three masters of the ceiling in the art world. He indignantly reprimanded Ye Xia. As for the middle-aged man in a mountain suit, he was naturally oil painting master Jiang Kaiyan. He echoed Moich's words and snorted coldly. Indeed, these days, there are always some people who don't pretend to understand, and even use ignorant childishness, pretending to be profound. A layman, critiquing the insiders. It's really the sadness of our art world. The hunched man in strange clothes, that would be Jia Zhang, the watercolor master who was one of the three masters of the ceiling in the art world. He heatedly laughed hideously and stared at Ye Xia, streaming rows of yellow teeth, and said rather somewhat lewdly, I guess, this little girl wants to dedicate herself to art and become a model for Master Gao's tracing? A sentence that made Moich and Jiang Kaiyan laugh out loud. That's possible. After all, Sai Van Gogh Master Gao's artworks usually use such young models as templates to depict all sorts of dancing and evocative works. Little girl, according to my preliminary identification, you do have the potential to become Master Gao's tracing model. If you use this kind of defamation and slander of Master Gao's artworks to draw Master Gao's attention, that would be too clumsy. How about we introduce you? Ye Xia was spellbound. She was stunned by the sudden and various brainstorming remarks made by Moich, Jiang Kaiyan, and Jia Zhang. She was stunned by Moich, Jiang Kaiyan, and Jia Zhang's sudden, brainstorming comments, which directly subverted Ye Xia's image of these three so-called ceiling-level masters in the art world. She didn't know much about Sai Van Gogh Gao Fan, but over the years, she was still familiar with Moich, Jiang Kaiyan, and Jia Zhang. It was unthinkable that these three so-called art masters were so frivolous and flippant in their speech. Ye Xia only felt a spinning of the earth and dizziness. As she froze, stunned and surprised, she still cautiously tried to say, Mr. Moich, Mr. Jiang Kaiyan, Mr. Jia Zhang, I'm also a student studying art. I just finished taking the college entrance exams, and naturally, I'm not as good as you three masters in terms of appreciation of artworks. But, these works of Master Gao, do you guys really think that they are artistic masterpieces? How dare you, little girl, Who do you think you are, may I ask? What qualifications do you have? What height, to judge Master Gao's works? With an overbearing demeanor, Moich directly reprimanded and drank. Jiang Kaiyan also took the opportunity to say in an aggressive manner, "That's right, you don't really think that Master Gao's elegant name of sealing the god Sai Van Gogh is a waste of time, right? Those artworks of his must be archon." However, not waiting for Jiang Kaiyan finished, but Aha sorrowfully teasing playful laughter. Immediately after an extremely disdainful words, as if a thunderbolt from the sky, bombarded in the Moich, Jiang Kaiyan, Jia Zhang on the top of the head. If a pile of garbage can be called artistic excellence, then not only has this what's-his-name Gaofan insulted Master Van Gogh, but your three so-called masters have even tainted the Hall of Art. Also, you three dogs, others may honor you as masters, but in Lao Zi's eyes, you don't even count as an egg hair, and you guys even licked a dog coin thing's face, openly bully others. Words humiliate my daughter. Today if you apologize, pour also stop Liao, otherwise, who knows? Not waiting for Ye Bufan to finish, Jiang Kaiyan directly fried furious finger to Ye Bufan's nose. Cranky roar scolded, "Dog scum, what the are you? Dare to talk to us like this? Do you know who you've pissed off? Ka-ching, ah!" But, in the next instant, the air froze, and the atmosphere was suffocating all of a sudden. As if the large champs gallery, the temperature plummeted to below 0 degrees Celsius. People feel a kind of chilling, creepy, because completely without waiting for any arrogant words of tiger and wolf from Jiang Kaiyan, his index finger that was pointing at Ye Bufan was directly broken and folded onto the back of his hand. At the same time, Ye Bufan raised a foot and kicked Jiang Kaiyan's belly. Jiang Kaiyan only felt his feet hanging in the air, and flew out 2 meters away from the ground, and fell to the ground with a bang. He lay on the ground rolling all over the ground, screaming more miserable than killing pigs. His fingers were completely broken and scrapped, and he was afraid that he would not be able to hold a paintbrush to paint in the future. Ye Bufan's sudden attack was also unforeseen by Moich, Jiang Kaiyan and Jia Zhang. Instantly, it attracted a lot of onlookers from the exhibition, who pointed and talked. "Grip grass, what's the situation? Why are they still fighting? Who is that person? Very brave. He dared to make a move on Jiang Kaiyan, one of the art world's sealing oil painting masters. He's in big trouble." Hiss, it seems to be that little girl just now, commenting that Master Gao's work is vulgar, hot eyes and whatnot. These three masters just theorized with the little girl. Come on, is that a theory? Obviously, these three masters are also sick. How can they just come up and say that they want the little girl to be a tracing model for Gaofan? That's right, that uncle seems to be the little girl's father. As a father, how could he allow others to humiliate his own daughter like this? Jiang Kaiyan deserved it. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, alas, no matter what, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Such a hit, or hit Jiang Kaiyan such a level of the art world masters, he can easily let them go? Chapter 060, Artistic Perfection? Oh, talking about the sky is also trash. Where did the mallet come from that dares to sow discord in the champs gallery and humiliate my friend? A haughty and overbearing aura. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs and sighs, he walked straight over amongst them. He took the lead and stepped forward to assist Jiang Kaiyan, before pacing over to Moich and Jia Zhang. Gaofan's pair of gloomy eyes shot towards Ye Bufan, Ye Xia's father and daughter. A touch of some fear crossed Ye Xia's face, as she slightly tugged on Ye Bufan's coat corner and whispered, "Dad, he is Gaofan." Ye Bufan obediently protected his youngest daughter Xia behind him, springing a loving fatherly smile, relieving Ye Xia. "Daughter, don't be afraid, there's Dad there. No matter if he's a master, or a heavenly king, want to humiliate you? No way." At this instant, Ye Bufan's words again warmed Ye Xia's 18-year-old sky, letting her youthful maiden heart deeply feel what is called father's love. Like a dream like rain dew looking forward to 18 years of father's love, she finally have. Once upon a time, how she envied other people's children. No matter whether it is windy and rainy, or lightning and thunder, there is a father's company. As if the sky collapsed, there is a father on top. That kind of happiness. At this moment, Ye Xia was also feeling the most overwhelming surge in daddy value from Ye Bufan, giving her the most extensive father's favor, father's guardianship. "Master Gao, you finally come. You're afraid that you don't know. Just this little yellow-haired girl spoke out of turn, saying that your work is too vulgar and too hot." Moich gritted his teeth and said to Gaofan, "Kaiyan, Jia Zhang, and I were the ones who theorized with her." And to our surprise, he was like a mad dog, and directly hit Kaiyan with his hands. Jia Zhang nodded like he was testifying. "Yes, Master Gao, this kind of doesn't know what it means to be a work of art, and this kind of reckless person who hits people at the drop of a hat, they must be made to pay." Gaofan again scornfully sized up Ye Bufan and Ye Xia's father and daughter for a few moments. "Ha!" With a few moments of sneering mocking laughter, he said coldly to Ye Bufan and Ye Xia, You guys are really hilarious, huh? Or are you guys on the wrong movie set, right? Next door is the movie and TV base where the movie and TV drama is filmed. This is the Champs Gallery. What qualifications do you guys have to savor my work? Cheesy? Eye-catching? Oh, are you father and daughter? In my opinion, it's a godfather and goddaughter relationship, right? A couple of dogs. You're not worthy to be in the Champs Gallery. What do you know about art appreciation? You're the kind of dog that corrupts the social atmosphere and violates public order and morals. And you're also worthy of appraising my works as vulgar? Ye Bufan clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his body glowing with a monstrous fury. However, he didn't rush to directly punch Gao Fan, but said with a disdainful, playful smile, "Artwork? Art? For the kind of garbage that even a dog would contract infertility if it looked at you. Do you deserve to be called a work of art? The kind of garbage that a handicapped person can draw with his toes 1,000 times 10,000 times better than you. How dare you shamelessly call yourself a perfect work? How can a scumbag scum of your despicable character be worthy of calling himself Sai Van Gogh? Yes, what are you calling Master Egg Gao? Just call him Master Huang. This garbage of yours is filled with vulgarity everywhere, and you still shamelessly call it art. Even if you say it today, it's still vulgarity. Even if I say it's vulgar today, it's still vulgar. And even if I say it's hot-eyed, I'm just raising you up. And you few trash who are working together. Do you really think that you can control everything? You don't really think that if you put your vulgar garbage work in a prominent and important C-suite, it's not garbage? Wake up. But any trash, even if it's rocketed into space, it's still space trash. A speech that was completely directed at Gao Fan, word for word, poking deeply at Gao Fan's heart. Even the onlooker exhibitors, the passers-by, were shocked out of their wits by Ye Bufan's shocking words about tigers and wolves. With wide eyes, they couldn't help but scrutinize Ye Bufan. Who in the world was he? How dare he come to Champs Gallery and directly poke Gao Fan's sore spot, directly exposing Gao Fan's works, which were vulgar works. Too daring, too brave, buddy, because Ye Bufan said what everyone wanted to say inside, but didn't dare to say. Indeed, with Gao Fan's works on display, almost all of them, to the so-called flesh, or even dew point, as the highlight of the work, he always told others that it was the finishing touch, the stroke of God. That is the real Jin, product of art. P.S. Jinping means exquisite and flawless, and is perfected day by day until it is impeccable. However, at today's Champs Gallery exhibition, Ye Bufan, such an unknown nobody, carrying his young daughter Xia, bluntly said that Gao Fan's works were garbage. This is too unbelievable. This was also too shocking to everyone. I blanch. This dude is too sick. Really daring to say that it belongs. TSK. Finally someone has said what I've wanted to say in my heart for a long time but didn't dare to say. Sparrow food. Gao Fan's these paintings, too vulgar, still being sought after called art perfect. I am also capitalized FO gas. Finally someone came forward to expose it. The words are so. But, with Gao Fan, Zhang Kaiyan and their prestigious position in the art world, untouchable Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, alas, who says no? Although this dude and his daughter dare to speak up and expose the lies, but, I'm afraid they will also have to pay a painful price. To put the knife to Govan like this, he definitely won't let this uncle off easily. For a moment, many people were in deep agreement with Ye Bufan and Ye Xia's father and daughter as they revealed the vulgarity of Gao Fan's work. However, they were also pinching cold sweat for Ye Bufan as he might face retaliation from Gao Fan. Ye Xia stared with wide, clear eyes. She was also dumbfounded and shocked, because she was also completely beyond expectation that Ye Bufan would be so direct and dislike Gao Fan. Of course, in Ye Xia's eyes, there was more admiration for Ye Bufan. After all, as she was able to be the top student of the college entrance examination for art specialties, she was admitted to Tsinghua's art department and specialized in the artistic talents of Chinese painting and oil painting. She was certainly qualified to taste Gao Fan's works. It was also like what Ye Bufan had said, those artistic masterpieces of Gao Fan's that he thought himself to be proud of, no matter where they were placed, they were all lowly and trashy works. Asterisk. Where's the mad dog from? You, don't insult art if you don't understand it. Where are Laozi's works vulgar? You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Gao Fan, who was disliked by Ye Bufan, directly blew up and violently punched, completely ferocious and exposed, and cursed at Ye Bufan with open teeth and claws, and vulgar and sharp words. Today if I don't teach you a hard lesson, teach you a lesson, let you know that you should all regret that your mom gave birth to you in this world. You don't even know the cruelty of society. As he spoke, he roared and roared again in a violent manner. Security guards, where have they all died? Come on people, drag this dog mongrel stick figure fool, drag him out to me, and violently beat him until his ancestors don't even recognize him. With a roar, immediately, From outside the champs gallery, more than a dozen security guards with electric batons leapt in all directions. All of a sudden Ye Bufan, Ye Xia surrounded. Ferocious god pounced on Ye Bufan father and daughter. Chapter 061 True Artist? Master Yi. Ha! The onlookers were all in a cold sweat for father and daughter Ye Bufan and Ye Xia. Some even couldn't bear to look at them and covered their eyes. This was because anyone would think that Gao Fan had called in this group of security guards and would surely hold Ye Bufan down and rub him on the ground. Unexpectedly, the corners of Ye Bufan's mouth rose up with a playful sardonic smile, when the security guard swung the electric baton and ruthlessly smashed at Ye Bufan that instant. Fiercely, he boomed out his fist. The explosive fist power actually did not avoid the electric stick, directly blasted out with a punch. Kaboom! Clang! Hiss! Wow! The crowd sighed, and naturally thought that the crunching sound must have been the security guard's electric baton shattering the bones of Ye Bufan's fist. But in an instant, as the security guard was stunned and dumbfounded, looking at the half-broken electric baton in his hand, and then at the truncated electric baton on the ground, the security guard was completely dumbfounded. The fear of Ye Bufan showed in his eyes. Who would dare to believe that Ye Bufan had blown off the security guard's electric baton with a single punch with his empty fist? Terrifying as hell. It was too unbelievable. Without waiting for that security guard to regain his senses, Ye Bufan's clenched fist, with his fist technique as a national martial arts master at the realm of Ming Jin, the first grade of the defensive art, directly using the 4-2000 Jin path of Tycoon, his fist wildly blasted at that security guard's chest, accompanied by a miserable wail. At the same time that one security guard's figure was sent flying, everyone came back to their senses, astonished and clamoring. The rest of the security guards, seeing their own associates being bombarded by Ye Bufan's fists, also disregarded everything and swung their electric batons, smashing down towards Ye Bufan in a burst of baton madness and viciousness. However, Ye Bufan was not afraid in the slightest, calm and collected, stepping out, agile figure. He was like Ip Man playing Wing Chun, with the most flamboyant and handsome movements. Some fists and kicks were exchanged. Bang bang bang, ka-ching, kaboom. It was completely like a blockbuster action movie, where the fists hit the flesh. It could also be said that Ye Bufan completely ignored the electric batons of these security guards, and with every punch, every kick, he took down a security guard. In the blink of an eye, he directly put down all the security guards. Looking at those security guards sprawled out, either holding their heads or knees, screaming in agony. Once again, everyone was shocked, including Gao Fan, Moich and the others. Of course, Ye Xia's eyes lit up, those big clear eyes, looking at Ye Bufan. She was completely shocked beyond words by Ye Bufan's sudden outburst, bombarding these security guards furiously. She secretly cheered in surprise. Wow, Dad, so mushy, that kind of hand dancing, her face overflowing, the daughter's admiration for her father. The key is to give Ye Bufan more points, more handsome to burst. Naturally he was wearing that international luxury brand suit. This man put on a suit. Is different simply more handsome than the suit mob? It's simply more handsome than a thug in a suit. More valiant than even James Bond of 007. Who can imagine, with Ye Bufan so a middle-aged man in a suit, facing more than 10 tough security guards armed with electric batons, surprisingly so easily, blink of an eye, all knocked down? Internationally, the most devilishly trained mercenaries, do not dare to act like this, right? But Ye Bufan did. Gao Fan fearful look, backward 2 steps, Eat Stun sternly questioned, who, are you in the end? You come to Champ's gallery, want to do, what? Ye Bufan threw back his head, despite his slate hair, but still a handsome and yuppie signature pose, and snapped his fingers at Gao Fan. Put up your dog ears and listen. Lao Zi Ye Bufan, born extraordinary, outstanding Bufan. As for what I'm here for, originally I was accompanying my daughter to attend a painting exhibition, but now it seems that with a Thai trash artist like you, pounding out so many vulgar trash works, it's really hot. Gao Fan was so angry that he clenched his back teeth, but it seemed that there was no way for him to confront Ye Bufan. However, losing is not losing. Gao Fan hardened that pig face and suffocated it into a pig liver color. He is still duck dead mouth shell hard put down harsh words. You don't arrogant you give me weight. I will let you can't see tomorrow's sun. Ye Bufan was like listening to a joke and laughed lightly. Or, in his eyes, Gao Fan wasn't even a fart that could still pollute the air a bit, and Gao Fan was nothing. Gao Fan, who gave you the guts to speak to Master Yi like this? At this exact moment, a thick and loud voice, extremely penetrating, came out in a deep voice. At that instant, the onlookers attending the painting exhibition immediately dodged out of the way, making way for a path, and also looked at the voice, with a sigh of relief and clamor. Wow, it really is the art world Titanic Big Brother Chu Shaha coming. Here, Mom I am not dreaming, right? Big Brother Chu would actually come to Champ's gallery in person? It's too unbelievable. No, no, what did you guys just hear Big Brother Chu Shaha say? Master Yi, is he? My goodness, could it be that the uncle who debunked the vulgar garbage of Sai Van Gogh's Gao Fan's works? He is a certain master in the art world with a very high curiosity? Can't be right. How come I haven't heard of it? Che, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. There are some top big shots in the art world that are really deeply hidden. If this uncle is really a master in the art world, that would be really fun. No matter what, for such a heavyweight big brother like Chu Xiaohe to be able to come, it's definitely non-trivial. Ye Bufan had just looked at the moment when Chu Xiaohe, who was walking from the crowd of onlookers, came. Ding! Having collected multiple emotions such as the daughters shocked and mesmerized. The system, in the name of the host, rewards the distribution of 3 God-grade scrolls, which have been hung in the nooks and crannies of the dead corner of Area A of the Champ's Gallery. What, in my name? 3 God-level scrolls? Ye Bufan was glad to see it. Had he ever made a painting himself? As a giant artist, how could the host not have made paintings? You carefully and well recall again. Ye Bufan marveled once again. The system's brainwashing technique was unbelievable. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. After such a reminder from the system, surprisingly, it sprang up in Ye Bufan's brain memory that there really was a painting made. Weird. Unbelievable. But well, since the system is so generous, then also had to smile. Not only were those onlookers who participated in the painting exhibition shocked to see Chu Xiaoxiang, but even Gao Fan, Moich and the others. Once they saw Chu Xiaoxiang's arrival, they were all dumbstruck and wide-eyed. Hiss? Grandmaster Gao, did you invite this big brother Chu Xiaohe? Moich asked in a low voice. Gao Fan shook his head slightly. No. Jia Zhen was confused. Then how did he come? He rarely attends painting exhibitions like this. Jiang Kaiyan, who had his index finger broken, also took a deep breath and endured the pain. Today, I really didn't read the yellow calendar, and I've hit an evil spot. Chu Xiaohe was in everyone's confused state. He walked straight towards Ye Bufan, and then stood in front of Ye Bufan a step away, respectfully, bowed and saluted and said, Master Yi, long time no see, today reunion, good to meet, Yi, Master Yi, Yi Umambachi Master Ah. Gao Fan was completely like he had suffered a 10,000 point blow. The whole person was directly like he had been wildly doused with a pile of. His face was hard to see to the extreme. As for Ye Bufan, when he looked at Chu Xiaohe, even though it was his first time meeting him, probably because of the system, he unexpectedly felt completely familiar with Chu Xiaohe. Ha, old Chu, you're finally late. I've been waiting for you for half a day. What, old Chu? What? This, it's too weird, because for such a title, it was bound to be a more familiar friend that would be so affectionately addressed. Originally, from Chu Xiaohe to Ye Bufan directly a Master Yi, almost did not Gao Fan, Moich and other people directly sent away to the Western Paradise. This time, Ye Bufan smiled happily, completely meeting with Chu Xiaohe's old friend with old Chu, which completely stunned everyone. Ye Xia blinked her beautiful eyes. She was completely looking at her own father Ye Bufan. All have a sense of strangeness. She secretly pondered and searched. Eek mess? How is it that Dad and Chu Xiaohe, the titanic big brother of the art world, are also so familiar with each other? Why is it that when Big Brother Chu opens his mouth, he calls Dad Master Yi? What the hell is going on here? P.S. Today's share of 4 more 9,715 words updated. The new book recommended period. The data is very important. Wow. The first day of the Shior data is not too optimistic. Can only continue to burst more? I implore all the pretty boys and girls. More support. Wow. The artist is a very good friend of the artist. And he is a very good friend of the artist. Chapter 062 System Plus. Infinite buff. Shocking everyone. Chu Master. Are you mistaken? Recognizing the wrong person? Which one is he? Gao Fan, Moich, and the others were dumbfounded, but they still found it hard to believe. To Ye Bufan, the Chu Xiaohe's so-called Master Yi, it was really hard for them to accept. You few asshole things, you really don't know who he is? Chu Xiaoxia's icy cold expression. To Gao Fan, Moich, and the others, he asked back nonchalantly. Gao Fan, Moich, and the others carefully sized up Ye Bufan a few more times, with those bizarre eyes. Looking at Ye Bufan was like looking at an alien, especially with Chu Xiaohe's status position. That in the domestic art world, it was definitely a top bigwig of Taishan Beidou. It crushed Gao Fan, Moich and others in minutes. However, with Chu Xiaohe's status, he even said Master Yi to Ye Bufan. That was also telling everyone that this middle-aged uncle of the thug in a suit in front of him was definitely at least on the same level as Chu Xiaohe. he was even above Chu Xiuhua. Otherwise, Chu Xiuhua wouldn't be too full to treat such a person with such respect. So, here's the problem. A person who was able to override the art world, who could truly be called the ceiling's top big brother, Chu Xiuhua. Who would that be? Even for Ye Bufan, he knew in his heart that if it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the art world. But now it was different. With the system added to his body, that was life with infinite buffs. Say he is an artist, that is an artist. Say he's a dad, that's a dad. Say he's a god, that's a trench. The system, it was that tough. Thus, Ye Bufan wasn't surprised at all by the appearance of a bigwig of Chu Xiaohua's level. Instead, he deeply realized that the system was too tough. As for his youngest daughter, Xia, it was almost as if she couldn't wait to jump into Ye Bufan's arms and give her dad a big hug. It was too incredible. Surprisingly, her own dad was also from the art world? Surprisingly, even Chu Xiaohua, the top big brother of the art world, was so in awe of him. Dad, who the hell is he? At this moment, Chu Xiaohua's appearance and his awe-inspiring attitude towards Ye Bufan brought a shock to Ye Xia. It was definitely no less than the shock given to Gao Fan and Moich's group, because in itself, Ye Xia was also good at Chinese painting, oil painting and the like. In this aspect of the talent, also destined to the future Ye Xia to embark on the road of art, will also be to the art of this piece of deep plowing, will be accompanied by her whole life. However, his own father, unexpectedly is also the art world. Big brother? Or, more precisely, is the big brother of the big brother? Woohoo! Aborted. This scene, straight called good guy can be Chu Xiuhua such a top big brother, called master character? He is what kind of god? Boy, if, really can verify that he is big brother in Big Brother. Then, with his vision, or rather, in the art world identity segment, criticism slamming Gao Fan's work vulgar, is a garbage work, also set up it's too non-committal, to be able to let the art world's true big brother, also respect a master. Then, his attainments in art, is simply beyond the stars. Could it be that we really have some hidden hallowed giants in this art world? Hiss, Master Yi? I really haven't heard that there's such a great man surnamed Yi in the art world. Wow. The onlookers were also divided and puzzled. True, Chu Xiaohua looked around at the shock of the onlookers. Finally, the line of sight landed on Gao Fan, Moich, and the others, and he smiled wryly. Gao Fan, Moich, you guys, come, all of you come together to take a look. As he spoke, he walked straight towards a nook and corner. Ye Bufan naturally knew clearly what that location was. Just now, the system rewarded his daughter with a wave of 3 divine scrolls for collecting her multiple emotions such as shocked, mesmerized, etc. It just happens to be hanging on the wall in that nook and cranny. Ye Bufan didn't move. Ye Xia took a deep breath of cool air as she reached out to hold Ye Bufan's arm, gazing at Ye Bufan with a surprised and curious face. There were questions lingering in those beautiful eyes Herculeanly, and more than anything else, there was a sense of admiration in the shock. Hiss, Dad, you actually harbor great skills, that punching and kicking kung fu. Without knowing it, I really thought that you are the reincarnation of Master Ip Man. Also, why would Big Brother Chu Xiaohua call you Master? Ye Bufan raised his hand to caress her head, releasing a light smile. Why? It is estimated that it is a kind of polite and complimentary perfunctory word, as if say hello, or, like in our life, no matter what a cat or dog, we like to call it teacher. Ye Bufan's words, secretly slandered. Bird food, cherry blossom country shooting cherry blossom love art movie chow lao sure, Ozawa teacher and so on. This is also called a teacher. There are also those variety shows where the contestants who sit on the judging panel are called teachers. Even those who cut hair are called sensei, such as Tony Sensei. So, master, explained by Ye Bufan to his youngest daughter Xia, seems to sound very reasonable, doesn't it? Ye Xia, although her IQ was not as good as Einstein's, she was definitely not a 205. She pursed her lips and couldn't help but laugh at Ye Bufan's answer. Humph, old doe, you're so funny. Slightly, she spat out her tongue at Ye Bufan and made a face, droll and sweet. However, without waiting for them to communicate too much between father and daughter, the nooks and crannies on the side had already ignited and exploded. Wow, my drop of heaven, these 3 paintings. Mama a kiss, a divine work, definitely represents the pinnacle of the domestic art world's masterpiece. No, not right, Master Chu, you can't be trying to tell us that these 3 masterpieces are from the hand of that Master Yi, right? I've also heard of this. These 3 masterpieces, they're definitely masterpieces of the tripod. It's too unbelievable. I really can't believe even in my dreams that I'll still be able to see 3 huge masterpieces that are so divine in my lifetime. The level of shock on everyone's faces was simply more difficult to calm their excitement than if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ye Xia gave a aha, With a sound and a slight sideways glance towards that nook, she asked with a curious expression, "Dad, is this some new continent they've discovered?" Ye Bufan mysteriously smiled slightly. Let's go over and join in the fun too." After speaking, he and Ye Xia paced over. As Ye Bufan's father and daughter approached, those onlookers actually respectfully dodged away and made way. As for Chu Xiaoxiang, who stood in front of the three divine works, he looked to the side at Gao Fan, Moich and the others who had long been shocked as if they had suffered a lightning strike. He leisurely laughed. "Gao Fan, Moich, you few open your eyes wide. Properly appreciate and appreciate. With such three divine works, placed in such a nook and cranny for exhibition, while you, you're those, self-proclaimed art perfect, exhibition in the important, conspicuous seat position. Do you think it is appropriate? With such three divine works, crushing and hanging everyone in our domestic art world, does he still not deserve to be called a master?" Gao Fan clenched his teeth, a black line on his face, silent. Mo Weiqi was very reluctant, but he was ultimately shy with an old face and asked in a deep voice, "Master Chu, you shouldn't be trying to say that these three divine works are from the hand of Master Yi that you just shouted at, right? That's too ghostly, it's completely impossible." Chu Shaha still smiled gently. "Moich, are you jealous? Psychologically twisted? Unbalanced in your heart? Come on, accepting your own mediocrity and recognizing others' excellence, is that hard?" Chu Xiaoxiang was not the least bit polite to Gao Fan, Moich, and the others. He looked towards Ye Bufan, who was walking towards him, and gave him the highest respect, lifting his hand in a pleased gesture, and said aloud, Come, let's use our warm applause to invite Master Yi to talk to us about the road to the creation of these three masterpieces." Chapter 063, What is a masterpiece? It's nothing more than a letter scribble. Snap, 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 at once, under the leadership of Chu Shaha, who took the lead in leading the applause. It drove the rest of the onlookers to applaud in welcome. A thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire Champs gallery. Ye Xia's crystal clear eyes followed the three masterpieces hanging on the wall that everyone was gazing at. Her eyes also lit up, revealing an expression of shock beyond words. "Even by karma, this painting is really Dad's divine work? Hurricane hanging on the wall. Three extremely can be called the art world unsurpassed masterpiece." Ye Bufan glanced at the three masterpieces of God rewarded by the system, and he understood it by heart. Although it seemed like he had never painted such a scroll before, at this time it was the memory of creation that pervaded. What a cheating system, wow! Can it still tamper with memories? However, after carefully recalling it, it seemed that there was indeed a time when one seemed to have painted such a picture. But why did it become a so-called masterpiece? Because he remembers these three paintings, purely in a few times. Then the old woman shroud, stinky and long meeting, is really bored to the egg pain, stomach ache. Then, he just doodled. That's all. How did it become the masterpiece hanging in the Champs Gallery exhibition today? Ye Bufan smiled politely and slightly at Chu Shaha. Old Chu, you have quite a lot of names. Let's do it this way. I'll let my youngest daughter interpret and decipher the symbolism of these three paintings for me. Abruptly, Ye Bufan smiled warmly, looked at Ye Xia and said cheerfully, Ye Xia's ah? The sound was shocked, even more surprised, and also a little flattered. Dad, this is not too good, right? In case I interpreted incorrectly, wouldn't it be? Ye Bufan smiled happily as he looked at Chu Shaha. Old Chu, with your discerning eye, do you think that my youngest daughter who got into Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts is qualified enough to interpret my three paintings? At those words, Chu Shaha was sincerely marveled, and gave Ye Xia an admiring look. Master Yi, you are too modest. Your daughter was able to enter the Fine Arts Department of Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts by virtue of being the top student of the Fine Arts College entrance examination. Having her to interpret it is of course more than she can ask for. Ye Bufan said to Ye Xia with the most amiable smile of a loving father on his face. Xia, Master Chu has opened his golden mouth. Don't be nervous, come on. The onlookers were also shocked, looking at the sweet-looking school goddess Ye Xia, who looked like a fairy descending from the earth. They were envious, and more than that, they were jealous. Of course, there were also old men who were salivating and couldn't help but raise their hands to wipe the corners of their mouths, because Ye Xia, that a national style of ancient charm of dress, he gave people a kind of light from the poetry and painting, came out of the amazing fairy, out of the chiropractic, pavilion jade, tall figure, delicate and graceful, outlined the beautiful S-curve. There was a great flavor of an elegant goddess with an aura of a city and a country. Thank you, Master Chu. Ye Xia smiled sweetly. That knitted brows and smile was completely a kind of smiling back, a smile of 100 winks, a smile of a pouring city, and then a smile of a pouring country. Beauty, beautiful to the extreme. I drop God low, so beautiful goddess, wow. You all heard it? She was the top student in the art major, was admitted to Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts, Too good, right? Look, this is probably the so-called genes. People's dad can draw 3 masterpieces. Then his daughter. Natural body flow art gene, wow. Hasty. Just now. Cow fan. Moich gang. But also said what? People are what godfather, goddaughter relationship. These a few self-proclaimed masters of the mind. Really ing dirty. Indeed. Really didn't expect. They are father-daughter relationship. Too explosive. Woohoo. Other than that, just by looking at how this beautiful goddess interprets these 3 divine works, one can gain insight into her artistic literacy, and will be able to basically judge her artistic attainments. It makes sense, wow. However, those who can be appreciated by Chu Xiaohe, a ceiling-level bigwig in the art world, are by no means generalized. Ye Xia walked up slowly with elegant steps amidst the whispers of those onlookers. She raised her hand and pointed to the first painting, and with her unique heavenly voice, she smiled and spoke eloquently. Hello, all, teachers, with my shallow insights, I'll give a slight interpretation of my father's 3 divine works, as if it's a brick to attract jade. If what I say is insufficient, I implore you teachers to bear with me. The opening words were polite and humble, immediately giving off a sense of cordiality and amiability. Ye Bufan secretly felt a surge of relief, giving Ye Xia a thumbs up. That look was more of a compliment. Daughter, good job. His face overflowed with a kind of pride and honor of being the father of an excellent baby daughter. Humph, it's really worthy of being my old Ye's baby girl. It's really valiant and explosive, isn't it? The first flying waterfall, a few strokes, but the momentum is majestic. Surging meaning, jumped off the paper. This is from the poet Li Bai's Look Lushan Waterfalls, the classic flying straight down 3,000 feet. Suspected that the Milky Way fell 9 days, and with the most evocative stream of consciousness technique in our art. The majestic scene is depicted with the high mountain waterfalls that are common in traditional landscapes. The mountains are covered with clouds and fog, just like a heaven on earth. Places with a lot of water are prone to fog. The mountains are hard, the fog is soft, and the meeting of the two gives people a sense of the beauty of rigidity and flexibility. The painting also incorporates the Chinese painting techniques of splashing and breaking ink, to emphasize the divine strokes of the painter. From the scroll, the painting is a great river and mountains. In fact, it is also to show that the painter's chest gullies. Only a painter with no distractions in his chest can gallop freely in the world of ink and wash like this. I would like to use a poem of the ancients as my final comment. The ground cuts the hibiscus petals, and the sky hangs over the waterfall. Ye Xia's brilliant interpretation of the first divine work simply conquered everyone at once. Even Ye Bufan was secretly sighing for a while, recalling his mind at the time when he scribbled this piece of flying waterfall. It seemed that this was really the idea. He was even more deeply pleased with his precious daughter. Pa. Ye Xia finished interpreting the first divine work, and immediately, a mountain of applause rang out. On the side, Cao Fan, Moich and the others were completely black. Their faces, completely compared to being doused with a pile of, were a few points more ugly. This was because after Ye Xia's interpretation of this flying waterfall, which could be called a divine work of art, it had undoubtedly elevated the image of this divine work of art even more. Whether it is from the height of the artwork, or from the profoundness of the mood, it is completely hanging and crushing those vulgar works of the self-proclaimed Sai Van Gogh fan. No comparison, no harm. In the exhibition hall of Champs Gallery, there are actually 3 masterpieces, which completely crush all the works of Zhanlan and make the rest of the works pale in comparison. Gao Fan pompously hung his own works in the conspicuous and important C position, which at this time contrasted sharply with these 3 divine works of Ye Bufan. That strong visual contrast gave people a feeling that Gao Fan's vulgar works are the proverb, the surface of horse manure is bright, but the inside is a bag of chaff, which is completely golden and jade outside, but not in the center. On the contrary, Ye Bufan's 3 masterpieces are more like a kind of in the corner, but bloomed with shining light, resounding rose visual impact. By Lady Gaga, it's too powerful, definitely a tiger's father, excellent daughter, absolutely can't be wrong. After the goddess interpreted it this way, I definitely love this divine work even more. Master, truly worthy of being a master. It's really not just any cat or dog that can be called a master. This time, our Sai Van Gogh master Gao Fan should cry balls, right? This wave of face slapping came too fast. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. I don't know how to say, at least other people, Master Gao, can get Master Ye's criticism to slam his work vulgar, is garbage. I don't even have a chance to be criticized by Master Ye. This interpretation is also too wonderful, right? Simply sentence poking the soul. In-depth analysis to restore the subtleties of this masterpiece. Wow. Chapter 064, Baby, it's great, it's awesome. Sago, the second one, Desert, originates from the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Wei's Envoy to the Plateau. That popular famous line, the desert is lonely and the sun sets over the Yangtze River. With the brush of graffiti, It sketches out a beautiful picture of the desert, and also gives us a kind of high-meaning allegory. We are always searching for our souls in the desert, not realizing that after fading away from the false mask, when we look back, we are nothing but a withered walking corpse. Ye Xia continued to interpret amidst everyone's shock. The third panel, Dao, originates from Laozi's Tao Te Ching, and of course leans more towards Wang Yangming's Xingxue, giving a, if the heart is not dead, the Tao will not be born. If the desire is not extinguished, the Tao will not exist. If the heart is not bitter, the intellect is not open, and if the body is not bitter, the blessings and fortunes are not thick. In a workmanlike graffiti manner, outlining the so-called Tao, in admonishing the world of an extremely far-reaching philosophy. How can you get the fragrance of plum blossoms without going through some cold bones, without tasting the vinegar and ink of the earth? How can one know the sourness and sweetness of the human world? All those who have achieved great enlightenment have experienced incorrigibility. Unbroken, dawn bathes new life, the phoenix nirvana, to the death of life. If the end of the road is in sight, then it is like a breakthrough. People do not experience great storms, will not mature and grow up, do not taste the coolness of human feelings, will not be self-reliant and self-improvement. Without seeing through the gray gloom of human nature, one cannot change the problem of relying on others. This, then, is the philosophy implied in this picture of the Tao. It is far-reaching and thought-provoking. These are my interpretations of my father's 3 divine works. Thank you, teachers, pa. As soon as the words fell, the champs gallery was directly filled with thunderous applause, a sigh of relief, and clamor. Cool, tie pants are hot, my god, really divine. Wow, this beautiful woman is definitely a combination of talent and beauty. Too awesome. In this situation, I really want to recite a poem, but I'm uneducated. I only have one line. Cheap, damn, must crazy dis, must give the young lady call, too strong. This interpretation, completely are the ceiling of the human art world. Sure enough, after Little Fairy's interpretation, these 3 divine works are truly worthy of being called divine works. Far-reaching meaning, ingenuity, a master is a master, truly worthy of being a divine work. Chu Xiaohao was also emotionally excited. He held Ye Bufan's hand tightly. Master Yi, it is truly worthy of a tiger's father. Your daughter is too excellent. It's almost as if she witnessed you painting with her own eyes. Perfect interpretation. Impeccable. Ye Bufan laughed aloud and raised his hand to pat Chu Xiaohao's shoulder. Old Chu, based on our relationship, the set of compliments and perfunctions, let's avoid it. Chu Xiaohao looked aggrieved. Ha, Master Yi, look at what you said. Can't you see? I'm definitely speaking from the bottom of my heart. Originally this time your 3 divine works, is also my secret arrangement, intends to organize a painting exhibition in this champs gallery. Test it. Unfortunately, after all, it is a drop in the ocean. By some people of interest, profits smoldering, put you so God's work hanging in such a nook and cranny. On the contrary, those vulgar garbage works, bundled up in the highway, hanging in the important, conspicuous seat position, really subverted my cognition. As he spoke, Chu Xiaohao also looked with sharp eyes at Gaofan, Moich, and the others who had long been completely dumbfounded and shocked by Ye Xia's interpretation on the side. It was obvious, he did not leave any face for Gaofan, Moich and the others. Ye Xia finished her interpretation and walked over to Ye Bufan's side. She cocked her head and blinked those crystal clear eyes as she sweetly smiled. Dad, what's up? Did I interpret it okay? Ye Bufan raised his hand and gently touched Ye Xia's nose, his face filled with the proudest and most proud look of a loving father. He said in admiration, baby, perfect. Your interpretation has given these 3 paintings a whole new lease of life, interpreting the most profound symbolism. Ye Xia muttered. In that case, Dad, when you created these 3 paintings at that time, it wasn't the state of mind that I described interpreting? Ye Bufan said without thinking. Knowing your father is like having a daughter. You know how to appreciate paintings, and you completely interpreted the state of mind I was in when I made the paintings. Baby, fantastic, awesome, Sego. Ye Xia's face was filled with a mesmerized expression as she directly opened her arms and jumped into Ye Bufan's embrace. Aha, Dad, you're making me feel weirdly embarrassed. How can I be as great as you say? Obviously, to his youngest daughter Xia's sudden pampering, Ye Bufan was caught a little off guard. Immediately, she raised her eyes and pouted daintily. He. Thank you, Dad. Love you, yo. Il Redheart. This scene, so sweet that it directly made everyone so envious that they drooled. Who wouldn't want to have a well-behaved sweetheart like Ye Xia? A school flower-level goddess, well-behaved and adorable. Ye Bufan was also deeply shocked deep inside. He secretly slander. I can't imagine that in my lifetime. God has gifted me with such a school beauty baby girl. So cozy, so sweet little coat. As a father, I am really happy. It seems that today, accompanying the youngest daughter, Xia, To this champ's gallery, to participate in the painting exhibition, is also considered a different kind of harvest, although encountered Gaofan, Moich stream of disgusting people. But, Ye Bufan's easy and comfortable response, coupled with Chu Xiaohe's appearance, is again adding a touch of color to today's painting exhibition. Wait, these 3 divine works, wasn't that a direct handout from the system rewards? How did it become Chu Xiaohe's secret arrangement? But, does it matter? The answer was, not important. Ye Bufan knew in his heart, but where the system existed, everything that seemed so absurdly unreasonable could be explained as, existence is reasonable. As if there is a broad patience of readers this spray a mouth illogical, that spit a sentence unreasonable. Good guy, read a novel. Originally also figure of fun. You don't need a brain. We're not writing the Tao Te Ching, the 1,000-character classic, or the 3-character classic. Ahem. I'm not convinced. Abruptly, Gaofan jumped up like a mad dog and barked furiously. Everyone's eyes fell on Gaofan again. Gaofan took a step forward and questioned Chu Xiaohe. Master Chu, by what right do you say he's a master and he's a master? Besides, what kind of painting is this of his? It's pure graffiti alright. Chu Xiaohe gave he let out a cry, and with a condescending stance, he directly disliked Gao Fan back. Gao Fan, what are you not convinced of? Can't it be that you still think that those vulgar works of yours, those of Master Huang, are artistic masterpieces? Master Ye's 3 divine works. I'm not the only one who can say that. Moich, Jiang Kaiyan, and Jia Zhang, you guys are also considered to be in the art world, and have made some achievements. You'd better weigh whether to continue to work with Gao Fan, this kind of inferior medical art assholes, or to come forward. Of course, you can also say with a clear conscience, these 3 divine works of Master Yi, compared to those vulgar works of Gao Fan, who has more artistic flavor, who respects art more? Gao Fan. If you're really unconvinced, you can also vote on the spot in front of everyone attending the exhibition today. I believe that everyone who came to the exhibition today understands art and pursues art. Who is better or worse is not at all a matter of my Chu Xiaohe's word, and I never engage in this kind of exclusive speech. How about it? Do you dare?